Prologue. Good kid, I'll invite you to spend a children's day with me. The man, like a withered plant, possessed little hair and deep eye sockets, a typical figure of those who consumed white flour in the city. He was in a deadly escape. As he ran through the dark, narrow alley, sounds from his tread squelched underneath his feet, revealing the countless oily rats killed with his footsteps. Behind him, a few tanned men chased with machetes in their hands. They yelled, their threats always lacking in creativity. "Hey Brat, stop, fuck, I'll kill you, you heard me, stop, hey?" As he turned his way at the corner ahead, he approached a few bustling dog meat stands. Dozens of small hot pots were densely stacked. Bottles of leftover alcohol and bones lay on the dirty tables. The man shoved his way past with all his strength, knocking down many tables at a time. The crowd grew chaotic. People shouted out curses and started fighting, in a mess. The tanned men were immediately surrounded by the tumultuous crowd like dumplings thrown into boiling water. Floating and drowning back and forth, they were beaten up when they got out from the crowd, and the man had disappeared. Fuck! One of the vicious men with stylish slicked back hair and a scar on his face spat. "What shall we do, boss ma?" The rest of them asked. "What the hell we do? You piece of shit. Split up and find him." The man ran. His life exhaled heavily. The darkness of the alley before him seemed to be endless, but he knew he would be temporarily safe if he passed this way and left the region of Snapdragon Walled City. A slight sound was abruptly heard from the darkness with a swift light. The man suddenly stopped and opened his eyes wide. Cold sweat instantly wet his back. His legs shivering, he looked at the long knife embedded into the wall. The sharp knife was only a breath away from his neck, and had he stopped for a second later, he would have been stabbed and beheaded. The one who lit a match stood against the wall, tilting his head to light a cigarette. Then, he smoked deeply with pleasure. His cold profile eased into view from the dim light of fire. The man kneeled down at once. "BBB boss Liuyi." Xiao Liuyi lowered his head, dropped the cigarette ash on the other knife that was still in the sheath beside his waist, and asked relaxedly, "Wanna run away?" No, I don't. I've already realized my mistakes. "Boss Liuyi." "That's good." Xiao Liuyi lifted his chin lazily. "Take it out." The man trembled and got up, tried for many times, and eventually took out the long knife deep into the wall. He gave it back to Xiao Liuyi with both of his hands. "Carry it." Xiao Liuyi straightened his body, holding the cigarette in his mouth. "Good kid, I'll invite you to spend a children's day with me." What he said at last softened the man's legs. He fell down again and cried out, "Boss Liuyi, I really realized my mistakes. Forgive me. Leave my life to me, ah?" Xiao Liuyi had already stepped far away joyfully. He said nothing but waved his hand like waving it to a dog. The man followed him embarrassingly, crying and holding the bright long knife for him. Chapter 1. I'm studying economics. 1989, Hong Kong, Snapdragon Walled City. This was a city cloaked by a mysterious shadow. If people looked down from the sky, they would see the entire city in a square shape, and the tall buildings were layered and placed densely. It was like a Rubik's Cube built from concrete that settled abruptly in the Kowloon region, New Territories, Hong Kong. It really didn't fit the loosely placed buildings and modern viaducts around. This huge Rubik's Cube had an area of less than 3 square kilometers, but contained more than 500 tall buildings and a population of nearly 30,000. The dense edifices blocked sunlight, even if it was summer. Almost 95% of the city was dark all year and never got to see the sun. Even people over the sea knew its notoriety. Because of historical issues left from the Qing dynasty, this small city became a black area ruled by no one. None of Beijing, Hong Kong, or the British government had its jurisdiction, so that it became a special autonomous zone. Countless drug vendors, casinos, brothels, dog meat restaurants, and clinics without certificates were hidden in this endless darkness. It was the biggest area for white flour to split in the Asia-Pacific region and somewhere for mafia triads to gather and hide. Xiao Liuyi, the top golden hatchet man in Snapdragon Walled City, the red pole of Shao Chi Tong, always used a pair of azure dragon knives. To explain the title of red pole plainly, it simply meant the head of hatchet men. They were in charge of beating people with a group they led. Their status in a triad was only lower than the dragon head, mountain master, and deputy mountain master. And they were in the same status as the white paper fan, who was in charge of finance, and the straw sandal, who was in charge of liaison. Xiao Liuyi didn't become first-ranked for his combating skills. Strong and weak people were mixed in Snapdragon Walled City, and there were more than a dozen triads. Not to mention the hidden masters and other triads. For instance, in Shaoqi Tong, his skills had to be placed behind Deputy Su Ying, who was said to be the descendant of someone who was directly taught 18 subduing dragon palms, and ranked the second. But to talk about golden hatchet men, if he was ranked as the second, no one could be the first. The reason was simple. In a deadly fight, no one cares about the palm and knife skills and where they were learned. Being cunning and merciless and throwing one's own life away was the exact essence of triad battles. Back to the year when Xiao Liuyi was 18, in a chaotic battle of triads, to save the besieged dragon head Hao Qingqing, he killed over 40 people with his double knives on his own and created a blood trail that extended 3 alleyways along. After that, the neighborhood nearby took an entire 2 days to clean the mints on the walls and floor. This fight was so-called Black Children's Day. It has been 6 years since that, but people were still enthusiastic to talk about it. There has never been a concept of Children's Day in Hong Kong. Celebrating Children's Day on June 1st was a concept from the Chinese mainland. Many citizens in Snapdragon Walled City fled from the mainland, and because of Xiao Liuyi's name, the concept of June 1st Children's Day was known in the city as more and more people talked about it. The gangsters would change their countenance as soon as they heard the name Liuyi. The thing that they feared most was to be invited to spend a Children's Day by Boss Liuyi. Fortunately, this merciless Boss Liuyi was a reasonable man. He was neither bullying nor dominant. In most of the time, he wouldn't attack someone if he wasn't insulted. Moreover, he was faithful and obedient to Master Hao Qingqing. Among many dragon heads in the city, Hao Qingqing could be considered as a temperate person who took prudent actions. As a result, the edge Xiao Liuyi nicely stayed in his sheath and almost never killed uncontrollably. Boss Liuyi was not only too lazy to fight, in most situations, but he was also even too lazy to carry his dear knives. This day, when he came to the newly opened Shaoqi Film Studio, under the name of Shaoqi Tong, there was a drug consumer Lai Quan carrying his knives for him behind. Lai Quan lost 20,000 yuan in a casino under the name of Shaoqi Tong. He tried to Welsh and run away, and he was gloriously caught back by Boss Liuyi himself. Right now, he has anticipated his bloody, miserable end without a full corpse. He sobbed his face into a mess while he was walking. He didn't forget to wipe his snots to avoid dropping them onto Boss Liuyi's knives. Boss Liuyi, the 49er guarded the door, lifted his chest, stood straight. Xiao Liuyi took the cigarette he passed and tilted his head to let the 49er light it. Boss Little Ma is waiting for you inside. The 49er reported seriously. Xiao Liuyi glimpsed him, lifted his chin. Carry him into the studio and guard him well. Got it. The 49er answered vigorously, turned to kick Lai Quan. What the heck are you looking at? Go. Come back. Any other commands, Boss Liuyi? My knives. The 49er kicked him once again. Give the knives back to Boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi walked into the room and closed the door. He sat on the desk, lowered his head, and smoked. His henchman, Little Ma, who had a scar on his face and stylishly slicked back his hair, kneeled down and groveled on the floor with a few vicious hatchet men like tigers. Little Ma waited for a long time but didn't hear any words from him, so he carefully lifted his head to take a look. I've never seen the one who guarded the door, said Xiao Liuyi. Boss Su sent him here yesterday, saying he was clever. If you don't like him, Boss Liuyi, I'll find an excuse to move him tomorrow. Little Ma said crisply with a flattering countenance that didn't fit his fierce appearance at all. Fuck, Suing. Xiao Liuyi thought quietly, smoked the cigarette in his lips slowly. Book a room in Lotus Scent Hotel for tomorrow evening. I want to have a meal with my Mr. Big. The one he called my Mr. Big was exactly the dragon head of Shaoqi Tong, Hao Qingqing. People called him Boss Azure Dragon. Got it. I'll book it now. Little Ma sprung at once. Xiao Liuyi dropped the cigarette ash. You fucking get back. Little Ma groveled back grievously. Xiao Liuyi tapped his toes. Little Ma's face was covered by sadness. He put up a thick wooden pole with both hands. The vicious men consciously lowered their bodies, lifted their butts, and gnawed their cuffs. Xiao Liuyi extinguished his cigarette patiently. He threw the sheaths on his waist and back onto the desk, rolled his sleeves, and took the pole. and then a ferocious whip started. Crack, crack, crack. He used half of his strength and whipped these underlings, but as red as monkeys. These muscular men's faces distorted in pain, but they dared not shout out and gnawed their sleeves with their lives. They could only cry for their moms and dads in their minds. At the end, when Liuyi thought that was enough, he threw the pole away casually and sat back onto the desk. Little Ma struggled to get up, limped, and lit his cigarette. Realized your mistakes? Asked Liuyi. Yes, yes. Little Ma answered in a hurry, and the men followed him to nod quickly. What are they? Haha. With the cigarette on his lips, Liuyi turned around to get the pole again. Little Ma saw the danger and jumped forward to hold Liuyi's thigh, making a miserable, lingering scream. Boss Liuyi, you can't beat us anymore. We will be disabled if you do. Liuyi slammed his bloating, but for one more time, mercilessly. Little Ma screamed pathetically. The men all turned their faces to avoid such a scene. What the hell I raise you crap for? He finally opened his honorable mouth to scold. You can't even catch a fucking person like Lai Quan, and you need me to get him for myself? Boss Liuyi, Little Ma covered his, but with the miserable expression. I can't understand. Lai Quan only owed us 20,000 yuan. Why is that necessary for us to make a big deal to catch him? You don't understand. Liuyi hit his messed slicked back hair. Your fucking brain was on your ass. Of course you don't understand. Little Ma covered the lump on his head, aching and aggrieved. Liuyi sat back with a cold face. Do you know Lai Quan has a younger sister? Yes, the third sis Lai, a well-known whore. What is she doing recently? I heard she was sleeping with the head of He Sheng gang, Fat Chi. My Mr. Big wants to open a nightclub in Portland Street in Kowloon, which is next to Yao Ma Ti. Yao Ma Ti was under He Sheng gang's control, so unavoidably they would bring us troubles. Since I've caught Lai Quan, Fat Chi has to call my Mr. Big for his brother-in-law. I always listen to my Mr. Big, so I should give the person back at once. Fat Chi now owes my Mr. Big. Shouldn't he help us with the nightclub? Oh. Little Ma understood everything and shouted out to show he really got this now. Liuyi whipped his butt again. Use your brain for a bit. I will. I'll do it. I've tried to use it for these 3 years following Boss Liuyi. Seriously. Little Ma covered his butt and flattered in a moment. Fuck off. Little Ma got up obediently, found his pole back, and was running away. Reaching the door, he remembered something and came back in a sad expression again. Boss Liuyi, there's something about the new film. At the beginning of this year, Liuyi and the white paper fan, Chui Dongdong, were commanded to found this Shaoqi film studio, which was planned to launder money for the parent company. Chui Dongdong was in charge of running accounts. Liuyi, as a general manager, had to make a few films for real to make a few efforts on pretending, so he would come here to check frequently. They had already shot a few X-rated films, and the outcome was not too bad. Now, Azure Dragon wants to change the targeting market and produce a serious film about a mafia love story. Liuyi gave him a sharp glimpse. Little Ma started to shiver at once. No. Not a serious thing. We had a director already. I found the popular male star Liu Xiaoda as our male lead. He lost 500,000 in Boss Su's casino. For the female lead, Master said our sister-in-law would take it. But the director can only make X-rated films and has only produced things like A Woman Like Fire, Midnight Dining Hall, and Mistress in Dust. He said he needed a screenwriter who could write serious stories. But I know no screenwriters. Can't you just find someone who can read and write? If you can't write it yourself. Little Ma's face distorted. I didn't even graduate from middle school, Boss Liuyi. Then find someone who graduated. He kicked. Little Ma screamed and ran away. He was called back again when he got a few steps away. Liuyi lowered his head, smoking. He turned back to the pretending lazy look, thinking back. There was someone who got his way into a college 2 years ago. His family lit firecrackers at that time. Look for him. Got it. A group of vicious men blocked the road with bloating butts. They met Chusan coming home from self-studying at 10:35 at night. Covered his head with a sack. They took 15 minutes to carry him back to the company. Who was Chusan? He was the first modern college student in the history of Snapdragon Walled City, which was as significant as a top-score student studied his way out in ancient time. His mother Shin Pei was a rare beauty in the walled city. Unfortunately, her beautiful eyes were so blind that she went out with a little mafia hatchet with neither power nor money. She said it was her true love, but actually, it was because he looked cool. Their love was hot like fire, and Beauty Shen got pregnant before getting married. In the 4th month of her pregnancy, the little hatchet was hacked into pieces in a dark alley. Lucky he ended up with a whole head and could be recognized to be a comfort. Beauty Shen did not accept this comfort. She jumped into the sea to kill herself with the infant in her womb. Haven't sunk for a long time, a passed-by-certificate-less dentist got her out. The dentist's last name is He. He didn't look good but was an honest, obedient person. His wife ran away with someone else, and he didn't mind being an easy daddy for someone. Beauty Shen lay in dentist He's clinic in depression for 6 months. She passed away on the day she gave birth to her kid. Before she died, she held the hand of dentist He, said this kid shall have your last name He. Never let him get involved with the mafias. Dentist He didn't even have time to find a wife. He did his best to raise his little easy son up. Because he was born on Chusan, so he was named He Chusan with a childhood name Asan and a nickname called Indian Acer. The little Indian Acer was a nice kid. He never fought with others even if he was laughed at, joked on, flirted on, or beaten. Gradually, he became the pure, elegant weird guy with good grades and morality in Snapdragon Walled City. This weird guy finished his education from primary school to high school with scholarships and was eventually accepted by Longgang Institution of Technology, bringing an extremely creepy light to this sunless Snapdragon Walled City. When dentist He heard this thing, his excitement made him light firecrackers on the street for his son to let the whole walled city know. It was true that his action showed his family's glory. However, unfortunately, his son's whole life was ended on these firecrackers. On this night that tragedy fell, He Chusan just spent a day putting countless formulas in English into his brain. While he walked on the familiar dim alleyway with his little backpack, his mouth and nose were covered abruptly, and his eyes were covered with darkness. He flew up in a daze. He didn't know how long this bumpy flight lasted. Again, abruptly, he saw a bright light. He saw the cool guy in front of him at once, who wore a tight black vest, showing his arms and shoulder with a healthy tan and handsome muscles. His long legs were tightly covered by jeans. This cool guy was born with a handsome but cold figure and the eyes like stars. This should be a face with natural alienation, but his countenance was easy and lazy. He was eating beef entrails and watching TV with full concentration. The black and white television was playing The Godfather. Marlon Brando stood by a bed with a cigar in his mouth, speaking some ambiguous English sentences. To He Chusan, who grew up in a slum and has only seen TVs and windows of malls, this was too novel. He nailed his attention into it immediately. The two guys watched it concentratedly for a while. Liuyi, who knew not many characters and could not follow the subtitles, finally got mad. Little Ma, a scar-faced youth with oily slicked-back hair, lumped from the room next to them. Hey, Boss Liuyi, where's the Chinese dub? Ah, that's all for this film. It wasn't dubbed. Haha. Little Ma grinned to please him. Fuck off. Yes. Little Ma left fast. Come back. Yes. He came back fast. Who's this? Liuyi lifted his chin. The screenwriter that you asked me to catch this afternoon. Little Ma lifted his chest in pride. Liuyi checked He Chusan and frowned. He is in adulthood? Let Boss Liuyi know your age. Little Ma changed his expression in just a moment and shouted fiercely. 21. He Chusan said obediently. Little Ma kicked on his knee backward. He Chusan yelled in pain and fell down. Fuck, you're 21. You look only 16. Be honest. He Chusan lowered his head and tried to get his backpack. Little Ma thought he wanted to find something to fight and kicked him 2 meters away and lifted him up to beat him. Liuyi stopped him. He Chusan's hand was on his kicked chest. He coughed terribly and took his ID card out from his bag with his shaking hand. Little Ma snatched it and looked at the birthday on it. He was exactly 21 years old. Fuck, Little Ma scolded. This lad's arms and legs were as thin as chickens, and his face was so childish. Can he really be 21 years of age? He Chusan remained silent with his hand on his chest. He knew that the Triads were unreasonable, and he hasn't known the reason for them to catch him over here yet. Speaking nothing would be the safest choice for him. Liuyi waved his hand and eventually drove Little Ma away. He lifted his chin to let He Chusan sit down, and he turned his head, continued to watch the TV with full concentration. He Chusan bore the pain for a while, and then his attention was taken by the TV again. The two people watched it together with no words for almost 10 minutes. Missing the subtitles again, Liuyi frowned. What did he say? He said, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. Liuyi gave a whistle and made an expression with full agreement. What about this one? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. This time, Liuyi lifted his brows. Watched it for another while. He took up a stick of beef entrails and started eating again, and he pushed the plate towards Chusan. I'm fine. Thank you, said Chusan. PUK guy? Eat it if Boss Liuyi let you do so. The big man guarding the door suddenly yelled like thunder. But Liuyi lifted his leg and kicked the entire plate of beef entrails to him. You are too noisy. Fuck off. The men fucked off quickly. Liuyi turned his head to the TV again, casually passed the surviving half-stick of beef entrails to Chusan. Hesitated. Chusan dared not pick it up. Liuyi stared at the TV and waved the stick to him. Have it, he said amiably. Chusan was like a stray puppy who lost his way into a mansion, being scolded by the bad servants, and then received a gentle touch from the householder. He took the beef entrails obediently and made a bite. He found this was the taste of the fat sis snack shop below his dad's clinic. Hasn't experienced much in this society, Chusan thought this mafia boss was very different from those he had ever seen or heard. Young and handsome, mild in attitude, and amiable. He might be reasonable. Without being noticed, he changed the way he sat for a bit with ease. He thought there was a chance for him to leave here safely tonight. He ate the beef entrails and read the subtitles. Eventually, he turned off the TV under Liuyi's instructions. This mafia boss, who is mild in attitude, began talking to him lazily. Do you know why you are here? Chusan shook his head obediently. Have you ever heard of screenwriter? He shook his head again. Liuyi explained to him very patiently. I want to produce a film, and I need you to write a story for it. Give it to me in 3 days. Chusan blinked his eyes and finally understood. However, as a youth who grew up in a colony with only English formulas in his head, he didn't know how to write it at all. I'm studying economics, he said. Haven't finished his sentence yet. Little Ma, who went out previously, came in with curses. Boss Liuyi, I called the third sis Lai for money, and she said she'd renounced her brother. Lai Quan's life was none of her business. Liuyi raised his eyebrows. Fuck. How dare his sister hung me up? Little Ma added angrily. But Liuyi was still at leisure, tilted his head, and lit a cigarette, he said. Bring him in. Lai Quan, with his face covered by bruises, was lifted in within 10 seconds. Chusan's whole back was under cold sweat. He watched Liuyi, who had an easy face and a cigarette between his lips, got the chair and beat Lai Quan out of humankind's shape. After that, Liuyi let someone press him onto the desk, take off his socks, clog his mouth, and take out his fingernails with pliers one by one. You don't know what to do? Do you need Boss Liuyi to think for you? Liuyi pressed the head of the cigarette onto Lai Quan's bloody fingers. 1 finger for thinking for yourself. 3 fingers for Boss Liuyi to think for you. Oh. Lai Quan gnawed the smelly socks and kept crying. Shook his head as if he wanted to shake it off. Liuyi waved his hand. Little Ma came in front and took out the smelly socks. I shall call my old mother and beg her. Let her beg my sister. Lai Quan said weakly with his broken voice. Good kid. Liuyi patted his head in favor. 1 finger. Little Ma went to him and did it crisply. All people could hear was simply a terrible yell in pain. Well, Chusan's young and delicate heart was crushed into pieces together with his soul by this final yell. He watched a few strong men drag the worn-out Lai Quan away with his own mind far away. Little Ma wrapped the finger and told an underling to send it to Lai Quan's old mother. He cleaned the bloody desk flatteringly and ran away at once. Liuyi sat back to the desk and put up his long legs. What did you say? Chusan changed his words in astonishment. I'm studying economics. I'm good at writing stories. Great, good kid. Chapter 2. What the heck are you rubbing for? Milk. It took Chusan 3 days to write a story that was uncreative, talked for thousands of times over in rumors. A girl from a wealthy family fell in love with a poor boy, but the girl was carried to the headquarters of a mafia boss who grabbed common girls with a sack. The poor boy bravely fought with the boss with his life, and this little couple ran away happily. Liuyi casually took a fishball with a stick, rolled it around in the curry sauce. This boss uses double knives? Chusan stood before him nicely and praised sincerely. That's cool. Liuyi waved his hand. As soon as Chusan walked close, he was thrown onto the desk. His hair was lifted and his head was smashed downward. A noise was created. Chusan's front head bled at once. Went through the daze, he opened his eyes and cold sweat wetted his cloth instantly. Liuyi was going to stab his eye with the stick. Accepted his fate, Chusan closed his eyes. He waited for a while, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes again with confusion, but Liuyi simply changed the direction of the stick, touched his eyelid with the blunt side with a little bit of his strength. You don't say much but think a lot. Denouncing me with implication, huh? Said Liuyi. Don't play tricks before your boss, Liuyi. Fuck off and write another one. Wrapped his wounded head like Indian Acer's turban, Chusan wrote for another 3 days obediently. His dad asked him what happened. He said his head was broken by a flower pot that fell from the higher floor. He still went out in early daylight with his little backpack. As he passed the turning point of the alleyway, he would be lifted to the company by a few big men, and wrote for a whole day, and packed by a few big men again to send him back. 3 days later he handed in a new script. An unconstrained, handsome mafia hatchet man fell in love with a beautiful woman who was driven to prostitution. After their faithful true love was depicted, the woman was grabbed by the rival Triad. To save his lover, the hatchet man fought in a blood shower, killing over 40 people with a pair of knives on his own. Killed a blood way out in the narrow alleyway. Little Ma felt stranger and stranger as he listened more and more aside. He whispered to his underling, hacked 40 people with double knives on his own? Why does this sound like our boss Liuyi saving Master Azure Dragon in that year? I heard nothing, boss Little Ma. Listening to the script concentratedly, Liuyi's face became darker and darker. However, Chusan knew nothing about it, and kept lowering his head and reading the storyline. He thought he shouldn't be beaten since he had turned criticizing the mafia into praising the mafia. He finished his reading diligently and stood still to wait for comments. The room was so quiet that even the slightest sound couldn't be found here. Little Ma read his boss Liuyi's countenance, moving his finger joint in secret, preparing to beat for his boss. Where did you get the story? Tapping his finger joint on the desk lightly, Liuyi asked. I heard about it, said Chusan. He lifted his head, stole glances at Liuyi. He finally realized the atmosphere was a bit dangerous. From whom? Liuyi continued asking. All the people say. Without finishing his sentence, his entire body flew away. His leaner body knocked off 2 chairs, and mixed with the broken chair legs, he hit the wall. His head and face were covered with dust when he fell to the floor. He groveled and coughed a few times. Unexpectedly, he coughed out some blood. 80% of strength. Bystander Little Ma read the index quietly in his mind. Liuyi took a large step towards him, lifted the broken leg of the chair, and hit him for another time. Chusan couldn't help screaming miserably. The ruptured iron nail on the chair scratched his arm, and he bled at once. He lowered his head and stared at his blood in pain and bewilderment. He couldn't understand why this unpredictable mafia boss was angry with him again. Liuyi switched the side of the chair leg he held and turned the sharp side towards Chusan. He lifted his hand with no expression on his face. The leg was going to stab down. The door was abruptly opened by someone in the yell of the guarding underling. Big boss. Big boss. Hao Qingqing was welcomed by a dull noise. This big boss inherited the Triad when he was 25 years old. In these 10 years, he had experienced countless events in mafia life and became calm in his actions. He didn't mind the strange sound, but simply swept through the room with his sight indifferently. Where's Liuyi? Little Ma, with his mouth opening wide, together with the big men, looked to the back of the door in sweat. The door creaked open. Liuyi jumped out awkwardly, covering the back of his head. He threw the chair in his hand away casually. My Mr. Big. Hao Qingqing frowned his confusion. I was beating someone at the back of the door, Mr. Big. Liuyi said injuredly, gasping and kneading his head. Can you just let me know before you come in next time? Hao Qingqing smiled, held his shoulder, and got him close, kneading the back of his head gently. Does it hurt? It does. Liuyi said with no intention to please the boss. You shall pay compensation. I will let you manage the new nightclub. Is that enough? Yes. Yes. Liuyi received it in a hurry. He turned his head and killed Little Ma and the other underlings with a glance. They brought tea and cleaned the dust swiftly and invited Boss Azure Dragon to the sofa. Chusan, who was still struggling on the floor behind the door, was also lifted away by two big men. He didn't get to bother the bosses at all. Having their tasks done, these underlings closed the door from outside with full respect, so that only Azure Dragon and Liuyi were left in the room. Liuyi walked close in big steps, sat beside Azure Dragon crisply. "My Mr. Big, why are you here?" Xiaoman said she wanted to see the set. Liuyi stood up and glared before he finished his words. "Xiaoman's also here. Where's she?" Azure Dragon's countenance was indifferent. He took a cigar out from the cigar case on the tea table. Liuyi sat back obediently and lit the cigar for him. "I'm sorry, my Mr. Big. I snatched your words again. Please speak. I'm listening." Azure Dragon had a cloud of smoke and leisure and passed the cigar to him, watched Liuyi take it and hold it in his mouth with a bite, and then continued. "We were reaching the door. She said she felt dizzy, and I let someone send her back first. She's still not in good health? How's her mood recently?" Azure Dragon shook his head. "I was too busy to care for her. Come and be with her more often if you get time." "Okay," Liuyi nodded. He thought and asked, "Are you really giving me the new nightclub?" Azure Dragon got another cigar. "Have your Mr. Big ever cheated you?" "I don't think it's a good choice." Liuyi lit the cigar for him and snitched. "Suing was annoyed about me recently. He placed a few people in my place again after the previous 49er was moved. The business out of the walled city was always his. These happened because I crossed the line and bothered him." "You don't need to care about him," said Azure Dragon. "If there's something you can't understand on the accounts, ask Dong Dong for it." Liuyi lowered his head, went through everything quietly in his mind. "Okay, don't worry. I'll manage it well." Azure Dragon smiled. "You are nice. Your Mr. Big never worries for you." They talked about some other business. Azure Dragon noticed that there was a little handwritten paper messed on the floor, and some of them were stained by blood. "What's this?" "The script for the new film." Liuyi became awkward at once. "I found a college student to write it, but that brat made up things randomly. His aide came too late." Azure Dragon has already picked up a piece of them which fell near the tea table, read, and said, "Pick up the rest." Liuyi could only bow his waist obediently, dug around randomly, and picked a pile back. He watched Azure Dragon read more and more pieces with a rigid face. His heart pounded. He tried his best to explain. "The brat's brain was stuck, and I had beaten him up for that." That's good," Azure Dragon said indifferently. "Shoot as it says." Azure Dragon put down the script and stood up, patted his hair. "I got things to do, and I shall leave now. Remember to come and see Xiaoman frequently." That's... Liuyi still dwelled on it. The door was opened from outside, and two clever guards welcomed Azure Dragon out. Azure Dragon waved his hand as he walked, saying there's no need to send him. Liuyi sent Azure Dragon's back with his eyes until it left the range of his sight. After the door was closed, he leaned on the back of the door instantly. He looked at the pile of the script, having his mind absent for a while with a stiff face. He sighed. He found a cigarette frustratedly, tilted his head, and lit it. "Little Ma?" "Yes. Take the brat to check his wound." Chusan's chest and arm were wrapped for rounds, and he failed to take off the turban on his head. From his head to his feet, he has leveled up from Indian Acer to Mummy Acer. He lowered his head, sitting beside the film set, watching a group of punks running around to place props under the director's command. If all the people stopped their actions abruptly and greeted deferentially, it should be Liuyi coming and inspecting. Everyone flattered Liuyi but him. He showed no reactions and continued writing the dialogue of the next scene to do a little revolt. People here were all rascals, and Liuyi was the rascal among rascals. He only wanted to finish all the dialogues as soon as he could and finish the filming, and then go back to school to have classes. He had been absent from his classes for 2 weeks, and his attendance fell drastically. He must lose the scholarships for this term, and he had to ask his dad for next term's tuition. He was already 21 years of age, but he couldn't reciprocate his dad and even had to use his dad's money. Simply thinking about it made him sad. He wrote fast with sorrows on his face and was suddenly surprised by a tender voice. His pen was flown away. "What's your name?" It was a woman with delicate makeup. This was exactly the female lead of this film, Xiaoman, the wife of Azure Dragon and the sister-in-law of Xiao Qitong. She has been here for these filming days. Chusan only saw her far away with little interest and did not take a close look. Seeing her suddenly in this way, he realized this sister-in-law had a pure face and a warm, elegant feeling for the first time. She was the contrast of those coquettish or pungent secular women in his neighborhood. However, he didn't know why he thought she looked like the head of those rascals in some way, especially the rising shape of the corner of her eye. The only difference was that Liuyi had a countenance that was lazy with some schemes hidden behind, but her eyes were misty and distracting. She had a look that lived in depression for years. He stayed quiet, looked like that he was scared, and still had his mind away. Xiaoman didn't mind it, and asked one more time, "What's your name?" Chusan. Xiaoman smiled. "You were born on Chusan in the New Year days?" "Yes." She laughed, and kneaded his turban like kneading a puppy. For no exact reason, Chusan thought her sight was a little dull and her actions were a bit weird. "I heard you're a college student?" "Yes." "That's great. I didn't even attend primary school. Is college interesting?" Chusan thought for a moment, answered her illogically. "There are many books in the library. I don't like reading. I love singing." Xiaoman also answered him illogically. She looked around and found no one was paying attention to her, and she sang a short part for Chusan in a low volume, secretly. Chusan strengthened the thought that she was weird, but he didn't state it. He listened to her singing concentratedly. She was a good singer with a bright voice, sounded like a songbird in spring. "Sis-in-law, we're going to start shooting." Someone called over there. Xiaoman straightened her body and glimpsed that person. Her expressions disappeared in just a moment and had a look of a solemn, noble sister-in-law. The person dared not urge her any more at once, but stood over there to wait. Xiaoman turned back and continued asking, "What's wrong with your head? You're hurt?" "Yes." "Who did it?" "Boss Liuyi." Xiaoman sighed. "Little Liu. He's not being nice again. I'll preach him for you." No. Chusan was scared. "I should." Xiaoman opened her hollow eyes wide, shook her head. "He's always in this way, and he can't even make friends. Please don't be angry with him. He simply has no one to play with. How poor he was at that time. We only had each other." Chusan heard she described the Children's Day villain that nobody dared to bother like a pitiful abandoned puppy. He crept. In order to stop the topic from getting stranger, he said carefully, "Sis-in-law, don't you go acting?" Xiaoman smiled faintly. "Act for what? No matter how much I acted, he wouldn't watch any." Chusan misunderstood this, as Liuyi. As he was writing mafia love and hate stories, he associated a story that this sister-in-law fell in love with hatchet underling Liuyi in the days they relied on each other, and their love and hate twisted, and they experienced miserable partings. Luckily, a voice interrupted at this time and ended his gossip imagination. "Big sister, the shooting is starting. Why are you still here?" Chusan's eyes turned round, watched Xiaoman stand on her tiptoes and lower Liuyi's head. She kissed his front head intimately and kneaded his hair like kneading a puppy again. With a head of messy hair, Liuyi smiled gently as if a lion ate veggies. "Go, big sister. Everyone's waiting for you." Xiaoman lowered her head and smiled to Chusan, left light-footedly on her tiptoes. Chusan's mind was still blown away, looking at her back. Liuyi patted on his head with a plate of beef entrails, frightened him. "What are you looking at? Dig out your eyeballs." "She is your sister? Call her sis-in-law." "Oh." Chusan stared at Liuyi sitting on his desk and eating beef entrails secretly. His head, chest, arms all started aching indistinctly. He felt Liuyi would suddenly be unhappy and bowing waist to hit him with a chair. "Can't you not sit here? I can't right in front of you," he thought gloomily. He was gloomy on his own here, but Liuyi was in a very light mood. He got a conflict with a little leader from Shahjiagang days ago, and a group of people from Shahjiagang came to a casino under his name to ruin his business. Little Ma who managed there left with money and his people cleverly. Only the two people from Deputy Su stayed there. People from Shahjiagang found little money after destroying the entire casino, so they beat the two unlucky guys severely. On the next day, Liuyi went to the certificate-less clinic and condoled the two brothers. He lifted the sheets and appreciated their terrible wounds, and reasonably filled their positions with his own underlings. Then he rightly destroyed 3 shops of Shahjiagang with his brothers and looted over 1 million of cash from their tills. Shahjiagang's dragon head called Azure Dragon to ask for an explanation. Azure Dragon declared that this was a minor issue between juniors, and it wasn't good for big bosses like us to interfere. Then he soothed Boss Sha for a while, said after all Liuyi would always listen to me. Well then, I'll let him do me a favor to withdraw all the brothers in your shops, and we two gangs shall never bother each other from now on. Boss Sha was almost occupied by anger, killed people and looted money, and claimed never bother each other from now on. That's a fucking good play. However, he lost too much in the battle and could not recover well. The only choice for him was to bear the pain and marked this loan on Xia Liuyi's accounts. Xia Liuyi counted the money happily, and he has gained face for his Triad and Boss Azure. How could he care about the minor hatred from Boss Sha? He started his career on Edge when he was 14 and lived in mafia life for 10 years. There were already countless loans on his accounts. Eating the beef entrails on his desk and calculating the accounts for a bit, he waved his hand towards Little Ma who guarded beside the film set. He was going to let him split the money with other brothers to have fun. Little Ma jogged towards him with small steps. Before he got close, he opened his mouth wide and made a terrified yell. Watch out, Boss Liuyi. Chusan's pen was flown away in fear for the second time on this day. His instinct lifted his head. An iron beam along with two big and long fluorescent lights formed a huge iron block, and because of disrepair, the block rumbled and fell. His seat was placed against the wall, and his chair was fixed by friction. In that single moment, it was impossible for him to push the chair away to hide. He could barely watch the huge iron block falling towards his own head. At this exact moment, Liuyi could jump aside easily, but he hopped forward swiftly. He bowed to hold Chusan in his arms and waved a punch upward at the same time. Bang! A heavy noise. He hit the iron block away for real. Chusan put his head on Xia Liuyi's chest in astonishment. The beef entrails sent from this rascal filled his nose. It was chill recently, but this rascal only wore a thin vest. When Chusan's warm lips rubbed on a little hard spot, his cold sweat was frightened out at once. That place of Xia Liuyi was unexpectedly sensitive. His face turned dark, and he pushed on Chusan. What the heck are you rubbing for? Milk. Chusan was stunned, looking at Xia Liuyi, and then lowered his head, looking at his own shoulder. There was a bloody palm mark. A group of underlings yelled and came front. Boss Liuyi, are you okay? You bled. Blood covered Xia Liuyi's hands, shoulder, and front head. He was scratched by the iron beam. He didn't think it was severe, but those underlings were terrified and anxious. They surrounded Xia Liuyi and intended to send him to dress his wounds. Taking few steps forward, a harsh scream of a woman broke out. Little Hao. Xia Xiaoman split the crowd and rushed in as if she was crazy. Her fingers with bright red nail polish nipped into Xia Liuyi's arm at once. She screamed miserably as if she was tearing her heart apart. Little Hao. What's wrong with you? Don't die? Little Hao. Oh. She held Xia Liuyi with all her might and started crying out. Her madness was completely out of the range of normal people's. The underlings questioned each other with their sight. They watched Xia Liuyi be killed by her hands before by his wounds. Eventually, Little Ma went forward bravely and pulled her carefully. Sis-in-law. Ah! The harsh scream from Xia Xiaoman scared Little Ma. He stumbled. Don't come here. Stop beating. Stop. Xia Xiaoman leaned on Xia Liuyi. She shivered and released Xia Liuyi. She cowered and began shivering and screamed a few sentences. She suddenly struggled back, covering Xia Liuyi with her meager body in a deadly strength. No. Beat me. Beat me. Don't beat Little Hao. I beg you. You are going to beat him dead. Ow. Little Hao. I'm fine, big sis. Xia Liuyi said weakly. He was held too tight to breathe. Ow. Don't die. Little Hao. Ow. I'm really fine, big sis. You are scared. Let me send you back. Ow. Little Hao. Xia Liuyi turned his face and put his command in a glance. A few underlings came forward to hold them up. Xia Xiaoman was still holding his wounded arm with all her might. Pain covered Xia Liuyi's face, but he showed no intention to get out from her. He put the other hand on the back of her hand. They were sent away by the crowd of underlings in this way one after another. Little Ma stayed in the film set to organize. He grabbed an older underling, lowered his voice, and asked, Hey, why sis-in-law called Boss Liuyi Little Hao just now? It seems to be the name that Boss Liuyi used before. The underling lowered his voice. I heard that his name before he followed Big Boss wasn't Liuyi. He changed that after he followed Big Boss. They all forgot Chusan, who was sitting straight in front of the desk. This unfortunate kid escaped from death, was staring at the plate of blood-stained beef entrails on the desk, having his mind absent. Chapter 3. So tempting for him to lift and beat. The world felt so unfair when both their heads hurt. Chusan had to wrap his head like a turban, but Liuyi only needed a band-aid. When he came to check the film set on the next day, the band-aid even had a character Xia written on it. Chusan thought it was one of the silliest things that he had ever seen, but all the underlings praised. Boss Liuyi stylish. Liuyi sat cross-legged on the desk, deftly eating fish meat shumai with a stick in his left hand. He couldn't help rolling his eyes at Chusan. What the heck are you looking at? Chusan stared at his rice dumpling-like right hand, his mummy-like right arm, and swallowed. Does it hurt? Hurt. Shall I cut your hands off and give you a try? Crap, you said. Is your sister all right? Liuyi stopped his movement. His countenance turned cold. Is sis-in-law all right? Chusan immediately changed his words. Liuyi picked up another shumai, still quiet. Chusan swallowed again, and observing his expression, he thought that even though Liuyi wasn't very happy, another beating breaking out seemed unlikely, so he continued speaking boldly. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Kid. Liuyi finally spoke. He looked pretty impatient. Chusan opened his eyes wide, waiting for his following sentence. Don't overthink your importance. You work for me, then you're my 49er. It's my responsibility to take care of my brothers. After you finish this script, there's no crap between us. I won't cast another glance at you even if you were to die by the road, so shut up now. If you dare say another meaningless sentence, I'll pull out your tongue. Chusan's true heart turned into crap. A rascal is a rascal. He won't turn into a good person even though he saves your life. He eventually came to understand such a shallow principle. So he became quiet too. He continued, lowering his head and gloomily writing dialogues. The beautiful female lead was bound on a high platform, crying, and spoke to the male lead who fought in a bloody battle below her. Don't fight anymore. Do I deserve it? The male lead vomited blood and said, You deserve everything. Crap, do you think he likes you? He only likes fighting. Chusan scolded quietly in his mind, the first curse word that he had ever said in his life. Forgive him, for although he was pure as white paper, he had been in such a dark, messy place for weeks and was affected by what he heard and saw. It was unavoidable for him to blacken a little. After Xia Xiaoman made a scene on the film set, she rested for a week away from there. She sounded okay in the calls, but Liuyi was still worried. Today, he managed to take half of a day off to go out from Snapdragon Walled City to Azure Dragon's villa near the sea to see her. Xia Xiaoman didn't expect him to come, and she hadn't even put on her makeup. She looked gloomy in a limpid pajamas as if she could be blown away by the sea wind at any time. Where's Mr. Big? Asked Liuyi. He was out, said Xia Xiaoman. She lay against her brother's back and said absent-mindedly. He never comes back. Mr. Big is busy. Liuyi patted her arm. What about you? You're busy too. You never come and see me. Liuyi patted her again. I'm here now, right? Whenever you want to see me, call me and I'll be here at once. He used the toilet as an excuse, went out, and asked the butler in secret. Did Madam take her medicine recently? She did, Boss Liuyi. For real? She didn't throw it away? No, Madam was nice when she took her medicine recently. When he got back, Xia Xiaoman bent over the window like a ghost, stood on her tiptoes, and opened her arms. She looked like a meager white swan. You asked them about my medicine? She said. I'm taking them just as you want. Liuyi held her in his arms. I really did. Xia Xiaoman leaned on his chest, lifting her head and playing with his eyelashes. I'm fine. I'm just annoyed, for y'all ask me to take medicine, for y'all see me as a psycho, for you're always not here for he. Her demeanor changed abruptly. She cried out. Woo. Little Lu. Tell me honestly. Does he go out with someone else outside? Woo. Ain't I good enough? Where did I go wrong? Why does he like someone else? Liuyi patted her back lightly. He goes out with none other than you. He's really busy. You're lying. Xia Xiaoman choked more as she cried. I won't blame you. I know you don't want to see me sad, so you helped him cheat on me. If he goes out with no one else, why doesn't he love me? Do you know? Little Lu. She raised her head with a sudden might, mysteriously yet lifelessly grasping Liuyi's arm. He seldom holds me. When he did, I took a close look at him. He was thinking of someone else. He was definitely thinking of someone else. He can only hold me when there's someone else on his mind. Tell me who that bitch is, that coquette. In which way is she better than me? Where did I go wrong? Big sis. Liuyi stopped her madness, pressing her head onto his chest. He sighed and stroked her hair. Big sis, you truly thought too much. You're tired. Have some sleep. I'll be here for you, and I'll go nowhere before Mr. Big is back. Is that okay? At midnight, Xia Xiaoman was wrapped in her sheet. She rolled up and fell into a deep sleep. Liuyi found his way out of the room in the darkness and closed the door gently. He went downstairs and smoked in the living room. The roar of the car engine came from the other side of the door. Soon Azure Dragon came in with a few bodyguards following him. Seeing he was here, surprise emerged from Azure Dragon's eyes. He calmly waved his hand, and the bodyguards left respectively. Why were you here? He said. I heard you get hurt. Liuyi lifted his head, looked at him, and scratched his hair with the hand wrapped by a bandage. He didn't speak. Azure Dragon didn't mind. He took off his blazer and covered him with it. It's so late. Don't go back. Sleep in the guest room. Liuyi had the warm blazer with his scent draped on his shoulders, smoked for a couple more clouds, and asked, My Mr. Big, can you treat her better? Azure Dragon's movement paused. I've tried my best. You haven't. Liuyi was irritated, dropping the cigarette end onto the tea table. Look how she is now. Two bodyguards ran in from the door and looked at Liuyi alertly. Azure Dragon waved his hand indifferently, and they stepped back. Azure Dragon sat beside Liuyi. I've given her the best life. I give her anything she wants. She already has everything a woman needs. Those are not what a woman needs. You must know. Can't you use your true heart? I can't, said Azure Dragon. You. Liuyi suddenly squeezed his fist. Azure Dragon simply looked at him silently. Guilt and bitterness filled Liuyi's heart. He dared not look back, lowered his head, and smoked harder. Spend more time with her, can you? Azure Dragon stood up. It's too late. Go to sleep. Little How, make the guest room. Liuyi chased behind him and grasped his arm. This is the only request I have. Spend more time with her. Can you? Azure Dragon paused his steps with a blank expression on his face. After a long while, he sighed, became amiable and calm again, turned around, and ruffled Liuyi's hair. Has Mr. Big ever refused you if he can do it? I will spend more time with her. All right, go get some sleep. He forcefully moved Liuyi's hand off his arm. Chusan pinched the pen, sat properly before the desk, and wrote with his head lowered. Not far from the script was Liuyi's hip covered tightly by jeans. If he raised his head, he could see his thin, robust waist. Liuyi didn't notice Chusan's glance moving up and down. He was looking at Xia Xiaoman with a smile melting at the corners of his mouth and listening to her. Xia Xiaoman was back filming. The scene to act for her today was dating the male lead on the rooftop and viewing stars, so she dressed up like a blossom. She smiled like a blossom, too. She leaned on Liuyi softly. He had Western food with me in Repulse Bay yesterday. Was it fun? It was. What did you eat? Steak. Chusan speechlessly listened to this meaningless dialogue, thinking the intimacy between the sister and brother had gone too far. Where else could you find another pair of an older sister and a younger brother hugging in this way? Liuyi looked more like an older brother doting on his younger sister instead. He lowered his head and wrote another few lines, his mind flying away again. He moved his sight beside the script, to Liuyi's hip. So small, so bouncy, so round, so tempting for him to lift and beat. Chusan was greatly scared by his sudden violent thoughts. He shook his head in a hurry and continued moving his pen. Half a month later, the filming finally ended and Chusan was freed. He was packed and sent back to the dark alley near his home by a few big men. Before he walked away, one of the big men viciously called him to stop and gave him a thick paper package. Your paycheck from Boss Liuyi. Chusan ran back home, gasping for breath. He unfolded the paper package on his bed and counted in the dim candlelight, 20,000 in total, equivalent to his and his dad's living expenses for a whole year. Chusan couldn't even believe it. He put the money back in the paper package, holding his backpack, and rolled around on his bed. He suddenly stopped. This money was from the mafia, selling white flour, opening casinos, opening nightclubs, killing people, and destroying places. He worked for the mafia and got such a large amount of money. Was he really different from those lads working in the powder shops on the Guangming street of the walled city? Dad has educated him not to be related to mafia stuff. Mom. Dad said she died for the mafia. Chusan's little heart, pounding in excitement, cooled down again. Cowering on the bed and being absent-minded for a while, he left the bed and opened up cases and closets to find the small iron box that he used to place awards and certificates when he was a child. He folded that package of money, wrinkling it, and squeezed it in. He had been absent for a whole month and even missed a couple of quizzes. He was about to be held back a year. But when he took off his shirt in the office and showed the sparse wounds on his chest and arms, even the principal couldn't help sighing. The principal knew that this student with good grades and morality was from Snapdragon Walled City and must have encountered something unfair and had some bitter reasons he couldn't explain for his absence. Snapdragon Walled City was an infamous black area, and calling the police wouldn't help there. The black police out of the city had always been connected with the big bosses inside. The detective himself was a sworn brother of a big boss. Moreover, Chusan's legal name was obviously hung on the advertising poster of Shaoqi Company's new film. So lucky that his dentist dad preferred listening to Cantonese operas and reading newspapers in his daily life instead of those kinds of new stuff, or he would have had a stroke and died from anger. Chusan continued his boring and satisfying life. He went to school with his little backpack every morning to attend his classes and self-study, then jogged back home in darkness when evenings came. The only difference was he took 3 nights and a weekend to work at the Ahua Bing Sud on the neighboring street and gained some tuition fees every week, and he began to learn Taiji with Uncle Ahua. Uncle Ahua fled from the mainland in the 60s and designated himself as the 4th descendant of Yang-style Ti Chi Sichuan. Chusan's body was loose. He lacked talent and lacked even more in practice. He learned for about 2 months, but still couldn't finish half of the Ti Chi set. But doing horse stance for an hour in the morning to push his arms and stretch his legs strengthened his body and soothed his mind indeed. The sea of his life was at ease, but for Liuyi it felt lively. After the last time he ransacked the shops of Shajia Gang, he opened an upscale nightclub in Mongkok. The nights there were filled with singing and dancing, and different thugs and bullies gathered there. After landing his business peacefully, with Azure Dragon's agreement, he started planning to open a few large-sized discos as selling places for his gang's White Flower. He was determined to make the seedy entertainment field even seedier. That day, he invited a couple of detectives to have a meal in a private room of his nightclub. Beauties were around the table, and they cheered and drank. It was time to celebrate, but Little Ma jogged in quietly. Liuyi gestured his apologies to the detectives and followed Little Ma to the corridor. Boss Liuyi, Boss Su came with his people. Liuyi extinguished his cigarette indifferently. Before he spoke, a large group of people entered noisily from the other end of the corridor. A few guards under Liuyi blocked them. They hadn't quarreled much before one of the guards suddenly flew towards him, falling by the feet of Liuyi in a dull sound. Boss Su. Liuyi looked at the leading man who kicked the guard. The man had sharp eagle eyes, giving a handsome feel at first glance, but his entire person emitted a malicious feeling. He was like a jackal. Little Lu, that's your fault. Suing picked out a cigarette, and the underling beside him lit it for him immediately. Why didn't you let me join you when you invited Detective Hua for a meal? Liuyi pinched the hand of the underling away and lit the cigarette for Suing for himself. He admitted his fault with a nice attitude. Boss Su, I didn't tell you because I thought you were too busy. Not to mention Detective Hua simply came to take a seat in our nightclub and have an easy meal. Suing smiled. An easy meal. He pushed Liuyi aside and walked in, laughed, and greeted. Long time no see. Detective Hua. Yo, Detective Lu is also here. This is... Oh, Detective Lu who just got a big promotion. Hee. Enchante. The detectives inside were all his acquaintances, and they were not bothered to see him intrude in suddenly. They filled their wine glasses and exchanged pleasantries. Suing then said, What a good mood Detective Hua is in. Why didn't you come and sit in my place recently? Suing, Detective Hua was also an experienced fox. He held the cigar Suing gave in his lips, and letting Suing light it for him, he smiled. Your words are alienated. These are all places below your big boss Azure Dragon. Is there any difference for where I sit? Suing laughed out loud. How great Detective Hua's words are. These are all we Xiao Qi Tong's places, and Detective Hua can sit anywhere you want. Hey, Detective Hua, may I raise a glass to you? Hee hee. They talked joyfully inside, and Xia Liuyi wasn't very hurried to go in. He finished a cigarette silently in the corridor and called Little Ma close. Why does Suing know I invited Detective Hua for a meal? How many people did you inform when sending the invitations out? Well, said Little Ma, can it be one of the brothers here today? They all watched Detective Hua come in. It can't. Suing came too early, and he must have been prepared ahead of time. There's a prick among the people who came yesterday. Go search for it. Yes. Suing had a warm conversation with the detectives. Xia Liuyi inviting them for a meal became the underling of Deputy Su. Xia Liuyi inviting them for a meal under his command, and the second-rank status of Su Ying in Xiao Tong was sufficiently proven. After showing his dominance, he said he had something else to do as an excuse and raised a glass to each person at the table and left. Xia Liuyi sent him off with his usual countenance and went into the room to fill in his spot as if nothing happened. Distinguished detectives, today we shall not only enjoy drinking, but playing. I've booked a private room in Tanxiangge for us. Shall we have some fun there after our meal? Tanxiangge was an upscale business clubhouse under Xiao Qi Tong's name, located in Kowloon Tong. It was not open to the public and only served members. The golden cards for membership were directly issued by the general manager Cui Dongdong. Most of the members entered with their cards, but other individual members entered with their faces. Xia Liuyi didn't even need his face. Cui Dongdong has let someone welcome him at the door of the clubhouse beforehand. A group of people clustered around the detectives to welcome them in. The procuress came up flamboyantly, and a dozen of popular party girls stood in a line, peacocking and waiting to be picked up by the guests. Xia Liuyi sent the detectives into rooms with full respect. He turned around and talked to Cui Dongdong. Suing embarrassed me today. Oh. Cui Dongdong took the cigarette that he passed. They tilted their heads, lighting their cigarettes on their own, and walked to the office side by side. The underling opened the door for them and closed it from outside. They sat on the sofa face to face and dropped some cigarette ash onto the tea table. Xia Liuyi said, I doubt there are his people among my men. You're close to me, and you should be careful of him as well. Honestly, I can't bear him anymore, and I want to find a chance to stand up to him. Cui Dongdong was in his 20s. He wore a pair of sunglasses, had a high-bridged nose, and slicked-back hair like Little Ma's. He looked like a shrewd, capable big boss. But his red lips brought a peculiar sense of disharmony. A smoke cloud came out from his lips. He took off the sunglasses and revealed a handsome but fine figure. He then leaned on the sofa, putting his hands on the back of his head. The shirt was unfastened and a binding bandage on the chest was shown. This is a she. What's the attitude of Azure Dragon? Said she. Her voice was naturally low and gravelly, and people couldn't tell her gender from it. Xia Liuyi smoked. My Mr. Big wants to suppress him for a bit too, or he wouldn't let me manage the nightclub. Who can tell? Said Cui Dongdong. Azure Dragon is willing to give you anything. Maybe he just cherishes you. Xia Liuyi lifted his head abruptly, staring at her. Coldness could be seen in his eyes. Cui Dongdong shrugged innocently. Just kidding. You should be prudent about this. Cui Dongdong continued her words. Su Ying and Azure Dragon are brothers who grew up together. He has followed Azure Dragon for 20 years and made great contributions to Azure Dragon's ascent, and his prestige in our gang is hard to ignore. Azure Dragon hasn't shown his sentiments yet, and Su Ying is the deputy after all. You can't stand up to him publicly. If I do, who would Big Mouth Cheng stand for? Xia Liuyi asked her. Big Mouth Cheng, whose real name was Chung Sichuan, was in charge of the straw sandal of Xiao Qi Tong. Among the juniors of Xiao Qi Tong, although his ability, status, and reputation were not as comparable as Xia Liuyi's and Cui Dongdong's, he was still a force that couldn't be ignored. Big Mouth Cheng. Cui Dongdong shrugged again. There haven't been messages about him for a few days. Who knows where this corpse is? He might really become a corpse. Xia Liuyi smoked silently. All right, said Cui Dongdong. I'll look for Big Mouth and help you check his inclination. But don't be impatient. As long as Azure Dragon is there, Suing dares not attack you anyway. I'm fine. What I fear is that he would escalate his actions and attack my Mr. Big. How could he dare? Said Cui Dongdong. Xia Liuyi shook his head. Suing is too selfish. I shouldn't be defenseless. By the way, how's Xiao Man recently? Xia Liuyi glanced at her. Not bad. Her situation is more stable than before. My people brought some nervine aroma from Thailand. Take it back to her for me, said Chui Dongdong. Xiao Liuyi didn't tell her that what she brought last time wasn't unfolded and checked by Xia Xiaoman at all. They just rotted away in the closet. He simply nodded. Little he is waiting for you. Are you going? Little he stood quietly at the door of a private room. When she saw Xiao Liuyi come with a couple of underlings, she bowed a little as a greeting. Xiao Liuyi waved his hand to let his people go, and holding her shoulder, he entered the room. Xiao Liuyi was her frequenter, or in other words, Xiao Liuyi only went into her room. Usually, he came once or twice a month, which wasn't frequent, but he had to come every month. Chui Dongdong used to encourage him to make her his mistress, but Xiao Liuyi said he had accumulated too much hate on him, and he would only hurt her if he did so. They had baths one after another and changed their clothes. Little he turned on the record player. Then they went onto the bed. Then they each lay on the left and right side, listening to the music. Yes, her task was simply lying there and listening to the music for 2 hours with Xiao Liuyi, from Audrey Hepburn's Moon River to Dan Fogelberg's Longer. They couldn't understand any of the lyrics, but that was fine as the melody was good enough. She was from Snapdragon Walled City and was saved by Xiao Liuyi when she was beaten cruelly by a few gangsters. She was very loyal to Xiao Liuyi and she was nice and silent, having no curiosity towards him. She never asked why Xiao Liuyi didn't touch her, if it was because of an unmentionable disease, or because he was not interested in women. They lay down in this room every month and took what they needed. Xiao Liuyi needed her to cover for something, and she needed Xiao Liuyi as an aegis. Because of Xiao Liuyi, Chui Dongdong was nice to her and gave her a doubled revenue each month. Even so, she didn't tell Chui Dongdong the truth, or anyone else. She was going to bring this secret to her grave. The beautiful, lingering, and tender feminine voice coming from the record player washed all of Xiao Liuyi's weariness away. He stretched his legs and laid the back of his head on his arms. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes, falling asleep. About 4 kilometers away, in the Snapdragon Walled City, Chusan was also sleeping with his clothes on. His face was at ease. He just got his salary for this month today, and according to this pace, he could save half of his tuition before next term started. He could only ask his dad for the rest and borrow some from his neighbors. Dad wouldn't blame him. He would use this money to study with his best effort. He believed that he was in the best major, and as soon as he graduated, he would be able to earn a lot of money to repay his dad. His dream was a complete contrast to Xiao Liuyi's. There were no arguments or fights under the light and dark, no love or hate, no black past or chaotic present, no love that couldn't be told or doom couldn't be escaped from, but only a sweet dream about his future, a very peaceful, calm, and innocent future. Chapter 4. The one you really like is. Clunk, clunk. Boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi was suddenly awakened from his nightmare by fear. He frowned and looked towards the door. Little he sprang up with him, taking off her clothes quickly and disheveling her hair to mimic the chaotic after-sex look. Xiao Liuyi pulled the door open and Little Ma almost crashed into him, his face full of fear. Boss Liuyi, the situation isn't good. Big Boss and Sis-in-law quarreled, and Sis-in-law ended up stabbing Big Boss. How's Mr. Big's wound? Xiao Liuyi interrupted him anxiously. He didn't even put on his clothes, merely wore a pair of trousers before rushing out the door with bare feet. Little Ma chased behind him in a hurry. His critical points weren't hurt, and he's already been sent to the hospital. But Sis-in-law? Which hospital? Xiao Liuyi growled. Snap City Hospital, the one next to the walled city. Boss Liuyi. Sis-in-law she. Little Ma ran after him, terrified, and pulled him to a stop. He wanted to say something, but couldn't convey it clearly. What did she do? Xiao Liuyi shouted angrily. She stabbed Big Boss and she jumped off the roof of the villa. The motion of Xiao Liuyi ducking into the car abruptly paused. The car key in his hand clattered onto the floor. The limousine rushed away, swiftly bumped into the night. The end of the road was an intersection. To its left was the villa at Snapdragon Beach. To its right was Snap City Hospital. Xiao Liuyi trod on the brake at the turning point and took a breath with a blank expression on his face. He turned the steering wheel fiercely and went to the left. He threw open the door of the car and rushed into the villa with bare feet. A couple of servants staying at the villa came forward to stop him, one after another. Boss Liuyi, get out of my way. Beside the pool behind the building, a white cloth covered the ground, and a meager body lay below it. Liuyi rushed to the body and kneeled down. He lifted the white cloth and took a look. The stiff expression that filled his face crumpled at once. He trembled and bowed his waist, groveling on Xia Xiaoman's body. Being silent for a long time, he finally released a repressed sigh. Big sis. The butler and a few servants followed him, hesitantly watching from a distance, daring not to approach and risk aggravating him. Little Liu, your sister stabbed Big Boss. Isn't it irrational for you to go in? Suing said, blocking the door of the ward. My sister was attacked by her disease, and she couldn't control it, Liuyi said with a cold face, blood red suffusing in his eyes. I've followed my Mr. Big since I was 10, kowtowed and joined our gang when I was 14. Nothing can compare to what I owe my Mr. Big. I will never hurt him. I just want to go in and take a look at him. Get out of my way. Suing made eye contact with him for a while and suddenly grinned. That's true. You had such filial piety to Big Boss. I shall not block you. Go in. Big Boss just fell asleep. Don't wake him up. The room was dim and full of the copper tang of blood and the sharp scent of medicine. A floor lamp was lit at the corner. It showed Liuyi's bare feet. Azure Dragon lay quietly on the bed with his face tilted upward and his eyes slightly closed. It was a position of someone who was too weary to nap. Liuyi closed the door and bypassed the bed with a light motion. He went to the window and sat. He lifted his head, looking at the woods that had shaking black shadows. They were blown around by fierce night winds, and those branches and leaves shivered, struggling towards heaven. My Mr. Big, Liuyi said in a low voice. Am I wrong? At that time, I shouldn't have begged you to marry her. None of you were wrong, but me. He lowered his head, burying his face into his palms, and said hoarsely, but what could I do? She loved you so much and thought about you every day. She would die without you. She's my sister. She was so good to me, and she protected me ever since we were children. He couldn't speak anymore. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sounds. He took a few discordant breaths hurriedly. His hands deeply dug into his hair. After a long time, he managed to suppress his emotions from their uncontrollable state. He lifted his head a little. My Mr. Big. And then his breath paused. In the ambiguous and dim light, he could see something dripping down along the side of the sheet. He rushed forward with a large step, lifted the sheet, and the stench of fresh blood overwhelmingly flooded the room. Azure Dragon's half-opened eyes faced the ceiling, a shocked and stiff countenance. The pair of Azure Dragon knives that he purposely had someone build for a great sum of money at Liuyi's 20th birthday, as his gift for Liuyi, were embedded in him, one of them in his chest, and the other in his abdomen. They went through the cot, and all of the blade was stabbed in. Only their handles were left. Liuyi put a finger below his nose, shivering. After a moment, he abruptly broke out a shrill, crazy scream from misery. Then he mightily blocked the door with the metal hospital bed with Azure Dragon's corpse lying on it. At the same time, a violent sound of someone kicking the door came from outside the room. Suing shouted out, Big Boss, loudly from the outside and intended to ram the door to get in. Liuyi half-kneeled on the floor. His hands pushed the hospital bed with deadly strength. Under continuous hits, he lowered his head, took his last, deep glance at Azure Dragon, and then turned his face painfully, grinding his teeth. He suddenly let go of the bed and used both his hands to grab the double knives in Azure Dragon's body and take them both out at once. The blood splash covered his face. He turned around and left swiftly, like an arrow. He crashed through the window and fell out from the first floor. Just as Suing shoved the door open with his people and rushed in, a cold wind blew into their faces. He threw a glance at Azure Dragon's body with a complicated expression and then looked at the broken window frame. He gnashed his teeth. Spread this out. To avenge his psycho sister, Liuyi killed Big Boss Azure Dragon. The whole Tong of Shao Chi Tong shall rise in arms and catch the traitor, no matter if he's dead or alive. As soon as his words ended, there was another clatter from the outside. Another window had shattered. Liuyi shook and used a tree to get up. His knees trembled. His momentum was too great just now, and his legs were almost broken. Below his thighs felt totally numb, and it was even hard for him to support his body. Big mouth. He gnashed his teeth. Big mouth. Chung patted his machete with his palm. Boss Liuyi. There was no hatred between you and me, Liuyi gasped. Why would you help Suing? Nor do I have any hatred with money, said Big Mouth Chung. Of course I would follow the one who gives me more. Liuyi took a deep breath and said slowly, my sister's antidepressant was prescribed by a Western medicine doctor which you introduced. You did something to it. Oh, it's not me, said Big Mouth Chung. Boss Su arranged this, and I simply listened to his command. I heard your sister took it happily? Chung Sichuan. Liuyi angrily made a hoarse yell. Big Mouth Chung tilted his head as if he was afraid of it, and then he dug into his ear lazily. Liuyi, you can't even stand steadily. Save your strength. If you go back with me obediently and receive the 3 stabs 6 holes, kneel down before Big Boss's spirit tablet and beg the elders for a bit, you may still get a sage. His ants was split by the wind. None of the underlings around him saw it clearly. In just a blink, his wide-open big mouth was cut into halves by a sharp edge. The azure dragon knife flew through and embedded deeply into the branch behind him. Half of his head was placed on the knife, and the other half fell slowly together with his body. Liuyi leaned on the tree, supporting himself with the other knife. He said with a solemn coldness, who else? The underlings all took cold breaths and shook their heads. Their legs shivered more severely than his. They barely watched him support his body with a knife, limping to the range of Snapdragon Walled City. At this point, messy steps from the pursuit came from deep in the woods. Su Ying's loud shout came indistinctly. Whoever kills Liuyi will get an award of 10,000. The underlings looked at each other in amazement. Their minds were dazzled by hot blood and awards. Someone led, yelled, and hacked towards the back of Liuyi. Close to the end of a term, it was the exam season. Chusan got up early. He climbed to the top of the Tong Lao along the dusky stairs. He did horse stance for half an hour among the colorful, worn-out clothes and sheets of his neighbors, and he pushed Qian in a turtle speed for a while. Then he felt that he had done enough practice and went downstairs to his home. He got his books ready and was going to school for self-studying. He turned to the familiar and dark alleyway with his little backpack, the one where he was taken away by big men with a sack. He was nervous every day when he went through here, worrying about the scoundrels suddenly gaining excitement for a sequel and taking him away with a sack again without any explanations. He straightened his back and walked fast with a calm facade. He was going to go out from the alleyway and get into the brightness. However, he was suddenly tripped by something and fell onto the ground like a frog, with a dull sound. He pressed his elbow onto the floor and embarrassingly straightened his body. At the moment that he was getting up, a chill appeared on his shoulder. A cold edge was put to his neck. Someone was panting lowly in the darkness. He stiffened and dared not move. He could barely feel the person searching his body as if he was looking for something, and their motions paused when they reached his old broken little backpack. He has also recognized this person from the figure and the severe panting in the dim darkness. Boss Liuyi. Fuck, it's you. Liuyi panted and spat out. His volume was very low. Then with a clatter, the azure dragon knife fell onto the ground. He fell forward and became insensible on Chusan's back like a corpse. Chusan went home with a bloody, mafia, big boss on his back, and this almost terrified his dad into having a stroke. This certificateless dentist, who had lived obediently in the black area for dozens of years, looked at this infamous villain and he almost didn't know what to do. Chusan was beaten and ravaged by Boss Liuyi cruelly and mercilessly, after all, and his heart was much stronger than his dad's. He hurriedly ordered his dad. Dad, close the door. Don't let others see. How did you come to be related with such a person, and even dare take him home? Dad, he locked the door from inside. He walked around the room chaotically in fear, and the breeze he made blew at the candle lights, the flames shaking. Chusan had no ideas and boldly confessed. He saved me before. What crime did you commit that made him save you? Daddy said in a hurry. I was blocked by a few people, and they wanted to take my money. Chusan didn't want him to worry, so he only confessed half of it. Tisk tisk. Dentist, he was muddled, angry, and flapped around. This was the only onomatopoeia he had left. Dad, look at him. Is he dying? Said Chusan. Dentist, he rolled his sleeves to be a certificateless veterinarian. Vertically and horizontally, he counted about 18 deep and shallow knife wounds on Liuyi's body, and his kneecap was a little dislocated. However, these were not the most deadly wounds. The deadly one was a bullet hole beneath Liuyi's shoulder, and the bullet stuck in. He might have been hurt for about 2 days already. Pus had filled his wound, and the blood and meat around it had flipped outward. The situation was very horrifying. Tisk tisk, said Dentist He. Chusan ran back and forth for water and gauze, serving his dad to tend Liuyi's wounds. Actually, he had no good feelings for this kind of big rascal like Liuyi at all. These kinds of gangsters were countless in Snapdragon Walled City. If they died, then they died. There would be a second gangster to fill their spot. But this person had saved him after all, and he was a pure good citizen, so he really couldn't just watch a living person die in front of him. Dentist He held up the magnifying glass and analyzed for a long while. "San, my eyes read too old and I can't see it clearly. You take the bullet out for him. Will it hurt?" Chusan got nervous for a bit. "It will. Of course it will," said Dentist He. "But he's in a coma, and this helps us save the anesthetic. Come." Chusan poked the forceps in and heard Liuyi make a hoarse groan in his coma. He was so nervous that he stopped at once. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying his best to think about months ago, how Liuyi had seized his collar and smashed his head onto the desk, how he kicked him far away, how he beat him with the chair leg, how he said, "I won't cast another glance at you even if you were to die by the road." When he opened his eyes again, overwhelming courage filled his heart. One of his hands covered Liuyi's unconsciously groaning mouth, and the other poked the forceps indeterminately. Dentist He barely watched his mild, temperate son indifferently take the bullet out from the gushing wound. The calmness of his expression gave Dentist He chills. Deep in his heart, he wondered if his education direction went wrong. Should his son have studied medicine? When Liuyi woke up, he was on the narrow, little, iron bed of Chusan on the first floor. In the room, a candle was lit, and the wet ceiling was covered with black mold, emitting a decaying scent. He was on the bed in a prone position. A pillow was put under his chest to keep the gun wound on his shoulder from touching the sheet. Chusan was kneeling on a wooden chair beside the bed. Below his butt was a shorter, smaller chair. He was reviewing his schoolwork in the candlelight. Liuyi took a deep breath. He found that except for his fingers, none of his body parts could move. "Hey," he said hoarsely. Chusan leaned his head in close and heard the first sentence Liuyi said after he woke up. "Beef entrails." Chapter 5. "Brat, you don't understand." Chusan deliberately wore a mask and clattered down the stairs. A frequenter who came for an appointment was waiting in the shop downstairs for his dad's operation. The frequenter asked indistinctly with cotton in his mouth, "San, you didn't go to school today? He got a cold and is resting at home." Dentist He cooperated with his son, wearing a mask hurriedly. He didn't want to open the clinic today since he was absolutely terrified, and they had hidden a great Buddha in their home. But Chusan thought that a sudden rest would make people doubt. The dad and son cleaned the bloodstain in the shop when it was still early and allowed the clinic to remain open for customers. Chusan greeted the random sir with a raucous cough and went out in a hurry. He turned to the Fat Sis snack shop next door and bought a huge bowl of curry beef entrails and carried it back while it was hot. "You eat beef entrails while having a cold?" the frequenter asked with the cotton. "How could you not eat beef entrails during a cold? The beef entrails supplies qi and brings nutrients to your blood. It's the best among meats." Dentist He said hurriedly, "How can beef entrails be meat?" Chusan glanced at his dad speechlessly, thinking to himself that he was too nervous and would definitely goof. Dentist He was actually so nervous that the only thing he hadn't done was rushing to the street, beating drums, and shouting, "There's absolutely no one hiding on the first floor of my home." Jittery and sending his son carrying the beef entrails upstairs, he thought to himself that the breath he held could have pricked a hole in his lung. Chusan held Liuyi up for the beef entrails. Liuyi's back was covered by knife wounds. He leaned on the wall twistedly with the arm that hadn't been shot. He had no expression but ate. Chusan squatted back down to study. Sucking and puffing, Liuyi finished a whole bowl of beef entrails in a few seconds. As if he had finally started recovering, he had a long exhalation. He leaned on the wall and stayed absent-minded for a while, then suddenly said, "Water." Chusan poured a big glass of water for him and supported him to finish it. The Lord spoke again. "Cigarettes." This time, Chusan shook his head. "There's no cigarette. You are hurt and you can't smoke." "Fuck." said Liuyi. Cigarettes. He could only watch as this fucking Indian acer shows such pride, sitting back to continue reading with his neck stiff and straight, totally ignoring him. Liuyi glared for a while and felt bored, so he leaned back on the wall and continued being absent-minded. The two people respectively remained silent and unexpectedly spent a morning peacefully in this way. When it was noon, Chusan closed his book and stood up to stretch his body. He then asked Liuyi, "Do you want to eat something?" "Beef entrails." Chusan found the paycheck that Liuyi previously gave him from the little iron box, clattered downstairs, and bought him 3 entire bowls of beef entrails. The fat sis began to wonder if there happened to be a pack of white flour falling into her beef entrails pot, or how else could it be so addictive? Liuyi observed the room while eating the beef entrails. This was a little room, less than 10 square meters. Basically, besides the bed, there was simply a big chair, a small short chair, and a bookshelf in the corner. The curtain, washed clean and white, was closed. He couldn't see how it was outside. The bookshelf, the head of bed, and the floor were densely covered with books. Most of them were yellow and old, and seemed to be picked up from old book stalls. Besides them were some big books, looking new and delicate. Chusan tidily put the big books that he borrowed from the school library back into his little broken backpack. He then put a big bowl onto the chair that was used as a table. In the bowl, there was rice, 2 thin slices of char siu, and a fried egg. "Hey," Liuyi showed him the rest of the bowl of beef entrails. "I don't want to eat anymore." Chusan walked closer and poured the beef entrails into his own bowl. He mixed the soup and began sucking and puffing his meal. He finished this rare big meal and went downstairs to the big water tank. He scooped out half a spoon of water and cleaned the bowl and chopsticks carefully. Then, he went back to the first floor. Liuyi still had a lifeless look. Chusan couldn't help asking, "Is there anyone after you? What did you do?" Liuyi didn't even look at him and gave a brief reply. "None of your crap." He still had the terrible manners of the Triad. Chusan obediently shut the crap up and prepared his backpack. He went to the school with his mask. Liuyi dawdled at Chusan's home with a blank expression for 3 more days. Besides beef entrails, fish balls, rice noodle rolls, phoenix claws, crab roe bao, and fuck you. Cigarettes, he said nothing. On the 3rd night, he finished his work and closed the clinic. He went upstairs to change the bandage dressing. He expressed extreme anger and disapproval towards the food bags, bamboo sticks, and all kinds of food wreckage that piled in the room. He merely ate beef entrails for these days. What's this curry fishball? He even ate spicy food. Unreasonable, unreasonable. Did he have the medical soup yesterday? Chusan looked honest. No, he disliked the bitterness and made me pour it away. Doctors' hearts are just like those of the parents. His anger broke out. He hit Chusan's front head hard in front of Liuyi and scolded. "You only reviewed the books. Will you just follow everything he says? A punk isn't educated, but aren't you? You brought this person back. If he died this way, where are you going to throw him? Let him become smelly at home?" Liuyi was laying there for a nap and became annoyed and cussed. He lifted his hands with difficulty to cover his ears, but his chin was abruptly pinched by the dentist who had rushed to him. He opened his eyes wide. He proficiently dug his finger in and forced his mouth open. His fingers pricked in and pinched, and he lifted this mafia big boss's tongue out. He commented to Chusan, "Look, you see, the tongue coating is too thick and it's white with yellow in it. His liver is too hot, and he lacks qi and blood, and neither has enough nutrients. And these teeth, tisk tisk, how dirty they are. It's all dental plaque." Chusan immediately reported. "He hasn't rinsed his mouth these days." He parted his hands and forcibly exposed Liuyi's tusks. "These days? How can this be caused by a few days? He must have always gone to bed without brushing his teeth after eating. Look at these back teeth. His roots were almost decayed. Tisk tisk." While shaking his head in exclamation, he moved the broken fanny pack behind his butt to the front. "Press him down. I really can't bear such a mouth of teeth. Let me do something for him." Liuyi tried his best to rebel, but his tongue was pinched, and whatever he did, he couldn't pull it back. He was greatly angered. As he intended to get up to jump away, the little Indian acer climbed up swiftly. He carefully obeyed his dad's instructions and wrapped Liuyi like a baguette with the sheet in a moment. He rolled him around. and sat on his waist. Uh, uh. An hour later, dentist, he hissed and hustled downstairs with a few tar-black teeth. Xiao Liuyi's mouth was filled with poor-quality cotton. His own saliva covered his neck. He lay on his stomach in bed in a miserable situation and couldn't even believe that he himself had encountered such a bully. Sadly and angrily, he punched the bedpan. The corner of his sight was captured by Chusan, who had his back facing him and was pretending to review, but was also bowing his waist and kept shaking his shoulders. As Xiao Liuyi wanted to cuss out, a great amount of saliva came out again. Fuck laugh. Xiao Liuyi dug his fingers into the sheet and thought with hatred. "Puk gaai? Pretending, silly brat, secret snitch. You just wait to joke with me. When I can move, I have a lot to play with you." Chusan even laughed his tears out. He wiped them in secret and stood up seriously. "I'll make some soup. Daddy said that you can only have soup and congee from now on." Xiao Liuyi punched the bedpan again with hatred. A tiger getting down to level ground eats dog food. He was teased by the united pair of father and son. As if anger revived him, he abandoned the corpse-like, depressing aura and became detestful and homicidal. However, he was heavily hurt, and not to mention a knife, he couldn't even lift up the chopsticks. Both sides of his cheek were rammed by cotton. His new teeth were stuck in it, as if it were stuck in a cactus. Every move was painful, and he couldn't even curse anything out. There was little fight left for him. The people of Shao Tong searched for him in the big and small alleys in Snapdragon Walled City every day. Sometimes he could even hear the distant yell of hatchet men outside of the windows. He was too feeble to go out and kill his enemy for himself, so he could only put these hatreds and rage onto Chusan, killing this Indian acer with his eye knives thousands of times over every day. Chusan had steeled himself with the struggles, and his mind became stronger and stronger. He showed complete ignorance to this sight, which could terrify common people into defecating. Moreover, when he tended to Xiao Liuyi's wounds, helping clean the body and changing the dressing, he even managed to order Xiao Liuyi around. "Boss Liuyi, could you lift up your hand? Boss Liuyi, let's turn your body. Boss Liuyi, spread your legs for a bit. I can't clean in between your butt. Do you need me to clean the front? Boss Liuyi, could you get up and pee? I'm going to school now, and if not, you will have to wait until night. Xiao Liuyi." Xiao Liuyi scratched the bed every day, and there were holes all over the sheet. People who lived on the small street were basically good citizens who made a living with their skills. Along the sides of the alleyway, there were only a few certificateless clinics, some snack shops, and raw meat shops. After 10 p.m., the trace of human activity diminished, and it became silent. The curtain was black without light, and the room was tar black as well. Xiao Liuyi rolled his body with a little difficulty on the iron bed. Supported by his elbow on the bed, he sat up and then stretched his legs with effort before he kicked Chusan, who was sleeping on the ground. Chusan sat up dizzily. "Boss Liuyi, is there a platform on the top floor?" said Xiao Liuyi. The cotton in his mouth had already been removed, and besides the unfamiliar feeling that came when he spoke, it had basically recovered. Chusan supported Xiao Liuyi. They went out sneakily. Rubbing the oily walls of the narrow passageway, they went to the roof step by step. There was little sunshine these days, and on the narrow and cramped rooftop, there was only a lonely sheet fluttering. "There's a sharp iron pole. Watch out," Chusan warned, and supported Xiao Liuyi while crossing the sheet, and sat by the side of the rooftop. This small Tong Lao only had about 5 floors. It was surrounded by a few tall buildings, and its view was like the sight of a frog down a well. From the spaces between the buildings, the bustling Tsim Sha Sui district far away could barely be seen, and if they looked up, they could see the bright moon and a few sparse stars. Xiao Liuyi leaned on the stone-board guardrail and sat. He unconsciously searched for his pocket, and eventually remembered that he hadn't smoked for 2 weeks. This Puk gaai Brat didn't agree to buy cigarettes for him even though he glared at him with promised death, and the Brat reasoned boldly, "My dad and I never smoke, and it would make us seem suspicious." He faced the sky, leaned on the guardrail, and took a deep breath. He was going to breathe out slowly with ease, before he heard a grating beside him. Chusan lit up a candle, put his little backpack as a mat on the floor, sat cross-legged, and started reviewing with his book. "Xiao Liuyi, hey, I let you come up and sit with me for a while." His veins couldn't help popping out of his temple. "Please sit, Boss Liuyi. I won't disturb you." Chusan said with full respect. He was going to have a final exam tomorrow, and he ought to catch every second possible to do his review. Liuyi really wanted to slap his head. This fucking little fox nerd. Heaven was just. After all, it favored Big Boss Xia for once. The candle was soon extinguished by the wind. Chusan searched for a match again to light it, and soon it was extinguished again. When he searched again, there was no match left. Liuyi lifted the corner of his mouth, looking at him. Chusan was defeated. He tidied up his backpack and sat beside Liuyi obediently. Is there anyone after you? What did you do? He mentioned the topic from 2 weeks ago again. This time, Liuyi didn't smash him with crap. He tilted his head and stayed silent for a while. My big sis and big boss were killed. He was so peaceful. In front of Xia Xiaoman's and Azure Dragon's corpses, he didn't let his tears out. During the days where he was chased after like a rat, he had no time at all to care about this. Then he lay on his stomach in a cold, narrow little room, staying wordless and motionless, and used the entire 2 weeks to accept such a reality. Chusan was quite shocked. Your sister died? Chusan was stunned for a minute. She's a good person. I know. Liuyi looked up to the sky. Being quiet for a while, he said in a low volume. I lived in Shi2 Alley before. It wasn't far from here. Chusan made an sound. What the crap do you F for? I'm only 3 years older than you. We might have seen each other before in our childhood. You robbed me? Chusan said and tried very seriously to remember if there was such a living terror in the place where he was teased and beaten in his childhood. What mess are you thinking of? Said Liuyi. I didn't like robbing when I was a kid. All I thought about every day was how to get something to eat. My dad was a powder customer. He consumed powder, gambled, and drank. My mom ran away with someone after giving birth to me. Xiaoman was 3 years older than me. When other children were learning to speak, she had already learned to cook flavor paste to feed me, and carried me to get some sunshine. Dad beat us every day and asked us to steal for him. If we couldn't, then he would beat us to death. Xiaoman protected me every time. She was beaten so badly that she couldn't even leave the bed. Liuyi rubbed his forehead with his arm frustratedly. He hadn't reminisced about those days for a long time. When I was 10 years old, Dad was going to sell Xiaoman to be a chick. I took Xiaoman to run away, and we were caught by him. We were almost beaten dead in a small alley. All the people who passed by merely watched. No one came to save us. Then Azure Dragon came. He led a group of underlings, and looked imposing. He glanced at my dad, and my dad kneeled down to kowtow for him. He held me up and let Xiaoman hold his hand. It was the first time we were protected by someone. It was June 1st. He said that it was called Liuyi Children's Day on the mainland, and that it was a holiday for Xiaoman and me, so he would let us have cakes. I ate a cake for the first time in my life. I thought that day was the first real birthday that I ever had. I changed my name to Liuyi and called him Mr. Big. I told him I would follow him forever in this life. I could eat cakes if I followed him. Under the dusky sky, Chusan saw the happiness caught by his mouth corners. He let Xiaoman and I live in his home. There was a butler tending to us, and we could go to school. Neither of us liked studying, and we soon dropped out from school. Xiaoman loved singing, so he sent her to study music. I liked playing with knives and poles, so he found a teacher for me. When I was 14, I thought I grew up, so I begged him to take me, lit the incense, swore to heaven, and made him my big boss. In the beginning years, he didn't let me go out to do any business, saying that I was so young and I should simply follow him on the side. When I was 18, he was trapped. He only took a few people with him and was stuck in an alley with no way out. Liuyi grinned. I was almost insane when I rushed in to save him with 2 machetes. I can't even remember how many people I hacked. I saved him, but he slapped me. He slapped me for the first time, the only time in my life. I was sent to the hospital, and Xiaoman held me and cried. I didn't tell her that after Azure Dragon slapped me, there were also tears in his eyes. His tears greatly terrified me, but also greatly satisfied me. In this world, besides Xiaoman, I didn't expect there to be another person caring about me. Chusan hugged his arms to himself secretly. The night wind was bleak. He was so smart and thoughtful, and he already felt the slight coldness from these words. The love between Azure Dragon and Liuyi had gone far beyond the boundary for a big boss and an underling. He finally understood why Liuyi took a chair and ferociously beat him after hearing his second version script. This mafia who looked cruel and merciless was concealing the mess and chaos in his heart, because such inappropriate love that was buried deep inside him was exposed by a bystander so easily. Xiao Man became more and more beautiful as she grew up, and many big bosses were attracted to her. Azure Dragon wanted to find her a husband, but she chose none of them. One night, she told me secretly that the person she loved was Azure Dragon, and she wanted to be Azure Dragon's woman. I would give her whatever she wants. My 20th birthday came soon, and Azure Dragon asked me what I wanted. I said, I want Xiao Man to be my sis-in-law. He stopped, paused for a long while, and continued to speak in a low volume. Azure Dragon looked at me for a long time and told me, Your Mr. Big will give you whatever you want. He didn't state the words after that. Your Mr. Big will give you whatever you want, except this. I want this only. Do you know what you were talking about? She's my sister. She loves you. What about you? I'm your 49er, your adherent who had swore to heaven. I made you my Mr. Big, and I will follow you all throughout my life. He married Xiao Man. He also built an additional pair of Azure Dragon knives for me and led me to see the elders of our gang. He told them that this was the adherent that he was most proud of, the youngest red pole, and he would gradually hand a portion of his business to me and make me manage it. From that on, I was the 49er, he was the big boss, and Xiao Man was the sis-in-law. I thought it would be a lifetime. At the beginning of last year, Xiao Man began to suffer from depression. She said that Azure Dragon didn't love her. Though he treated her well, even better than he did when she was a child, he didn't love her at all. She believed that Azure Dragon went out with someone else outside and asked me if that was so. I said it wasn't. She said I was lying to her. I begged Azure Dragon to treat her better, and he promised to. I begged him to love Xiao Man, and he said he couldn't. Has your Mr. Big ever refused you if he can do it? This is the only thing I can't do. Xiao Man quarreled with him. He closed his eyes tightly and turned his head in unbearable pain. The headache almost cracked his head. Huge, black tides surged up in his mind. He envisioned the situation of their quarrel as if he was there. You go out with someone else outside. Who is it? Tell me who it is. Tell me who it is hidden in your heart. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop thinking of unreasonable notions. You can't speak the name? You think I don't know? I'm so foolish. I didn't find out until today. You perv. Shameless. The one you really like is. Clap. He slapped Xiao Man. Xiao Man stabbed him once, and then jumped off the rooftop. He was sent to the hospital. I chose to see Xiao Man. When I eventually arrived at the hospital, he was already killed by my knives. By what he gave me, the Azure Dragon. Liuyi abruptly broke out a hoarse whimper. Being concentrated on his story, Chusan lifted his head in amazement. Seeing Liuyi lowered his head and tightly grabbed his own knees, his shoulders shivering slightly. Chusan hesitated for a moment and carefully covered the back of his hands, intended to prevent him from harming himself. He seemed to be crushing his kneecaps. Liuyi shivered for a while and lifted his head slowly. There were sparse traces of tears on his face. He gently swept Chusan's hands off and continued talking with no expression. The one who killed him was the deputy of our gang. He changed Xiao Man's antidepressant to worsen her situation and murder her. Then he killed Azure Dragon and framed me. He led others to kill me. The people who searched in alleys during the days were all his people. What are you going to do now? Chusan asked softly. Liuyi looked at the sharp iron pole standing straight on the faraway floor. Kill him to avenge Azure Dragon and Xiao Man. This bloody answer didn't disgust Chusan. He was still immersed in the grief that this mafia boss who looked merciless suddenly released. He looked at Liuyi's face with a solemn coldness in his complex demeanor and asked softly again. And then, Liuyi closed his eyes and then opened them again. Care for the brothers that Azure Dragon left and make Xiao Qi Tong the largest gang in Hong Kong. When Azure Dragon was alive, he owed him. When Azure Dragon went away, this was the only thing he could do for him. Chusan had no words for him and sighed deep in his heart. A mafia is always a mafia. There was only fighting and killing on his mind, and after a slaughter, it would only be a greater slaughter. The forces expanded and the gangs fought each other, making this city a mess. Wasn't it the innocent citizens who took the bitter result eventually? He grew up in this dark and hopeless slum with dirt hidden everywhere since he was a child, and he has seen the coldness and hardship in this world. As an oppressed good citizen, Disgust was the only feeling he could have for these things. Liuyi cut off his words and wiped his face numbly. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't make you an outlet of bitterness. I just want to find something to talk to. There's not even a cat. Chusan shook his head to clarify at once. I did not. He was aggressively criticized when he misunderstood the last time, and he has never flattered himself since then. I just felt strange. He hesitated and said, why couldn't you confess to Azure Dragon that you loved him too? Why did you force him to marry your sister? Why would he agree? There won't be sweetness in a forced relationship. Didn't you know it? If they were willing to stand against the pressure from the secular world for their feelings, the random deputy might not have gotten a chance to find a crucial point for them to create such a tragedy. He pointed this out so boldly and straightforwardly, but Liuyi didn't become hostile and beat him like he did last time. He simply stayed quiet for a while and lifted his hand indifferently and ruffled Chusan's hair like petting a dog. Brat, you don't understand. We were burdened by so many things. Chusan looked downward and let him play as he wanted. Chusan was still very confused inside his mind. His love history was as clean as a white paper for these 21 years, and he didn't know how they were burdened. He simply felt that when Liuyi spoke out these words, deep helplessness and loneliness overflowed from his tone. Let me sleep for a while. Liuyi frustratedly stretched his legs and put his arms under the back of his head. I spoke too much. It took up my energy. Chusan advised at once. You'll get a cold if you sleep here. Shut up, Brat. Sleep. Chapter 6. Kill the Brat as a bloody example first. When brightness had just emerged in the sky, Liuyi was woken up by a messy, annoying, knocking and cursing downstairs. Open the door. Fuck. Open it. He sat up alertly, and then found that he was covered by a wet sheet. Chusan leaned on his shoulder, the one that did not get hurt, having a freaking sweet dream. Moreover, his waist was held by a paw and his chest was pressed by the other paw. The index finger and middle finger were blocked by the thin vest, pinching his nipple. As we mentioned before, Big Boss Ya was very sensitive at this spot. He flushed at once and slapped this little bastard away. Fuck. Was he looking for his mom? Dazed, Chusan got up in a sheet roll. His sight was still blurred, and before he had finished a yawn, he was kicked by Liuyi. Liuyi lifted his chin to the outside of the Tong Lao. Chusan crisply got up and looked down from the stoneboard guardrail. He then huddled back with his face pale. Boss Liuyi, they are searching for you from door to door. Big bosses, big bosses. The one who lives upstairs is my son. There's nobody else. Dentist, he's nervous. Flattery came from below. Dad. Chusan called in a low volume. As soon as he tried to stand up, he was pulled back by Liuyi. Liuyi covered his mouth tightly and shook his head with a cold countenance. Chusan was held with his single arm. It was almost a position for a face-to-face hug. However, in such a crucial moment, no one cared about romance. They both held their breath and listened to the chaos down below cautiously. The rub-a-dub below caused a big scene. Not only the clinic of Dentist He, but also a few surrounding snack shops were searched. Fat Sis screamed, my beef and trail pot. After a while, they heard Dentist He's flattery again. Am I right, big bosses? We truly hid no one. My son went to school. Yes, he is the college student. He's so studious and I can't even stop him. Here, I have some money for your efforts. Wish you big bosses big promotions, big promotions. Chusan exhaled. Fortunately, his room was narrow and had bad circulation. He cleaned it every day and carefully burned the stained dressing that Liuyi used, and he only threw the ashes away when he reached his school. Before coming upstairs last night, he tidied up his books and candle and also wrapped up the simple bed on the floor on the way. He shouldn't have left any skeptical traces over there. He soon got nervous again. He asked Liuyi quietly, will they come up here? Shush, said Liuyi. He frowned and continued listening. And at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the stairs. A voice screamed in astonishment. Liuyi? Chusan even had his hair stand up in shock. A man in shorts was standing a few meters away. His hair was messy, and he was holding a big broken basin with a hole on it. Apparently, he had come to get the sheet. The two sides stared at each other in amazement. As soon as Liuyi recognized that this was the little leader that managed business for the big boss Shah that he looted months ago, the little leader yelled loudly. He grabbed the bamboo pole used for airing and stabbed at them. Chusan could barely watch as the sharp head of the pole stabbed straight towards his chest. In a flash, he was pushed away hard by Liuyi. PSHHD. Along with a dull noise of torn flesh, the pole stabbed into the previous wound on Liuyi's shoulder. Fresh blood turned the bandage red at once. Liuyi held the pole with both hands. Crimson covered his face. He tried his best to prevent it from getting deeper, but he was wounded and weak and had little strength left within. He merely watched the pole getting deeper and deeper. Chusan lifted his little backpack with the big books inside and smashed it onto the head of the little leader. The little leader yelled in pain and loosened his grip on the pole. The pole scratched across Liuyi's shoulder and fell far away with a cloud of bloody rain. The little leader covered his head and groaned. When he lifted his head again, a string of blood slipped down his forehead. There was only the desire to kill in his eyes. He smashed Chusan, who stumbled with a single punch. After that was a series of ferocious beating. The combat effectiveness of college student, he was almost in the negatives. He could only cover his head and bore the beating. On the side, Liuyi had his shoulder in the pool of blood. He climbed on the floor and wanted to sit up, but he failed to straighten his body after a long struggle. Burning with anger, he tried to drag the pole back, but he couldn't reach it. In a blink, Chusan was already beaten to the floor. Chusan's stomach and head were hit a few times. He curled his body, falling onto the ground, and couldn't stop coughing. His sight was dizzy, but his brain cleared. He gritted his teeth and got up. Facing another kick from the little leader, he bravely made a standard horse stance, just like the one he made here every morning. In that moment, the figure for the fourth descendant of Yang-style Chusan, Uncle Ahua, to push the palm out, pull the fist in and sweep the legs circularly appeared in his brain. It was such a short and fat, but leisurely figure. Chusan possessed the soul of the warlord. He closed his eyes and pushed his palm. He caught the kick of the little leader with an extremely twisting position. His palms pushed together and blocked the back of the foot. He pulled and sent it forward. Yeah. The little leader screamed miserably in the air. Facing the sky, he fell down. Along with a huge sound, even the vulnerable floor was shaking. He stood up floppily, dazzled. He solely wanted to kill. He waved his fist and jumped at Chusan again. Chusan rolled aside. The little leader lost his balance and staggered. He faced the sky and fell down again. He couldn't manage to get up. However, he tried again this time. He lowered his head and looked at his abdomen in bewilderment. Suddenly, there was another miserable scream. Yeah! An iron pole standing straight punctured his belly. Accompanied with a miserable yell, the blood spurted out like a spring. Chusan fell back and sat on the ground. His face was so pale, and he was stunned like a corpse. Liuyi shouted out, "Don't look at it. We need to leave here." People from Shao Qitong downstairs had already heard the strange yell from above. They clattered upstairs. Chusan finally awoke from the scare. He rushed to hold Liuyi and didn't forget to pick up his bloody little backpack. It was impossible for them to use the stairs. He asked Liuyi, "What can we do?" Liuyi gestured his head at the outside of the Tong Lao. "Jump." Chusan opened his mouth wide immediately. Before he pulled his chin back, he was lifted by his neck and dragged to the edge of the building by Liuyi. Liuyi held onto the stone board, taking a breath. Turning his head, he saw Chusan was trembling and looking down from the stone board. Actually, it was not far from the window of a nearby household. It was only about 2 meters away. However, both buildings were covered by an oily mud caused by the rain, and it was too smooth for one to climb on. Below it, it was over 10 meters to the ground, and they could directly see the heads of people passing by. Chusan's legs turned soft. He kept hiding back. "You going to jump on your own, or be thrown over there by me?" Liuyi panted and said. He had lost too much blood and began to feel dizzy. Chusan swallowed. "I can." He had just moved more than half of his body forward carefully and slowly, before he was pushed outward by Liuyi's palm. Chusan fell onto someone's window covered with papier-mâché and bounced off the last portion of old glass on the window frame. There was a leaner old man having a sound nap inside the room. When he opened his eyes and abruptly saw a shadow, he instantly gave a hoarse yell. He lifted the feather duster beside his bed and hit Chusan. Chusan held his head down and bore a few hits. He got up and jumped back to the window to check Liuyi's situation. and just encountering Xiao Liuyi, who was rolling in and bumped into his body. They rolled into a ball and eventually fell to the ground. They were mercilessly beaten by the leaner old man. At last, Xiao Liuyi, who was protected by Chusan under his body, shouted angrily with his veins popping out. "Stop!" The old man was stunned out of fear. Chusan jumped up quickly. He held Xiao Liuyi up and ran away without hesitation. They opened the rusty door and went downstairs fast. They were only a few steps away from the end of the stairs when Xiao Liuyi suddenly felt his feet soften and he fell down. Chusan jumped onto the ground to search for him. He merely touched something sticky. He heard the weak pant from Xiao Liuyi. "Boss Liuyi." Xiao Liuyi wanted to speak, but his sight became darker and darker. He used up the last of his strength to get up. Eventually, he could only lower his head grudgingly. Shaking in the darkness, the sound of wind by his ears became clearer and clearer. There was also the strong wheeze of someone. Xiao Liuyi opened his eyes drowsily. In his dim sight, he could barely see the black hair on the back of Chusan's head. The bumpy movement stretched the wound on his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, and his breaths became heavier. Then he heard Chusan's voice. "Boss Liuyi, huh? You woke up? Huh?" Chusan was carrying a large-sized man, and simply running made him exhausted. He panted and told Xiao Liuyi, "You've woken up, and huh? Don't sleep anymore. Be careful, what if you, huh? Can't wake up again. Fuck, don't curse me." Xiao Liuyi cussed in a low voice. "Huh?" said Chusan. "If you want to sleep, huh? You can talk with me." "About what? Huh? You pushed me aside just now. Huh?" And were stabbed by him. He saved him, risking his life again, and this time he couldn't misunderstand it. Xiao Liuyi closed his eyes frustratedly and said quietly, "You took me in, so that means you are my 49er, and caring for my brother is something that I should. I won't be your 49er. Huh?" Chusan made it clear at once. "I won't join the Black Society. Huh?" Xiao Liuyi bore the frustration and slapped his head. "Fuck. Being my 49er is something common people can only beg for. So rare that I don't see you being annoying and want to let you in with a looser condition, and you dislike it? You're fucking speaking huh and ha. Are you a stray dog?" Chusan had thought that since he had the strength to pat someone, he shouldn't die, so he panted and ran more energetically. Fortunately, he practiced a horse stance every morning in the recent months and had greatly trained his stamina, his waist, and his feet. He ran for an entire 3 alleyways floppily, and he didn't let Xiao Liuyi fall. In the end, he couldn't run anymore. Turning again and again, he found an abandoned little corridor. Stepping on dead rats and getting to the corner of the first floor, he wheezed and put Xiao Liuyi down. "They should not, huh, be able to find here in a minute, huh?" he said. He stood straight and hit his waist, trying to pull his twisted spine straight. Xiao Liuyi leaned and sat by the dirty wall. He lifted his eyes and looked at his stretching figure. He suddenly frowned. "Did you grow taller?" He seemed to be much taller than the time that he was caught to write the script for the film, and he had gained weight. He no longer looked like a chicken with thin arms and legs. Chusan turned the little backpack on his chest to his back. He swallowed and answered, "Dad? Huh, said I was still young and I could grow more. Maybe I'll be taller than you next year." Freaking young, for other 21 years old, when they got their kids able to run. "You fucking grew more." Xiao Liuyi puffed out with his nose. He couldn't cuss out such a long sentence, so he could barely take a breath and said, "Take off the clothes and help me stop bleeding." Chusan thought for a long while. "Take off whose?" "Ours." Under Xiao Liuyi's instructions, Chusan stripped Xiao Liuyi's bloody vest and threw it aside. Then he stripped his own clothes and tore it into strips to stop Xiao Liuyi's bleeding and tend to his wound. Xiao Liuyi showed his contempt for his poor medical skill while he thought about ways out. Eventually, he told Chusan, "We can't keep hiding like this. Do me a favor. I can do anything for you as long as it doesn't violate the law, but I'm not your 49er. Shut up. What's wrong with being my 49er? In this evening, a few 49ers of Su Ying caught Chusan, who was acting shady and holding a pack of bloody clothes, intending to throw it out, on the old stone wall of Snapdragon Walled City. Xiao Liuyi panted heavily. Covering the wound on his right shoulder and leaning against the wall, he shuffled close to the back door of Shaoqi Film Studio, step by step. He bent over and searched for a while in the corner of a pipe nearby. He took out a string of spare keys covered with oil paper and opened the door quietly. It was midnight at this time. There was no one in the nearby alleyway except for him. A few rats squeaked and ran by his feet. They showed no fear at all. He walked in the darkness. He listened to the sounds inside alertly and approached somewhere close to the studio carefully. Possibly because someone had searched there, the door of the studio wasn't shut. He touched around blindly to approach a desk in the corner. Chusan had sat there and finished the script. Opening the drawer, he found a case of matches and a thick candle used to worship Lord Guan. He bowed and then half-kneeled on the ground. He lit the candle and let it stand on the floor. It illuminated a little bookshelf under the desk, which was hard to see. He opened the bookshelf with the spare key. Inside it, there was a delicately made safe. He lifted his head and glanced around prudently, and then he closed to the safe. Clicking and clacking, he turned the combination lock. Soon, with a light sound, he opened the safe and took out a paper package from inside. A sneer suddenly came from the door. A man said sarcastically, "Exactly, Azure Dragon hid the accounting records in your place." Bang! Bang! The lights at the top of the studio were all turned on. The whole studio became bright. It showed the frowning Liuyi and a triumphant Su Ying at the door. Su Ying walked in with a cigar between his lips. A few 49ers swarmed in, and lastly, Chusan, who was pushed in by someone pointing a gun at his head. "Find a student kid to throw bloody clothes away for you, and make me think you already left the walled city?" said Su Ying. "Xiao little Lu, I didn't know you could be so dumb." Chusan's face was plainly pale, and his expression was terrified and panicked. His eyes conveyed to Liuyi that he was filled with guilt and lament. Liuyi cussed out a fuck in his mind. This brat was totally the best actor. How could the Hong Kong Film Award be anyone else's? He grabbed the paper package. Leaning on the desk, he stood up slowly, but when he spoke, he didn't speak to Su Ying. "Who beat you up?" There was a big red bump on Chusan's head. He was definitely beaten. He answered obediently. "The one who has a scar on his nose." Liuyi identified a 49er beside Su Ying. "Big boss will avenge you." Chusan's lips moved. When he was going to say, "I'm not your 49er," Liuyi glared back fiercely. Su Ying couldn't watch anymore and chuckled on the side. "Come on, Xiao little Lu. You fucking can't even stand well. Why do you pretend to be a big boss? Throw the accounting records to me." Liuyi glanced at Su Ying coldly and slowly put the paper package on the desk, but he didn't throw it. He merely pushed it forward. Su Ying frowned and looked at him. "What's wrong? You don't dare take it for yourself?" Liuyi sneered. "You only fucking scheme. Boss Su has no interest in playing with you," said Su Ying. He tilted his head. The 49er with a scar on his nose walked forward and got closer to the desk to take the paper package. He turned back and threw it to Su Ying. He then pressed the upper body of Liuyi on the desk and his hands. He searched for a while. Boss Su, he had no stuff. Liuyi laughed ironically. "Your boss Liuyi never hides his stuff. Unlike your boss Su, he didn't grow any stuff." Su Ying lifted his chin. The 49er crisply slapped Liuyi. Liuyi turned his head aside and spit blood. He slowly turned back his head and glanced at this man. He lifted the corner of his swelling mouth and sneered. Su Ying unwrapped the paper package and walked over to him. "Xiao little Lu, to make a living in the black society, watch your mouth. Observe the situation and say something good. If Boss Su gets in a good mood, he can leave you a complete." "What the heck is this?" He dropped a thick pile of scripts from his hand onto the desk in rage. Chusan's serious and beautiful writing was spread over the pages. "Oh," said Liuyi. "It's been switched by someone. Boss Su, I didn't do it. Fuck. Stop playing tricks with me." Su Ying took big steps forward and grabbed his hair. "Where's the accounting records?" Liuyi laughed. "Boss Su killed Big Boss Azure Dragon, but can't find the crucial accounting records, and the Dragon Head Kane hasn't even appeared yet. The elders aren't willing to vote for you to be the new Dragon Head." With wrath, Su Ying laughed and grasped Liuyi's throat. "Stop talking fucking nonsense with me. I caught a traitor like you and made such contributions. I also took and managed all the regions of the gang. Those walking corpses have no choice but to submit to me." Liuyi felt his face go crimson under his hand. He coughed and wheezed. "Things may not go as you want." He suddenly lifted his leg and swept. He kicked the thick candle, which was still burning, to Su Ying's feet. The fire instantly burned Su Ying's calf. Su Ying kicked and jumped hurriedly to step on the flame and extinguish it. During the time he did this, Liuyi turned his body and rushed forward. He smashed Su Ying's chin with his left fist. Then he lifted the chair nearby to hit the head of the 49er on the side. The chair cracked with a bang. He lifted a sharp piece of a chair leg and stabbed into his palm with a PSHHD. He had avenged Chusan as he promised. Yeah. The 49er covered his bloody palm and screamed miserably. Su Ying attacked him from behind with both hands locking onto the back of his shoulder. Liuyi waved his arm and defended backward, but his wrist was restrained by Su Ying. His perlicue was pressed, and the chair leg fell onto the ground. Liuyi turned his body and swept his leg again. Su Ying loosened his grip on his wrist and avoided the attack. He made his hands like claws and shouted out to make the twin dragons fetch water. He attacked the chest of Liuyi. Liuyi was very familiar with his move. His arms instinctively defended and pushed forward to crack this attack. However, the abrupt movement affected the wound on his right shoulder. He grunted and only defended from one of the palms. His chest was hit by the other palm, and he fell and rolled onto the ground at once. Su Ying leant over and gave him another claw. Liuyi turned around and avoided him. He sent a fist back to use the attack as a defense. They rolled and fought on the ground. The people watching weren't able to catch their movements. However, Liuyi had wounds on him after all. His right hand had almost no strength. After tens of thundering punches and kicks, he was strongly pressed to the floor by Su Ying. "Xia little Lu," Su Ying panted and laughed. "The quanfas you used were taught by me. That's how you reciprocate, boss Su." Liuyi's face was pressed to the ground. He listened to the sounds around him and hoarsely said, "Azure Dragon didn't treat you badly, and that's how you reciprocate him? Azure Dragon didn't treat me badly? Huh. Hee-ha. I followed him for 20 years, and I did the toughest things for him. In the end, he gave everything to such a prepubescent boy toy like you. What the crap was the deputy? Merely a dog under his foot. Has he ever taken me seriously? Do you know what he said to the elders? Liuyi is young, but has wisdom and bravery. He will achieve great accomplishments. Su Ying has too many schemes and can't be fully trusted. He did mistrust you." Liuyi raised his voice and said, "Su Ying, you thought you could fake the truth? When I left the villa and entered the hospital, I didn't take the Azure Dragon knives with me at all. The butler and servants in the villa and those brothers from Shaoqi Tong who were in the hospital at that time can all prove it." "The butler? The servants?" Su Ying sneered. At that night, they were all killed by Liuyi, who saw his psycho sister's corpse, and even the house was burned. About the brothers from Shaoqi Tong at the scene. Well, besides your people, they were my underlings. Which side do you think everyone would believe in? You. Liuyi almost couldn't believe that he killed everyone in Azure Dragon's home to shut them up. He gritted and shivered for a while, and then said in a husky voice, "Su Ying, the Black Society also has its morals. Such a person like you must deserve a miserable death." Su Ying heard this sentence and laughed out loud instead. He pressed Liuyi's face down and lowered his body. He lifted the corner of his mouth. "Everyone in the Black Society said Big Boss Azure Dragon has the greatest morals. Did he find the unmiserable death that he deserved?" He spoke sarcastically by Liuyi's ear. "Do you know what he told me when I lifted your knives and entered the room? He said, 'Little Lu, it's my mistake. Don't blame yourself.' Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha." He thought it was so amusing and laughed out, but Liuyi was stunned for a moment, and then a hoarse roar came out. He twisted the wounded right shoulder and used all his strength to slap Su Ying. Su Ying was laughing and didn't avoid it in time. He was just hit with a clap. 5 green and red finger marks emerged on Su Ying's face immediately. His sight became dangerous. He took a gun from the back of his waist and pushed it on Liuyi's head. "I've changed my mind, Xia little Lu. I don't need to leave you a complete body. I should crack your stinky and hard bones inch by inch. Kill the brat as a bloody example first." He turned his head and shouted to the 49er who was holding Chusan. Chapter 7. "I'll let you never know. Who else are you gonna kill?" said an aged voice. Su Ying lifted his head in amazement. At some point that he didn't realize, his 49ers were all cornered by other guns. The chief elder of Shaoqi Tong, Uncle Yuan, who leaned on the dragon head cane and was supported by Cui Dongdong, came out from the door with a group of people following. After him, the other elders in Shaoqi Tong, Elder Gu, Prince Duan, and Uncle Chiu, all came in one after another. Among them, there was Elder Go, the former deputy who accepted Su Ying to swear and joined the gang in person and recommended him to Azure Dragon later. Elder Go had always stood on Su Ying's side for the business of the gang, but this time, he could only shake his head for Su Ying's failures. Su Ying panted heavily. He fiercely pressed Xiao Liuyi's head with a gun and laughed with extreme anger. You deliberately had the student kid lead me here and found others to watch a play? Xiao Liuyi, who had his face sticking to the floor, sniggered. The college student from a top-ranked school, the golden screenwriter, the best actor. Is my new 49er cool enough, Boss Su? Chusan, who was watching from the sidelines, could not make any argument but kept being anxious. Can't you stop taking advantage of me in such a moment? You have a gun to your head. Su Ying, put down the gun so that you can be left with a complete body, said Uncle Yuan. Su Ying laughed out loud. Making such a life? I've anticipated such a day for me. What the hell could make a complete body matter to me? Xiao little Lu. He smiled twistedly and lowered his body. On my way to the netherworld, I'll make you the mat of my corpse. He pulled the trigger abruptly, but Xiao Liuyi had been on the defensive as soon as he began talking. He lifted his elbow and hit Su Ying hard. After 2 terrifying gunshots, the gun fell far away. Su Ying was flipped onto the ground and was shot in the abdomen. Xiao Liuyi crumpled onto the ground. On his broken shoulder, there was a big hole, and his blood spurted out crazily. Chusan's mind turned blank. His instincts made him rush forwards, but he was pulled back by the hands of Little Ma behind, and was smashed onto the wall on the side. Little Ma, who had snatched the protagonist's part openly, jumped across Chusan and ran to Xiao Liuyi with a few 49ers. He threw himself on Xiao Liuyi and stopped the bleeding. The others soon advanced and encircled. Many guns pointed at Su Ying, who was right in the middle. Su Ying was pressed onto the ground and kneeled down with both his legs. Boss Liuyi, Boss Liuyi. Little Ma kneeled over him and called for the heavens and earth. When he saw Xiao Liuyi opening his eyes slowly and frowning at him because of the noise, he could finally rest assured. Chusan was blocked outside the crowd. He stood on his tiptoes and looked for a few times, but couldn't see Xiao Liuyi, so he put the big-sized backpack under his feet and climbed onto the frame nearby. He just saw that Xiao Liuyi was surrounded by a few underlings. Beside him, a few people were pressing down on Su Ying. Uncle Yuan leaned on the dragon head cane and walked in front of Su Ying slowly. He pulled up the head of the dragon head cane and took out the dragon head knife hidden inside. He threw it by Su Ying's knees. Su Ying, you betrayed our gang and plotted to murder the big boss, Uncle Yuan said coldly. According to the rules, it's 3 stabs, 6 holes. Since you've worked a lot for our gang in these years, I'll give you a chance to end your life for yourself. What else do you have to say now? Su Ying covered his bleeding abdomen and looked at him, frowning and sneering. Uncle Yuan was indifferent to his glare. His face was still solemn and cold. Suddenly, Su Ying broke out into a creepy laugh. He said great 3 times and said hoarsely, what else do I have to say? I've devoted my life to Azure Dragon, to all you walking corpses, and in the end, all the benefits were given to this brat. The things you won't give me shall be taken by me myself. Am I wrong? 3 stabs and 6 holes. I won't accept this. He grabbed the dragon head knife and jumped up abruptly. He stabbed the knife at Uncle Yuan. Chui Dong Dong, who was standing nearby, moved suddenly. She turned and kicked away the knife in his hand. She kicked Su Ying over with another hit. She hadn't walked forward and given another kick yet before Xiao Liuyi, who had his entire body bloodstained, pushed Little Ma off ferociously. He grabbed the dragon head knife on the ground, yelled, and attacked straight on. He stabbed it into Su Ying's heart like thunder, strongly nailing Su Ying onto the floor. The blood that gushed down from his shoulder fell onto Su Ying's face. Su Ying opened his eyes wide and glared with his face twisting. The 2 men fought in the air with their gazes full of extreme hatred. Su Ying struggled and locked his hands to Xiao Liuyi's throat. Xiao Liuyi pressed the blood-stained handle and turned it ruthlessly. A weird grunt came from Su Ying's throat. He left 10 bloody fingerprints on Xiao Liuyi's neck with his shivering hands. Xia? Little Lu. He struggled to lift his head and leaned his mouth close to Xiao Liuyi's ear. He laughed grimly and said a few sentences in a low volume. None of the people around heard it clearly, but Xiao Liuyi's eyes widened abruptly. As he was going to step back, Suing bumped upward forcefully and forced the whole edge into his body. The ambitious man vomited his blood into an overwhelming red fog. Glaring into his eyes like bells, he eventually stopped breathing. Liuyi pulled the knife out with his face filled with amazement. He shook Suing, and Suing gave him no reactions but the huge amount of blood that spurted out along with his shaking. He had his face splashed crimson in this shower and looked at the totally lifeless Suing silently. The hatred in his eyes got deeper and deeper, and eventually stung his bones. As if evil came to him, he lifted the knife and stabbed down ferociously again. Then he pulled it out again and stabbed down again. He pulled it out again and stabbed down again. Shoo, 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 shoo. The sound of the knife going in and out of the flesh was echoing repeatedly in the silent room. Mince splashed onto the ground along with globs of blood. Climbing onto the frame, Chusan turned his pale face and dared not watch anymore. He's already dead. That's enough, said Chui Dongdong. She grabbed Liuyi's muscle-tensed arm and grasped hard enough to tell him to be conscientious. Liuyi turned to her slowly, having a blank expression on his face. After a long time, he finally exhaled a deep breath, as if he just got his soul back. He dropped the bloody dragon head knife. Losing all his strength, he fell onto Chui Dongdong's shoulder. Little Ma called at his underlings hurriedly. He made a simple stretcher with the desk board and lifted Liuyi onto it. Uncle Yuan led a few elders and came close to show solicitude. Liuyi's face was pale. He smiled, and compared to his previous craziness, he looked like a completely different person. He seemed to be vulnerable, modest, and amiable. Elders, thank you for saving me in that crucial moment. Little Lu, you've suffered. Just rest first, said Uncle Yuan. He waved his hand to let the 49ers send him to the private hospital as fast as possible. Chui Dongdong followed the stretcher and walked forwards a few steps. Seeing Liuyi shake his head to her, she turned back and supported Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan, you've had such a long journey to come here. Shall I send you back first? No, girl. Uncle Yuan patted the back of her hand. I know you are nice. I'm not in a hurry to get back. Real business matters more. Old Gu, Old Xiao, Prince Duan, let's hold the election for the new dragon head in Liuyi's ward. We can send him to the hospital together. A group of people surrounded the stretcher and squeezed out from the gate of the film company. A few 49ers remaining dragged the corpse of Suing, wrapped him with a sack, and took him away. Only Chusan, who climbed onto the frame, was left. Because of his weak existence, no one noticed him. After a long time, he eventually floppily climbed down from the frame. He leaned over and picked up his heavy little backpack. Being stunned, he looked at those fresh bloodstains on the floor. His mind was blank, and he could merely hear a humming roar in his ears. The Triad big boss called Suing used all his schemes and killed people to usurp, but all he got eventually was a death, without a complete body. On the other hand, Liuyi was wounded so heavily and he looked like a demon a moment ago, but now he was weak and was carried outside. Would he really be all right? He felt hazy and worried, but these emotions had nowhere to go. Standing for a while in the empty studio, he held his little backpack tight and left with uneven steps. In the early morning, he appeared at the door of his home. Yellow paper covered the space above the alleyway, and there was the smell of the poor-quality incense. Mrs. Lu, who lived upstairs, was crying out to heaven with a group of relatives and friends surrounding her. She kneeled and kowtowed to the sky, begging for the life of her son, who had his belly opened and had died miserably. She didn't know what had happened at the rooftop, but hit the earth, crying and snapping. You Triads deserve miserable deaths. No one noticed Chusan, who was under a black jacket, absent-mindedly ignoring the yellow paper on the ground for a while, and passed by quietly with his head lowered. Dentist, he led his son into the clinic, hissing and sighing. He closed the door and chattered to his son. Wasn't her son himself also a Triad member? What a karma. TSK. Where did you go yesterday? Did the Liuyi leave? In barely 20 hours, Chusan not only knew about the twisting romance of the big bosses, but was hunted, jumped off a building, held an adult man and ran across a few streets, escaped from the city and ran for miles to find the mafia big sister, escaped back to be the best actor, and watched a revengeful kill of the Triad. The richness and bloodiness of his experiences greatly shook his young and innocent heart. His brain was still blank. He simply put down the little backpack he held tight absently and took off the costume black jacket that he stole from the studio. Dentist, he instantly inhaled. There were messy bloodstains on his son's bare upper body. Eek! Eek! Dentist, he yelled out. Dad, I'm fine, he Chusan said quietly. The blood isn't mine. Can you get some water for me to take a shower? After that shower, the college student he fell onto his bed and didn't get up because of a high fever. He was sick for an entire 3 days, struggling on the line between life and death. He was dizzy and drowsy in his dreams and felt like there was a pulse stirring brutally in his brain. His instincts intended for him to stir those love and hate feelings into a mess and pack it to throw it out of his mind. His dad went to school for him and returned the big books to the library, then asked the school for days off, saying that he was in bed for a severe illness, and applied for later makeup tests. On one side, Chusan was dreaming about life and death on the little shady, wet, and broken bed. On the other side, Liuyi was in a VIP ward of a private hospital, being bandaged seriously into a VIP mummy by the doctor, and he was also trapped in vague dreams. The anesthesia was still working. His mind was in chaos, as if he was walking in the endless darkness. Beside his ears, it was the grim laughter before Suing died, and the extremely malicious words that Suing said by his ear. Xia little Lu, you cheap bastard. I'll let you never know. How Azure Dragon died. How did Azure Dragon die? Didn't you kill him? Who else could it be? Nonsense. He suddenly gripped his fist and awoke with his throat twitching. The elders beside his bed were concentratedly listening to the will and didn't notice him. Uncle Yuan brought in a thin and shrewd lawyer and introduced the private lawyer of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon had told Uncle Yuan that if he accidentally died, take the dragon head cane out and find the private lawyer for his will. Mr. Hao Qingqing's will can be separated into 2 parts, generally, introduced the lawyer. The first part was that all the private legacy would belong to his wife Xia Xiaoman. The second part was that he recommended Xia Liuyi as the succeeding dragon head. Xia Liuyi's eyes were closed. His unwounded hand shivered and gripped at the sheet. The elders stared at each other. Uncle Yuan said, Azure Dragon has already given his vote. What's your positions? I'll follow Azure Dragon, said Uncle Chiu, who had the least experience among them. Little Lu is clever and brave. Azure Dragon was right. He can take the great responsibility. Little Lu's experience is insufficient, after all, said Elder Gu, who was the oldest. Moreover, he had never been a deputy. Promoting him directly as a mountain master doesn't fit the rules. Rules were made by people, and they're not absolute, said Uncle Chiu. Little Lu has been in charge as a red pole for years and has gained many benefits for the company. He has made contributions and efforts. I think he has sufficient experience. How old is he? Said Elder Gu. If he becomes the dragon head, I'm afraid people under him won't buy it. They argued for a few sentences. Prince Duan, who sat on the side, quietly spoke. Azure Dragon became the dragon head when he was 25, and there were people who didn't buy it then. How were they like afterward? Elder Gu choked. The bloody scene during Azure Dragon's thunderous cleaning instantly emerged in everyone's mind. This Triad big boss who looked modest and debonair managed to stay on the throne of Dragon Head for 10 years peacefully. He must possess some ruthlessness. Prince Duan continued slightly. Moreover, wasn't Suing the one who refused to buy it the most strongly? He left, and who else could we find? Elder Ji's face abruptly turned dark. He twisted his eyebrows and spoke no more. I vote for Xia Liuyi, said Prince Duan. Old Yuan, what about you? Uncle Yuan nodded. Of course I'll respect Azure Dragon's will. Since old Gu is the only one against it, we can settle the matter like this. It's still time to mourn for Azure Dragon. Everything shall be simple. 3 days later, we can hold a simple ceremony of Rising Dragon in the head office and send the dragon head to his place officially. Hearing this, Xia Liuyi closed his eyes and exhaled silently. He wouldn't show any modesty like giving the dragon head to someone else. Azure Dragon died. Suing died. Big Mouth Chung was also killed by him. And all the elders wanted to have peaceful days instead of standing out to be a significant target. It was easy to see who else in the gang could take up the great responsibility. Although Cui Dongdong was also brave and wise, she was dissolute and thought that having fun was the most important thing. She had no thoughts about being a big boss and had raised her limbs to vote for Xia Liuyi being the dragon head. Only if he becomes the dragon head, Shao Qi Tong would be greater, and only if he becomes the dragon head, the truth of Azure Dragon's death would be found. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes, and didn't speak. The elders had discussed the important business. They condoled the unconscious Xiao Liuyi and respectively withdrew. Little Ma sneaked in flatteringly to greet him. Boss Liuyi, don't fake sleep. Fuck off. Xiao Liuyi opened his eyes. Water. Little Ma brought a glass of water to him flatteringly and raised up the head of the bed. He got a straw and let his big boss enjoy the water. Boss Liuyi, it's great that you're doing all right. For whatever things you need me to help with like pooping or peeing, just command me as you wish. Fuck off. Could I still pee when I'm facing your ugly face? Said Xiao Liuyi. I heard you sneaked off quickly at that time. Little Ma answered with pride. Of course. I was beaten by Boss Liuyi. I got millions of miles away with a single somersault and directly rushed to Boss Dongdong's home. Her little sing-song girl hid me immediately. Who am I as Little Ma? A reliable soldier under Boss Liuyi. If the third Su caught me, how many troubles would I bring to Boss Liuyi? A fucking rat. Xiao Liuyi laughed and cussed again. You switched the safe? Beforehand. I reported to Boss Dongdong as soon as she was back that you told me there was an important box, and it needed to be switched out at once if something happened. Boss Dongdong switched it on the exact same night. Boss Liuyi, this time my brain is not in my ass, and I don't need to be beaten by a pole, right? You do. What about beating you with the red pole? How painful it would be, if it's the red pole, Little Mom muttered, and suddenly jumped far away in surprise. Boss Liuyi W, what did you say? Brave and wise, and having a menacing face. You'll be able to make the gang obey, said Xiao Liuyi. I'll recommend you as the new red pole to the elders tomorrow. Little Ma raised his throat and cried out. Weren't you just lightly wounded, Boss Liuyi? How could you need to retire? I'm a natural little 49er, and how could I take your business? Please do me a favor and take it yourself. Fuck, Xiao Liuyi couldn't help cussing once more. Don't curse me. What the hell would I retire for? Call me Big Boss. Eek, eek. Little Ma screamed sharply. Shut up. Xiao Liuyi had his headache. He moved his chin to let Little Ma come closer. After you are in charge, help me investigate one thing. Before Azure Dragon died, who did Su Ying have contacts with? Catch his henchmen and grill them one by one. Little Ma's face paused. But all the henchmen under Su Ying were already thrown into the sea last night. None of them are left. What? Who made the order? It said that it was decided by the elders, saying stuff like they had wild ambition and it's useless to leave their lives. Xiao Liuyi frowned hard. He was silent for a while. Continue investigating. There should be some tiny signs left. Watch out while investigating. Don't be found out by anyone else. Got it. Xiao Liuyi wanted to promote Cui Dongdong to be the deputy. Cui Dongdong didn't want to take this position that others couldn't even beg for, saying she doesn't want to manage people and only loves managing accounts, so don't push fucking business to her. Big Boss Xia, who was wrapped into a mummy, glared from the bed. If you don't take it, the elders would penetrate their people in. Do you consider me as your brother? Take it or not. After thoughtful consideration, Cui Dongdong said that to protect my dear brother from being penetrated, I can manage it, but every year you must give me a doubled red packet. Big Boss Xia smashed her out with a pillow. So sweet your dreams are. On this side, Xiao Liuyi had begun to be the mummy big boss, so-called double knives big boss, but this big boss had never taken out his knives after leaving the hospital and had instead changed the dynasty that he was in by starting to use guns. On the other side, Chusan just had the high fever go down and got up weekly to review his books. He attended the various makeup tests after a week, and of course, he passed with straight A's. As a high IQ person who was good at doing introspection, Chusan's brain possessed a very great filtrating ability and burned the virus together with black memories and banished them out. When this high fever withdrew completely, it was already time for summer holidays. Before the school closed, he wheezed and borrowed bags of books from the library. He worked at Ahua Bing Sut during the days, lit the candles at night, and self-studied hard in his home. For every early morning, he changed the place when practicing. He walked for a few alleyways to the little square before the Lunged Sun Yi Shui, which was the ruins of a school left by the Qing dynasty, in the Walled City, and kept practicing his Yang-style Ti, Chi Sichuan. Uncle Ahua got an apprentice when he was old, and thinking Chusan was worth teaching, he was passionate about training his apprentice. He made Chusan practice this palm for 2 hours today, and practice that sweeping foot for 3 hours tomorrow. He was abused terribly by Uncle Ahua every day. Having such a busy life, he didn't even remember the Triad big boss who beat him and cussed him out once. But on an early morning, he was woken up by a scare from a dream. He forgot the content of the dream immediately, but unexpectedly, he felt his right shoulder aching. He covered his right shoulder and sat absently on the bed which had been taken up by someone for tens of nights. Eventually, he couldn't help remembering that night with sparse stars, the tears glimmering like stars on the merciless Triad big boss's face, and his frustrating sleeping face with sadness hidden on it. He remembered his hoarse grunt when he was stabbed by the bamboo pole, the angry but soft and feeble palm he slapped with when he was on his back, and his giggling tease when he had a gun to his head. The malicious mafia had saved him twice, and he had paid him back twice. There was already no debt between them, and he felt that they should have no more association. However, he couldn't peel the black silhouette from his mind, just like how he forgot those depressive and harmful bloody scenes. What Liuyi left him was not darkness, but a belligerent and unbending, warm and lively touch on his heart. It was like the ferocious high tide, splashing and hitting his heart, and leaving a deep and long stroke over there. No matter how hard he tried to soothe it, he would hear the thundering beat of tides instantly whenever he remembered that name. He covered his shoulder and lay down again, burying his head into the sheet. Realizing how he was, he couldn't do anything but heave a long sigh. The peaceful life lasted for 2 months, and the start of school was imminent. This morning, he had practiced cutting legs, and his entire body was sore. He walked from Lungtsun Ishue to Ahua Bing Sut floppily. Right in the alleyway in front of his home, which he had marked as his black area, he encountered a villain who blocked his way to rob him. Liuyi was in a black suit, lifting his chin, leaning on the alleyway's wall, and smoking. His hands were in his pockets lazily. He stepped his long leg horizontally on the opposite wall and blocked the way easily. The thundering sounds of tides appeared in Chusan's ears immediately. Being blank for a while, he greeted obediently. "Boss Liuyi, I came to buy the beef entrails," said Liuyi. He took off the cigarette casually with his left hand and breathed out a small, rounded white circle. "And take my knife back on my way. I forgot to state that the Azure Dragon knife he used to threaten Chusan's neck last time was still packed and hidden in the stove of the He family." Chusan nodded. "Dad is keeping it. You can follow me and take it back from upstairs." Liuyi dropped the cigarette ash coldly with pride. "Bring it down for me. It needs to be dug from the stove ash and cleaned. You can go up and take a seat," Chusan suggested patiently. "Don't be afraid. Dad won't extract your teeth anymore." "Huh." Liuyi was unexpectedly choked by the smoke, and soon he was burned by the end of the cigarette. Ahem. Fuck. Who's afraid of your dad? He took his leg back awkwardly and threw the cigarette away. He patted off the ash that dropped on him, and when he lifted his head, he saw that this kid had lowered his head silently and that his shoulders were quivering. Liuyi clutched his neck and pulled him close. "You dare to make fun of your big boss? You don't want your fucking life anymore." Chusan laughed and hid. He kept coughing because of the pressure on his neck. Liuyi grabbed him into his arms and slapped his head. "Go back and kowtow to swear to heaven for me. See if I'll get in the mood to forgive you. I won't be your 49er. Chusan earned a head of messy hair. There was only happiness in his voice. "How are your wounds? Did you recover from all of them?" Liuyi easily stated. "The tendon in my right arm was cut. I have the strength to hold chopsticks left." Noticing Chusan turning stiff, Liuyi began laughing. "What are you afraid of? Boss Liuyi won't ask you to compensate for it. I can beat your teeth off even with a single hand." Chusan still stood there quietly, saying nothing. The atmosphere turned awkward at once. Liuyi pushed at him annoyed. "Come on, don't wait. Go get the knife." Chusan stumbled under his push. He walked a few steps away slowly, and Liuyi suddenly said behind him, "Hey, kid, can you play billiards?" Chusan turned back immediately. He opened his mouth, but could only say, "No. I opened a few billiard rooms in Kowloon, and there's one just in front of your school. Come there after school from now on. It's fine if you can't play. Boss Liuyi will teach you himself." Chusan hesitated for a moment. "White flour is not sold inside, right? Fuck, why would you sell white flour for billiard games? They do have white powder for wiping their hands." Do you want me to give you pounds of it? Chusan nodded again. He said quietly in the darkness. Then I'll go. Hence, his endless entanglement with the Triad big boss began. Chapter 8. I'm letting you swear to heaven with me, not letting you die. Liuyi threw all of the newly opened billiard rooms at Little Ma to manage. Red pole, Ma changed into a brand new outfit. He got a designer suit, a gold chain around his neck, and 2 watches on both wrists, respectively. When he walked, he faced the sky with his sunglasses, lifting his arms and swinging them like chimpanzees do, and behind him a few little 49ers followed. He paraded everywhere to check on the territory. Today, he led his people and wandered to the shop near Longgang Institution of Technology. As soon as they entered the door, his head was hit by a cue stick. He AI'd and fell. Boss Little Ma. Boss Little Ma. The group of underlings surrounded him. Fuck. Little Ma was furious and was gonna go crazy, before a thundering yell sounding even more furious than him came from the shop. You fucking PUK guy Brat. The billiard room was newly opened, and there were still many sundries accumulated in the room. Not far from the door, there was a pile of cardboard boxes with equipment inside, and they were stacked to the limit in the room. Chusan was sitting on the top, sweating and holding his little backpack in his arms. Liuyi cussed loudly below him. Come down if you have any courage. PUK guy Brat. I'm letting you swear to heaven with me, not letting you die. Swearing to heaven for what? A marriage? Little Ma covered his head and entered. Hearing such a sudden sentence surprised him. Liuyi lifted another cue stick from the side and smashed at him. Swear to heaven to follow the big boss. Shut up. I won't follow a big boss. I won't join the Black Society. Chusan cowered above, reading his old lines. Little Ma avoided the cue stick swiftly. He lifted his head, putting his hands on his waist, and shouted to Chusan. Can our big boss be followed by the common? You ungrateful bastard. Come down and swear to heaven with your big boss. PUK guy Brat. Can you cuss him as PUK guy Brat? Liuyi threw another cue stick to him. Fuck off. Little Ma covered his head and ran away awkwardly. He only dared to complain with his underlings when he reached the street. Fuck, such a delicate brat. Only the big boss can cuss at him. Liuyi cursed for a while and got no outcome. He commanded the staff cowering in the corners. Take the table away. He fucking climbed up and down. I'll wait to see how he can get back down. Big boss, the frightened manager suggested. What about poking him down with a cue stick? The crap you'll poke. A student studying at the opposite college. Will you compensate with your brain if his head gets any problems due to the fall? Is your brain worth it? The manager's head shrank. He realized immediately that the big boss was flirting with his new 49er. Leading people to move the table away crisply, he disappeared at the speed of light and didn't forget to put a sign saying close today. The big boss could have it whole. As Chusan saw the people all leave, he emerged as his true self instantly. He took back the demeanor of a cowardly student kid and poked his head back out to convince Liuyi earnestly. Boss Liuyi, I really don't want to join the Black Society. See, y'all fight and kill every day. How dangerous it is. Casino, gaai dao, and loan sharks. Don't each of these destroy someone's life? Fuck off, said Liuyi. Stop pretending to be Tang Seng. Is it so great that you got into college? You want to be a chief inspector? Even the secretary for security doesn't dare to interrupt my business. Moreover, will I let you be a chick? Or a duck? Get a few billiard rooms, and that's tens of thousands in the monthly red packets. You study so hard for over 10 years. How much can you earn every month after you graduate? 3,000? 5,000? This is not the problem about more or less money. You commit crimes. Chusan wanted to talk more, but Liuyi ferociously kicked at the cardboard box at the bottom. The entire cardboard box column began to shake. Chusan held on to the edge of the cardboard box and stopped speaking. He sighed secretly in his heart. You shouldn't expect to be able to convince a mafia. See, it's totally impossible to have a conversation with them. He lifted his head carefully and looked at the color of the sky outside. He turned back his head and continued to try to make a deal with Liuyi. Boss Liuyi, the library is closing soon. Can you let me go down and return the books first? What the heck will you return? Said Liuyi. Stay above and think about your mistakes for a night. Chusan bent over immediately and became obedient. Boss Liuyi, I've realized my mistakes. What are they? I shouldn't be verbose like Tang's son. What else? I shouldn't expose that you commit crimes. Fuck off. Liuyi kicked at the cardboard box again. Boss Liuyi. Chusan held on to the box, shaking miserably. I truly realized my mistakes. Please let me go, Boss Liuyi. There will also be a fine if I miss the date of return. I can pay you back however much they fine. There will be a bad credit record too, and they won't let you borrow books anymore, and will also cancel the scholarship. Chusan smoothly made things up and called at him disjointedly. Boss Liuyi, Boss Liuyi. Liuyi formed calluses in his ears from the endless stream of words from Chusan. He shouted annoyedly. Shut up. Chusan shut up at once, and merely poked his head out to glance at him. Liuyi pulled at the table with a single hand and failed to move it. Looking around, the manager had sneaked away to who knows where. Jump off. He lifted his head and opened his arm. I'll catch you. Chusan considered it. He wanted to ask, can you really catch me? But considering how hard he would be beaten after speaking such a sentence, he ended up forcing himself to climb to the edge of the cardboard box, closing his eyes, and fell downward. Plop. Sure enough, Liuyi fell onto the ground under his impact. They rolled into a sphere on the ground. Luckily, the table was moved beforehand. They didn't get their heads or any other parts hurt. Fuck. Did you grow even taller? What did you eat? I practiced Tai Chi, Chusan said, lying on Liuyi and holding his waist. My dad said I could still grow. Your dreams are so sweet, Liuyi patted at his back. Get up. They got up and patted the dust on their bodies off. Chusan held a cue stick and poked the little backpack he left above down. He wanted to sneak away as soon as he made an obedient farewell. He was called back by Liuyi. Come back immediately after returning the books. I'll take you to Jordan for chicken pot. I'll go home to Ri. The view was glared back by Big Boss Xia. Liuyi was almost killed by the rage that this brat brought upon him. He truly deserved no kindness. Such a dragon-head big boss like him got so tired when he wanted a 49er. When inviting someone for a meal, the invited one didn't even want to go. Fuck. What's wrong with the mafia? Is the meal from the mafia poisonous? Of course, he had completely no unusual intentions for Chusan. He was simply annoyed because he didn't get a college student 49er. The expansion of Shao Chi Tong went very smoothly, and Big Boss Xia had more than enough leisure time. Besides, this kid looked dull, but actually had a bunch of schemes in his belly. Liuyi fought him with his wits every day, and it could be considered as an IQ training or a leisure activity, just like those educated people buying newspapers for crossword puzzles when they had the time. His temper was even improved by this kid. He pretended to have a poker face every day and acted calmly and amiably, and no longer whipped someone with a pole easily. If he did, he would beat the person to death. Chusan held his backpack, running to the school library. He kept sighing in his heart while running. He didn't know when he could get back, since he was caught for a meal, and again, he had to stay up to study tonight. He thought that him agreeing to go to Liuyi's place and learning billiards at the very beginning was simply because Liuyi said his arm became disabled, and his brain became a mess, which had made him unable to control his words. As for why he often went for Liuyi after that, he was also, simply, forced to. This big boss let someone drive a car and block the school's gate to pick him up, and the teachers and students had all watched. Many students even secretly guessed that he found a sugar mommy living in the mid-level villas. After the new year, Chusan was already 22. He grew constantly this year and developed wide shoulders, long legs, and a lank silhouette. Because of him practicing Tai Chi for a long time, he also had a thin layer of muscle that made him look fit. When he was carrying a little backpack nicely, he looked handsome, shy, and naive. Wasn't this a standard boy toy figure that those sugar mommies adored most? Chusan couldn't control others' thoughts, and neither could he prove his innocence. He could only think he was a typical pure and good citizen who was bullied and swindled by the Triads under the current chaotic sky that was covered by black clouds. He intended to leave the shadow and go back to sunlight, but couldn't find the way out. He was bothered by it a lot. Liuyi stirred the soup in the chicken pot and told him, I'll produce a new film next month. Write the script. Chusan sighed. Liuyi hit the chopsticks onto the table. Chusan explained immediately, I have too much work to do for this term, and the midterm exams are coming soon. May I write it during the summer holidays? Sure. Shall I drive all the staff of production away, stack the equipment until it's rusted, seal all the actors into the freezer, and make them sticks to wait for you? said Big Boss Xia. Chusan lowered his head and picked up a shiitake. He said obediently, "I'll write it next week." "Fuck, you only speak against me." Liuyi cussed and returned the shiitake near his mouth back to the pot with the chopsticks. "Boil it longer. It's not fully cooked yet." Chusan picked up another chicken claw quietly. "You deserve no good things. Eating bones while there's meat, responding to strength while benefits are given," said Big Boss Xia. "I'm being unbendable first, and then improvising my actions according to the situation," said Chusan. "Stop playing word games, Sao-sun." "Sir, 2 bottles of beer." "Aye, coming." The shopkeeper scurried back into the shop and then scurried back out like the wind. "Big Boss beer." The 49ers who sat by a table far away and played the roles of bodyguards cried out too. "Sir, for bottles here. Crap is what you'll drink. We'll drive later." Liuyi turned his head and cussed. The 49ers played a round of rock, paper, scissors and quickly decided the 2 unlucky guys couldn't drink while the others could have fun. What about the tasks of bodyguards? Hee hee ha ha. Over the entirety of Kowloon, who dares to inflame Big Boss Xia? This was the early summer of 1990. Early in 1987, the Chinese government had made an agreement to demolish Snapdragon Walled City. Although this plan had encountered many obstacles and resistance, the demolition of the walled city had been established. The compensation plan for the inhabitants' migration had been decided, and gradually, the first group of inhabitants were moving into the Wukuns nearby. The gangs in the different levels from the walled city had been withdrawing back too. They had stretched the claws of their power to Kowloon, Hong Kong Island, new territories, disputing with the other gangs that previously dominated these places publicly or secretly, and there was constant fighting in those hidden alleys. At first, the power of Shao Chi Tong was within Kowloon City, and during Azure Dragon's period it had permeated into places like Mongkok. After Liuyi took it, he went even further, opening nightclubs in the area near Mongkok like Prince Edward and Sham Shui Pa, and further south where he even reached Hung Hom. What we wanted to say through babbling about locations was, the active expansion policy of Big Boss Xia had hugely disrupted the interest of the surrounding gangs, especially the interest of Hisheng Gang, who were camped around Yao Ma Ti and Simsha Sui. The big boss of Hisheng Gang was called Fat Chi. If our dear audience still has some impression of him, Liuyi once cut off a finger of Lai Quan, his brother-in-law. Fat Chi could barely watch as Liuyi gradually put his red flags across the line with intentions of encircling towards the Hisheng Gang. New debts and old hatred accumulated in his heart. It was impossible for him to feel good. Before the new year, he put all his strength into a huge fight with Liuyi. However, the red pole on his side was heavily injured, and he left awkwardly with 3 underlings' corpses. Liuyi threatened him with the fact that he would be beaten whenever he was seen, and since that time Fat Chi lived in his own places quietly. He felt so bad, and he couldn't even tell. What he could do was to throw darts at Liuyi's photo and prick a voodoo doll every day. Where Liuyi took Chusan for chicken pot today was in the region of Fat Chi's power. The shopkeeper of this chicken pot shop had flattered Fat Chi for years, and this didn't bother him to flatter Liuyi. The shopkeeper had always been harassed by these triads, and he knew the way to survive by heart. Fortune never stays. For this year, it could be Big Boss A, and yet next year it could be Big Boss B. Y'all can hack each other, but what I shall do is to give the protection money to whoever there is. When you flatter well, your business will go well. The shopkeeper cared nothing about the situation outside but his money, and suddenly he heard a pretentious yell before his stand. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" A few 49ers cleared the way and allowed Fat Chi, who had a big belly just like his name described, and his flamboyant girlfriend, Third Sis Lai, in. The shopkeeper panicked secretly in his mind, but he could only go forward and welcome them. "Boss Fat Chi, welcome, welcome. Please, please sit here." "No, I want to sit there," Third Sis Lai said in a shrill voice, raising her pink finger. At the exact same moment, Liuyi and his people heard the sound and turned their heads back. They glared at each other. Fat Chi roared out, "Liuyi." Liuyi lifted his eyebrow. He couldn't be calmer. "Fat Chi." And then he casually picked up a chicken tail for Chusan. Chusan was chewing on a shiitake mushroom. Because of Fat Chi's roar, he held it in his mouth stiffly. He lowered his head quietly at this time, trying to swallow the shiitake, and from the offered chicken tail, his instincts recognized the coldness and danger hidden under Xiao Liuyi's calmness. As soon as Fat Chi heard that casual tone, he was inflamed. He took out the gun on his waist furiously. Xiao Liuyi, you killed my people, took my goods, and you dare come into my place with a few 49ers. Xiao Liuyi's bodyguards jumped up and brought their guns out immediately. The 49ers on the other side also showed their stuff swiftly. The two sides formed two rows like a gun exhibit and glared at each other. The chicken pot shopkeeper hid in the back secretly with an account book on his head. He didn't forget to make signs to those workers who watched from far away with their faces pale. Xiao Liuyi put down the chopsticks leisurely and stood up. Without being noticed, he blocked Chusan, who was sitting beside him. If you have the courage to kill me, then do it. Otherwise, I suggest you put your gun back. Don't freak the passers-by out. He pulled a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth. Xiao Liuyi, don't go too far. Fat Chi said angrily. How can you stop bullying others when you've been in such a career? Xiao Liuyi crumpled the tissue and threw it away. He tilted his head to light a cigarette, breathing in with his eyes half closed, and breathed out. Furthermore, I have the ability to bully you. You. Fat Chi shivered his meaty chin, but dared not pull the trigger, hesitating. Xiao Liuyi's 49ers were famous for being as crazy as their big boss. If he shoots and hurts Xiao Liuyi, he could very possibly be the victim of the following shot. Moreover, the previous battle made his Hisheng gang lose too much. The brothers of Shao Chi Tong were all over Kowloon, and the deputy Cui Dongdong was also a famous tough gal. If he kills Xiao Liuyi in this way, all of them would make tremendous efforts to avenge their big boss, and he would be very likely to lose more than he would gain. Fat Chi was struggling with his complicated thoughts, while Xiao Liuyi had turned around and lifted the absent-minded Chusan. Yong, Biao, drive the car. The two bodyguards who didn't drink answered and put their guns back. They went to get the cars as they were ordered. Fat Chi could barely watch as Xiao Liuyi along with his underlings got into two cars and left easily. Fuck. He hit the table and cursed. Xiao Liuyi, I'll let you pay all your debts back someday. Xiao Liuyi and his people drove along the grand dusty road. They sent Chusan back to his home first as they reached Snapdragon Walled City. Chusan sat in the back seat, holding his backpack, and said nothing. The atmosphere was heavy, and Xiao Liuyi tried to elicit a response from him. What's wrong? You were scared? Chusan lifted his head and took a look at the driver's seat, still staying silent. Seeing his uncomfortable face, Xiao Liuyi knew he had something to say. When the car was parked by the Snapdragon Walled City, he drove the bodyguard to the other car. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, leaning on the seat. Just say what you want to say. Next time, can you not take me to places like that? Chusan lowered his head, holding his backpack tight. Fuck. Xiao Liuyi already guessed what he would say. He hit the window with his powerless right hand. Stop being dramatic like a little girl. I didn't know Fat Chi would come. Even if he didn't come, the purpose for you to have a meal with your people in his region was still to be defiant. I don't want to participate in these kinds of things with your triads, said Chusan. Xiao Liuyi extinguished the cigarette, stayed silent for a long while, and pointed to the outside of the car before he began beating him up. Fuck off. I really don't want to talk with this fucking brat. Holding his backpack, Chusan pushed the door open and fucked off. The swiftness of his movements made it seem like he desired to run away from Xiao Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi was choked by the rage he brought upon him. He smoked in anger, and then he choked again. Ahem ahem. Patting off the ashes dropped onto his suit awkwardly, he ferociously hit the window again. He truly thought that chicken pot tasted good and had gotten in the mood to show something new to this poor bumpkin. The kindness of a good person would never work on an ignoramus. He sulked in the back seat for a while. The bodyguard in the car behind saw the situation wasn't good and scurried forward to ask, Big boss, y'all can go back first, said Xiao Liuyi. The bodyguard hesitated. Xiao Liuyi waved his hand annoyedly. The bodyguard found that the big boss wasn't in a good mood and wanted to stay alone for a while, and he considered the fact that around the walled city were all their places and so nothing would happen, and the group of people squeezed into a single car and scrammed obediently. Xiao Liuyi finished the entire cigarette in the back seat and switched to the driver's seat. He drove to the seaside villa nearby. This gorgeous villa that Big Boss Azure Dragon had once lived in had already been a murder house because of the miserable death of the owner couple and tens of servants. Liuyi found a group of Taoist priests for a few ceremonies, and then left it empty. The pale headlights lightened the creepily black road. He drove alone and went up along the secluded seaside path and stopped at the gloomy gate of the villa. The big iron gate with lion bar relief was rusted. A few pieces of yellow fulu with messy writing were stuck on it, floating and rattling with the sea wind. Liuyi got off. Facing the tar-black and cold villa, he lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He breathed in, and then squatted to put the cigarette between the rails of the iron gate. "Mr. Big sis, I drove by and came to see you." He squatted there and lit up another cigarette with his face in peace. He said slowly, "The business of the gang went smoothly. It's all good. I'm also doing well. I'll find those people who murdered you and cut them into pieces." After those 3 sentences, he seemed to have no more to say. He was silent for a while and lifted his head, watching the sky. The starry sky reflected in his eyes. They were so dense, like shattered glass falling onto a black cloth, reminding him of the shattering bloodstain beside the pool. Both the people that were most important to him were in the heavens, above the stars, far from him. He possessed hundreds of millions now. His business was going well, and he had countless people under his command. Even the wind and rain would come for him if he wanted, but still, he had nothing. Even a pre-puberty brat could look down on him and refuse to be his company. He couldn't even compare to the 18-year-old boy at that time, young and fearless, having only 2 machetes in his hands, having only boiling blood in his heart, but also having his family, having hope, having something that he protected with his life. There was only the sound of sea winds in the darkness. His hair and clothes were blown messy. The cigarette put into the iron railing was swept into the sky abruptly. After a glimmer, it vanished in the endless darkness. Half an hour later, Liuyi drove along the path and drifted down. He returned to the city by the way he came. There were no cars nor passers-by late at night. He turned the wheel casually. When the car passed somewhere near the Snapdragon Walled City, his instincts lifted his head and made him glance. This glance let him see an odd silhouette scurrying beside the road. The bump on the silhouette was so tall that it looked like a huge pack of stuff. It wobbled its way along the road and moved fast. Liuyi stepped on the brakes. Frowning and watching for a while, he rolled down the window and shouted in confusion, "Chusan?" The silhouette suddenly paused. Liuyi loosened his foot on the brakes and slipped a little bit forwards. The headlights barely illuminated the terrified face of Chusan and the dad who looked unconscious on his back. Chapter 9. I don't want to see you hurt anymore. Liuyi had always thought that Chusan was an interesting kid. He looked dull, but actually had a scheming brain. He was tactful, smart, and flexible, and he did have a spine of steel somewhere you couldn't see. He could firmly refuse to do something and keep playing around with you. He would never give in. He usually looked obedient and cowardly, but actually, Liuyi had never seen this kid feel afraid for real. Even when they were chased after and this kid carried him, wheezing and running away, he still looked dumb and unconcerned. Sometimes he was stunned and blank, but he never showed fear. This was the first time he saw Chusan be frightened like this. His entire body was as stiff as a stone statue. His hands grasped his pants, and his eyes stared at the door of the operating room. The blood had drained from his face, and his eyes were blank, as if all the cleverness had gone with his soul. Liuyi lowered his head and noticed Chusan's fingers were slightly quivering. He couldn't help covering the sweaty head with his hand. He kneaded and said, "Don't worry. The doctor said that this kind of operation was usually successful." Chusan sat still and let Liuyi knead. His eyes continued staring at the closed door rigidly. After a while, he finally spoke. "I saw him on the ground unconscious as I was getting back. The door of the clinic was still open, but no one noticed it. The neighbors had all finished up and gone to sleep. He keeps his clinic open till this late every day, and he begins working so early in the mornings for so many years. He's this old but still can't rest. He needs to work and raise me." Liuyi wanted to say your dad isn't very old, and if you say this in front of him, he will definitely extract all your teeth. Before he opened his mouth, he saw 2 lines of tears slide down from the kid's face, falling on the old pants that were washed pale. Big Boss Xia's cold and hard heart turned soft for a moment. He's still a little brat after all, supporting each other with the old man. His life wasn't easy. So Liuyi squeezed his shoulder and held him close, pulling him tightly to himself. Don't cry. Hold on. Chusan suppressed the whimper and quivered for a while. He did hold on. After a long time, he lowered his head and scratched at the messy tears on his face. I'm fine, Boss Liuyi. Thank you for giving us a ride, he said hoarsely and took out a little oil paper package, opening it. There was a pile of wrinkled bills inside. You paid when we reached the hospital. Liuyi waved his hand carelessly. Don't mention it. Keep it and buy some ginseng tea for your dad. Dad doesn't use the money from the Black Society, said Chusan. If he knows that you paid the hospital bill, he will insist on leaving the hospital. Liuyi couldn't remember how many times he'd choked on his anger today. He gritted his teeth for a while. Tell him it's the extraction fee that I owe him. Chusan pretended to calculate for a while. Then each of your teeth is worth 1,500. Liuyi slapped his head mightily. You fucking recovered, huh? Are you addicted to making fun of your boss, Liuyi? Chusan covered his head and chuckled. Liuyi accompanied Chusan until the operation was finished. Dad he had received anesthesia and was pushed out, sound asleep, being sent to his ward. He had a stroke, but luckily, he was sent in time and the situation wasn't severe. The operation was successful. After he woke up, he only needed to recover and be observed for some time before he could be discharged from the hospital. Chusan carefully made sure the sheet covered his dad well and sent Liuyi out. They walked to the corridor shoulder by shoulder. Liuyi was leaving, and his sleeve was suddenly pulled back by Chusan. Chusan checked there was nobody around and lowered his head, speaking quietly. Boss Liuyi, actually, what I said tonight, I didn't mean it. Liuyi leaned against the wall. He tilted his head and lit a cigarette lazily. Oh, which sentence? I told you not to take me out next time. Chusan said, lowering his head. Liuyi faked being casual, but sneered secretly in his mind, waiting to see what explanation this kid could give him. I was just. Chusan hesitated and still confessed. When I saw them point at you with guns, I was very afraid. Liuyi held the smoke in his mouth, watching this kid lift his head and say with his eyes filled with care and an aching sadness, I don't want to see you hurt anymore. As I thought about how you could get that way again, I felt sad in my heart. Liuyi. Ahem. I shouldn't make you angry with my words. I'm sorry, Boss Liuyi. Honestly. Even though I can't communicate with you sometimes, I do like being with you. It was my fault tonight. There's another chicken pot shop that tastes good in Hung Hom. My classmate told me about it. Can I invite you to try it next time? Liuyi didn't answer. He was totally choked by the smoke. He dropped the cigarette and coughed hard. Ahem, ahem. The hospital doesn't allow smoking, Boss Liuyi. The PUK guy Brat, who didn't realize what he said at all, patted his back and counseled him earnestly. Liuyi thought there was something wrong with Chusan's eyes and words, but he couldn't tell what. If you want to explain their relationship as brotherhood, it does make sense. After all, he had helped in that crucial moment and saved Chusan's dad. It's reasonable for Chusan to be nice to him. The ambiguous romance between a man and man was a minority after all. He thought that he was being oversensitive. Moreover, a nerd like Chusan lacked interpersonal relationships. He might not be able to distinguish between which words he could say and which words sounded vague and should be better avoided. After that night, Fat Chi used all his fat to stand completely against Xiao Chi Tong, and he united a few old forces that were once bullied by Liuyi, including the big boss Shah, whose casino in Snapdragon Walled City was destroyed. Fat Chi brought a lot of troubles to Liuyi in this way. Liuyi was busy with the company's business, and Chusan was busy studying and tending to Dad after the operation. They hadn't seen each other for about a month. When Little Ma came to the main office to give a report on the business today, he even deliberately nagged about how long that the brat of the He's had not visited the billiard room, and he was so disrespectful to the big boss. And then he was smashed out by Big Boss Ya's cigarette. You have too much crap to say? Fuck off and do your job. Little Ma left awkwardly and called back in the afternoon. Big boss, the brat of the He's is in the billiard room. He said he has something to tell you. Liuyi was in a meeting with a few managers and didn't care much. He simply made Little Ma make someone drive Chusan to the main office. After the meeting, the busy big boss took some of his precious time to see Chusan, who was carrying a little backpack and was brought in by two beefy bodyguards. What's up? Xiao Liuyi put down the half-stick of cigar that he had used to make a pose. He had never really liked cigars, since he felt that the taste was too strong and made him feel like an uncouth nouveau riche. Xiao Liuyi had started his career as a hatchet man from the grassroots class, and always thought that he was slightly different from those big-belly people like Big Boss Sha and Fat Chi. Chusan looked at the two bodyguards. Xiao Liuyi waved his hands, and they crisply disappeared. Chusan took a pile of scripts out from his backpack. It's a script for you. I needed to look after my dad recently, so I wrote slowly. Xiao Liuyi had already forgotten about this thing. He put the script into a drawer casually. Anything else? He asked again. Do you have any time tonight? I want to invite you to Hung Hom for chicken pot. Xiao Liuyi lifted his eyebrow teasingly. You'll pay? I promised you. The little poor, he said seriously. Xiao Liuyi chuckled and raised his voice to call. And she. Soon, a tall secretary with white thighs came in with crisp high-heel sounds. Boss, what's the arrangement for tonight? You will have a meal with Big Silly Wu in Lin Hyung Tea House at 6 o'clock and meet manager Chui in the nightclub at 7:30. Change Big Silly to tomorrow and Chui Dong Dong to 8:30. Yes. The secretary moved her nice hips and left. Only he and Xiao Liuyi were left in the large office. Sit and wait for a minute. I still have something to read. Xiao Liuyi nodded and showed him to the sofa. Chusan held his little backpack and sat obediently. He took a big book out from the backpack and lowered his head to read. Xiao Liuyi continued reading the pile of statements before him with his brows twisting. He had a dictionary on the desk to look up words from time to time. After a while, he found that there was something wrong and said, Kid, take a look for me. Chusan came close obediently, lowering his head to see the spot Xiao Liuyi was pointing at. When he was about to explain, he suddenly frowned. Overseas company. Thailand. You're laundering money? Stop the crap. Xiao Liuyi ruffled his hair. What does this part mean? I won't launder black money for you. This kid turned his head forcefully. Xiao Liuyi got angry at once. I didn't ask you to bookkeep. Will your freaking eyes go blind from simply reading it? Chusan covered his freaking eyes and slipped away from Xiao Liuyi like a loach. He climbed back onto the sofa without a word and continued to read his big book. Xiao Liuyi smashed at him with an ashtray and was avoided by him. Puk gaai Brat. Xiao Liuyi cussed. If you didn't save me, I'd have already skinned you alive. You deserve no good things. Chusan wasn't afraid of the attack and pretended to hear nothing. He didn't forget to urge Xiao Liuyi. Read faster, Boss Liuyi. The chicken pot shop is popular and we will need to queue if we are late. Fuck. It was not easy for Xiao Liuyi to catch such a top school economics student puppy. However, he couldn't tell this puppy to do what he asked, and even needed to bear its nonsense bark from time to time. He was almost speechless from anger. He didn't want to rip this brat's dog's skin, but he let it go. This was a vulnerable student kid, and a distinguished dragon head big boss like him needn't be serious with such a little brat. As expected, they did need to queue for the chicken pot in Hung Hom. A long dragon train formed by people had its tail on the street. Xiao Liuyi's bodyguard squeezed in and forcefully got a table beside the window. Chusan spoke against the unjust actions while he was dragged in by Xiao Liuyi. There was someone there initially. You grabbed another's seat. Is this the first day you realized that I'm a Triad man? Xiao Liuyi sneered. Who invited the Triad man for a meal again? Chusan didn't speak anymore. These two people respectively thought, this fucking Puk gaai Brat faking a gentleman. A Triad man is a Triad man. Hopeless, and analyzed the menu together between them, and then they said to the waiter coming to serve at the exact same moment. Large chicken pot, medium spiciness. Xiao Liuyi glared at Chusan, who snatched his words. Bok choy, shiitake, and hot pot beef. Chusan snatched the words again. Xiao Liuyi hit the menu on the table, and Chusan, confused, said, Don't you like beef? Xiao Liuyi took a deep breath and admonished himself to not be serious with such a brat again and again. He took out a cigarette annoyedly from his pocket. As soon as he bit it, the waiter who didn't know Big Boss Xia tried to stop him. Sir, our shop doesn't allow smoking. Before Xiao Liuyi's solemn, cold, and lordly eye knives hacked down, Chusan had already consoled the waiter. It's okay. He will definitely choke on it later. Xiao Liuyi didn't even show his claws under his extreme anger. He took the cigarette back, waiting for the waiter to leave further away patiently, and finally said, As long as you can fucking breathe, you must argue with me. Huh? Chusan was obedient. No, I respect you very much, Boss Liuyi. Shut up, said Liuyi. If you dare say another half sentence, I'll smash the pot onto your head. Chusan sighed like an old man, portraying, of course you can't communicate with an unreasonable Triad man, on his face and lowered his head nicely, setting up the bowls and chopsticks. How cultured am I, to have not killed this brat yet? Liuyi suddenly felt poignant. He recalled this year with all the detail that he knew, and from dealing with this brat, he remembered that he merely wanted to kill him with the chair leg at the beginning. They watched the boiling chicken pot speechlessly. The shiitake poured in by Chusan was not cooked yet, and Liuyi pressed them down and stirred it. He suddenly remembered something and kicked the table next to him. A bodyguard stood up and handed him a paper package respectfully. Liuyi gave the paper package with the heads of the chopsticks. Your paycheck. However, Chusan didn't take it. He kept stirring the shiitake with the chopsticks and stared at Liuyi nicely. Stop fucking pretending to be nice. You can speak now, Liuyi said annoyedly. I won't take it, Chusan said. Liuyi's face turned dark. Before he broke out, this brat added instantly. I wrote it for you voluntarily, Boss Liuyi. It's for free. Stop faking the brotherhood loyalty, said Liuyi. Don't you simply fucking think my money was dirty? I don't see you as my brother, said Chusan. You're my friend. Liuyi sneered. You won't join the Black Society, but you'll make friends with someone in it? Do you think you can make yourself clean this way? Chusan lowered his head and took the chicken tail. I'd never wanted to make myself clean, but I really can't take the money. Liuyi was truly inflamed this time. He put down the chopsticks with a cold countenance. He then suddenly stood up and flipped the table. Bang! Clunk! The abrupt crashing sound and the sound of a breaking casserole dish shocked everyone in the restaurant. The fallen stove extinguished at once, and the gas came out with a sharp groan. The waiter screamed and rushed up to turn off the gas valve. Before he could shout his anger, he was blocked by a few beefy bodyguards. The customers around them widened their eyes to watch the scene, and the shopkeeper scurried out to soothe both sides. Big boss, we can talk about it no matter what happened. The bodyguard pushed the shopkeeper away with a palm. None of your business, fuck off. Chusan sat there absently. The boiling chicken pot wasn't smashed onto his head as Liuyi said previously, but instead stained his old and broken shoes and pants. Liuyi didn't even give a single glance at him. He turned and left with his face cold. The bodyguards hurriedly followed him. Chusan looked at his back with wide eyes until the shopkeeper pulled at him. Student kid, are you okay? Do you owe them money? I'm fine. Chusan looked down to the ground and bent over to find the wet paper package from the dirtiness. He then lifted his backpack that he put aside. How much were the chicken pot and the casserole? I'll compensate you. Come on, the shopkeeper sighed. Obviously you were bullied by them. Nor is your life easy. Just go. Chusan held the backpack and left the restaurant. At the same time, Liuyi's car came out from the nearby parking lot. The lighting only left exhaust behind. Liuyi sat in the back seat with no expression, tilting his head and making a call. Chusan watched the car vanish around the corner silently. Then he lowered his head, looking at the thick and dirty paper package. He wasn't someone particularly special, and this proud and merciless Triad big boss's toleration for him should end at this point. Chapter 10. You knew it was a dead pig in the sack? Usually, Wednesday afternoons were the easiest time for Chusan. On those days, he would have a day off from Ahua Bing Sut. He would usually finish school at 5 and then cook herbal medicine for his dad at home. After dinner, he could light a candle and continue studying. However, he rushed home today and cooked a meal for one person. He kept the medicine warm on the stove and then started leaving his home with his little backpack. Where are you going? Dad, he was resting on the old wooden deck chair at the door. He lifted his cattail fan to stop Chusan. To the school for studying, Dad. Chusan explained. Don't you eat before going to school? Said Dad. The canteen of your school is free today? Chusan hesitated for a while and said, I'll buy some beef entrails from Fat Sis and have it while walking. Huh. Dad, he lifted his nose. Are you rich now? Having beef entrails as a meal? You think your dad didn't see you going upstairs suspiciously with 2 colorful tickets, right? You think your dad got cerebral palsy from a peanut-sized little operation, right? You've grown up, Chusan. Chusan dropped his head and confessed for a lighter punishment. Dad, I'm gonna buy the beef entrails for my friend and invite him to watch a film with me. He's male. I don't have a girlfriend. Did I say that you have a girlfriend? Guilty conscience. Dad, he hit him with the fan. Be thankful that your dad is open-minded and doesn't want to care about your business. Go. Chusan hit his head back, carrying his little backpack and running next door for 2 large bowls of beef entrails, and then crisply left. He lifted the beef entrails and rushed his way. He left Snapdragon Walled City quickly, and he took the bus to save time, a rare occurrence. He ran straight to the billiard room in front of the school gate. The manager of the billiard room didn't know that the big boss had flipped the chicken pot table with rage and directly called Little Ma. Boss, Little Ma, Mr. He is here. He said he wants to see Big Boss. No, he can see no one. Who the fuck does he think he is? Dares to make Big Boss angry. Little Ma was eating the dinner and cleaning the space between his teeth. Beat him out with poles. Chusan took the telephone. Boss, Little Ma. Fuck your ass off. Can you call me Boss, Little Ma? Call me General Manager Ma. There's been some misconceptions, Boss, Little Ma. Boss Liuyi is kidding me. He's waiting for me to kowtow and apologize to him, to be soft before him. If you don't let me go, he won't feel better in his mind, and nor will your life be easier. Chusan convinced him patiently. Little Ma thought about Big Boss's recent mood and found it was actually not very good. Moreover, Big Boss Ya had cussed him out because of this brat many times. He couldn't figure out what the big boss really wanted and thought he should better not get involved in this mess. All right. I'll find someone to pick you up. Wait for it. Chusan carried his little backpack and got into the car with 2 bowls of beef entrails. He didn't forget to give one of them to the driver before he got off. Please take it to Boss Little Ma. Tell him I brought it all the way from Snapdragon Walled City. One is for him and the other is for the big boss. I really appreciate what he did for me. Hey, what a fucking poor kid, giving a bowl of beef entrails as a thank you gift. Isn't this just looking down to Boss Ma? The driver couldn't help judging when he brought it to Boss Little Ma's table. What the crap do you know? Little Ma hit him with chopsticks. Is this a common bowl of beef entrails? It's from the shop that Big Boss loves most. He took the chopsticks back and stared at the still warm beef entrails. One is for me and the other is for the big boss? Really appreciate what I did. This fucking PUK guy Brat. That's why Big Boss is interested in him. Looks dull, but has a bunch of schemes. He thought. Chusan lifted the bowl of beef entrails and entered the building of Xiao Liuyi's main office. This time, he didn't get to enter the president's office directly like he did last time. He reported his name, waiting for almost an hour with his beef entrails in the meeting room, before Chi with the white thighs eventually came with her clattering high heels. Mr. He, come in. Xiao Liuyi was smoking and reading through material. His eyebrows were twisted tightly, and he looked very annoyed. He didn't even move his brow when he heard Chusan was in. Apparently, Xiao Liuyi didn't want to care about him at all. Chusan acted obedient and nice. He greeted at first. Boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi didn't even raise his head. Still staring at the material, he said indifferently. What's up? You think you've lived too much and want to borrow some money for a coffin? Chusan looked at Chi. This beautiful secretary didn't need her boss's command. She stepped on her high heels and quickly disappeared. Chusan ran forward with little steps and put the beef entrails that he had covered with his chest to conserve the last bit of warmth onto Xiao Liuyi's table. Xiao Liuyi finally glanced up and then he sneered. What's this? The beef entrails from Fat Sis's shop. Xiao Liuyi leaned on his office chair and sneered again. Apologizing with a single bowl of beef entrails? Who are you, Hie-san? Governor of Hong Kong? I'm too lazy to look at you. Even if you fucking kneeled on the floor and kowtowed for me. Take it back and fuck off. Chusan lowered his head and took out the second, must have to beg for Triad Big Boss's forgiveness. It was a film ticket from the Hong Kong Cultural Center. There was a big red stamp at the upper right corner. Complimentary ticket. They were from the student council, said Chusan. The Godfather, Chinese dubbed. Xiao Liuyi sneered again. Huh. He made a call. Let A Yong and A Biao in. Soon his 2 beefy bodyguards came in. Big Boss. Is the henchman of Fat Chi caught yesterday still alive? He is, Big Boss. Did he say it all? No. He refused to say it no matter how he was. Xiao Liuyi gestured at Chusan by lifting his chin. Take him to see something new. A Yong and A Biao respectively held Chusan's left and right arms and took him away, carrying him into the lift, going down to the parking lot, and entering a small door. they arrived at the basement. As the door was opened, the stench of blood attacked their noses. A man was stripped nude, and there were bloodstains caused by whipping all over his body. He was suspended at the center of the room with his limbs tied, and his eyes looked closed because of the swelling. All in all, he looked like he was dying. Ayoung pushed Chusan away and walked to the man. He called Liuyi with a gaai and turned on the speaker. The fifth Zheng, how was your children's day last night? Liuyi's cold voice came out. The man lifted his head with difficulty and mourned. Big boss, I beg you. I really know nothing. I've followed Fat Chi for so many years and my wife and child are all under his control. If he knows I sold him out, I beg of you, big boss, please let me go. Huh, Liuyi laughed. You're worried that he will hurt your wife and child? Boss Liuyi has already thought about that for you. Today, they were also invited for a children's day. Do you want to take a look? The man shouted aloud instantly as if he was hit by a thunder. Big boss, please don't. I beg you to let them go. It was none of their business. I beg you. Ayoung, said Liuyi. Ayoung waved his hand to the guarding underlings on the side. The underlings wheezed and carried a sack from the next door. They threw it onto the ground and opened it with a knife. The heavy rotten stench became overwhelming. Under the dim light, there was a bloody body without head and limbs. The abdomen was wide open. The bloody entrails rolled out at once. Even the bystanding Chusan couldn't help quivering the corner of his mouth and gripped at his clothes tightly. The fifth Zhang had begun screaming crazily and desperately. Jiao. He twisted his body crazily but couldn't free himself. His throat turned hoarse because of his sharp and miserable yell. In the end, he began crying loudly. My wife, it's all my fault. How miserably you died. Ayoung stepped forward and blocked his mouth with stinky socks, so that he could only grunt with grief. Tears ran around on his dirty face. The fifth Zheng, Liuyi's voice continued coming out from the gaai. Your daughter is so active and cute. She would love interesting holidays. It all depends on if her dad wants her to have one. The fifth Zheng grunted insanely and kept nodding hard. Ayoung pulled out the socks, and he began to cry and beg. I'll say it. I'll say it all. Please don't hurt my daughter. Please. Liuyi hummed coldly. Then obediently say it all. Ayoung, bring him up. Ayoung hesitated and said, Isn't it too dirty, big boss? Bring such a bloody person to the office? I mean bring the brat up. Liuyi raised his voice annoyedly. Hence, Chusan, who had watched torture and had his face go pale in a short period, was brought back to the office with Ayoung and Biao on his left and right side just like how he came. It was midsummer, and the air conditioner was working in the office. There was also a slight scent of perfume. In the room, the air was fresh and the furniture was clean and bright. The floor-to-ceiling window showed the night view of Hong Kong Island, city lights glimmering like gems. Compared to the dark and stinky basement, only heaven could describe it. Liuyi was still at ease. He leaned on the office chair and smoked. You've seen enough? Chusan lowered his head, looking over-terrified. Yes. You know what kind of person I am. Yes. What should you say if you know? Chusan shivered and begged for forgiveness quietly. I'm sorry, boss Liuyi. I dare not irritate you next time. Please forgive me, and don't involve my dad. He's old and can't have a holiday. Huh. Liuyi puffed with his nose. What the heck are you? I don't have the time to deal with you. Fuck off far away, and don't let me see you again. Chusan turned around and fucked off, slowly for a few steps, and then he remembered something, turning back and saying, Boss Liuyi, the beef entrails are cold now. Let the secretary heat them up before you eat. Don't get sick. Liuyi suppressed it for a while, watching him carry the little backpack and move to the door like a snail, and eventually, he couldn't suppress anymore. Stop. Chusan turned around immediately. You knew it was a dead pig in the sack? Chusan took back the over-terrified face and nodded obediently. Yeah, Fat Sis's shop also sells pork livers and fried chitlins. Every early morning, Fat Sis and her husband would transport the supplies with a little cart. Every time they met Chusan getting up early to practice Tai Chi, they would greet him enthusiastically together with the bloody pig entrails. The fifth Zheng was beaten dizzy and had recognized the dead pig as his wife. However, Chusan had felt that something was wrong when the sack was opened and the smell came out. After looking at it carefully, he couldn't help quivering the corner of his mouth and gripping at his clothes tightly to keep himself from laughing. He knew what Liuyi was like. Although he looked rough and brash, he loved morals, and it was impossible for him to hurt women and children. Liuyi. Liuyi extinguished his cigarette and stayed silent for a long while before the best actor Chusan. Fuck off. Chusan could only turn around and continued fucking off. He didn't forget to ask after opening the glass door. So will you watch the film with me, boss Liuyi? Fuck off. Liuyi sulked on his own for a long time. He kicked the desk a couple of times before finally feeling his breathing calm down and his desire to choke Chusan to death fade away as he did a while ago. He went out to the lift with his face dark. He became the merciless and indifferent big boss again when he walked to the basement. Dropping cigarette ash towards the trembling the fifth zheng on the floor, he asked Aeyong. What did he say? Aeyong looked serious and whispered a few sentences to Liuyi. Liuyi changed his demeanor at once, squatting and pulling at the fifth zheng's hair. What did you say? Before Azure Dragon died, Fat Chi had gone to suing. What did they say? I don't know. I really don't know. They closed the door to talk, and no one could go in. Liuyi fiercely threw him away. Cold desire to kill filled his eyes. Usually, Saturday afternoons were the busiest time for Chusan. At this time, the Ahua Bing Sut was in its rush hour, and the people coming for the special char siu rice would line up to 2 alleys away. Chusan would always hold 3 plates with his hand and head, spinning around in the dense maze of tables like a top. However, he unexpectedly took a day off from Uncle Ahua today. Through the angry curses of Uncle Ahua, who was busy like a weary dog, he held the little backpack and squeezed out from the crowd to rush away. He was watched by the neighbors queuing for food all the way to the outside of the walled city. Puk gaai Brat. Uncle Ahua cussed while cutting char siu unceasingly. Doesn't work, but focuses on girls. Auntie Ahua threw a rag to him. Did you work when you were pursuing me? Weren't you being beaten around by your dad? If I'd known you would be like this 20 years later, I wouldn't take you even if you were for free. Uncle Ahua said in an aggrieved tone with the rag on his head. TSK, you think I would favor you? Take a look at what the heck you are. Auntie Ahua turned her big but proudly and sent the meal as a substitute for Chusan. Chusan, who innocently gained the notorious fame of dating girls from his dad and employer, didn't even have a meal, to save money essentially, and went all the way to the cultural center at Simsha Sui, holding a ticket. The culture center was newly built last year, officiated by Charles, Prince of Wales, and Princess Diana. The silver arc-like architecture stood facing the sea, elegant and magnificent. People who came here were mostly celebrities, romantic great men in the business world, elite white collars and tidy suits, reputable cultured people with shiny glasses, etc. Because of the worn old outfit and the little backpack, Chusan, with his tall silhouette, was especially conspicuous among the crowd. He stood straight at the entrance, holding a book in his hand, but he was too worried about missing the coming Liuyi to open it. His eyes merely watched the people coming in. The film would start at 7, and it was already 7:15. A few classmates in the student council passed by in the crowd and greeted him. San, you're also here for The Godfather? It's almost time. Let's go in together. Chusan shook his head. I'm waiting for someone. He waited obediently from 7:15 to 7, and then from 7 to 7:15, and, anyway, when it was 7:45, he had basically given it up. He squatted and put the little backpack on his knees, starting to read under the light at the entrance. His sight swept through an English line absently while thoughts spun quickly in his mind. Why didn't Liuyi come? Is Liuyi so angry that he doesn't want to be acquainted with him anymore? If so, why did Liuyi let him watch the torture to frighten and play with him? A beating could drive him out easily. Is he stood up by Liuyi for fun in order to let him taste some bitterness? If so, he could only bear it. After all, he had angered Liuyi. Just be nice to Liuyi and make him feel better. But he really can't take the money from the Black Society. He would still refuse to take it even if it happened again in the future. He'd packed the money for this time well and put it into the little iron box, planning to return it all to Liuyi once he had a chance in the future. Alas, at the time he returns it to Liuyi, he would definitely see the rage again. This Triad big boss is so hard to serve. He's totally unreasonable. Doing anything he wants, robbing people if he wants to, giving money if he wants to, and if you don't take it he would flip the table, just like a kid. Liuyi sneezed while driving. Fuck. Who cursed me? Chusan had never been so unsettled in his life. Unexpectedly, he couldn't read. He lowered his head and dug it into the yellow pages, smelling the scent of ink, which always gave him a sense of safety. He thought that at the beginning, wasn't not being related to the mafia what he wanted most? Why is he so uncomfortable when the mafia neglects him now? If the mafia treated him kindly, but he angered the mafia and felt bad in his conscience as a result, it makes sense. However, this was a brash and bossy mafia, forcing him to write scripts and forcing him to take the money after he finished. How could such a forced deal happen due to kindness? And he even felt bad in his conscience for this. Chusan preliminarily affirmed that he was mad. The mad Chusan had never been so dejected. Holding the book and being absent-minded for a long while, he sighed powerlessly. Why do you sigh like an old man at such a young age? Liuyi looked down at him from above. Amazed, Chusan lifted his head, seeing Liuyi with his slim waist and long legs in a black suit. And surprisingly, he had applied some hair oil for his unbridled messy hair. Before Chusan, he was almost a handsome, charming Apollo. Chusan couldn't help being stunned. Liuyi kicked him lazily. Stand up. What are you stunned for? You, said Chusan. And then he turned to see the big clock in the entrance hall. You're an hour late. There were paparazzis following me and the traffic was jammed, Liuyi said annoyedly. I drove all around Kowloon to get rid of them. I'm in a terrible mood now. Don't irritate me. Chusan pushed on the wall and stood up floppily, looking at the space behind him surprisedly. You were stalked by someone? Didn't you bring bodyguards with you? Why would you need bodyguards for a film? Could they understand it? Liuyi irritatedly scratched his hair and dug into the elegant hair oil hairstyle, loosening it. What kind of a fucking place is this? Why is there no one selling fish balls and popcorn at the door? Food is not allowed when you watch films here, said Chusan. Fuck. Is it even watching films? What the heck is here? Chusan could say nothing but told him. This film is 3 hours long. We can still go in. Liuyi frowned and turned to go in. He didn't even care about Chusan, who was tidying his backpack hurriedly behind him. The theater was on the first floor. They stepped onto the stairs one after another. The golden light of the hall made a long shadow for Liuyi. Chusan would always step on his shadow. He couldn't help smiling. Boss Liuyi, I'm happy that you came. Shut up. Who the hell would come if you could find a Chinese dub elsewhere? Your face is so annoying. Chusan ran to Liuyi's side with small steps, turning and smiling to him. As expected, Liuyi kicked him for his annoying face. They walked into the theater, shoulder to shoulder, finding a seat at the back in the darkness, and after a few seconds, everyone in the room suddenly heard an angry yell from the back. Fuck Hie-san. Isn't this a Mandarin dub? Where's the Cantonese? Shoo. Another voice explained quietly. They're all Chinese anyway. When Liuyi came out from the cultural center, his face was even darker than it was when he went in. Setting the problem of dub aside, there were many stowaways from the mainland in Snapdragon Walled City. Living with them, Liuyi could understand the dub if he tried. However, this fucking cinema not only had no fishball or popcorn shop, but didn't allow him to smoke. The staff came to stop him many times, and before he got annoyed enough to throw the staff away with a single hand, all the audience had stood up to condemn him as they couldn't tolerate him disturbing other audiences from time to time and asked him to get out at once. Receiving such humiliation, Liuyi pinched the cigarette, sitting in his seat speechlessly with his face tar black. Chusan thought he would abruptly snap and take out his gun as a warning to make everyone shut up, or more directly, break out to beat someone and set a fire in the cinema. But eventually, he just stood up silently, dropping his cigarette to wherever, pushing away the staff in his way, and left. Chusan scurried out after him and caught up to him on the golden, shiny stairs. Boss Liuyi. Liuyi didn't speak, having his hands in his pockets and going downstairs as fast as an arrow. He strode to the outside of the cultural center, and Chusan jumped up to him to grip his right arm. Boss Liuyi, I'm sorry. Liuyi tilted his head and glanced at him silently. This kid always lowered his head cowardly, and at this point, he was so nervous that he had straightened his body. This kid had actually been as tall as him. They looked at each other at the same height for a while, and then Liuyi asked with no expression on his face. Sorry for what? Said Chusan. I shouldn't pick such a place and make you angry again. Liuyi grunted coldly, finding a cigarette from his pocket, tilting his head to light it, and inhaling. You think I didn't know about the rules among educated people and lost your face inside? No, they were. Chusan wanted to make an excuse for him. But thinking back, Liuyi was the bossy one who had disturbed others watching the film normally, and he could only open his mouth awkwardly. They were too strict. Liuyi held the cigarette between his lips, sneering and slapping Chusan's head with medium strength. Too strict? Stop speaking for them. To me, y'all are simply sick. Is this how you watch a film? Come to my company next week, and I'll teach you how to watch it. Chusan answered with, obediently. Then are you still angry with me, boss Liuyi? Being angry with you? Do I have the time to be angry with you every time? Fuck off. Chusan fucked off to his side to walk together with him. Shall I invite you to eat fish balls, boss Liuyi? I'm already full from the anger you fed me. What the crap would I eat? Didn't you say you weren't angry? Chusan could only shut up and sow-song, trying his best to let Liuyi hear the thundering noise from his belly. As expected, Liuyi frowned. You didn't eat? Yeah. Liuyi's large palm hit his back. Don't eat fish balls. Boss Liuyi will take you to the Peninsula hotels for lobster. Chusan quivered his shoulders. Stop the nonsense. Let's go? Liuyi was not feeling good and was determined to be an uncouth nouveau riche. Dragging the backpack strap, he lifted Chusan away. Chapter 11. You're actually a little fox. 15 minutes later, Chusan, in his old clothes, sat in a gorgeous restaurant with a pleasant view of the Peninsula hotels, looking at the overwhelming numbers on the English menu. Boss Liuyi, he wanted to say that it's too expensive here and let's go elsewhere. Bring a Chinese menu. Liuyi frowned and said to the waiter. He sir's distant family. The Indian waiter shook his head. Now Chinese, sir. Boss Liu, Chusan said again. Then serve us 2 most expensive dishes, said Liuyi. The most expensive, expensive. You get what I mean? Ye, sir, said the distant family. Boss, said Chusan. Liuyi glanced at him coldly. Nothing. Chusan. Liuyi's glance told him if he dared say another no, he'd be lifted and thrown out of the window. Well, the uncouth nouveau riche big boss is still angry and wants to buy some entertainment. What could he comment about? Chusan sat over there and obediently waited for Big Boss Xia to calm down. Elegant and soothing music was played in the restaurant. Out of the window, there was the beautiful night view of Victoria Harbor, filling people's eyes with grand lights. And it was an amazing scene that Chusan, who grew up in the sunless Snapdragon Walled City, had never seen before. This oriental city of lights, the bustling and shiny pearl on the sea, had never been his. He was born and raised here for over 20 years, but he was simply an alien from the inside, isolated city. His mind was absent from the outside scenery. Liuyi couldn't help hitting the plate with his knife. What are you doing? Boss Liuyi, so beautiful. Chusan didn't move, staring out the window and admiring. Make your words clear. Your boss Liuyi is handsome instead of beautiful. Chusan chuckled, sitting back nicely, and earnestly praised. Boss Liuyi, you're more handsome than the view outside. Liuyi was used to his silly words and only sneered in response. This kid began flattering him just for a meal of lobster. Listen, how sweet his words were, that even little Ma could only kowtow before him. After the appetizer was scolded as weeds by Liuyi, big plates of lobster and steak were served. Pouring the red wine and lighting the candles, the 2 fair boys sitting by the window, and the gentle lights waving slowly. It looked well from somewhere far away. Liuyi had eaten countless Western dishes with Big Boss Azure Dragon. At this time, he proficiently cut himself a slice of steak and boozed on the wine. Lifting his gaze while eating, he found Chusan hesitating while poking at the overwhelming big lobster with a little fork. Use your hands if you don't know how to eat it, said Liuyi. Chusan looked at the nearby distant family staring at them and persistently poked with the little fork. Liuyi couldn't stand him pretending to be cowardly. He lifted his hand and called to the distant family. Bring a pair of chopsticks. Sir? Chopsticks. Don't you understand? Liuyi's face turned dark. He'd like a pair of chopsticks. Chusan hurriedly mediated with English. The waiter lifted his eyebrow oddly. Ye, sir. Fuck, Liuyi cussed to his back, twittering with the bird language. Chusan chuckled quietly and played with the fork. He gave up the big lobster and tried to cut the steak carefully. Then the knife slipped away and it fell into Big Boss Xiao's plate with a clap, splashing the sauce onto Xiao Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi turned stiff. Chusan had his head ducked immediately and actively admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Boss Liuyi. Puk gaai Brat. Xiao Liuyi cussed and took off the dirty blazer, throwing it onto the back of the chair. He untied his tie and threw it away as well. Pulling off 2 of the buttons on the shirt, he frowned and leaned on the chair. I'll chop your dog paws off someday. The waiter served them a pair of delicate chopsticks with golden rims. Xiao Liuyi lifted his chin to Chusan. Eat with this. Would you be admonished about how you ate your meal after you paid? Will you be choked if you eat with chopsticks? Xiao Liuyi glared at the waiter watching them while he scolded Chusan. What the heck are you looking at? Fuck off. The waiter didn't need translation and fucked off crisply. Chusan picked the steak up obediently with the chopsticks. He thought his boss Liuyi was freaking cool. Being a Triad man and a rich man at the same time, of course he can be bossy wherever he goes. Alas, Chusan dug his head into the plate to fill his stomach with concentration. Xiao Liuyi kept standing up to cut steak for him and scolding him at the same time. You Brat is looking for pain. You're actually a little fox, but you pretend to be a shameless dog, waiting for a kick. Chusan believed that people must follow the rules wherever they went and shouldn't just do whatever they wanted. He had had the words for an argument, but still, he didn't speak. Xiao Liuyi continued shelling the lobster and cussing at Chusan mercilessly, and then he leaned on the chair, calling Little Ma. After he hung up, he kicked Chusan below the table. Come to my company and watch films next Friday. Chusan had his mouth packed with lobster, and he wanted to say, I have to work a shift on Friday. Xiao Liuyi's face turned cold. Chusan changed his words immediately. Choking and swallowing the food in his mouth with difficulty, he added at once. I'll come on Friday afternoon, ahem. Xiao Liuyi finally took his deadly glare back. Ahem. Chusan was still struggling. Boss Liuyi, give me your water. Ask for another glass if you finished it. Why were you asking for mine? Ahem. It would be too slow. Ahem. It's too. Ahem. Xiao Liuyi was almost amused, pushing the lemon water with only half glass left to Chusan. Poor kid with no fortune, you could be choked to death even from eating a lobster. Chusan swallowed the water hard and looked at him bitterly, thinking, wasn't it caused by you? Chusan had a stomach full of lobster and meat, and even packed leftover bread in the end, taking it back for breakfast tomorrow. Holding his little belly and carrying the little backpack, he left the Peninsula hotels slowly with Xiao Liuyi. They walked back to the parking lot at the cultural center. Xiao Liuyi frowned slightly as soon as he drove the black Benz on a Salisbury road. Duck down, said he. Chusan asked nothing and crisply rammed the backpack under his feet, bowing his back and cowering down. Xiao Liuyi made another turn and switched to a road with more cars. He stopped in front of the red light. Hide in the back seat. Cover your face with the clothes and fasten the seatbelt tightly. Chusan held his backpack and climbed to the back seat from the space between the 2 seats quickly. Ramming the backpack under his feet and fastening the seatbelt, he grabbed the dirty blazer that Xiao Liuyi took off and covered his head with it. He intended to grip the blazer with his hands, but found it was not good enough after a moment of consideration. So he knotted the sleeves of the blazer under his chin, wrapping his head into a rice dumpling, and only left a line of space for his eyes. Then, he carefully grabbed the handrail on the car door. He was right. As the green light shone, Xiao Liuyi stepped hard on the pedal. They rushed away like thunder. Chusan's sight blurred, and he began to bump around along with Big Boss Xiao's top-level driving skill. Up and down, east and west, left and right. 3 limousines popped out from who knows where started following Xiao Liuyi's car. They rushed crazily for 2 streets and turned left and right countless times, and even played drifting off the road. 20 minutes later, the car following behind him had become 1 instead of 3. The driver knew that Xiao Liuyi recognized them and even didn't pretend anymore, treading to the bottom of the pedal to follow Xiao Liuyi, and the one on the passenger seat had taken out his gun. Xiao Liuyi looked out through the window with no expression on his face. He suddenly threw the wheel fiercely, hitting the other with the passenger part of the car. Bang! After the extensive crash and overwhelming noise, the car broke the rail and hit the sea. With a dull sound, it bubbled and sank. 2 49ers swam out from the car window awkwardly. Xiao Liuyi, who had only broken the light of his car, stepped on the pedal, and dashingly left. He turned another few roads to make sure there were no more people following, and then he slowed down the car, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Puffing a white circle leisurely, he lazily asked, "Did you puke?" Chusan in the back seat used all his strength to keep himself from vomiting. He couldn't vomit even if he died. Wrapping his head like a rice dumpling, if he vomited, he'd puke on his own face. Liuyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror and lifted the corner of his lips. Chusan untied the blazer on his head slowly, loosening the seat belt just on his stomach, and he faced the dirty blazer. "EW." Liuyi pinched his cigarette and laughed out loud, grabbing a tissue box and shoving it backwards. Fat Chi had his henchman caught, and the henchman's wife and child were also hidden by Liuyi so that he couldn't find anything about them. The rage made him stand completely against Liuyi, and he had claimed that he'd take Liuyi's head. When he had just made this claim, he found that Liuyi drove into the territory of his power alone. The 3 cars that he had sent lost Liuyi in the afternoon and kept driving around Simshasui to search for Liuyi after that. But they didn't anticipate that Liuyi's car came out from the parking lot of the cultural center, showing that he went straight to watch a film. Now the 3 cars had all been gotten rid of by Liuyi. Fat Chi, who came because of the message he received, looked at the broken rail and cursed, only wanting to cut the fat from his belly and smash it onto his useless underlings. He was having a crazy rage, but Liuyi was in a light mood. Holding the cigarette in his mouth and parking his car by Snapdragon Walled City, he got out of the car and pulled the door of the back seat open, lifting the Chusan, who had his face pale from vomiting. Liuyi patted him like cleaning the fur of a dog and lifted him upright to help him stand well, smiling and asking, "Was it fun?" Chusan was still wiping his mouth slowly and softly with the tissue. After he eventually made himself clean again, he didn't answer but asked, "Why didn't you let them see me?" "Nonsense," Liuyi said irritatedly. "Could you still go to school alive if they saw you? I'm so busy, and I'm too lazy to send 2 more people to follow you." Chusan stared at him. "They were your enemy? They were after you? They belonged to the fat guy we met last time." Liuyi didn't like to be questioned endlessly as if he needed to confess something. "All right, go home." He turned to leave, but Chusan caught the short sleeve on his right arm and kept asking, "Is your life that dangerous every day? Who do you think I am? The governor of Hong Kong?" Liuyi sneered, pulling his sleeve but failing to leave. He was going to turn his head and get angry, but found that Chusan looked surprisingly serious, and it was an extremely concerned expression. He puffed and laughed and soothed his attitude, ruffling Chusan's hair aggressively. "What are you worrying about? Can anyone take advantage of your boss, Liuyi? No matter whether they can or cannot, won't an accident happen if you keep being chased after like this?" Chusan hesitated for a while. "Next time, don't go if the place you're going to is too dangerous." Liuyi laughed. "The entirety of Hong Kong is under your boss Liuyi's power. I go anywhere I want to go. Come on, don't worry about those kinds of fucking things. Fuck back to your home and go to bed." He lifted Chusan's paw away, holding the cigarette in his mouth and getting in his car carelessly. The engine thundered as the pedal was stepped on, puffing exhaustion into Chusan's face. Chusan stood still, watching him leave with dust. He stood absent-minded for a while over there, before walking silently to the walled city, holding his backpack. During this time, he had seriously read many novels about mafia fights in the library to write scripts for Liuyi. He thought that he was watching the rise and prosperity of a Triad big boss who might dominate the entire Hong Kong. Liuyi was bold and clever. He acted casual, but possessed deep consideration for others, and he had such potential. However, he was also very possibly watching his eventual fall. A career in the black society did not have the opportunity for regret. It was rare for someone to live through safely to the end of their life. Liuyi's unconstrained and fearless personality could bring him success, but could also bring him disasters. On the other hand, these triads had done brutal things. Even if they were not punished by their conscience, heaven would not forgive them. Just like Su Ying and the little leader on the rooftop, and even Big Boss Azure Dragon. Whom of them had received an unmiserable death? Heaven is wise and has never failed to be fair. They all got their karma. He didn't want Liuyi to end up like them in front of him. He didn't know why, but despite everything, he couldn't treat Liuyi as an unrelated bystander. He didn't want to see Xiao Liuyi hurt, nor did he want to see Xiao Liuyi's miserable end. Chusan, 22 years old, was graduating from college in a year. His childhood dream was to take his dad away from the rotten, stinky mud someday, and now he began to wonder if he could take one more person with him. He lowered his head and walked into the rotten walled city covered by darkness. But the light of hope had sprouted within his heart. At that time, he was so young, inexperienced, naive, and innocent. He thought that he could change the future. Chapter 12. Buy you a birthday cake this big. Chusan checked his schedule on Sunday night and found that the day they would watch films, next Friday, was June 1st, the Triad Big Boss's Children's Day. Dad, he went to the toilet before he slept and heard the clattering sound of counting coins from his son's room. Dad, he hissed and commented in his mind, "That's my son. Our level of poverty can't stop him from seeing girls." On that Friday afternoon, Chusan carried his little backpack, holding a little playing carton, and arrived at the door of the billiard room early. General Manager Ma had driven and waited over there himself under Big Boss's command. Seeing Chusan come out, he honked his car. "Did you eat lunch?" Little Ma asked him. "Hello, Boss Little Ma." Chusan sat in the back seat and said, "I did." Thus Little Ma drove him to the main office, scanning him once over while controlling the wheel. He couldn't see through this innocent-looking face no matter how hard he tried. "You're graduating?" asked Little Ma. "Aye, next year." "Which kind of jobs are you going to work?" "I'm studying economics." "Top student." "I heard Big Boss wanted to ask you to manage a few billiard rooms, and you didn't agree to?" "Aye, I can't manage people." Little Ma sneered. "Learn about it if you can't." Chusan held the carton, looking obedient. "I'm dumb. I am simply good at schoolwork." Little Ma sneered again in his mind. "Fucking pretending. You do know that Big Boss wanted to invite you to help with financing in the company. You completely pushed it away." They arrived at the company with different schemes in their mind and directly entered the big conference room below the president's office. When they entered, the meeting desk right in the center was taken apart and piled on the side. Xiao Liuyi held a cigarette in his mouth with a pair of sunglasses, legs crossed, sitting in the middle with a proper look. Besides him, there were also his two bodyguards, A Yong and A Biao, and Chui Dong Dong, along with a girl with chubby cheeks in the room. Hearing the footsteps of Chusan and Little Ma, Xiao Liuyi waved his hand like a king, and A Yong stood up immediately to close the floor-to-ceiling windows, pressing the remote. As the light hit the opposite wall, overwhelming white light appeared in a flash. Xiao Liuyi had let someone put a big white cloth over the opposite wall. With the film projector and two big stereos, it was like a private, luxurious cinema. Everyone also received a Hawaii sling chair, a bowl of fish balls, a bowl of shumai, a bag of popcorn, and a pack of French fries. They could take the cigarettes and beer as they pleased. Chusan was shocked by this grand arrangement. He was lifted onto the sling chair beside Xiao Liuyi by Little Ma and blankly stared at Xiao Liuyi, who wore sunglasses in darkness to be cool. "Boss Liuyi, what are we going to watch?" Xiao Liuyi sat up, taking off his sunglasses elegantly, and lifted his eyebrows as if he was royalty. "The Godfather. Isn't it simply a Chinese dub? I sent someone to Guangzhou and bought the whole series. Today, you guys will spend the holiday with me, and you can only leave after you finish all of them." Chusan, to let you Brat know that this is how you watch films. Xiao Liuyi lied back into the chair with pleasure, pinching the cigarette and throwing it away, and poking a fishball to eat. Chusan was totally conquered by how splendid, silly, he was. The film had started, and Xiao Liuyi tilted his head under the dim white light, seeing the little carton put on the table by Chusan. He asked, "What's this?" "College student," he said quietly with shyness. "Your birthday gift." Xiao Liuyi sneered, looking like, "Didn't expect you Brat would remember to bring a gift." He said carelessly, "Keep it there. We'll open it tonight when we go to the nightclub for a drink. I have to go home early too." Chusan swallowed the night, part back under ensuing the glare. Don't speak against him since it's his birthday. Asen counseled himself. "You fucker never responds to good words, and I have to beat you to make you nice." "What the heck?" Xiao Liuyi cursed at him. "Big boss, we're watching a film here. Can you go upstairs to flirt?" Chui Dong Dong held her little sing-song girl with chubby cheeks and said annoyedly. Xiao Liuyi smashed at her with his clean fishball bamboo stick, and it was thrown back by her roughly. The first part of The Godfather was 3 hours long, and the second was 3.5 hours long, and the third one was 3 hours too. Adding them up, it was 9.5 hours. They watched from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and Chui Dongdong couldn't help but feel like vomiting and ran away, using the toilet as an excuse along with her sing-song girl. The leftover men couldn't even use the toilet as an excuse. When Xia Liuyi lifted his eyebrow, none of them dared move their butts for a bit. The group of people painfully watched till 8:30 with Big Boss Xia and finished the second one. While Xia Liuyi was ordering them to play the third one, Little Ma sacrificed himself and jumped forward to tightly hold Xia Liuyi's thigh, kneeling. Big Boss, we truly can't watch anymore. Please stop. The girls in the nightclub are still waiting for us. Chusan had curled up on the chair and begun napping in the darkness. Being scared awake by Little Ma suddenly, he looked at them bewilderedly with his eyes slightly open. Xia Liuyi had also got a little dizzy himself, so he could only wave his hand annoyedly. Fuck off. All of you fuck off. Little Ma cried ecstatically, leading the muddled A Yong and A Biao downstairs to drive the cars. Chusan climbed up swiftly, carrying his little backpack and going to escape. Come back. Boss Liuyi, I'm going home to cook dinner for my dad. Doesn't he have hands? Can't he cook it himself? Go to the nightclub with me. Boss Liuyi is inviting you to spend a holiday tonight and giving you a taste of women. Chusan hid back. No thank you, Boss Liuyi. Xia Liuyi grabbed the strip of his backpack, lifting him up as always. No more nonsense, go. It's not necessary, really, Boss Liuyi. Shut up. I really don't want to go, Boss Liuyi. Shut up. Boss. Glare. Chusan said weakly. I won't taste women or drink alcohol. Is that okay? I'll simply go to celebrate your birthday. 2 hours later, Chusan was puking his life out in the toilet of the luxurious VIP room of the nightclub. That's a good-for-nothing. Xia Liuyi cussed him outside with a nightclub girl in his arms. He was drunk after just 2 bottles. What the heck? Little Ma, A Yong, A Biao, Chui Dongdong, all had 1 or 2 girls in their arms respectively. The pretty birds, snakes, and mice were mixed together, sitting on the sofa, half drunk. Little Ma, who drank most, agreed loudly with his face blood red. Yeah, what the heck? Chui Dongdong had already taken her little sing-song girl home. She kissed the fair girl in her arms and said, he had been inside for half an hour now. Won't he die in there? Who cares, said Xia Liuyi. Little Ma, keep singing. Little Ma stood up and grabbed the mic, opening his mouth and crying like a ghost. A Yong cut the costly 3-level cake, and Xia Liuyi took the lead, attacking Chui Dongdong with a piece of cake. Chui Dongdong promptly fought back, shouting, finish the big boss and you girls will be the big sisters, commanding those pretty birds while assaulting Xia Liuyi with cream and boobs. Xia Liuyi led A Yong and A Biao, initiating a general attack. According to the principle of pushing down as many girls as possible, they fell into a mess on the sofa with this girl army. The groan of the stereo shook the ceiling, and under the colorful light, it was a chaotic fight. Little Ma yelled George Lamb's, a real man hoarsely. Be a real man. Take those pain out of your plan. There's nothing love can't span. Life after sadness just began. A door away, Chusan pulled out some tissue to cover his mouth. The singing, arguing, laughing, and playing sounds mixed together, and his heart was also pounding. A shock that he had never experienced stung his eardrums. He sat against the door drowsily, listening to the hysteric singing of those Triad people in a daze. Be a real man. Death doesn't discriminate against anyone. Asking for principles is nonsense. A hero might be the crazy one. Chusan covered his ears and held his head, gradually falling asleep with his head lowered. He didn't know how long he had slept when the toilet door was pushed open abruptly. Chusan fell forward in the drowsiness, and his head almost fell into the toilet. Xia Liuyi, who lifted Chusan's little backpack in, turned his hand and closed and locked the door. He then threw the backpack to Chusan's feet, walking to the toilet to pee. He kicked Chusan while unzipping his zip. Hey, did you die from drinking? Chusan supported himself against the wall. His sight was blurred, and he paused for a long while. No, I'm not drunk. I puked it all out. Don't go out, said Xia Liuyi. He let the waterfall go and zipped, walking to the basin and turning on the faucet. Pitifully, his hand scratched for a few times in the air but failed to grab the faucet. He swore fuck, annoyedly. Chusan finally found that this big boss looked calm, but was actually pretty drunk. He could only turn on the faucet for him and grab Xiao Yui's paw, which was digging in the air, and put it under the faucet to wash it for him. Xiao Yui was born to be the type of person who does not show if they are drunk through the face. His face wasn't very red, but his eyes were almost closed. He said slowly, "Some other brothers came and are outside. Don't let them see you." The singing outside was still lively, and the voices of many strange men could be heard indistinctly. Xiao Yui pressed on the basin and stayed quiet for a while, and murmured like he was talking to himself. "A red pole is under Elder Go. A straw sandal is under Uncle Yuan. Neither of them is our own person, and it's insecure." Chusan found that he couldn't stand steadily and went up to support him. "Boss Liuyi, sit on the toilet and have a rest." Xiao Liuyi waved his hand to drive Chusan away. He put down the toilet lid and sat onto it floppily. Wiping his face with his wet hand, he said, "If something happens someday and you can't find me, don't go to Little Ma, since he can barely protect himself. Find Shui Dong Dong. She can cover for you. I brought you here today, and she knows that you're on our side." "I'll be fine, Boss Liuyi." Xiao Liuyi sneered. "Yeah, what could happen to such a fucking little fox like you? I've known you for so long, and you're not even willing to swear to the heavens. A PUK gaai brat that no one can be acquainted with." Chusan had nothing to say back, but lowered his head to stare at the beads on Xiao Yui's forehead. Those shiny beads of water were slipping down slowly along his handsome cheek, with clear lines towards his chin with little stubble. A hurried knocking sound came from the outside. "Big boss, come out. The brothers can't bear anymore." "Do you dare urge your big boss?" "Fuck off," Xiao Liuyi roared. "We can't bear it anymore, big boss. Show some mercy." The drunkards outside believed that the law won't blame a group of people and scratched at the door as hard as they could. Xiao Liuyi supported himself with the wall and stood up, patting Chusan's shoulder. He walked forward to pull the door open, and before the people outside could see inside clearly, he kicked out. The people outside yelled miserably and fell like dominoes. "Ouch! Ow!" Xiao Liuyi closed the door. Chusan locked it immediately and heard Xiao Liuyi say outside, "The toilet is blocked. Go to the nearby one. Big boss must have puked on the floor and doesn't want us to see. You all felt that you've lived too much, huh? Kneel onto the sofa and put your butts up. Dong Dong, get me a pole. Beat us after we pee, big boss. Or I'll pee onto the sofa. That's right, big boss. Can I pee into the vase? I think this vase looks like a dick. Fuck off." In the bustle, Chusan sat against the door of the toilet, pulling open his little backpack and finding a big book. He rubbed his blurred eyes and began to read. Chusan concentratedly read 1/3 of the big book. When he suddenly pulled his mind out from the dense English letters, he eventually found that the outside was relatively quiet, and he could only hear lonely song accompaniment. He checked the outside from the little crack that he had opened and put the book back. Carrying his backpack, he carefully opened the door. All of Shao Qitong members had been defeated, and their corpses were placed in the maze of alcohol and food. They lay messily on the floor, sofa, cabinet, TV. There was even someone hung from the robe hanger with their collar hung on the hook. Their eyes were almost closed, and they moved their limbs slowly like a zombie standing on tiptoe. Chusan carefully stepped over Yong and Little Ma, who were hugged together, and helped pull Biao's head out from half a watermelon rind. He didn't see Shui Dong Dong around. Courageous people know when to withdraw, and she had probably used the toilet as an excuse again. He made his motions light and walked close to Xiao Liuyi, who was sitting right in the middle of the sofa. Xiao Liuyi sat straight with his eyes closed, opening his legs wide and pressing his hands on them like an emperor guarding his throne. There was also a cigarette that was burning for a while pinched in his left hand. Chusan bent over, trying to take the cigarette that was almost burning his fingers. Xiao Liuyi abruptly spoke and freaked him out. "Did I allow you to come out?" "Boss Liuyi." Chusan greeted and continued opening his fingers boldly and took the cigarette out. It really was burning his hand. He lifted his hand, and Xiao Liuyi's eyes were still almost closed, looking calm. He couldn't even tell if Xiao Liuyi was conscious or even drunker. "They're all drunk and unconscious?" asked Xiao Liuyi. Chusan looked around again to make sure that there was no one alive. Fuck. A group of good-for-nothings," Xiao Liuyi cussed. "If someone comes at this moment, they could finish us completely." Chusan wanted to say, "Aren't you still here?" But then he saw Xiao Liuyi straighten his waist to stand up but fall onto the table like a bullfrog. Bang! Chusan speechlessly dug his boss Liuyi's face out from the fruit salad which had been smashed into a paste. He supported him onto the sofa into the guarding leader position again and pulled some tissue to wipe this old master's face. Be careful, boss Liuyi. Don't move. I'm fine. Liuyi waved his hand carelessly. Where's your gift? Bring it and let me see. Let's see it tomorrow, said Chusan. He figured that Liuyi couldn't control himself from beating him up in this situation. Fuck. Bring it. Liuyi cussed imperially with tissue scrap on his nose. Chusan could only walk a few steps away and dig his well-sealed carton from a pile of leftover beer bottles. Liuyi scratched at it, but failed to open it. Lifting and shaking it lightly with a single hand, he tried throwing it onto the floor. Chusan aided him hurriedly and took the knife used to cut the cake from the table, cutting it open with a few strokes. He presented it to Liuyi's hand. Liuyi slightly opened his eyes and opened the carton that was packed carefully as if it was something precious. His hand searched inside for a long while, and eventually, he only found a card with an extremely ugly birthday cake drawn on it. There was even a line written seriously, Happy Liuyi, June 1st. Pinching the thin card in silence for a long time, Liuyi turned to Chusan with no expression on his face. I want to buy you a birthday cake this big, but I don't have enough money. Chusan ducked his head and admitted obediently. Let me give you a paper-made one first and give you the real one after I begin working next year. Pinching the card, Liuyi leaned onto the sofa slowly. Facing the ceiling, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply towards the glimmering, colorful light above him. San, you're so sure that I won't chop you into mince? Chusan chuckled quietly. Yeah. What the fuck did you yaw for? Liuyi kicked him with little strength. He was a little sober because of the anger that Chusan had brought him, and he stood up floppily, supporting himself with the sofa. He stood steadily this time, and he kneaded the card into a ball, ramming it into the pocket of his pants, and lifting Chusan's backpack strip. Go. I'll send you home. Fuck. Even seeing you makes me annoyed. No, I can go by myself. Chusan wanted to say. How can you go by yourself at 3 in the morning? Crawl back. Chusan had nothing to say, and he could only let Liuyi drag him away. He thought Liuyi would at most call a midnight taxi to send him home, but he was dragged all the way to the parking lot, watched as Big Boss Xia shook and opened the door of Benz, and then sat onto the driver's seat. Crawling back would be much better. Boss Liuyi, please let me find a taxi to send you back first. Chusan tried to stop him hurriedly. The crap you'll find. Go out and check around to see if there's any taxis. Get in. We really can't do this, Boss Liuyi. You're drunk and you can't drive. Please come out. Liuyi opened the drawer in the car with no expression, getting a gun out and releasing the safety. Come in or not. Chusan blinked at the tar-black muzzle. You won't shoot. Bang. Me. Chusan sweated, the hole on the wall behind him. Terrorists were bombarding Chusan's mind. He held his little backpack and sat on the passenger seat with his face stiff. The moment Liuyi stepped on the pedal, he thought he would never get the chance to see his dad again. Boss Liuyi, it's a red light. Shut up. I know. Boss Liuyi, we can only turn right here. Shut up. I know. Boss Liuyi, watch out, it's a pole. Shut up. I know. There's someone in front of us. Boss Liuyi. Shut up. I know. We've passed this street 3 times. Boss Liuyi. Shut up. Let me think about the route. Chapter 13. What else did he live for? Chusan thought it was a huge miracle of life. He sat in the car of the drunkard Liuyi and went back to Snapdragon Walled City alive. Hey, live. Honestly, it was because there were so few people and cars at midnight that he could have such a fortune. Liuyi trod hard on the brake by the road and hit the wheel, waiting for Chusan to get off. Chusan loosened the handrail that he held tightly and took off the seat belt, opening the door with his legs soft, and he felt worried again. Boss Liuyi, how you go back? Don't think of me, fuck off, said Liuyi. Chusan felt his sight darken as soon as he remembered how scary Liuyi was when he swirled and kept going circle routes at the same crossing, and thinking of this, he sat back fearlessly. Boss Liuyi, let me stay with you on your way home. I'll be worried if you leave alone. I'm not going home. Liuyi had his eyes slightly opened and shoved him out, and he threw the backpack out together. Fuck off. You're not going home. Where are you going? Chusan wondered a lot and holding his backpack, he stood up floppily. Liuyi had leaned forward to close the door with a clap. Chusan pulled at the door, but failed to pull it open and found that Liuyi had locked the door inside. He thought it was weird instantly. "Boss Liuyi, open the door. Where are you going alone?" Liuyi sneered and showed Chusan his middle finger from the inside. We can tell that this Triad big boss who loved pretending was really drunk from this. He spoke out 4 words, and according to the shape, it was none of your business. Chusan hit the car window hard and received no reaction. Seeing Liuyi pull the gear stick and about to step on the pedal, he jumped in front of the car in a hurry. He fell onto the car awkwardly, throwing the backpack onto the front of the car, straightening his body, and lifting his arms. He looked like a puppy trying to stop a car. Big Boss Ya didn't notice this little puppy in such a short period and subconsciously treaded on the pedal. With a bang, Chusan didn't even leave a silhouette. An explosion happened in Liuyi's brain. He treaded the brakes swiftly and rolled down the window to take a hurry look. Chusan fell on the ground a few steps away with his head in the dust, struggling to get up like a fish. He seemed to be fine. Liuyi poked his head out and cussed loudly. "Puk guy Brat. You don't want to live anymore. Why did you block the front?" Chusan got up floppily and didn't even pick up his backpack. He persisted in blocking the car. "Boss Liuyi, you can't keep driving like this. None of your crap. Fuck off. How can you say this? I don't want to see any accidents happen to you. Stop being childish, Boss Liuyi. Come out." This courageous puppy yelled to him with a serious face. Anger overwhelmed Liuyi, and he punched the car horn. Beep. Chusan mimicked the sound by clapping the head of the car. Clap. Then he lifted his head to encounter Liuyi's glare angrily. He didn't lose at all. This fucking deadly bold Puk guy Brat. Liuyi ground his teeth for a long while, and he was going to be cruel enough to tread on the pedal again. But he failed to be that cruel in the end. He punched the horn again with irritation and frowned. "Why are you being so childish with me? I have something to do. Don't obstruct me. What do you have to do now? It's so late. And you're so drunk. What do you want to do?" Liuyi glared at him for a long time. Alcohol rushed up to his brain together with blood and made his head heavy. He leaned onto the seat and said annoyedly, "Don't care about me. You're really annoying. I have a headache every time I see you." Chusan softened his voice. "Boss Liuyi, I'll be really worried if you're alone. Where are you going? Can I go with you?" Liuyi lifted his arm to cover his face, murmured annoyedly as if he was talking to himself. "Don't fucking come. All of you fuck off." Chusan walked to the driver's seat, ducking to hold his powerless right arm, and said softly, "I won't disturb you. Just let me drive with you, okay? I'll be worried if you drive alone. You can go wherever you want once you leave the car, and I'll stay in the car. Is that okay?" Liuyi covered his face and said nothing as if he was asleep. Chusan could only shake his arm and kept begging softly, "Boss Liuyi." Chusan held the little backpack that was as dusty as him and sat onto the passenger seat again. Liuyi treaded on the pedal with no expression. The atmosphere was lifelessly silent. They drove and watched the road carefully, respectively with no words. Not frequently, Chusan would speak to remind Liuyi, "There's a rail on the left. Do you want to drive onto the mountain? Turn right here. Don't drive too fast at the turning, or we'll rush down the cliff. Don't drive too fast. Boss Liuyi, what the fuck are you shouting for? Which of us is the big boss? You lack a big boss to preach to you. Bossy, unruly mafia." Chusan thought irritably, but dared not say. The long and twisting mountain way was empty. There was no one leaving, nor any ghost coming. The bends wriggled, paused, and continued, and it eventually stopped in front of the creepy seaside villa. Liuyi put the car into first gear and pulled out the car key. The only light that had come from the car also vanished instantly. Around, it was plain darkness. The moon was dim and the stars were sparse. The sea wind hit the car window, moaning, and the leftover slips of yellow paper on the iron rail of the villa door shivered and flew up as if they were waving to the guests. "Don't come out," said Liuyi. He opened the door and floppily went out. Chusan sat up and held the window, watching him totter to the eerie villa and sit against the iron rail. Sitting with his mind blank for a while, he lowered his head to find the lighter. He lit a cigarette, putting it into the space between the rails, and he lit another one, holding it in his mouth. Since the sky was too dark and Liuyi had parked far away, Chusan couldn't see the expression on his face from the distance and could only catch the glimmering light of cigarette end. Compared to the huge and scary villa background, Liuyi's silhouette was thin and his face was blurred. He sat over there silently, as if he was going to be swallowed by the cold, black monster behind him in a bite. Chusan had never been here, but he was so clever that once he thought about somewhere that Liuyi would go when he was drunk on his birthday and saw how gorgeous and deserted this villa is, he could figure out where it was. So Liuyi insisted on sending him back. He should have wanted to come and take a look on the way. Chusan sighed in his heart quietly, tilting his head, leaning against the seat, and staring at Liuyi. He also felt his mind go blank. Time elapsed in his drowsiness. He napped, and his head fell onto the window glass hard. He was awoken instantly. Holding the window to peer outside in a hurry, he found the light of cigarette had already disappeared. Liuyi sat where he was like a black shadow, having no motion nor sound at all. Chusan hesitated and opened the door quietly, walking up to him with light steps. Under the moaning sea wind, he walked to the iron rails. Liuyi leaned over there, drooping his head, and seemed to be asleep. His blazer was opened wide, showing the thin shirt inside. Chusan squatted down quietly, attempting to pat his arm. Liuyi had his head lowered and didn't move at all. He merely breathed long and peacefully. Chusan tried to pull at him, but failed. Fearing waking him, Chusan could only stop. He sat close to Liuyi and put the blazer on for him, finding that there was a ball-like thing in his hand, other than the cigarette end. Chusan opened Liuyi's hand carefully and found the card he gave. Dimly, he saw the happy Liuyi on the twisting and ugly birthday cake was blurred by some kind of smudge. It was June 1st. I ate a cake for the first time in my life. I thought that day was the first real birthday that I had ever had. I told him I would follow him forever in this life. I could eat cakes if I followed him. Chusan's heart abruptly shook. As soon as he lost the strength on his hand, the crying wind blew the card far away. It vanished from his sight in a flash. Chusan couldn't catch it. He turned his head with a feeling of loss and saw Liuyi's drooping face. He looked cold and thin from the side, and the corner of his lip went down a little bit, forming an angle with hidden loneliness. This Triad man was playful, indifferent, ruthless, and cruel before the others, but before him, Liuyi was always snippy, self-willed, bossy, young and crazy, tolerating him, carrying behind the aggressive look, and subconsciously weak, like the current case. Holding a birthday party, finding an excuse to award the brothers under him, pretty girls, alcohol, food, laughing, and playing. These are all something he faked with his brothers. The real him would only drive to the mountain at midnight, sit in front of a deserted villa, smoking quietly and weeping to a card, and then fall asleep with no one noticing. He didn't know which position he could have in Liuyi's heart, but this Triad man with wild actions had proudly appeared and must have rushed unruly into his heart to expand the boundaries, dominating the entire kingdom eventually. Or why else would he feel unbearably panicked and painful when he merely looked at Liuyi in this way? He couldn't help lifting his hand, touching the corner of Liuyi's cold and wet eyelid. This man said he would expand Shao Chi Tong into the greatest gang in the Black Society. He was making up another Triad big boss's life, and was also finding an outlet for his guilt and suffering. However, expanding the power, fighting with schemes, combating, and killing, were these truly the desired life of a man who loved watching films with fishballs, eating chicken pots with beer, and finding a college student to play billiard games? Besides this, what else did he live for? Chusan made a long sigh, pulling Liuyi completely into his arms, letting the drooping head lean against his chest. Then he lowered his head, sticking his face lightly onto Liuyi's messy, alcohol-scented hair. In the early morning, Liuyi was woken up by the seagull cry. He frowned annoyedly and tried hard to pull his eyelids open. What he saw was the blue sea behind a cluster of palm trees. The first, dim light of the morning sun quivered and spread onto the horizon. A few silver-white seagulls swirled to the end of the sky in this warm red blaze. This over-fantastic waking-up scene made him completely dizzy. Watching blankly for a long while, he finally felt that there was something wrong on him. Not only his head was in dull pain and his whole body was sore, but most importantly, somewhere on his chest was itchy and very irritating. Big Boss Xia lowered his head, finding his wrinkled blazer open wide and showing the thin shirt inside, and someone's dog paw was pressing on it. This time the fingers changed. They were middle finger and ring finger, blocked by the shirt, and pinching right on this master's little bump. Liuyi waved his hand with great rage, digging Chusan's dog paw away for the last time. Chusan was holding his waist with another hand, flattening his face on his shoulder. He murmured in his dream and subconsciously rubbed his face on Liuyi, continuing to exhale regularly. College student, he was worried about the Triad man for a whole night and was tired, sleepy, upset, and heartbroken. He didn't have any energy to care about the rage of a human-shaped pillow. Liuyi shook him and didn't manage to wake him. Intending to slap him awake, Liuyi had the palm reaching towards his face, but still couldn't make it. This brat had room on his face and would dirty my hand. He pushed Chusan away, supporting himself with the iron rail. The blaze of the morning sun shone on the rooftop of the seaside villa. The snow-white rooftop reflected the golden light, composing a fresh, glaring color. Liuyi lifted his head, his eyes half closed, and staring the direction of the light for a long time. His eyes heated up for a bit. As his head lowered, he was the calm big boss with no expression on his face again. He leaned over to lift Chusan's arm with a single hand, pulling the brat sleeping like a dead pig up and carrying the pig on his shoulder. Dragging and pulling, he reached the car and threw Chusan into the back seat. Then he sat into the driver's seat, rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette. Puffing out the smoke rings, he leaned against the seat, facing the top of the car to look at Chusan's peaceful and innocent sleeping face through the rearview mirror. He was really ridden over by alcohol last night to have taken this kid here. However, he still remembered every word this kid said, everything this kid did, and every glance this kid had cast on him. He even had a vague image about the light hug at last remained. He was not too sensitive. Chusan had actually gone too far and had crossed the boundary of brotherhood. Liuyi put his arm onto his forehead frustratedly. Slow and dragging, he puffed out the illusory white smoke. Big Boss Xia arrived at his beautiful 25, and his first love that occupied his boy's heart for over 10 years just died. All his attention was put in his work and none of it was left for a relationship. And a post-puberty brat was the crap among crap. This kind of dangerous feeling should be destroyed as early as possible. The earlier, the better. Although he used the word destroy, he wasn't going to play some plot like hating you, fearing you, hiding from you, never seeing you. Usually, the harder you hide, the more you care. Big Boss Liuyi thought he didn't care about the secret admiring from such a brat at all. So he continued doing what he did, finding this kid for meals as before, teaching him playing billiards as before, trying to force him to help the Triad business as before. The only difference was that he had some ideas left in his mind. He wanted to give this kid a taste of women. He asserted that this over-courageous brat had become silly from too much studying and a lack of social interaction. When there eventually was a big boss covering him, though this kid refused to admit a big boss, he mistook the brotherhood as a crush. He went on to the into men road before he ever enjoyed the taste of girls. Wait a sec, Big Boss Xia. Are you sure these words aren't just describing yourself? Well, let's put aside how the Big Boss Xia disrespectfully beat the author. After he made such a certain judgment, he became more and more caring about Chusan's problem with development. Once he had time, he would plan to find his little ace in a you-know-which kind of scene for a taste of fun. General Manager Ma flatteringly called to report to his president. Big Boss, the brat of the He's is too bold. He said he wouldn't be able to play billiards with you next Sunday afternoon. He needs to review for the test again? Doesn't he have an internship at the bank? Liuyi was poking the cheese sausage on his side. He said that when you found a pretty girl to teach him closely, his wrist was sprained and he hadn't recovered yet. I think he definitely pretended, Big Boss. This kid is searching for an excuse to hide from you. As you command, I'll grab him out and give him a beating immediately. What the heck will you beat? Can you compensate if you beat any problem into him? Grab him to watch the film with me. Hence, on Sunday afternoon, Chusan was miserably grabbed into the private luxurious cinema of the Triad company. He still wore an old shirt washed pale, but his little backpack was switched into an old leather case. There was also a pair of glasses on his nose bridge. You finally went blind from reading? Liuyi showed his care from the Hawaii sling chair. The manager said I looked too young and needed glasses in front of customers, said he Chusan. They have no degree. Liuyi sneered and pushed the fishballs to him. He Chusan poked one up obediently. Boss Liuyi, keep watching. I'm reading the material for the essay on your side. I won't be noisy. Liuyi was used to his ability of trying his best to lift his hands and head to read, even on a crowded bus, and was too lazy to beat him, but swept a glance casually across his index finger covered by the bandage. Fuck. You really can act. Is this a sprain? No. I was cut when I worked my shift yesterday. Cut? Aren't you a waiter in a tea restaurant? I have begun learning to cut since last month. Uncle Ahua's shop moved outside of the walled city. The business is going well, and they don't have enough people. Liuyi carelessly sneered and turned to continue watching the film. It was the winter of 1990. The moving of Snapdragon Walled City had gone into the central stages. Most of the residents were distributed compensation, housing, and money from the government. Dad He, an undocumented resident who had fled into the city, had also become a permanent resident because he had lived in Hong Kong for more than 7 years, turning into a member of this city on the sea. Moreover, according to the size of the 2 dreadful condition rooms they had, they were given a tong lao near Kowloon City Ferry Pier. However, Dad He was still a certificateless dentist and had failed to obtain the qualification to become a legal dentist and couldn't open clinics outside, so he could only retire and rest. Luckily, He Chusan found an internship smoothly and gained about 2,000 monthly to support the family. The signature shop of Uncle Ahua, New Ahua Bing Sut, was opened right next to the Tong Lao, so He Chusan still worked a part-time job in the New Ahua Bing Sut in the free time aside from his schoolwork and the 4 days he worked weekly in the bank. He should have served the customers today with his wound, but once the afternoon came, he grabbed the old briefcase and scurried away in Uncle Ahua's roar. Responsibly and self-willingly, he arrived at the billiards room and was brought to the big boss. Emperor Liuyi lay on the chair to watch the fad of this year, a moment of romance. Under a thundering scream, Wadi drove wildly on the track, crazy and fearless, heart-grabbingly cool. Big Boss Xia commented carelessly. Huh, what the crap is this? I'm bored with it. You have played in car racing? Asked He Chusan. Liuyi sneered and boasted. I've been the king of Kowloon City ever since I was 16 years old, and I never lose on the track. He Chusan slightly frowned and asked worriedly. You didn't get hurt, right? Of course not. Liuyi, who broke his leg later and was locked up for 2 months by Azure Dragon, had been kept away from motors ever since that time. This fucking little fox seemed to be able to look through humans' hearts, looking at him in an extremely complex and queer way for a long while. Until Liuyi was almost mad from the shame, he withdrew his line of sight and sighed like an aged man. Great. Big Boss Xia hit the arm of the chair hard, and He Chusan took his voice back immediately, staring at the book concentratedly. With the help of the little lamp that Liuyi had asked someone to prepare for him on the table, he finished reading the essay material quietly and carefully folded the 2 large pages of notes to put them back together with the material. As he lifted his line of sight, Big Boss Xia had dropped his head into a sound sleep. Last night, Liuyi drank with a few newly promoted detectives and handled them till late in the night. He began napping after merely watching half of the film. Fortunately, he simply saw the romantic love between the protagonist and the rich heiress, and didn't see Wadi heavily wounded and dying together with his enemy in the end. The girl with a pure look ran on bare feet in a wedding dress. The gangster twitched in a pool of blood at the end of his life. The young singer quietly sang the short tenderness. Sweet words can't tell / this is a happy end. The longing of life is never clear / why should we be awake? He Chusan straightened his body quietly, getting close to Liuyi's chair. He leaned over slowly to him in the darkness, but only took the jacket thrown aside by Liuyi and lightly covered him with it. Chapter 14. Can you come to my home for the New Year's? Big Boss Xia led hundreds of people under Shao Chi Tong and suppressed those like Fat Chi everywhere. Their new shops sprouted all around Hong Kong and passed a prosperous year. At the end of the year, their manager Chui Dongdong calculated the revenue. From the big boss to the 49ers, they all had their accounts filled with money. At Christmas, Xiao Liuyi reserved their nightclub to hold a party. The elders and dozens of brothers who were well known were invited. A huge amount of red packets were given, along with a night-long cheer. He was a smart, ruthless, and cruel big boss. To others, he had bold actions and merciless attacks. To people in Shaoqi Tong, he acted amiably, generously, and was always accessible. With money and poles, who wasn't obedient under this dragon head? The elders all favored his work and couldn't stop praising him as soon as they received the thick red packets. Only Uncle Chiu, who was the youngest and had relatively less experience, secretly said something to him while he toasted. Little Liu, you have too many enemies and should be more careful. After all, Fat Chi has been a Triad man for decades, and he went to such a place today. He can't be that simple. Xiao Liuyi laughed. Raising the glass, he thanked loudly. With Uncle Chiu's words, our company must do better and amaze everyone in the coming year. He drank the entire glass and said quietly, Thank you, Uncle Chiu. Little Liu is not mature enough and still needs your help in the future. He toasted the elders one after another, and then he was instantly encircled by a group of underlings, like the moon being surrounded by stars. The stars praised him endlessly. Little Ma served as a presenter and talked wildly. Thank you to the company. Thank you to the big boss. Thank you to the elders. Thank you to my brothers and sisters for this opportunity for me to clean up and be a new man. No, to be the manager and make our branch office well known. All the glory that I have. Can't leave out the big boss who educated and promoted me. Our big boss is generous and doesn't like those pretending things. And we shall not pretend. May I suggest that each and every one of us here toasts to the big boss respectively. Xiao Liuyi, who was blocked by the crowd below the stage, felt his face turn blue. Throwing the glass away, he was going to go up and beat Little Ma. A glass per person? Do you asshole want me to die from alcohol? Little Ma threw the microphone away and escaped fast. He didn't forget to yell the loudest he could. Brothers, our big boss is here. Grab the chance and go. Xiao Liuyi couldn't even catch his clothes and was drowned by the swarm of people and alcohol. Big boss, let me toast to you. May I fill the glass for big boss? No worries, our big boss could never be drunk. Big boss's fortune is unstoppable. Long live Big Boss. Big Boss, you're my hero. Big Boss, my wife wants a photo of you with your signature. She won't allow me to go home without it. Mercy, Big Boss. Fuck, don't pull my clothes. Don't touch around. Did you come for toasting or harassment? All of you fuck off now. On this side, Big Boss Ya fought with dozens of tough men by himself, messy and crowded, a miserable sight. At the table of the elders, it was peaceful and cheerful. The people with important positions in the gang all came forward to toast. Chui Dongdong held her glass with handsome slicked-back hair and chill eyes, talking with Uncle Yuan easily. Girl, you've done a lot this year. That's too much honor for me. It's what I should do. How's little pal working under you? Smart and clever, very promising. The celebration party rose to the climax with music and cheering. The stripper kept swaying her hips on the stage along with the lilting music. Once she stripped a layer of clothes, she asked the big boss to drink a glass. The men down the stage agreed ecstatically, lifting the alcohol bottles and looking for their big boss all around. Wait, where's Big Boss? Where's Big Boss? He was just carried by you guys and thrown upward. Where did you throw him to? Chui Dongdong said farewell to the brothers with a decent smile and slipped away from the hall with her toilet excuse. As soon as she entered the room, she found a brother who worked under her puking unceasingly on the toilet. Hey, this is the women's room. Go next door if you want to puke. Chui Dongdong kicked him with disgust. This brother stared at her dizzily and looked around, thinking hard for a long time with confusion. That's it. This is the men's room. Isn't Brother Dongdong also here? Ah, I'm sorry, Sister Dongdong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Ah. Clap, 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 clap. 5 minutes later, Chui Dongdong put down the broken rubber plunger calmly. Grabbing this boy who was beaten into a pig head, she threw him out from the toilets. Another 5 minutes later, she walked out with an elegant face, shiny hair, and a handsome suit. She didn't even cast a glance at the hall, which had become hell, but went straight to the office of the general manager on the first floor through the employees' stairs. Xiao Liuyi had his upper body bare, lying on her sofa with his body exposed to the ceiling. Under his feet, there was a blazer and a shirt, almost torn into shreds. A wet towel was on his face, wrinkled. Fuck, a group of assholes. Close the gate and set a fire. Burn them all. Hearing Chui Dongdong coming in, he cursed exhaustedly. A glass of water for me. Chui Dongdong opened the cabinet and poured him a glass of wine. Xiao Liuyi sat up slowly. His face turned blue as soon as he saw it. Fuck, I'm almost vomiting. You want to give me more? That's all I have. Go downstairs yourself if you want anything else. Xiao Liuyi covered his face with the towel and fell straight back down. Just watch me die. No friendship, no conscience. Come on, stop playing cute at your age, Chui Dongdong said and called the internal line. 2 glasses of iced lemon water and 2 bowls of wonton noodles. Waiting until the waiter had sent them food and drink, Xiao Liuyi got up and swallowed half glass of lemon water and finally had the energy to cuss back. Fuck your mom. What part was me playing cute? Chui Dongdong smoked the cigar and stirred the noodles with chopsticks. Casually she said, my mom died a long time ago, about 10 years before, tonight, because she had no money to cure her syphilis. Xiao Liuyi, who also didn't have positive images for his parents like her, consoled her seriously. She deserved this. Fuck the bitch who gave birth but didn't give care, selling you to a perv when you were 8. I just want to remind you to not fuck her. You'll get syphilis. These 2 unfortunate big bosses with no childhoods sat together on the sofa. Sucking and puffing, they ate a big bowls of noodles respectively and eventually filled their stomach. Drinking for business downstairs had made them famished. Being satiated, they toothpicked their teeth and began talking about serious stuff. What did Uncle Yuan talk to you about? Xiao Liuyi leaned against the sofa lazily. He wanted to promote Little Pao for the white paper fan, said Chui Dongdong. I think he is still worried about our business and wants to infiltrate more people. Xiao Liuyi sneered. Worried? Do it himself if he's worried. Being fucking bossy at such an old age. I don't think he has any threatening thoughts, but merely worries that you'll make the company bankrupt and hurt the elders' benefits. After all, your conflict with Fat Chi has gotten big recently, and he's heard of Fat Chi and Sha Jiejun inviting other big bosses for meals. We don't know the thoughts of other gangs yet, and it would actually be troublesome if they united against us. Xiao Liuyi, with ruthless strength, pinched the cigarette into ashes, but looked calm. I must kill Fat Chi, sooner or later. For other things, I have a ruler in mind. Those old men have shallow sights and no courage. Hiding like turtles never brings great work. Chui Dongdong laughed. Great job. I can't stand Fat Chi either. I'll soothe the elders, but what do you think about the red pole infiltrated by Elder Go? That kid has been involved in too many things recently. I guess he wanted to show some contribution. Let him go, said Xiao Liuyi. He can be the vanguard next time we attack Fat Chi. Chui Dongdong chuckled again with her cigarette, receiving his undertone. Fat Chi and the elders don't really matter, said Xiao Liuyi. But the police make me annoyed. What's wrong? Last month, a new detective refused to accept our red packet. Force him to do so then, by throwing a gasoline bomb into their yard. Didn't we do this before? Said Chui Dongdong. We can't go too far for this one, said Xiao Liuyi. The nephew of the deputy commissioner of police, great background, great pride. Even Detective Hua couldn't move him. Oh, what's his position? Probationary inspector of police. Not a big deal, but Detective Hua is retiring next year, and we can't tell yet who his successor is. I'm worried if there will be any change. The name of Detective Hua was simply a title among the Triads. The person this name truly referred to was a chief inspector in Kowloon East. For many years, he accepted a wide range of red packets and cared for the Triad brothers warmly, guaranteeing everyone's unceasing income. Once he leaves, countless big bosses would miss him every night like Penelope. Xiao Liuyi and Chui Dongdong, a cruel one and a cunning one, sat on the 2 sides of the sofa, facing 2 leftover bowls, and thought silently for a while. At the end, they communicated secretly and decided their plan, finishing their conspiracy. A few days later, the chubby-cheeked sing-song girl, Chui Dongdong's mistress, changed her outfit and turned into Chui Dongdong's cousin, who immigrated to the U.S. and came to Hong Kong to see her family. Arriving in Hong Kong with little knowledge about this place, she was assaulted by a gangster at the door of a bar. Fortunately, an IP who passed by on his way home saw this unjust action. The hero saved the heroine. A sweet story. After the sweet story came true, the young inspector and the cousin fell in love with each other and spent a hot night together before he was caught by the cousin's husband, who came over from America to see such adultery and was beaten, tortured, and then had inappropriate photos shot to blackmail him. That's an afterstory that the author is too lazy to tell in detail. Let's put our focus back on one of our protagonists, Chusan, who had temporarily disappeared from the thousands of words of plot above. Early next morning, this man needed not to work for the internship or part-time job because of the Christmas holiday. Carrying his little backpack, he arrived at school early and put the books that he had to return into the holiday book box of the library. Then, holding 2 bowls of fish balls, he squatted and waited at the door of the billiard room, which was closed on holiday. When it was almost noon, Liuyi drove there alone. He yawned and lifted the roller shutters open, letting Chusan in. "When did you come?" Gloomy Chusan, who had finished the 2 bowls of fish balls by himself. "This morning. I've waited for you for 3 hours. Did I ask you to come so early?" said Liuyi. He opened the fridge and threw Chusan a Coke. Chusan lowered his head, digging at the ring of Coke. He sounded hurt. "You said morning. It's the morning for your boss, Liuyi, as long as he hasn't had lunch." Liuyi poked his dull forehead with a pole. "How did you expect your big boss to get up early? Put down your backpack. Let's go to eat first." Liuyi waved the pole and hit his long-time no-see little backpack. "And I'll teach you how to play sidespin when we're back." They closed the roller shutters, walking together to the nearby tea restaurant and chatting. "Are you so dumb that you waited this way for 3 hours? Couldn't you give me a call?" "TSK, you don't have a phone. Boss Liuyi will give you a cell phone. Pick it up yourself tomorrow." If you dare say you won't spend the mafia's money again, you'll stand aside and watch me eat later. I mean, the company will give me one next month. Your boss adores you so much. Wants to make you a boy toy? Everyone in my position will have one so that we can contact the customers easier. Big achievement, Hiei-san. An elite, huh? A phone per person? Who are you kidding with? Chusan sighed, portraying, "I have nothing to say if you won't believe it," in his demeanor. Liuyi couldn't stand his old man look and slapped him lightly on his head. He changed the topic. "How was your Christmas Eve? Did you celebrate with your dad?" Dad said it was a holiday of Occidental devils and that he wouldn't celebrate it. "Boss Liuyi, can you come to my home for the New Year's?" Dad has also agreed with it. "I'll make you char-siu dumplings." "Fuck, why would I go to your home when I have my own home? And I need your dad's agreement." "I've asked Boss Little Ma. He said he was going back to his family in Guangzhou for the New Year, and Boss Dong Dong is going to Thailand with her girlfriend. They both asked me to take care of you." "Take care of your fucking people. Assholes with no awareness about friendship. Come, Boss Liuyi." Huh. They had an easy meal and went out with a bag of egg waffles, eating and walking back slowly. Once the roller shutter was opened, Chusan cleaned the table and set the balls up proficiently. Then, he asked to prevent accidents. "You won't call a pretty girl here again, right?" Liuyi opened his legs wide, with the egg waffles on an office chair. "Who the fuck would I call? The high-level pretty girl at Shui Dongdong's place costs 2,000 to be called outdoors, and even the big boss can't have a discount. You wasted me 2,000, and I haven't asked you to pay back yet." This brat, who was tidying the table, back to Liuyi, began shaking his shoulders and trying to keep himself from laughing again. Liuyi was enraged and kicked his butt. With the footprint on his butt, Chusan fell onto the table, putting up his hip and looking at Liuyi almost charmingly. "Boss Liuyi, you said you'd teach me sidespin, come on." "He's fucking looking for fuck." "No. Damn it. I don't want to fuck him at all." Liuyi was disgusted by his idea and threw the egg waffle bag away. Walking to the table without realizing how charming he also was, he put up his hip. "Watch this." Chusan couldn't help moving his sight along the curve of his waist. He reached the end at the nice butt and swallowed secretly. I'm watching well." On such a holiday, the white-bearded old men were found all over the streets. Restaurants and malls were crowded with eating and shopping people. Loving couples queued in long lines at attractions and amusement parks. Everywhere was lively and bustling. However, these 2 people closed the roller shutter and put on the cokes. Hiding peacefully in a little shop, they played billiards for the entire afternoon. Chusan was tortured by Liuyi for over a year and was much more skilled. Liuyi didn't have strength in his right hand, so his cool skills would fail to work from time to time. They fought brutally for a long time, and in the end, Liuyi unexpectedly lost by dozens of points. Big Boss threw the pole away and tried to cheat with no shame. "It's time for dinner. Let's go." I'll take you for Western food. We've already decided the loser would cook, said Chusan. And there won't be any seats left in Western restaurants at this point. I can only cook noodles. We've played for an entire afternoon, and we're only eating noodles for dinner? You'll cook the noodles, and I'll cook salt-baked chicken and turnip cake. Can we? You can make salt-baked chicken? Aunt Ahua taught me a few times. Big Boss Xia continued trying to cheat. Rice fits salt-baked chicken better. Chusan blinked. Boss Liuyi, are you going back on what you said? Xia Liuyi's face became colorful for a while. Carry your backpack. They went into the car one after the other. Chusan was pretty confused. Why are you afraid of cooking this much, Boss Liuyi? Xia Liuyi said something indistinctly. What? I've burned, a stove, when I cooked. Xia Liuyi. This fucking little fox stared at him with a complex and queer look again, and Xia Liuyi almost couldn't hold the wheel under it. I burned a house down when I last cooked. Burned 3 floors. The butler and the servants all jumped into the pool. Is that enough? Xia Liuyi was angry with embarrassment and punched the horn. Chusan, what the hell are you shaking for? Laugh out loud if you have any courage. Ha 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 ha. In the roars of Xia Liuyi, Chusan buried his face into the backpack and kept wiping his tears. Even his abs twitched and were painful from laughing. Yes, breaking a leg, burning down a house, or bloodily wounding himself and others frequently. He was an absolutely disastrous kid, as devastating as a meteorite. Raising such a kid, Big Boss Azure Dragon's patience and persistence could not be underestimated. The suffering that happened over 10 years would be hard enough to recount. At this moment, Chusan could only feel sympathetic for Azure Dragon as a bystander. Half an hour later, when he stood in Xia Liuyi's unexpectedly crude village house with nothing other than essential furniture and 2 floors, he truly stood into Azure Dragon's shoes and felt his bitterness. Boss Liuyi, medium heat is enough for such a small pot. Boss Liuyi, you cannot put the noodles in until the water is boiled. Get them out first. You don't need oil for boiling noodles. That's a plate for a dish and can't be heated on the fire, Boss Liuyi. You can just put the sauce at the bottom of the bowl instead of pouring it into the pot. We'll get nothing if it's poured. Hey, the fuck you hey for? Shut up. An hour later, Chusan sat before the table. On the table, there was a plate of tasty salt-baked chicken, a plate of tasty boiled bok choy, and 2 big bowls of tasty rice. The stinky and black noodle paste lay lonely and helplessly in the kitchen rubbish bin. Xia Liuyi crossed his legs, sitting on the sofa, smoking and watching TV, almost plastering a sign saying, I've told you I can't cook, idiot, on his side. The idiot Chusan, who naively thought his persistence could at least gain himself a bowl of noodles cooked by the Triad Big Boss, sighed tiredly. He set the table and said, Boss Liuyi, dinner is ready. Even so, Big Boss Xia was still picky with him. That chicken was cooked too long. The turnip cake was too salty, the bok choy. The bok choy was decent since no skill was required to boil it. The rice was just edible. Chusan sighed and kept nodding. Yes. I'll do it better next time, Boss Liuyi. Xia Liuyi's chopsticks paused. He glanced at Chusan from the corners of his eyes quietly. Next time? There won't be a next time. He deliberately pretended to be casual. Can I eat out if I want to have this? Chusan poked the chicken leg in his direction secretly, daring not to directly put it into his bowl. It's not good for your health to always eat outside. Can I hire a cook? Why do I need you? Chusan sighed again and picked up the hard chicken claw himself, portraying, Okay, I know you're rich on his face. Xia Liuyi hit the table with his chopsticks, and Chusan put down his head to chew the chicken claw, breathing quietly. They faced each other with no words and had half a plate of chicken. Chusan saw Xia Liuyi's demeanor become better, so he attempted to speak again. Boss Liuyi, do you have time after dinner? There's a new film during the Christmas holiday, Days of Being Wild. Shall I invite you to watch it at the cinema? Your school send free tickets again? I receive my salary on the 15th, said the poor Chusan. Chapter 15. I have shown you the photo of your rival. The incredible film at the end of year, dominating multiple big rankings and gaining the director fame in the future, Days of Being Wild, was only available in cinemas for 12 days because of the poor revenue. Chusan and Xia Liuyi had caught the 3rd day before it withdrew from the cinemas, and they were lucky enough to sit in a cinema with few people, enhancing their senses from experiencing the vulnerable artist's heart. College student, he was not an artist enough. He had been drowsy since April 16, 1960, 1 minute before 3 p.m. While he nodded his head dizzily, a strange, miserable scream exploded abruptly beside his ear. Ouch! The only dozen people in the cinema all turned their heads. Chusan opened his eyes wide and lifted his head, seeing Liuyi's claw locked around someone's wrist. The man who almost had his hand forced into another shape gasped like a snake. Mate, hey mate. It hurts. What's wrong? Chusan asked hurriedly. I hiss, it hurts. I just want to make you stop smoking. My wife is pregnant, and the smoke made her choke. Hiss. The man sat behind them gasped and said. Liuyi snorted and threw his hand away. Speak out if you have any shit to say. Why would you touch around? I just wanted to tap your shoulder. The man covered his hand, feeling mistreated and wanting to argue more, but was pulled back by his wife. The people around all found Liuyi was not a harmless person and took away their stares carefully. Chusan felt that the atmosphere was awkward and was worried that Liuyi would leave unhappily again. He intended to say something to counsel him. However, Liuyi stood up and left before he could say boss. Chusan scurried to catch up. He was approaching the exit to stop Liuyi when Liuyi turned to a row in the front and picked an empty seat casually, sitting down again. Chusan held his backpack and sat beside Liuyi. He said with some hesitation, Boss Liuyi. Liuyi lit up another cigarette annoyedly, crossing his long legs on the seat in front of him. Don't say nonsense. Sleep on your own. Chusan chuckled and couldn't fall asleep anymore. He tried to lean against the seat lazily like Liuyi and watched the screen patiently for a while before he turned secretly to watch Liuyi's face. Liuyi was frowning, staring at the swaying silhouettes on the screen. He put the cigarette in his mouth not frequently, inhaling slowly and exhaling leisurely. His face was indifferent. Chusan pretended to be defeated by the drowsiness, slipping down his body slowly, a little and a little, lightly. He put his head on Liuyi's shoulder. Liuyi had no reaction, but continued to stare at the screen calmly. Chusan exhaled quietly. Rest assured, he relaxed and closed his eyes, smiling. I've heard that there was a kind of bird with no legs. It could fly and fly only. When it got tired, it slept in the wind. This kind of bird could land only once, and that was the time it died. The dissolute man on the screen said. Liuyi seemed to be casual, exhaling the smoke. Other than silence, there was only the protagonist's monologue, low and hoarse. However, after Chusan's long and peaceful breath entered the play, Liuyi suddenly turned and cast his sight on Chusan. He pinched the cigarette, thinking and kneaded his temple with irritation. Actually, it had gone nowhere. This bird had died since the very beginning. After the film ended, Liuyi kicked Chusan, who even had small snores, awake. Following the sparse crowd, they walked one after another. The parking lot at midnight was empty with only a handful of cars there. Chusan yawned, watching Liuyi finding his key. Liuyi's hands searched around in his pocket, and little Brat, his eyes stuck on his nice hip, moving and moving. A female scream suddenly came deep from the parking lot. The scream only lasted for a moment. Ensuing, there was sobbing and the sound of struggling. Chusan was running in that direction instantly, but he was pulled by Liuyi. Liuyi glared at him, pulling him behind the car, and walked towards it alone. A gangster was covering a pregnant woman's mouth, pressing her on the floor and using the other hand to grab her jewelry off. She sobbed and struggled, but it didn't work at all. Her husband was stabbed by a knife, lying on the floor with no strength left. Another gangster was searching for a wallet on him. The pregnant woman saw her husband bled more and more. She bit the gangster's hand hard and shouted to cry and yell while he lost his strength. Help! Help! Darling! Darling! The gangster stood up and kicked the woman's waist brutally. At once, she covered her belly and yelled miserably. She could only cry and cough, sobbing. The pregnant woman's husband, who had told Liuyi to stop smoking, saw his wife being kicked and held another gangster's leg, dying. Honey, go. They were experiencing a mortal leaving, but the gangster was so angry. He pulled his legs but failed to leave, so he stabbed the knife at the man again. But before the edge fell, his perlicue was held tightly by someone. Xiao Liuyi's indifferent voice appeared behind him. Taking the money is enough. The gangster pulled and still had his wrist held tightly. He couldn't move his knife at all, so he glared and cursed. Fuck. Who are you? Who is your big boss? Xiao Liuyi asked back. My big boss would scare you off. Boss Little Ma from Shao Chi Tong. Get your hand off if you're wise. Little Ma wouldn't have such rubbish, knowing no rules like you, Xiao Liuyi said, and his hand turned cruel. The gangster was pained and yelled. His other fist smashed at Xiao Liuyi, but his belly was kicked by Xiao Liuyi's lifting leg. He grunted and fell immediately. His wrist was still held high by Xiao Liuyi. The other person had rushed forward with his knife. Xiao Liuyi loosened his grip on Gangster A, who was on the ground, rolling his body to kick the knife out of the person's hand. His long leg didn't stop, but swept at the gangster's head. That person flew away instantly and smashed onto a nearby limousine. Xiao Liuyi was going towards him to add another kick, and Chusan abruptly reminded. Watch out, Boss Liuyi. He bent downward swiftly and kicked his rising foot backward. The gangster that had sneaked up from his back had his lower body kicked. He fell onto the floor like a frog before making any sounds. The two gangsters respectively struggled hard on the head of a car and the floor. Their hair was pulled by Xiao Liuyi's single hand and smushed together. The knife was set onto their neck, and the voice was still indifferent. Which gang are you actually in? No, none of the gangs. We were passing by. FOFO, forgive us, big boss. The gangsters trembled because they had realized where Xiao Liuyi was from, and one of them cried and said everything in a hurry. Xiao Liuyi lifted the corner of his lips coldly. Every Triad man knew this region was under Shao Chi Tong, covered by Big Boss Xia. How could they pass by for no reason? He ferociously pulled out the knife and slashed. Half a piece of bloody ear fell off in a flash. Why not have it cut off, if it can't understand what it heard? Xiao Liuyi sneered. I'll say. The other gangster cried out loud. Then his voice paused. Xiao Liuyi followed his sight to check. Chusan had a switch knife on his neck, being pushed forward by someone. The gangster C was robust, with a cruel face. Compared to him, Chusan was almost a meager rabbit, being held in a tiger's arms. He said bitterly, I'm sorry, Boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi had been enraged with him for more than a handful of times, and felt he was kinder than a god. Still, he couldn't go through this. He stood up slowly and frowned subconsciously. You fucking good for nothing, he said annoyedly. Did I let you come out? Solve the trouble you have gotten yourself into. Chusan struggled, but failed to free himself. He said with a worried face, I can't solve it. Go to hell then. Xiao Liuyi cursed and stepped hard on the feet of the gangster below him. The gangster yelled painfully. Chusan received his meaning. Standing on his tiptoes, lifting his head, he opened his pure and innocent eyes as wide as possible to communicate with Gangster C. Big boss, may I have a talk with you? I'm not familiar with him. My dad had owed 100,000 from him, and he caught me for the debt. Just look at him. He won't give a glance even if you kill me here. The Gangster C was getting a headache from the nagging. He shouted annoyedly, Shut the fuck up. At the exact same moment, he loosened his grip, and Chusan stepped hard on his feet, just like Xiao Liuyi did. As he jumped up because of the pain, Chusan grabbed his arms and bent backward to complete an imperfect suplex. They fell onto the floor together. They rolled together on the floor, and Gangster C hurt his, but during the fall. Struggling, he pressed Chusan and wanted to stab more. Chusan was pressed underneath. He moved his arms and pushed his palms awkwardly out to hide from the dangerous knife attacking his chest, but unavoidably, his defending arm was scratched. A line of blood splashed out at once. Chusan couldn't help grunting from the pain. Gangster C started going in for a few more deadly attacks, but suddenly, his knife was fixed in place. Xiao Liuyi had sprung between them and grabbed the edge with his left hand, and the fresh blood flowed out along the handle instantly. Under the amazed glare of Gangster C, he moved the knife away from above Chusan, little by little, with his face dark. Eventually, the knife was pulled away from the hands of Gangster C. The bloody small knife fell with a clap. Gangster C half groveled on the floor, stupidly holding the hand with the knife in the air, staring at Xiao Liuyi as if he saw a demon. Overwhelmed by the shock, he didn't have any idea about fighting back. Under the dim street light, Xiao Liuyi's eyes looked brutal. He sneered angrily with a terrifying expression. Holding his bloody fist tight, he sent out a powerful punch. A bang fell clearly upon this empty parking lot. Gangster C had half of his head buried into dirt, making no more sounds. The other two gangsters screamed and got up as they saw him seemingly to smash their brother to death. They escaped with every route they could think of awkwardly. The pregnant woman and her husband were freaked out too. They held each other and trembled together. The alarm of a patrol car arrived distantly. Liuyi lifted Chusan's arm to check, with a cold expression. Making sure it was just a little scratch, Liuyi lifted him up with his collar and patted off the mud for him. Liuyi pushed him backward. Go. Chusan ran to the nearby bins obediently. A few steps later, he found Liuyi didn't catch up. He turned back and found that Liuyi had returned to the pregnant woman. Liuyi bent and picked up her husband's wallet, taking her ID out from it. Liuyi glanced at the name on her ID and said ruthlessly, "Du Mei, right? You don't know who saved you too and didn't see my face clearly. Do you remember it?" The pregnant woman kept nodding. She held her husband tight with a pale face. Liuyi threw the ID back to her and turned, walking quickly back to the car. The Benz passed the police car as if nothing happened. After turning into a few alleys, it got onto the road again. "Boss Liuyi, your hand." Seeing blood dripping from the wheel, Chusan said, his face gray. "Why are you so noisy?" Liuyi frowned. "There's a kit in the cabinet." Chusan found the first aid kit. "Let's find somewhere to park, Boss Liuyi. We'll stop your bleeding first." "Wait a moment. We haven't arrived yet," Liuyi replied annoyedly. "Tend your own wound first." The wound on Chusan's arm looked long, but actually, it wasn't serious at all. Alcohol was all it needed. Under Chusan's urging, Liuyi kept driving past a few streets before he stopped his car. Chusan chaotically stopped his bleeding and dressed his palm, with bloody flesh rolled up. Liuyi saw the sweat on his nose and found it amusing. "Were you afraid?" "I was." Chusan frowned and nodded. "Your tendon will be hurt if it's not dealt with appropriately. We'll go to the hospital later." "Fuck." Liuyi slapped his head lightly with the right hand. "I was asking if you were afraid when you were hacked at." Chusan had nothing to say this time, but cleaned the wound for him carefully. After putting the dressing on and wrapping the bandage, he eventually admitted quietly, "I was." Liuyi chuckled and was going to make fun of Chusan, but then he heard the quiet, ensuing sentence. "I was afraid you would get hurt from saving me." Liuyi's smile froze on his face. He paused and slapped Chusan's forehead with fake ease. "What the crap are you talking about? Is your boss Liuyi made from paper?" Chusan's head drooped. He looked at the thick bandage on Liuyi's wound silently. Sure, Liuyi wasn't made from paper, but was hurt 3 times from saving him. His right hand could merely hold chopsticks, and obviously, it almost didn't move during the fight they just had. Suddenly, Chusan couldn't suppress the heat in his eyes. As if gold was put onto his head, he lowered his head slowly. Quivering, he put it onto Liuyi's bleeding, wounded hand. The palm sensitive from the wound was instantly burned from Chusan's warm breath. Liuyi turned stiff. Chusan stuck onto his palm, telling with a hoarse and shivering sound. "Seriously, Boss Liuyi, if this happens again someday, just leave me alone. I'm too useless. If you're hurt, I'll be even more in pain than having myself hurt." Liuyi couldn't help shaking his hand. At this moment, he felt his throat was terrifyingly dry. Opening his mouth for a few times numbly, he took his palm away from Chusan's face as if he finally realized what happened. He ordered awkwardly, "Shut up." Chusan stopped talking, biting his lips, and Liuyi covered his assaulted left palm. He couldn't come up with an action so that he could only turn his stiff head, watching the outside scenery. They were both silent, and the atmosphere in the car was like withered wood that could splinter and catch fire at any point. Liuyi even felt his ears burning while watching, feeling his chest grow hotter and hotter. This fucking pack guy Brat spoke unceasingly. Couldn't he understand what crap one meant from sticking onto his palm and confessing? He was unwilling to admit his rage and irritation when he saw Chusan hurt. No, it didn't matter even if he admitted it. That was a 49er recognized by him, Big Boss Ya. He was out of control because he must defend his land and subjects. He was also unwilling to admit if he had any special feelings for Chusan. It was merely pure brotherhood. He purely, thought that Chusan was a little unique. And to him, the love of such a brat like Chusan was apparently a misconception. If he had an inch, he would take a mile. The signals couldn't be more obvious. This couldn't go any further. Thought for a while with his face heated. He took a deep breath with his eyes closed. He said, "Buy some beef entrails for me." Chusan, who was dazed with his head drooped, lifted his head dully. Beef entrails? Where can you find beef entrails this late?" Chusan wondered and lifted his gaze. A snack shop that was open at night happened to be on the opposite side of the street, and the crowd of young people eating midnight snacks and sitting at the stand came in front of his eyes. For what reason did you think that boss Liuyi insisted on driving a few more streets away to park here? He was turning to leave the car obediently, but Liuyi stopped him, throwing an old, black leather wallet onto him. "Go with my wallet and buy a Coke for me." Chusan wanted to say "I have money," but then remembered the events that led to Liuyi flipping the chicken pot table. Arguing with this nouveau riche for money truly wasn't worth it. Nervously, he took Liuyi's wallet and left the car, buying a bowl of beef entrails and a can of Coke as he was ordered to. He looked at the opposite car while waiting for the beef entrails. Liuyi leaned against the seat, smoking with his face upward, totally ignoring him. Chusan sighed in his heart, regretting his misbehaving. Yes, he did have feelings for Liuyi. Love needs no reason but roots deep. That night, when his instinct made him hold Liuyi at the villa gate, he had realized his feelings. Falling in love with a man, a Triad man, actually didn't shock him. As Liuyi told his past with Azure Dragon, Chusan had found he had no difficulty in accepting the same-sex love. However, he didn't want to confess to Liuyi at this point at all. He was a student, poor and useless. How could he promise a Triad man a tomorrow? And how could he fantasize Liuyi quitting the underworld to be with him? The way was long, and he knew he wasn't qualified to step on it. He just couldn't control himself from desiring to be closer with Liuyi, to care about his irregular life instead of finding him bloody and weak again. He couldn't cover up his feelings, and Liuyi was such a sharp, alert man, being able to see through him easily, to leave no place for him to hide. What should he do now? He considered and planned quietly. Being reminded by the shopkeeper, he opened the wallet to pay, and he saw a photo inside. It was Liuyi and Xiaoman, smiling at the camera, leaning on each other closely. Behind them, there was a blue sea under the sky. He glanced at it and took the money out. He closed the wallet, and after a while, he couldn't help opening it again. He saw a little corner that was peeking out from under that photo. Digging it out a little lightly with his nail, he took it out carefully. It was a photo of Azure Dragon hidden underneath. The photo was dim and yellow. The man tilted his head, having a cigar. Half of his face hid in the shadow. This seemed to be shot secretly. Chusan's finger shook, almost dropping the photo on the floor, and then he calmed down swiftly, holding it the tightest he could. On the opposite car, Liuyi smoked with no expression, watching from the corner of his eyes. Watching this lad take out the hidden photo and then become absent-minded for a while, before putting it back again quietly. Liuyi exhaled the smoke leisurely, lifting the wounded hand with bandage to put it on his forehead. This fucking PUK guy Brat couldn't be more annoying. Be wise and withdraw before the difficulties. Go home and rest early after seeing the photo. After a long time, Chusan went into the car with a bowl of hot beef entrails. Liuyi was holding a cigarette in his mouth, leaning against the seat lazily and indifferently. Hearing Chusan gets in, he stretched out his right hand to take the beef entrails. "I'll hold it for you," said Chusan. Liuyi lifted his sight to glimpse him. Chusan looked peaceful and innocent. Nothing could be found on his face. Liuyi cursed "fuck" in his mind. "Fuck, I have shown you the photo of your rival. Shouldn't you give up?" He became angry for no reason and insisted on taking the beef entrails over. However, because it was too hot and his right hand was powerless, he almost poured it onto his pants. Luckily, Chusan caught it again quickly. "Let me hold it, boss Liuyi." Softly, Chusan said again. Liuyi frowned, having no words. Leaving the bowl in Chusan's hand, he poked the piece of beef entrails. Chusan stayed silent and waited for him, finishing it bite by bite. Then, he gave the Coke to Liuyi. Filling his stomach quietly, Liuyi eventually felt a little better in his heart. When he was about to light another cigarette on the seat, Chusan suddenly lifted a hand to wipe the corner of his lip lightly. Liuyi looked at him alertly. There was some sauce, said he Chusan. The line is a little old, freaking old. The fucking PUK guy Brat would never give up before seeing something tough. Liuyi had felt judgment from his behavior. He grinded his teeth, staying quiet. Pretending to be careless, he suddenly pulled the gear, making the engine roar. Chusan was blocked by the seat belt, his head falling forward. Then, he straightened his body to look forward as if nothing happened. Feeling Liuyi's anger and oppression, he couldn't help lifting the corner of his lips. When Liuyi turned to check the road, he lowered his head, putting the finger with beef entrail sauce and coke beside his mouth, pouting to touch it. A salty and bitter sweetness came to him as he licked his lips. Liuyi didn't drive him away. Even though his feelings were found out, even though he was considered annoying, still, he wasn't driven away. This Triad big boss connived with him from time to time. He was only willing to ask him for company on a rare holiday, teaching him billiards from the very beginning, eating the meal he cooked, accepting his invitation to watch films together, protecting him no matter how dangerous it could be, bearing his overrunning intimacy. He knew he was different. Though he still couldn't compete with the dim silhouette, not at all, he knew he was also different, and someday, before he could finish enjoying this salty, bitter sweetness, the car stopped by the road again. Looking at the big sign of Tanxianggu, Chusan's face stiffened at once, and the boiling blood in his chest turned cold in a breath. Chapter 16. I know that the boy adores you. Chusan ducked into his seat and refused to leave the car, but was pulled out by Liuyi by his collar. Liuyi pulled him out with the bandaged left hand, which made him dare not struggle hard. He held the backpack, his collar twisted, pulled around staggering by Liuyi. Boss Liuyi, why are we here? Your boss Liuyi had fun today, and he is giving you a taste of women. Although Liuyi used a brisk tone, he didn't even receive a glance. He was pulled into the gorgeously decorated hall with Liuyi's large steps. I don't need. Shut up. Liuyi's tone turned cold. Boss Liuyi, I really don't. Shut up. Liuyi scolded coldly. I won't go in. Chusan shouted out even more loudly than he did. He dared not touch Liuyi's wounded hand, and could only put up his hand in a strange, crooked way. Holding Liuyi's arm, he stopped like a stone. The little backpack smacked onto the floor that was clean as a mirror. The manager had come up with a few girls at that time. Recognizing that it was the big boss from a distance, he was going to give a warm welcome, but suddenly found them paused in the hallway, and the atmosphere didn't fit the scene. So he stopped the babbling girls and watched from a few steps away. Liuyi turned his head, looking at Chusan with no expression. Chusan looked back firmly, supporting himself with a horse stance determinedly. Their sights conflicted in the air silently, almost freezing the space around them. These two people had fought with wisdom, bravery, and silence, and now, as the two pairs of eyes glared at each other, everything turned clear in their mind. Your pinky thoughts, my pretending actions, are all put onto the stage, under the spotlight. Chusan could still comfort himself in the rough feelings minutes ago, but was treated in such a way in a flash. The little, short complicity and romance couldn't even last longer than a bubble. He was attacked by this so suddenly. Liuyi didn't only intend to cut his hope through this, but also conveyed that he was simply a post-puberty kid who had never had a taste of sex or adulthood, and had mistakenly put his feelings on a man. He was bitterly angry. Grievance and rage gradually filled his eyes. While Liuyi could not be more irritated from his affectionate touching all the time from the way here. Seeing him even daring to throw any decency away to quarrel, Liuyi's face turned even colder. San, aren't you a man? Don't you have any normal needs? Liuyi sneered. I won't do this, said Chusan. I won't come to such a in such a place. Huh? Is such a place too shabby? Does it dirty your face, college studenty? I am the boss here. I come here to waste my time every day. If you fucking look down on here, then why do you follow me all day? Chusan grinded his teeth for a long time. You didn't. You don't belong to these kinds of people. Liuyi sneered, turning his head to the manager. Call little he out. The manager scurried to find little he himself and grabbed a waiter to have a small talk on his way, asking the waiter to find General Manager Chui back to save them from an emergency. Jesus Christ, General Manager. The big boss brought a student boy to destroy a place led by him. Jeez. Little He worked here with an innocent girl style. She didn't receive even the slightest information about the coming of the big boss, so she was accompanying a few rich businessmen to drink in a Japanese student skirt. Being summoned to the big boss for an emergency, the light makeup was still on her face, and her lipstick turned into a red stroke on the corner of her mouth from someone's touch. Distantly, she looked like a blood-drinking ghost in a Japanese school horror story. Hurriedly, she walked together with the manager. When she got closer, her decent beauty and obedient look were shown. As soon as she was close to them, Liuyi grabbed her into his arms rudely, pinching her chin and forcing her to lift her head. See, that's what I fucked. Her face is not bad, but too quiet on the bed, moaning those repetitive words no matter how you fucked. I prefer those more bitchy and am not very interested in her type, but she is a good fit for such a virgin boy like you. Tonight, she will teach you how to be a man. Little He, take him in. Little He walked forward to hold Chusan's hand as he said. Chusan avoided her intensely. Don't touch me. Little He was so weak that she was pushed back and staggered. She was held by Liuyi on her waist. Chusan lowered his head to pick up his backpack. I'm going home. He turned and left. Liuyi's roar came from his back with obvious, extreme anger. Stop. Chusan stopped walking. Playing like a kid with me? Coming and leaving whenever you want. Do you think my place is a public toilet? You dragged me here. Chusan didn't look back. Did I allow you to leave? Let me tell you, Hiei-san, if you dare refuse her today, I will make someone strip her clothes off and throw her onto the street. Little He lifted her head surprisedly when she heard this. She looked at Liuyi first and caught the signals instantly, turning to Chusan poorly. You won't do such a thing. Chusan held his backpack tight and kept walking away. Strip her clothes and give her 10 slaps. Then throw her away. Liuyi turned and said. 2 bodyguards stepped forward as he ordered and began stripping Little He's clothes seriously in the hall. Little He cried out at once. Her dress and underwear were stripped by the bodyguards, and she struggled hard with her knees on the floor. Holding Liuyi's leather shoe, she sobbed like a blossom in the rain. Crying for a while here, she then crawled to Chusan, holding his thigh. Woo woo woo. Little sir. Help. Help. Woo woo. Little He covered her face with tears and gestured to the bodyguard that she was familiar with. The bodyguard intended to lift his hand to pretend, but receiving her signal, he could only put power into his arm, waving downward overwhelmingly. Chusan's sight swept across the shade on the wall. Turning in a hurry, he defended Little He, and his forehand was slapped by the bodyguard. A heavy noise was clear in the hallway. Clap. Liuyi had the corner of his eye on him a few steps away, and his heartbeat paused. This powerful slap is much more serious than those pretending slaps he often gave Chusan. He merely watched Chusan thrown away because of the slap and subconsciously wanted to catch him. His long leg was barely forward for a large step, and luckily, Little He was responsible and held Chusan before Big Boss Ya did. She held Chusan so tight, as if he was her only savior. She covered Big Boss Ya, who almost had a goof, with her body, rubbing the broken makeup onto Chusan's clothes. Woo woo. I'm so scared. Woo. Liuyi took his foot back secretly and awarded Little He as a best employee in his mind. At the same time, he cursed fuck. Everyone around me deserves the name of best actor or best actress. Chusan had been dizzy for a long while to recover. He supported himself with the wall, trying to struggle away from the soft, warm arms of Little He. Why are you stunning there? Keep beating. Finding him fine, Liuyi kept cussing. The 2 bodyguards continued attacking like beasts. Little He was closest to Chusan, and at this time, she heard Chusan sigh quietly. Chusan opened his arms, holding Little He protectively. Let's go, Little He. To your room. He didn't give another glance at Liuyi, holding Little He and walking back. The neon in the hallway before him was colorful and mixed, just like his chaotic mind. The overwhelming slap smashed all his passion and impulsiveness to pieces, and he had deeply realized his previous mistakes. He went too far, too hasty, too childish. The man he dealt with was armed with aggressive and ferocious weapons, hiding the born weakness and shirking love underneath. This person could even push the man that he loved for 10 years into someone else's arms. And how could he, Chusan, mistake his place? He was wrong with the beginning, and he didn't mind starting it again. Chui Dongdong came in ecstatically with a gossiping face. Her voice arrived earlier than herself. Big boss, I heard you pushed a virgin to have sex tonight. Xia Liuyi was drinking her red wine, which was a private collection, on her office chair, his legs on the desk, his face pale, speaking nothing. Chui Dongdong threw him a cigarette with joy from his pain and kept making fun of the big boss. You haven't come to Little He for a whole year, went to strip her clothes off and throw her away as soon as you came, and even found her a little virgin boy as her new guest. Isn't it too cruel? I have never treated her badly, Xia Liuyi said annoyedly. Moreover, I found that she enjoyed acting. I was saying it's too cruel for the boy, said Chui Dongdong. Xia Liuyi bit the cigarette, glaring at her abruptly. Chui Dongdong shrugged with an unsurprised, stop pretending oh everything demeanor. Xia Liuyi dropped the ash with irritation. What the fuck do you know? I know that the boy adores you, said Chui Dongdong. Fuck. Stop your nonsense. Alas, little Lu. Chui Dongdong squeezed onto the office chair, holding his shoulder, patting him wisely. Your sister Dongdong is a woman anyway. Do you know what a woman's intuition is? I've always known what that kid was thinking about. Xia Liuyi. He risked his life to hide you away and sent messages for you even when there was a gun on his head. If you want to use the fact that you had saved him to explain it, it does make sense, kind of, but what about the year after that? A college student from a decent school, his future bright, but hanging out with a Triad man every day. If he doesn't adore you, he can only be an undercover agent. Crap, said Xia Liuyi. That's because I was in a good mood and made him my 49er. He was coming to make his big boss happy. Chui Dongdong shrugged again desperately and could only give the critical strike. Well, when we watched The Godfather on that day, I went to the toilet, and when I was back, everyone was staring at the screen but him staring at you. What a lingering, loving sight. Xia Liuyi didn't realize it at all. He tortured the arm of the chair with no words to say and grinded his teeth for a long time. You've known his secret motives for a fucking long time. And you didn't even tell me. You should have found out about his feelings for you after that. Chui Dongdong shrugged. He was always so obvious. Didn't you realize? Is that possible? Xia Liuyi did find out. Xia Liuyi could say nothing, having his annoying cigarette on the office chair. Chui Dongdong sat on the desk and asked leisurely, What's wrong? Don't you like him? Can't you observe anything? Now you can't tell. Chui Dongdong said. Seriously, I can't tell. As my experience told me, you'd hide particularly far away from someone you like. I didn't see you hide from him, but instead you often went out for dates happily. What the fuck was a date? Big boss Xia hit the office chair. Okay, not dates but brothers hang out, said Chui Dongdong. What the heck are you pretending for? Xia Liuyi tortured the arm with his face blue, considering his need to change his deputy seriously. So what do you think? Chui Dongdong. I'm not interested in him. Not interested in that way. Xia Liuyi said. He was just one of my 49ers. Chui Dongdong lifted her brow, nodding and sighing. You're so cruel. Xia Liuyi was not provoked by her. He answered with annoyance. He just has some problems with his brain from studying too much, and a taste of women is all he needs. Chui Dongdong heaved a long sigh again. Big boss Xia, if tasting women works, how can there be so many people tangling in love? Didn't you try? Did it work? Xia Liuyi's face turned dark at once. Enough. Chui Dongdong shrugged and switched the topic wisely. What happened to your hand? Some people pretended to be little Ma's underlings in the area under Shao Chi Tong, robbing and making trouble. Fat Chi. Doesn't seem to be. This person intends to make things big and let the police trouble me. Fat Chi is too stupid to come up with this. Perhaps Sha Jiejun gave him an idea. Xia Liuyi shook his head. Triad things shall be solved by Triad men, and the police should never be involved. Although Sha Jiejun is not someone good, he is kinda candid and should obey this rule. Moreover, once the police noticed us, they would unavoidably notice Fat Chi and Sha Jiejun. They won't put themselves in a trouble that they made. This person had considered this as well, and their aim doesn't seem to be dominating others' area. Chui Dongdong paused for a minute. I'll ask someone to search more. By the way, there can't be only Uncle Yuan's people under the straw sandal. Remember to infiltrate your people in. Okay, said Chui Dongdong. She relaxed her shoulders and back, standing up. I'm going if there's no more business. A romantic night is worth 1,000 pounds. Fuck off, said Xia Liuyi. Chui Dongdong turned around lightly, facing the door and stepping out. Oh yeah, little he was sent to someone else by you, and you don't like the others. I suggest you sleep alone on the sofa. A romantic night with only masturbation. Liuyi smashed at her back with the cigarette end, and it was blocked by her closing the door. Big Boss Xia was exploding with desire to kill and couldn't be more frustrated from the business that came to him at the end of a year. He had intended to relax today, playing billiards, having a meal, watching a film with the PUK guy Brat. He had to admit that he felt lighthearted and joyful when he was with that kid, in most cases, but who could anticipate that such a matter popped out at night and destroyed his rare, good mood accumulated in the day. He hit the desk hard and leaned back against the chair, irritated. Being angry alone for a long time, he looked at the bleeding wound on his left hand. Fuck. He cursed to the delicately wrapped bandage. Fucking he Asan. I'm dying from how busy I am. And you brought even more trouble. Swearing to heaven obediently and being a nice underling. Isn't that enough? Where has your fucking courage that makes you dream of being a sister-in-law come from? Do you think you deserve to pursue me? He hit the desk hard and leaned back against the chair, irritated. Being angry alone for a long time, he looked at the bleeding wound on his left hand. Fuck. He cursed to the delicately wrapped bandage. Fucking he Asan. I'm dying from how busy I am. And you brought even more trouble. Swearing to heaven obediently and being a nice underling. Isn't that enough? Where has your fucking courage that makes you dream of being a sister-in-law come from? Do you think you deserve to pursue me? A grudge filled Xia Liuyi's stomach, and thinking about what Chusan was doing wildly on Little He's bed, enjoying the first time, he became even angrier. He was only 20 and had the responsibility for such a big puppy. He not only needed to give the correct sex ed, but also needed to force that puppy to sleep with someone. The pain he experienced was too miserable to be remembered. He kicked hard on the desk. Covering his forehead with the wounded hand, he sat with an annoyed, blank mind for a long while. He then searched his pocket, taking the black leather old wallet out. Taking out the photo of Xiao Man and him at the top, he lifted the wallet in the air, looking at the photo of the man through the plastic, a little dirty cover. The man's silent profile in the lonely smoke was still carved in his heart, in every dream that woke him up on those deserted cold nights, deeply and achingly. He didn't know how to forget, and didn't know how to restart his life either. He didn't know what he should do, so he threw it away, being too lazy to think about it. But this overcourageous Brat insisted on forcing him to do so. His powerless right hand became sour and painful from holding the photo for a little while. He sighed heavily, closing his eyes. As he loosened his hand, the open wallet fell and hit on his face. Big Boss Xia, who was troubled with love, turned over and smoked on the big sofa for a night. The next morning, burnt holes were spread all over his shirt. He took a shower downstairs and asked an employee to buy him a new outfit. Compelling energy to go through his body, he pretended to be glowing and dominating. He stepped into Little He's room to inspect. Little He dressed neatly. She was tidying up the records quietly on the side of the bed, looking like she had been awake for a long time. Where's he? Xia Liuyi glanced around and frowned. He left, saying that he needed to get home for his paper. Said Little He. Xia Liuyi sked. How was he last night? Little He said. He likes Audrey Hepburn's songs as well. Xia Liuyi's demeanor stiffened. Didn't I ask you to sleep with him? Little He shook her head. He listened to the songs for an hour and fell asleep. Xia Liuyi's face turned cold. He asked quietly but dangerously. Did he know? About Little He and him. Little He shook her head in a hurry. No. I didn't tell anyone. He said. What did he say? He said it was inappropriate to have premarital sex. Fuck the sex. Xia Liuyi roared ferociously and almost broke his throat. What the heck did he pretend to be a pure boy for? Didn't you rape him? Little He was sort of hurt. He was tall and strong, and I couldn't struggle away from him. I took all my clothes off before him, but he didn't even look at me and said a relationship should begin with dates. The fuck you'll date. Bang. Xia Liuyi punched his fist wrapped in bandage onto the wall. The poor wall dropped a bunch of dust on the floor at once. The pain from the wound attacked him furiously, and he gritted his teeth to bear it. Little He saw the big boss enraged and consoled him softly immediately. He said he felt good about me and wanted to invite me to go shopping on weekend. The crap you feel good about. The crap you go shopping for. The crap you'll date. Big Boss Ya was instilled by the roar that he could not yell to anyone. Fucking Hiei-san. Keep pretending. You fucking Oscar-winning best actor. Anyways, I don't care what you do. You must control him well. Have a relationship with him if he wants. Go shopping with him if he wants. I will see what he can achieve through shopping. Xiao Liuyi said with rage. Little he nodded, obedient and nice. I see. Big boss Xia smashed the door open and left with a tar-black face. Little he kneaded her ear calmly and sat back on the bed, silently and peacefully, lowering her head to the records again. This sober little woman who always controlled her words while didn't lie to Xiao Liuyi. These were all exactly what Chusan said, but she didn't tell him something else that he had said. Are you Hu Qinghe? I'm Chusan, your primary school classmate. Do you still remember me? We both lived in the Snapdragon Walled City, and you dropped out in 5th grade. Do you still remember Wei in the class next to us? He works a part-time job with me in a tea restaurant and often mentions you to me. Chapter 17. Big Boss, find yourself a partner. Chusan was a candid person who kept his words truthful. He seriously began the relationship with little he. On Saturday afternoon, they met at the gate of Tanxianggu. Chusan wore a pair of cheap, fake elite glasses and a cheap suit, standing in the crowd of pretty girls like a crane among chicks. Followed by the teasing of the sisters, he held little he's hand with a shy smile, taking her away publicly. Is this a no-salary holiday or salary-included outdoor request for her? The hall manager asked Cui Dongdong. Outdoor request, of course, said General Manager Cui. VIP special service, doubled cost, mark it under Big Boss's name. Big Boss Xia in the main office abruptly had a ceiling-shaking sneeze. Pulling out the tissue, he rubbed his red nose, irritated. Big Boss Xia was confident about his strength and dared to only wear a shirt in the temperature of the Christmas season, sleeping on the sofa carelessly for a night. And he was enraged the next morning by Brat-san. The physical chill plus the heated mental state brought him a fever instantly in the afternoon. He didn't tell his underling and was even too lazy to take pills. Wrapping himself into a burrito and sleeping like a corpse at his home for 2 days, he sweated until the sheet was cold and stinky. As soon as the temperature dropped, he thought he was much better and came to the company to check on the business calmly, working and sniffling. Little Ma flatteringly made a call to report about the situation. Big boss, the brat of the He's really went on a date with little he. Xiao Liuyi sniffled majestically. Send people to check him as well. I'll see how he will date. Carry him back at once if he dares play any tricks. Yes. Little Ma had many ears and eyes, which let him know the Christmas gossip immediately. However, this guy was not as intelligent as Cui Dongdong. He didn't find it weird at all, but thought Big Boss Xia invited Chusan to have a taste of women enthusiastically, and that the brat was being bitchy. Thus, he persistently annoyed Xiao Liuyi with flattery, vowing to teach Brat-san a lesson for the big boss. Big boss, I think this brat is truly a good-for-nothing. You brought him to Tanxianggu for a taste of women, and this fucking brat didn't appreciate your kindness at all, and even wanted to take your motzi. I'd say we should just kidnap him with a sack, throwing him into a basement with a few Russian girls to rape him. Fuck your ass off. Xiao Liuyi cursed out loud with a strong, nasally voice. Who told you little he is my motzi? Sleeping with her for a few nights makes her my motzi. Will you also be mine if I sleep with you tonight? And the fucking Russian girls. I'm annoyed the most with Russian girls. Hairy everywhere, under clothes. Is that fine? You have only useless ideas. Achoo. Little Ma was spat at through the phone resentfully and turned his wrath onto his underlings who were listening carefully to his conversation around the square table. Fuck. Who want a hand? Get up and give me your seat. In the afternoon with mild winter sun, General Manager Ma rolled up his sleeves to play mahjong in front of his billiard room and was melancholic secretly. I will never step into others' business anymore. Big Boss cherishes that brat as if he is his son. The only thing he doesn't do is let the brat sit on his head. The brat can just change his last name and become Chusan. I can't stand him or punish him. Then can't I just hide from him? Actually, General Manager Ma couldn't punish him or hide from him. As soon as Chusan did something, he still had to report to his big boss obediently. Big boss, the kid took little he into a mall. Achoo. What did he buy? He simply bought her a card. How poor. No crap. Keep following. A call arrived soon. Big boss, the brat took little he to a cinema. What did they watch? It seemed to be Days of Being Wild. Achoo. Didn't he watch it? Keep following. This time, 2 hours passed. Big boss, the brat bought Little He food on the street. What did he buy? Fish balls and an egg waffle. This fucking poor kid. Achoo. Big boss hung up the call, forcing himself to put his energy into the accounts. He kept reading until the sunset painted the sky. Feeling dizzy, his phone rang again. Frowning and digging the phone out from the tissue balls he used to sneeze in, he answered. Where else did he go? Ahua Bing Sut. The slinky brat stayed in the kitchen with Little He for an hour. He did it inside? I don't really know if they did, but it seemed that the brat made her a decent meal by himself. Achoo. Big boss Ya made a world-shaking sneeze, which made his mind spin for a while. Then he threw the phone away. Fuck. Giving a card, watching a film, buying snacks, cooking by hand. These totally same steps, and the relationship should begin with dates. The PUK guy Brat clearly knew there was someone following him and deliberately implied they were dating for a relationship. Big boss Ya fell backward and kicked the desk. The sneezed tissue balls spread onto the floor instantly. Fuck the fucking Hiei-san. Achoo. Big boss Ya had himself burned out from anger, and the high fever came back to him at night. This big boss went home quietly and slept after eating 2 bowls of beef entrails, intending to treat all kinds of diseases with a sleep again. In the end, he almost couldn't get up. A few bodyguards waited in front of the building until noon, but didn't see him and thought their big boss was assassinated in his bedroom. They broke into the room and found Big Boss wrapped himself in the sheet, burning like coal. Despite this, he could still find his gun and pull off the safety accurately in drowsiness, determined to shoot everyone that dared to come close to him. Luckily, his bodyguards had learned Little Ma's core spirit. Facing unnecessary sacrifices, they couldn't hide faster. Chui Dongdong came hurriedly with a private doctor and drove the scared bodyguards out. Then, she disarmed Liuyi and pressed him down for a doctor crisply. She was not a better fighter than the bodyguards, but only she dared hack the back of the big boss's neck mercilessly with her hand, and even dared curse at Big Boss. PUK guy? Be obedient for me. When Liuyi woke up, Chui Dongdong was sitting on the chair beside the bed, her legs open wide. She puffed gorgeous smoke circles to the new holes caused by gunshots on the wall. Hey Big Boss, do you know what it means to not have the ability to live independently? You're a typical person that does not have the ability to live independently, Deputy Chui said with full concern in the haunting smoke. Before killing our dragon head casually, please, find yourself a partner. Liuyi was annoyed and took the sheet with his hand that was receiving an intravenous drip, covering his head. I think the boy of the He's is fine, clever, and careful. At least you won't die from hunger or illness with him. Will you try him? Shut up and fuck off. Big Boss Yao made a hoarse order from under the sheet. Deputy Chui had no more crap to say and left dashingly. But that night, when Little Ma came at the time for dinner with a grand food box, coming to see Big Boss and give his Big Boss a meal, Chusan was following him with the little backpack. Liuyi leaned on the head of the bed lazily, smoking and watching TV. As soon as he saw them come in, he tried to kill Little Ma with a glare. Little Ma hid back. Big Boss, this is none of my business. Hey, Brat, explain it yourself. He put down the food box and scurried away promptly. I heard you're sick from Little He. Chusan had his gaze lowered to the ground. So I came to see you, Boss Liuyi. Liuyi rolled his eyes with little strength and was too lazy to give any reaction. Only a few henchmen knew he, the big boss, was sick in the bed, and Little He was far from being qualified. It is absolutely Chui Dongdong's evil idea. Chusan handed him a big iron container wrapped in cotton to keep the warmth from his little backpack, quietly and nicely. As the lid opened, the scent of century egg with pork congee diffused in the room instantly. He put the congee in a bowl and placed it on the nightstand and opened the grand food box from Little Ma. There were all types of side dishes and a big bowl of plain congee. Boss Liuyi, would you like plain congee or the century egg with pork congee? Liuyi didn't look at him at all and dug into the century egg with pork congee to himself. He wasn't intending to favor Chusan, but who would choose plain congee over congee with meat? Chusan took out another little oil paper pack from his backpack. Opening it, there was a pile of marinated dishes with a scary look. It's salty radish made by Dad. Doesn't look good, but it's tasty. Give it a try. Liuyi didn't react to him. His chopsticks only picked the cabbage pork roll from Little Ma. Chusan sat on the chair on the side obediently, watching him eat. After Liuyi dug into a bowl of congee hurriedly, he went forward to pour him another bowl, until Big Boss Xia seemed to be half satiated and feeling better than previously. He finally said, "Boss Liuyi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have argued with you that night." Liuyi stopped his chopsticks and said nothing, but lifted his gaze to Chusan with no expression. He didn't say anything, but what he wanted to say couldn't be any clearer. Was their problem caused by argument? Stop fucking pretending, Hie-san. Chusan looked back at him candidly. His face was innocent, his words honest and genuine. He seemed to change after realizing his mistake. Little He is a good girl, and I enjoy the time with her. Thank you, Boss Liuyi. Liuyi frowned a bit and glanced at him from top to bottom several times. He really couldn't find any flaws from this best actor. Eventually, he hummed through his nose as an indirect acceptance for Chusan's apology and appreciation. As long as the PUK guy Brat went back to the right way and did not think about anything wild and messy, as if being possessed by a demon, he can still generously be his big boss. But he truly doubted if this Brat really went back to the right way. He glanced at Chusan while having the second bowl of congee. This Brat had been much more obedient this time, and stopped peeping at him with sneaky glances. After apologizing and receiving the hum, he seemed to rest assured and began turning his face to the TV with full interest. Watching for a long while concentratedly, he turned as if he eventually realized there was a big boss needing to be cared for in the room. Boss Liuyi, is the meal enough for you? Do you need to have anything else? Liuyi casually waved his hand, gesturing that it wasn't necessary. Chusan quieted wisely after the good reaction and said no more words to irritate him, but pushed the little paper package with marinated radish forward. Big Boss Xia scratched it with his chopsticks and picked up a small piece unwillingly. That was a sign of peace. After serving his dinner, Chusan tidied up the utensils and the food box. Before leaving, he hesitated. Boss Liuyi, do you have any time next weekend? There's a new film. Nope. Liuyi was determined to eliminate any ambiguous sprouts and would not make any one-to-one interaction before Chusan had sex. He answered, annoyed. Go with your motzi. Little He is not my motzi yet, Chusan explained shyly. We just started dating. Then I will watch it with her first, and I'll tell you if it's good. No, thank you. I've been busy recently, said Liuyi. Don't bother me if nothing big happens. Okay, said Chusan, his face still innocent without a bit of disappointment. Then I won't disturb you anymore, Boss Liuyi. I'm going home. Be careful with your health. Rest well, and don't smoke. Liuyi hummed, meaning you can shut up and fuck off. Listening to the low footsteps of Chusan as he went down the stairs, he grabbed a cigarette from the nightstand. He lit it up and smoked bossily, and had his mind drift off for a while in front of the TV. Annoyance suddenly came to him. The PUK guy Brat really had no flaws just now. He even seemed to flush when talking about Little He. Did he turn around that fast? He pinched off the cigarette and called with the telephone on the nightstand. Hey, Yom, did the kid go? He just left, big boss. Did he ask you anything? No, he didn't talk to anyone. The weather on Liuyi's face stayed unpredictable for a while. Ayeon waited for a long time. Big boss. Drive and catch up to him, and send him home. It was too late to walk back safely to Kowloon City. Yes. Wait a minute. Any other commands, big boss? Don't send him back. Big Boss Xia tried really hard to be cruel. He can't be too good to the Brat, or the Brat will misread his meanings. Big Boss Xia didn't lie about how busy he was. He did stay busy for a long time after Christmas, and without lying in bed for a day, he had to crawl up to maintain the situation with his face blue. Time rolled forward like a flash, and a few weeks passed. They kept having no result from searching for the person who deliberately created chaos in his region, and the Elder's complaints accumulated for him, expanding too fast, making too many enemies, and getting the police's notice. Liuyi let Shui Dongdong to soothe the Elders with sweet words and didn't stop fighting and disputing at all. His main target, Fat Chi, had another big battle again with him before the Chinese New Year, destroying many of his places. He deliberately sent the Red Pole loyal to Elder Gu as the frontline role. That kid wasn't killed or disabled. Instead, he successfully smashed 3 nightclubs of Fat Chi and looted back a sack of cash. Liuyi called the Red Pole to a spa. The spa was reserved, and they were the only people in the huge pool. Big Boss Xia leaned against the side of the pool lazily, his face to the ceiling with a wet towel on. The big and small scars on his bare upper body were dark red in the hot water, looking even more aggressive on his smooth muscle with curvature. This man was scared by the scars covering Big Boss Xia as soon as he came in. Coldness hit him from the back as the story of Double Knife Azura's Black Children's Day emerged in his mind. Realizing that this big boss had truly killed his way from a path of blood and was a real fighter, he went into the pool with a towel on his waist, frightened. The room was steamy, and the hot water almost boiled his bones soft. Big Boss Xia sat opposite to him, still, saying nothing. He looked at the unsmiling Big Boss and became more and more nervous. Liuyi finally said, his voice low and indifferent. Your nickname is Big Scarhead? Big Scarhead straightened his back the best he could. Yes, Big Boss, there's a big scar at the top of my head. Someone hacked at me before. And you hacked back? Said Liuyi. Yes, Big Boss. I did. He's also Big Scarhead now? No, he has no head now. Liuyi chuckled. Do you know what I called you here for? Please let me know, Big Boss. You are a young man with guts, Liuyi said lazily, his voice faint under the towel. One needs not to know where a hero is from, and I will not ask about your past, but look at where you want to go. If your direction is right, you will not only be Big Scarhead, but also Boss Big Scar. If you're wrong, you can also only have no head. Do you know what I mean? Because the big boss had had his face under the towel since the beginning, he couldn't show off his sincere expression. Thus Big Scarhead could only try to express his loyalty with a determined tone. I know, Big Boss. Get out. Yes. Being in the spa for a long time and receiving a warning with Big Boss's unclear attitude, this future boss Big Scar left the water, filled with concerns. He tried to walk steadily to pretend he was calm, and the result was he walked so slowly and finally passed the corridor corner after a long time. Liuyi made no sounds under the wet towel and had his forehand covered with veins. Until he heard no more steps, he eventually let out a big sneeze. The pool rippled. Achoo! He pulled the towel down from his face. He sneezed with it and threw it far away. Fuck! His nose was fucking stuffed, and he sounded like he was sobbing while speaking, and he dared not say anything without using a towel. That dumbhead fucked off too slowly. Little Ma ran in with crisp sounds under his bare feet. Big Boss, Detective Sue invited you to have a meal tomorrow, on the phone. Fuck, Liuyi cursed while sounding hoarse. Asking me for money before the new year arrives. Let Chui Dong Dong go and prepare a red packet with 50,000. Just tell him I flew to Thailand for some crucial business. Big Boss, Little Ma squatted by the pool and suggested with hesitation. Do you need to see a doctor again? I think this looks like an allergy. Can you cure an allergy? What the crap could it help? Liuyi hit with his bare hand, splashing water onto his face. Find clothes for me. Achoo. He was sick and busy. It had been more than 10 days after the fever left, but his snot was still endless and made his nose sore and itchy. He was dizzy from everything, so he had thrown the irritating gaai Brat away from his head. Little Ma tied his tie for him and then said, Big Boss, the new year is coming next week. Liuyi hummed a faint nasal sound. I am going back to the countryside of Guangzhou the day after tomorrow, and Boss Dong Dong will go to Thailand next Monday. What about you? Fuck off early, Liuyi carelessly said. Find the finance people and get 50,000. Take it as my red packet for your grandma. No, thank you, Little Ma said hurriedly. She's in her 80s and she can't take that much, Big Boss. Stop your nonsense. Call the taxi. Little Ma went out flatteringly, and soon he held the door and stepped back, hesitating. Big Boss, well, we are worried about you being alone, huh? What about going to the countryside with me? I don't like feeding mosquitoes in the field. Stop it. What the heck are you worried about? Fuck off. Little Ma fucked off half a butt away and stepped back, stuttering. Big Boss, Boss Dong Dong said the kid of the he's asked her about inviting you to spend the new year in his home. Are you really going? I think that kid has a head of schemes and no good intentions. Liuyi smashed him out with a leather shoe. None of your business. Fuck off. Moreover, I haven't agreed yet. Chapter 18. The feeling of home. Supporting his heavy head and stepping into the elevator, he eventually realized, fuck. Who made that call? Hie-san? When did I say yes to him? Regardless of the late thoughts and hesitation, on New Year's Eve, he still drove to where Chusan's Tong Lao was and parked in a nearby alleyway. Chusan knew that he couldn't take Liuyi's as a yes. Moreover, they had a big quarrel on that night, and the quarrel hadn't been settled yet. 2 days before the new year, he made a call to Liuyi to make sure if he would come, but instead of asking explicitly, Chusan had nice tactics for it. Boss Liuyi, what else do you want for the reunion dinner besides char siu dumplings? Do you like wenchang chicken? Liuyi was ordering Ayoung to beat someone in the basement. He held the cigarette in his hand and yawned. Anything works. What about steamed fish? Hanging up, Chusan chuckled quietly to the phone. Big boss Xia sneezed again. Achoo! Ayoung's hand paused. He looked at Liuyi, together with the poor, beaten person. What the heck are you looking for? Keep beating. Liuyi glared and took the tissue bossily from Abiao, blowing his nose and throwing the used tissue onto the floor. The neighborhood here was composed of previous Snapdragon Walled City residents, so he put on sunglasses to avoid being recognized. He went upstairs like a hitman with the collar of his overcoat standing. Luckily, every family was preparing for the reunion dinner at home. Only a few of the cheering children passed by him, laughing and playing, and they didn't pay attention to him because of the dim light. Before he knocked, Chusan pulled the door open from inside with a smile full of happiness and excitement. Boss Liuyi, it will be a prosperous year. Liuyi hadn't seen such genuine happiness for a long time. Being in a daze behind his collar, he said, wish you will have a prosperous year. He handed a fruit basket over that he carried. Chusan led him into the home. The house wasn't big and was the size of a living room of a rich family, but the living room and the 2 rooms were cleverly divided, and it looked much more spacious than their 2-floor shabby house in the walled city. Dentist he was no longer busy and had cut many delicate window decorations. Because of them, the house was surrounded by red and a picture of an adorable auspicious boy was hung above the TV. Everywhere was cheerful. In the middle of the living room, there was a little square table. 3 sets of tableware were already set. A plate of steamed dace fish covered by scallion and ginger was in the center, with an attractive smell. Liuyi had never experienced such a simple, warm New Year in his life. In his childhood, New Year meant his dad drinking more and beating him and Xiaoman harder. After living in the villa, it was always grand but lonely. Azure Dragon was busy and would always come back late, and he would simply finish those luxurious dishes with Xiaoman standing in this little house filled with the hope of spring. He was almost bewildered. Come and sit, Boss Liuyi. Other dishes will be ready soon, Chusan called. Dad, Boss Liuyi is here. Liuyi's teeth hurt as soon as he heard the call. Daddy came out from a room with a demijohn of rice wine. He squinted his eyes, looking at Liuyi from top to bottom. Tisk tisk, Mr. Xia has become a dragon head big boss. Such a visit to our humble house is a great honor, great honor. Liuyi was more desperate to this dad than to the son. He answered with his face stiff. Mr. He, please sit. I dare not. A visitor is a guest, please sit first. Dentist he was very polite. Just sit. No, you please. They played humble in the living room for a long while, and no one was willing to sit first. Finding that Liuyi was going to lose his temper and explode, Chusan walked out with a plate of wenchang chicken. What are you standing here for? Sit down. Dad, Boss Liuyi brought us fruit. How could I dare? That's too nice of Mr. Xia, said Dentist he. Mr. Xia, I heard you drove us to the hospital when I was sick last time. An old wood like me can't be more grateful. I didn't know someone who has business like Mr. Xia has such a kind heart. Chusan came out from the kitchen again with a plate of dumplings and chuckled. Dad, stop showing off your knowledge. Dentist he glared. What is showing off? Dad is being polite. Do you think everyone is uneducated like you? He's a big boss. Liuyi kept feeling his teeth sour. He said with his face rigid. You're too polite, Mr. He. Driving you is not a big deal. Thank you for your generous help in the walled city. Nothing, nothing. Are your teeth still good, Mr. Xia? Shall I check them for you after dinner? Ahem. No, thank you. Don't be so distant, Mr. Xia. It's for free. You don't need to pay. No. Mr. Xia, the teeth are very important for our bodies and you must pay good attention. No. Achoo. Before the sniffing Mr. Xia exploded, Chusan went out to mediate with a pot of dishes. Dad, don't talk about teeth while eating. Let's watch TV. Dentist he had been away from his clinic for too long and had accumulated too many words. The floodgates opened once he saw someone, and he still wanted to continue bubbling about the importance of teeth with Liuyi. Chusan stopped him with a bowl of soup. Chusan also gave Liuyi a bowl of soup, chuanbe snow fungus and pear stew, mild, warm, good for cold patients. He didn't mention the effects at all, but instead watched TV together with his dad. When Liuyi put down the bowl, he refilled the bowl with pretended carelessness. Liuyi was well prepared for this visit. He was cautious about Chusan's little signs. However, Chusan looked candid and calm, asking him about his work, the health of Boss Little Ma and Boss Dong Dong, and other random things. There were no uncommon words or actions at all, and he couldn't be more genuine and friendly. The heater brought the warmth of spring in the room. Liuyi enjoyed the heat on his back. The warm air gradually turned his alarm off and put his attention to the dishes. Brat-san was not an amazing cook, and most dishes were just decent, but the fish was really good. Big Boss Xia couldn't help moving his chopsticks to it many times, and he even tried to check the tail. Chusan flipped the fish for him without being noticed. Liuyi ate the fish with a stiff face. He was silent. Compared to how he usually disputed with Chusan when they had meals, today, he not only had his temper affected by the presence of dentist he, but wanted to leave more distance between Chusan and him. Thus, he controlled his mouth well and almost didn't talk when no one asked him anything. His demeanor was indifferent and cold, but the Hees didn't mind his attitude at all. They babbled about random daily life stuff on their own. Dad, he didn't eat a lot and put down his chopsticks very soon, pouring rice wine into his empty bowl. He asan. Dad didn't want to be too involved. You got guts as soon as you get money. No more studying or a part-time job on weekends, but pursuing girls whenever you have time. Well, that's not a great deal, but why don't you take her to me and let me have a look? Mr. Xia, it's homemade rice wine. Would you like some? No, thank you. I'm driving, said Liuyi. He scratched at the fish belly with the chopsticks. Hey, it's rice wine. You won't get drunk from it. Don't be alienated. Let me fill you a bowl of it. Why are you pulling at me, Hiei-san? Say it if you have something to say. I haven't finished yet. Is your dad such a scary parent? Let Mr. Xia judge what you did. Should you show your dad his daughter-in-law? Dad. Chusan even had a light red color on his little face. That's still ambiguous. Huh. Ambiguous. I've heard from Aunt Ahua that you've taken the girl to her restaurant. And you cooked for her. You Brat looks quiet and nice, but you have so many techniques to pursue girls. Huh? Liuyi didn't know why he felt his teeth so sour. He maintained an indifferent expression, swallowing the last piece of fish belly, and left for the toilet. The Hees were still scratching at each other behind him. Chusan poured the rice wine in Liuyi's bowl back into his, and said quietly, he has a cold. This is not good for him. Dad, he glared at him. Your dad is being welcoming. Then he lowered his voice. Brat, you received his money, right? You care so much about a little cold. No matter what, he's a Triad man, and we can't accept money that's not clean. I really didn't. Dad, said Chusan. He added another half bowl of soup into Liuyi's bowl. Liuyi rinsed his mouth in the toilet. When he came out, Dad, he was hitting the son's head with a cigarette holder. How much can your dad use for himself? I just want to gain you some life savings. Don't be too tired at your age, said Chusan. I have my salary. What's my age? Am I old? I'm at my best age. You Brat. Liuyi watched the cigarette holder continue hitting Chusan's forehead and couldn't help asking. What happened? Dad wants to open a grocery store after the new year. Chusan covered his red forehead. Help me persuade him, Boss Liuyi. The headache and toothache Dad he had brought him was sufficient to make the persuasion impossible for him. He had the soup and coughed. Just let Mr. He do what he wants. You don't need to stop him. Dad he immediately found Big Boss Xia nice and understanding. See, Big Boss said okay. Okay, get away from us, you Brat. The dinner ended in the random talk of the Hees. Liuyi was too concentrated on their family things and had 3 bowls of soup, most of the fish, a dozen dumplings, half of a chicken, half bowl of vegetables, and 2 bowls of rice. He almost died from being stuffed full and had to put all his attention on keeping himself from burping, or it would ruin his Big Boss veneer. After the meal, a few neighbors that lived alone invited the Hees to the New Year fair. Dad he agreed joyfully and put on his coat while the neighbors were waiting downstairs. Chusan used studying as an excuse to stay with Big Boss Xia. I went there last year, nothing particularly interesting, Chusan said while cleaning the table. Let's go to the rooftop for fireworks, boss Liuyi. Just go to the fair with your dad. I'll leave, said Xiao Liuyi. Chusan was distracted for a moment, and then he smiled and suggested. It's still early, boss Liuyi. There are few people on the rooftop. It's quiet and nice. Xiao Liuyi covered his filled belly, feeling he couldn't stay in this warmer and warmer room. If he stays, something would go wrong. That's it. The feeling of home distracted him from the heat. I have things to do, he said with an indifferent demeanor, standing up to take his coat. Chusan took hold of his coat behind the door before him and didn't hand it out. You just had dinner. Why not sit for a while? Xiao Liuyi pulled the coat to himself. No need. Chusan blinked and insisted no more. All right, I won't delay your business. Let me send you down, boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi waved his hand casually. Don't bother. Don't let others see. He stepped out to open the door. Chusan suddenly grasped his arm. A string in Xiao Liuyi's mind was hit. Subconsciously, he pulled his hand back mightily. He turned his head, glaring at Chusan. Chusan kept his innocent facade, saying peacefully, Wait a moment. There's something for you. Xiao Liuyi tried to stay at the door, and Chusan went into the kitchen hurriedly. He soon came out with a little iron bottle, in which he used to put some century egg with pork congee. I made too much soup today. Dad and I can't finish it. Take it back and put it in the fridge. Ask your bodyguard to heat it up when you want to drink it. It will go bad the day after tomorrow. He looked candid and righteous. The soup was in Xiao Liuyi's hand before he could refuse. Chusan opened the door for him and stepped back, smiling. I won't send you off then, boss Liuyi. Goodbye. Xiao Liuyi wrapped himself with the coat, carrying the silly iron bottle exiting the building. He walked on the dim stairs, broken wind cooling the heat in his face. Even so, he was still not used to it and lifted the collar of his coat, trying to make himself colder, a little colder, just like how he was every day. He threw the bottle onto the passenger seat carelessly and settled it carefully before it fell and spilled the soup. He punched the steering wheel powerlessly, leaning on the seat, sighing, sending the white breath to the top of the car. Chusan stood by the window, watching Xiao Liuyi's silhouette under the streetlight. He walked into an alley quickly with sunglasses, and after a long time, the black Benz finally left the alley. The length of time belonged to a cigarette. He bowed, sticking his face on the icy window glass, smiling quietly. Now, he knew how much he weighed in Xiao Liuyi's heart. At least he was worth an annoyed cigarette in the car. Far away, fireworks bloomed above Victoria Harbor. Across the layered buildings, a little colorful starlight flew over him. Chusan rested his head on the windowsill, poking at the red declarations. Thinking about how the Triad big boss frowned while picking out fish bones concentratedly at the table, he couldn't help chuckling like a fool again. Nothing could bring him more ease and happiness. Chapter 19. Happy birthday. Xiao Liuyi realized he was being stalked soon after he passed the second traffic light on his way home. The stalkers were well trained. They were split into two cars and switched the cars following him from time to time. One car would make a turn at a certain point and the other car would catch up. The reason for Xiao Liuyi spotting them so quickly was their over-careless car number. One ended with Liuyi and the other ended with Asan. Big Boss Xiao was irritated, and these cars with couple numbers provoked his anger. Without hesitation, he turned the wheel and crashed into the fake Asan after him. The Asan car avoided him with a sudden skid. It went back a few meters and turned fast to escape behind Xiao Liuyi. While driving back, Xiao Liuyi saw the two young men sitting in the front seats. Both were strangers to him. There were few people who dared stalk the big boss in the region of Shaoqi-tong. As shown, Xiao Liuyi came alone, but in fact, a group of underlings were wandering around, and they could support him whenever he needed. He turned and put his foot down, following on. The paparazzi following the tiger became rabbits chased by the tiger. The two men in the Asan car almost wanted to cry. Big Boss Xia was a crazy driver, not letting them go. From Kowloon Tong to Waterloo Road, he rushed his way to Mong Kok. He caught a chance to hit their car and hit the Asan number until it tilted. The number of cars increased as they drove forward. The two cars were chased downtown, ignoring traffic lights and weaving through the flow of cars. Chaotic skids, horns, and thundering motors could be heard distantly. Pedestrians on the zebra crossing cried and cowered back. The aggressive driving on New Year's Eve scared people and shocked the police. Two policemen with big caps followed them on motorcycles with squealing alarms. The fake Asan car found the situation wasn't good and stopped by the road. Liuyi also calmed down and stopped on the side. He leaned on the seat, tilting his head for a cigarette. Taking a breath leisurely, he rolled down the window. "Driver's license," said the young traffic policeman with a big cap. "You're suspected of running red lights, speeding." Liuyi lifted his sight with the cigarette and saw a surprised, angry face. It was the detective who tried to save the beauty, but turned out to be an adulterer last year. If our dear audience can still remember, he was the probationary inspector who was set up by Liuyi and Chui Dongdong to have his nudes taken and blackmailed, because he refused to be corrupt for the Triad. After that, he persisted under the pressure and even refused to pay for the blackmail. His nudes were mailed to big tabloids and the desk of his uncle, who was the deputy commissioner of police. Losing all his face, he was beaten by his furious uncle and had a drastic demotion. Thus, he ended up blowing whistles on the street. He knew Liuyi had set him up. Now, hatred burned his eyes. He almost wanted to drag Liuyi out of the car and eat him alive, while Liuyi couldn't be calmer. He answered with the cigarette in his mouth. Detective Xia, Policeman Xia, who was not a detective anymore, was enraged. He hit the window and roared. "Take your ID out. You are now suspected of possessing drugs and carrying firearms. Exit the car and let us search. Open the trunk." At this moment, the limousine ending with Liuyi also caught up. Someone came out from the passenger seat and ordered seriously. "Stop." Xie Jiabao looked back. "Brother Ahua." The person glanced at him with no expression. He stood straight and saluted, greeting aloud again. "Sir." The person was in his 30s, wearing a neat suit, his body lean, and his figure was stiff, as if cut by a knife. There was no vigor on his cheeks, which were a little pale. His eyes were dark like an abyss. Generally, he was like a lifeless metal sheet. "The person in the front car belongs to our side," he commanded Xie Jiabao in a low voice. He then came forward to greet Liuyi. "Mr. Xia." Liuyi took off the cigarette, and in a rare occurrence, he observed the man seriously. "Nice to meet you. Mr. Xia's strength doesn't fail your fame at all," he said. "I am Xie Jiahua, the senior inspector of police from Oki." Liuyi dropped the ash and chuckled. "Another Xie? Is the police office held by the Xies? What a considerate New Year present from Xie, sir. You and your brothers don't spend New Year Eve at home, but come to greet me. I'm truly honored. Why not let me pack a few red packets for everyone, and we can have some night snacks together with alcohol and finish this night lightly." "Thank you for the red packets, but no," said Xie Jiahua. "If Mr. Xia could commit fewer crimes in the new year, my brothers can sleep more soundly." Liuyi smiled. "I'm always a good citizen. Please don't inconvenience yourself for me." "Yes, sir." Xie Jiahua also smiled, as if the spring wind melted the coldness on his face, but it didn't last long. He straightened his body with no expression and waved to Xie Jiabao. "Go." Xie Jiabao followed him and said hurriedly, "But cousin, he..." Xie Jiahua patted him and pushed down hard secretly. "We can't deal with him yet. Take it slowly." Xie Jiabao got on his motorcycle with grievance and anger. They left the scene loudly. Liuyi stayed there and enjoyed a few breaths of smoke, and the people of Shao Qitong soon came to protect him after hearing the news. Four vans surrounded Liuyi's car in a blink. The red pole, Big Scar Head, jumped off a van with a machete in a hurry. "Big boss, are you okay? Who's the fucking idiot daring to speed behind our big boss?" He looked around while cursing like a muscular beast. Little Ma lacked some guts, while this guy lacked some brain. Liuyi was annoyed for a moment. Seeing this just made his headache worse. He shoved the guy away. "Get back to sleep." He started the engine again. When he glanced at the passenger seat, the soup from Chusan had tilted during the chasing, leaking over the seat. The spring festival of Big Boss Xia had a tense start and a both exciting and irritating end. He almost wrote, "Not feeling good" on himself. Big Scar Head did not follow him for long and hadn't learned how to please the big boss yet, but only followed after him like an ox. Liuyi didn't find anything wrong or anything fun from him. He could only save the uneasiness to himself. Finally, Chusan, the third day of the new year came, and Little Ma headed back from Guangzhou, bringing the outlet to the big boss. Liuyi closed the door of his office and scolded Little Ma brutally. I told you and Chui Dong Dong to find those who made trouble at my place. You didn't find them, but found the O-key. What a misfortune for my new year. Do your research. Where is the background of this? Yes, sir. What the fuck is the purpose of his honest face? How much does he want each year? Little Ma had gained much weight over the new year. Mumbling and covering his head, he left the office awkwardly. He kicked the coming underling. Fuck. The brat of the Hees must have enraged Big Boss. Little Ma rubbed his fist, planning to rip into this brat of the Hees for revenge someday. Meanwhile, the brat from the Hees had no clue. He had an easy, happy spring festival, and his career grew and grew. This March, he was promoted for the first time, from an intern to a formal employee, and then he used his little network to introduce his girlfriend Little He to the firm as a front desk server. His relationship with Little He went sweetly. Liuyi was too lazy to send someone to track him, mainly because the report was annoying. They were always that Brat cooked whatever for Little He, or Little He knitted whatever sweater for that Brat. For him, for her. Don't they get tired from it? Liuyi was in no mood to deal with He Chusan's casual things right now, as he finally discovered Xie Jiahua's background. Xie Jiabao's cousin, senior inspector of police, 31 years old, the son of the deputy commissioner of police, being born in a police family. He became a member of Oki at 18. It was said that when he was a newbie, he was just a playful highborn boy, but since his close friend joined ICAC and was frozen to death at a cold storage plant while investigating, he gained endless motivation to destroy every corrupted person, officer, or commoner. To support justice, he worked day and night, solving multiple big cases. Because of his exceptional work, he was promoted to be a senior inspector of police. Basically, this sir was really unstained. Big background, high-level education, more than sufficient experience, and couldn't be moved. He was never swayed by bribery or threats. People said that he took the spirit card of his pal with him all the time and was seriously protected by a spirit. He had encountered more than 20 cases of warnings, threats, assaults, and assassinations in these years, but was not hurt at all. The most horrifying explosive attack in his apartment only wounded the Filipino maid in his house. This incident made his deputy dad send him abroad forcefully. He studied criminal psychology in the US and came back to Hong Kong with a master's degree last August. Back from America, Siesser gained profound knowledge and even had 2 more abs. Mentally and physically, he was well prepared. The criminals in the black or white world would pay painfully for their attacks. Liuyi couldn't believe there could be such an innocent acer in Hong Kong. Facing this flawless guy, Chui Dong Dong and him ran out of ideas for a perfect treatment. Money didn't work, and assault didn't work either, not to mention common plots. Fortunately, this young man was just a senior inspector of police despite his exceptional ability. With so many caring detectives, Xie Jiahua's path to justice was tough, and he wouldn't be a big deal to Liuyi just yet. Xie Jiahua did not pay too much attention to Liuyi either. The first fall belonged to Big Boss Sha, who had a loose organization and little defense. The Sha Jia gang under this dragon head Big Boss was also from Snapdragon Walled City and controlled multiple drug productions and dealing lines. Xie Jiahua investigated patiently with months of effort. Eventually, he arrested both sides when Big Boss Sha made a deal with a Burmese drug dealer. While resisting, the Burmese guy was shot and killed. Big Boss Sha couldn't make it too far. Xie Jiahua shot his leg from his back and caught him successfully. After their big boss was arrested, Sha Jia gang lost its power. Fat Chi watched his past ally become helpless and took over all of their regions. He didn't forget to take Big Boss Sha's lovely mistresses as well, who had all turned on Big Boss Sha to provide evidence under a plea bargain to keep him in the prison out of hatred. Many troubles hit Fat Chi. Even though they couldn't destroy him, they were enough to keep him terrified for a while. Liuyi watched the whole thing. Although he was not related, he caught the strong smell of danger in the air. He ordered his underlings to be cautious and alert, never to bother Siesser. June arrived in such chaos. In this prosperous season, along with the warm sea wind, the carnival of Shao Chi Tong high-level members, Big Boss Ya's birthday, was coming again. They celebrated in the same nightclub as they did last year. Food, alcohol, and a crazy feast made them all drunk like hell. Liuyi escaped with Chui Dong Dong earlier using the toilet excuse. They also took a henchman, the straw sandal. Together they discussed important plans while sobering up. Eventually, Liuyi let the straw sandals go and talked to Chui Dongdong about a few things. I haven't seen any problems with Big Scar Head, but Elder Good did refer him to us. I don't really agree with putting him in an important place. Chui Dongdong shook her head. Don't use someone you doubt. Neither doubt someone you use, said Liuyi. He did his best in the past months. Chui Dongdong shrugged. You're the big boss, and you always decide. Anyway, this is not an easy time, and Uncle Yuan is worried. He told me in private to caution you to be alert, and don't be too obvious. Don't catch the police's attention. Liuyi cursed. What else did I do? Isn't being a fucking hiding mouse enough? The old people are more conservative. Indeed, said Chui Dongdong. He always thinks you made a huge scene with Fat Chi, which was hard to negotiate with the detectives. Oki has aimed for us, while you're keeping the big business on the surface. He worries that the foundation of Shao Chi Tong will be ruined by you. What the hell does he know? Liuyi cursed. Old bones, I won't be serious with him. Pack him 300,000 and let him enjoy the late years in peace. He may not know your care no matter how generous you are. Chui Dongdong paused. All the elders want is to expand and maintain the gang. The belonging of the title of the dragon head doesn't matter. In my opinion, he chose you instead of suing solely because you were young and easy to manipulate. Once you're not obedient anymore. Liuyi twisted his eyebrow and sneered. Once I'm not obedient, is he dreaming of changing a generation? It depends on his capability. Chui Dongdong tapped the cigar in silence. She frowned, being a little hesitant. What? Do you think I'm taking a bad approach too? Chui Dongdong shook her head. I have only two big bosses, Azure Dragon and you. You do unique observations and have your own reasoning for your actions. Moreover, you're my bro logically and personally. I'll always be on your side. However, one thing he said was right. The police are aiming for you. I'm worried about your safety. Liuyi scratched his hair with annoyance. I know. I'll be careful. He pressed the numbers of the telephone on the table. Send us 2 bowls of wonton noodles. Bodyguard Ayong came in together with the noodles. He poked his head in cautiously. Big boss. What? Someone sent a gift to you an hour ago. You ordered us not to disturb you, so I put it aside. Bring it in. Ayong brought in a loosely packed, big gift case. Obviously, it was unpacked and checked. He put the case on the table and left. Liuyi looked skeptically at this poor-looking case. The delicate ribbon flower of the cap was untied from the checking. He opened it. It was a pretty fruit cake, but there were some traces of long knife left above from poking, and someone also tried a little piece of the cake, due to the concern of explosives or poison. The fruit was no longer in the right place and destroyed the beauty. Liuyi picked up a card on the case. Big, well-written, Happy Liuyi hit his sight. As usual, an extremely ugly birthday cake was drawn above. I want to buy you a birthday cake this big, but I don't have enough money. Let me give you a paper-made one first, and give you the real one after I begin working next year. From whom? Chui Dongdong got close to see the card, but Liuyi took it back and grasped it in his hand. He didn't get to answer and didn't even care what Chui Dongdong said. He suddenly stood up. Without realizing, he ran out in a hurry. Liuyi shoved the drunkards away in the corridor hurriedly. His pace kept accelerating despite his calm face. A few minutes later, he was at the gate of the nightclub. Behind him, there was a luxurious nightclub and crazy crowd. In front of him, there were few people with dim streetlights. Not seeing Chusan, he grasped the guard. Where's the person who sent the gift? Big boss. The person who just left the big case. Didn't you take it? Ayong followed and cursed. Oh, him, the guard hurried to say. He just left after giving the gift. Liuyi threw him away, scratched his hair with annoyance. Lighting a cigarette, he asked Ayong. Phone. Ayong offered the brick-like phone. Liuyi frowned and pressed a set of numbers with the cigarette between his lips. After a long time waiting, it was finally picked up. Boss Liuyi, the PUK guy Brat was respectful on the other side. Where are you? Happy birthday. I say where are you? Is the cake good? I'm fucking asking for where you are. About home. Why didn't you come in for me? Not necessary. You're busy. I don't want to disturb you. Once the Brat finished his crap, the nightclub behind Liuyi changed the music. The lingering music turned into intense drum music, and Liuyi frowned, because he apparently heard the same sound on the phone. He San. Get out. he yelled to a hideous silhouette on the opposite side of the street. Chapter 20. The old boss had known about this. Chusan, hiding behind an ad board for a cart noodle stand, was dragged out by Liuyi like a chick by a hawk. About home, huh? Liuyi frowned and sneered. Chusan explained seriously with golden glasses on his nose bridge. I haven't eaten dinner, and I'm having noodles here. I'm leaving in a minute. Liuyi slapped the back of his head. Fuck, a bastard lying around. Having noodles for an hour? Am I easy like your mom? Chusan staggered under the slap. He patiently adjusted his glasses and said, Boss Liuyi, I need to work extra on Sunday. I won't bother you. Liuyi gave him another hard slap to let out his anger. Fuck off. Chusan held the business pack and fucked off obediently. For promotion and customer negotiations, he also had a brand new suit. His handsome and decent silhouette did have the smell of elites. However, with his tall, thin body and slender back, he looked a little pitiful and lonely. Adding his slow, pausing steps, people would think Liuyi slapped him too hard. Calculating his pace and walking about half of the street slowly, as he anticipated, the beep, beep of the horn called him from behind him. Liuyi rolled down the window with the cigarette in his mouth and said with an annoyed face, Get on. I'll send you back. A Biao drove, and A Yong served as a guard on the passenger seat. Chusan accompanied the big boss at the back seat of the Benz, his head low without a word. Liuyi kicked him, still with the cigarette. What are you chuckling about? Puk gaai Brat. Chusan lifted his head, with a smiling face. Boss Liuyi, are you doing well recently? Liuyi hummed. Not bad. That's good, said Chusan. Dad worries about your teeth. A few days ago he still bubbled to me, asking you to eat less snacks before bed and remember to brush your teeth. The corner of Liuyi's mouth twitched. Feeling a toothache immediately, he cursed. None of his business. Has he opened his grocery store? He has. Things went great. He also wants to sell some fruit, and the stack of goods are waiting in our house. I almost have nowhere to live. Move out if you don't have space. Yes, I do plan to do so. I often work extra hours and he gets up early. It'll disturb his sleep. Moreover, I'll be sent to Central next month. Central? What an elite, Hie-san. Liuyi teased him. Chusan cooperated well, lowering his head with a shy demeanor. No. Liuyi kicked him again. For what reason are you playing shy boy with me? Right at this time, the phone rang. Aeyong brought out Big Boss's phone from the front, but heard nothing. Elite, he found his own phone from the business pack. Hello, little he? He said with a tender tone. Liuyi lit a cigarette, rolling down the window for fresh air. I did eat. Not yet, on my way back. Boss Liuyi is sending me home. I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. I'm fine with either one. What do you want to have? Okay, let me try. Oh yeah, Dad prepared soup for you. I'll bring it tomorrow. That's nice, I'll tell him. Liuyi rolled his eyes to the window. His cheeks couldn't feel sore. This fucking brat is bringing his goosebumpy stuff to his big boss. Chusan continued his sweet talk for at least 5 minutes, which almost let the big boss finish his cigarette. He closed his phone with a lingering look. Boss Liuyi, little he asked me to greet you. Liuyi emanated his boss aura and hummed, being too lazy to speak. Chusan took off when the car reached 2 streets away from his home. He said goodbye to Liuyi and walked back, hitting the window after getting a few steps away. Liuyi rolled the window down. Boss Liuyi, stay healthy and safe. Be careful if you're going to the mountain. Liuyi waved with annoyance. The limousine drove farther and farther. Liuyi looked back casually, and the Puk gaai Brat was still standing straight, looking at him by the road. He turned back, leaning on the seat, irritated. Big boss, are we going up to the mountain? Asked Abiao. No, home. Liuyi said, feeling a bit weary. He paused for a while. Let someone send me the cake. On his birthday night, Liuyi drank beer alone at home to the memorial tablets of Azure Dragon and Xiao Man. He burnt Chusan's birthday card and ate most of the fruit cake, then going to bed without brushing his teeth. On the second morning, he suffered a toothache once he woke up. Literally, toothache. In a week, the pain burnt harder and harder, and his cheek was swelling. His only choice was going to the hospital secretly with sunglasses and a mask. A damaged tooth was taken off. One of those that dentist he put on for him last year. Liuyi's mouth was rammed by cotton and saliva. On the surgical chair, in the bitterness, With the spinning sound of machinery in his mouth, he almost wanted to torture He-san and his dad in the most brutal way. Puk gaai Brat. Fake dentist. These teeth are all in bad condition and may be inflamed easily, said the dentist. Mr. Xia, why not change them all at once? Liuyi shook his head hard. Taking off one of them is fucking enough to kill him. Big boss, let's change them all, little ma, his companion, said. With gold teeth, Western style. Liuyi smashed him out with the surgical plate on the side. Little ma escaped the surgery room awkwardly and let his anger out onto his underlings. Where the heck is the brat of the He's? He hasn't come to please his big boss for such a long time. The brat of the He's had not only played with big boss's interest, but also worked hard for his career. He worked for investment banking, and the most promising investment amongst them in recent years, real estate investment. With the high pressure and risk, the profit was astounding. At that time, the economy in Hong Kong couldn't be better. The estate market rose higher and higher. The youth threw themselves into business careers, digging for money with all their guts and energy. The current depression in Japan and the liquidation of a foreign investment bank in July failed to hit the field hard enough to give a warning. Chusan ate and slept in his company, working extra hours from Monday to Saturday, spinning around like a top. The reason for him not going bald may have been the sets of Tai Chi he did every day in the pantry. When Sunday came with free time, he'd pick up the talent of an HK best actor, wearing his dad's old jacket, messing his hair, tanning his skin, putting on sunglasses and little mustache, and loading a little cart of groceries. He'd sell the groceries beside Liuyi's main office building. He dared not show up easily, but the fact of not seeing Liuyi bit and scratched at his heart and had led him to this idea. He'd been asked for a protection fee 3 times, and Little Ma had once come to buy some cigarettes, and he never goofed. Liuyi had entered the company in the morning, leaving for a business meal at noon, came back in the afternoon, and left at night. He watched all these actions. Under the face of a random guy chewing catechu, his heart shivered in the wind of spring. This counted as a way for him to reduce the pressure from work. Behind his innocent look, Elite He's head was filled with nasty thoughts. His favorite scene was when Big Boss Ya got in his car, tilting his head for a cigarette, throwing it away, then loosening a suit button, bending into the car. His butt couldn't look better. What a pity that he did not take the chance to feel it when Liuyi was still nude on his old bed in the walled city. This year in Hong Kong was exceptionally warm. The burning summer took away the energy of gangsters. All they wanted to do was drink beer in the night breeze and play poker. Liuyi and Fat Chi hid themselves under the big movements of the police, staying quiet for a few months. In September, the first group of members from direct election entered the Legislative Council of Hong Kong. New tension arose. Detective Hua, a renowned chief inspector of Kowloon City District, the fortune and shield of the Black Society, called Liuyi himself to invite him and Fat Chi for a dinner in his house on a Saturday, 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. It seemed to be a goodbye dinner before he retires, but actually, he wanted to mediate them and set down the long fight. No matter how much Liuyi disliked Fat Chi, he had to give Detective Hua face and go in a nice garment. This evening, with 2 cars of bodyguards, he went to Detective Hua's villa in the mid-level villa zone, which was in Hong Kong Island, outside of the regions of Liuyi's Shao Chi Tong and Fat Chi's He Sheng Gang, and could be considered as a neutral place. Liuyi got off the car with a cigarette, seeing Fat Chi get out of a Bentley with his big belly. Liuyi sneered. Fat Chi shook the corner of his lips with loose skin. Their bodyguards held one of their hands on the guns. The atmosphere could be burnt in a flash. Detective Hua came out from the yard with a big belly like Fat Chi. With his white beard and a cigar, he patted Liuyi's tense back heavily. Little Lou, little bro. Detective, Liuyi answered respectfully. Brother Hua, answered Fat Chi as well. Old Chi. Detective Hua patted his back as well. Come on in. Don't glare at each other outside. Following the rules, both sides put away weapons and went into the yard with only 2 underlings, without weapons. Liuyi chose A Yong and A Biao. While lifting his arm for the security to check, he glanced and found Fat Chi exchanging a look with the butler of the Huas. He was alerted and gave Little Ma in the car an eye signal. Detective Hua walked in the front, supporting his heavy body with a platinum cane. I'm old. and it's time for me to enjoy the peace. But the scene you made was too big, as if I don't exist. Today, give me some face, and get yourselves in order. Detective, little Liu always respects you. Please don't worry, as long as Fat Chi doesn't get me into trouble, I'll absolutely put your face first. Fat Chi puffed. Detective Hua stopped and turned to him. He lowered his head and answered reluctantly. Understood, Brother Hua. They sat by the table in the dining room on the first floor. Detective Hua sat at the leftmost seat. On his sides were Fat Chi and Xiao Liuyi. Fat Chi fell onto the left seat instantly. Xiao Liuyi frowned but said nothing. Sitting together with them, there were also Detective Hua's wife and younger brother. Mrs. Hua was a famous upper-class social butterfly, and the younger Hua was a sophisticated businessman as well. They built a joyful atmosphere for dinner. Xiao Liuyi was experienced in such situations too. He acted like a modest and obedient young man who already threw past matters away. Even though Fat Chi talked the least, he was still respectful before Detective Hua and did not say anything breaking the atmosphere. Little Liu, I still remember that when you were young, you often came to our house with Xiao Man. I'd make desserts with you too when Azure Dragon and Old Hua talked about their business, Mrs. Hua sighed. But you came less and less when you entered in the company and Xiao Man was married. I was too busy with work, said Xiao Liuyi. I sincerely apologize for not having the time to greet Madam. Xiao Man talked a lot about your desserts, saying regardless of the ingredients she tried, yours always looks more delicate. Mrs. Hua lowered her head and wiped her tears away. If she's still here, of course I'll be willing to teach her again. Xiao Liuyi didn't feel like her tears were truthful, while his heart was still hit with a dull pain. With a calm face, he raised the glass. That's too kind of you, Madam. Xiao Man and Liuyi always remembered how nice Madam and Detective were to us. May I raise the glass to you and Detective Hua? After drinking the wine in the glass, Detective Hua coughed lightly. Darling, it's rare for us to meet each other with joy. Let's put such upsetting words away. Could you check if the desserts are ready? Mrs. Hua understood his meaning and left, and the younger Hua stood up as well. Big brother, big bosses, I have some private business to deal with. Please excuse my absence and enjoy the rest of your dinner. After they left, Detective Hua waved his hand to gesture his people. Following them, Xiao Liuyi's and Fat Chi's bodyguards left the room and guarded the door, which meant it was time for serious business. Fat Chi wiped his mouth with the napkin and touched the underside of the table with his other hand. Unsurprisingly, he found a gun stuck on by tape. He never wanted to make peace with Xiao Liuyi. He Sheng Gang had been in Kowloon for more than 10 years and was deeply rooted. To him, Xiao Liuyi was just a brat with peach fuzz, but still dared to disobey him. While Detective Hua was retiring, no biggie. Why couldn't he break the tension and get rid of them both and plan it on Xiao Liuyi? He bribed the butler of the Huas for preparation. The gun hidden under the left side of the table was for himself, and the 6 shots in it should be sufficient to kill Xiao Liuyi and Detective Hua. There were guns hidden in the rubbish bin outside for his 2 bodyguards as well. Not to mention his people were also waiting on the rooftop and the garden. With guns, gasoline, and fire sticks, they could burn the entire house and erase evidence. He looked at the glass on the table. As planned, once he drops the glass, the underlings who hear the sound would rush in to help. Xiao Liuyi could only die when attacked by 2 sides at the same time. Detective Hua had lit a cigar and talked about politics. You should know that the members have changed. The current Hong Kong is different. The concession is ending, and Beijing has presented many conditions. One of them is demolishing your Snapdragon Walled City, Little Liu. The successor after me should have been chosen by me, but they are keeping me from doing this. Oki recently caught the 3rd Shah, and the ICAC are also acting little by little. Too many eyes are on me, and on you guys as well. Even at such a moment, you are not working together on the same side, but fighting against each other. Fat Chi said, Brother Hua, when has my He Sheng Gang been on the same side with his Shao Chi Tong? 10 years ago, the He swore to the heavens as brothers. Counting ages, his Shao Chi Tong can't compare with us anyway. Even Azure Dragon dared not bother me when he's alive. This little Liu doesn't stay in the Kowloon city, but crosses the boundary to step on my place. What the heck is this? Time brings fortune and hero, said Xiao Liuyi. Hong Kong is only such a piece of land, a free market for anyone who has the ability. Saying that it's your place, does it have your name on it? Xiao Little Liu. Fat Chi glared. seized the opportunity to grab the glass and drop it. But Detective Hua grabbed his wrist. "Hey, old Chi, talk nicely. What's wrong with you?" The chief inspector, who has made it his mission to administer justice, used his old and strong arm to force Fat Chi's hand back onto the table, pulling the glass out and swinging it toward the center of the table. "If you continue to make trouble like this, my old bones can't hold you down, and if the old boss is alerted, I'm afraid that neither of you will end up well." Once this name came out, the expressions of Fat Chi and Xia Liuyi both changed. The old boss is a big figure in the black society. No one knew who he was, but his power penetrated both sides of the upper echelons in Hong Kong, receiving layers of tribute and secretly reversing black and white, manipulating it in such chaotic times. Who he wants to decline, who will be in decline, who he wants to rise, will soar. The balance and prosperity of black and white are decided in his invisible scale. Fat Chi had paid tribute frequently to the old boss through Detective Hua in these years, but he was never qualified to see the old boss's face. He was worried that behind the scenes, Xia Liuyi had given the old boss enough offerings to bring this figure to their game. The nervousness made him hesitate about initiating an offense. "Brother Hua, the old boss had known about this, and he asked you to warn us?" Detective Hua chuckled lightly. "He is busy enough with those big things. How can he have time to take care of you? But if it goes on, I can't say." Seeing the atmosphere between them had eased a little, he wanted to comfort them and said to Xia Liuyi, "Little Lu, you've crossed the boundary indeed. After all, old Chi is your senior. You should give him face. We are all making a living. Sometimes stepping back is better for everyone. Isn't sharing the wealth together a good thing?" His remark reminded Xia Liuyi. He sneered. Sharing the wealth? He did think about it. He once negotiated with Azure Dragon for a deal. Shao Qitong import and export goods from his posts, and he would take some profits. However, Azure Dragon refused, so that he incited Su Ying to usurp and plot against Azure Dragon. At these words, Inspector Hua's expression suddenly had a slight change, but he immediately frowned and stared at Fat Chi with a disapproving face. "Old Chi, is this real?" "Of course not." Fat Chi cried out the wrong, and with a calculating mind, he once again sneaked his hand towards the glass. "Xia Little Lu, you've been a leader of a gang, a dragon head. Show some evidence for your nonsense," he argued with a righteous demeanor. "Not everyone has something to do with the death of your Mr. Big. I think you are too sad and have lost your mind." He stressed the pronunciation of the word Mr. Big, picked up a glass of wine with one hand, ripped the tape under the table with the other, and brought a teasing tone to his words. "I heard that since the death of Azure Dragon, you, the new leader, have never touched a woman, but have been getting on with a male college student. Why? Can you not get hard? Or do you prefer the back door? Does it mean that you and Azure Dragon?" Before his words fell, blood streamed from his head with a bang. Xia Liuyi had grabbed an ashtray and hit his head hard. After the muffled sound, Fat Chi fell down together with the chair. The glass fell on the table once again, rolling a little before being stopped by the dinner plate. The gun's tape also failed to be torn completely, dangling under the table, wobbling. Fat Chi fell to the ground, covering his smashed head, and let out a groan. Xia Liuyi quickly stepped forward, picked up the blood-soaked ashtray, and gave him another hard blow to the face, blowing out one of his eyes. "Little Lu." Inspector Hua stopped. Xia Liuyi played deaf, his right hand grabbing Fat Chi's hair, and swung the ashtray again. This one almost flattened Fatty's nose. This big guy who was running amok outside let out a whimper, his fat arms and legs flailing around, covered in blood, trying to get up. Xia Liuyi crouched on the ground, sneering at his death struggle. Fat Chi's limbs twitched on the ground, his hands scratching randomly, one of them trembling to reach the bottom of the table before him, trying to reach the pistol hanging in midair. Xia Liuyi stood up and stepped on the back of his neck, bent down and ripped off the gun, shaking it at Inspector Hua. "This is..." the old detective exclaimed. "You should change your butler," Xia Liuyi sneered. At the exact same time, Fat Chi, who was lunging at his feet, used his last strength to grab the foot of the table and shook it fiercely. A wine glass by the dinner plate finally gurgled and rolled to the edge of the table. Pop! A fierce gunshot rang out from outside the door in response. Chapter 21. It's our PUK guy Brat hero saving the beauty again? Xiao Liuyi turned his gun towards the door. Fat Chi took the opportunity to grab his legs, dragging him to the ground. With the help of the nearly 200 pounds of weight on his body, Fat Chi grabbed the gun in his hand. Xiao Liuyi struggled and shot twice, but both shots failed to hit. Finally, he pushed his knee against Fat Chi's stomach to lift Fat Chi off. Bang! A heavy sound resounded. Detective Hua had got the gun from the cabinet drawer. He shot Fat Chi's belly. Fat Chi covered the bloody belly, lying on the ground staring at him with wide eyes. You, the people outside are yours. Inspector Hua cursed angrily. You son of a bitch. How dare you rebel in my home? Fat Chi held on to his breath and said with hatred. You walking corpse. What the fuck are you pretending for? Xiao Little Lu, let me tell you, it wasn't my intention to incite Suing to kill Azure Dragon. It was him asking me to tell. Before he could finish his words, Detective Hua shot again swiftly, this time right on the brain. Half of Fat Chi's head was blown into bloody foam. His fat body twitched and then turned silent. Shutting Fat Chi up, he looked back right into Xiao Liuyi's amazed eyes. They were both stunned and raised their guns in unison. After two heavy, quick blasts, Inspector Hua was hit on his chest and jolted back, falling to the ground. His missed shot hit the roof chandelier. The luxury crystal chandelier, weighing dozens of pounds, fell with a bang, shattering on the table. Xiao Liuyi ignored the splattered crystal fragments. In a few strides, he rushed to Inspector Hua, dragged him up by the collar and asked, Azure Dragon always respected you. Why did you do it to him? Why? The corners of Inspector Hua's mouth trembled. He could not say a word, and his hands scratched in vain. The 20-year veteran inspector, whose boss glory had enveloped thousands of underground people and whose assets amounted to hundreds of millions, stared at his luxurious chandelier, purchased from France and was now in pieces, and twitched as he took his last breath. Xiao Liuyi kicked him hard and fired 3 shots at his corpse in anger. The door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. One of Fat Chi's bodyguards barged in with 2 guns, but shot all the bullets onto the lifted corpse of Inspector Hua. Xiao Liuyi carried Inspector Hua's collar with his left hand, hid behind the body to catch his breath, and then, while pushing the body towards the intruder, he switched his gun from his powerless right hand to the left, killing the bodyguard with a single shot. The fierce gunfire rang out from outside the balcony as well. Both sides of people outside the building heard the commotion inside and coincidentally began a gun battle. Fat Chi's men on the rooftop threw down the ropes and jumped onto the balcony one after another, beginning to focus fire on the only person standing in the room. Xiao Liuyi fired a few shots, finishing off the 2 pioneers who rushed into the room and forcing back the 3rd one. The gun in his hand ran out of bullets, and he casually threw it away after a few tries. Big Boss is dead. Xiao Liuyi is still inside. Set fire and burn him. Fat Chi's subordinate who escaped shouted from outside. 2 paint buckets were thrown in through the window, splashing the room with a smoky odor. They were followed by a torch being thrown in. Xiao Liuyi hurriedly turned around and retreated to the door, but the other bodyguard of Fat Chi happened to rush in after a killing spree outside. The 2 met violently, and before the other raised his hand to shoot, Xiao Liuyi grabbed the table knife and threw it with his hand, right into the throat. He bent down to pick up Inspector Hua's gun and slipped it into his pocket. Taking off his suit jacket to cover his mouth and nose, he took a big step to the door and stepped on the twitching face of the bodyguard whose throat was slit by a knife, then picked up his opponent's gun and rushed out of the room. Outside the door was also chaos. The bodies of the maids who were killed by Fat Chi's bodyguard fell across the corridor. Xiao Liuyi took a big step, helping up a body lying behind a large vase, and shook it vigorously. Ayong, big boss. Covered by blood, Ayong barely opened his eyes, choking and coughing. He was dying from a gunshot to his abdomen. You're okay, cough. Where's Abiao? Xiao Liuyi could not see his other bodyguard around. Ahem. I don't know. He said he was going to the toilet. Xiao Liuyi's heart sank, but there was no time to judge anymore. Downstairs came the incessant sound of gunfire and chaos. Mrs. Hua's scream rang out for an instant, and then it became silent. The rooms upstairs were filled with the gasoline from barrels thrown in from the balcony. Fire was everywhere. There were even people running up at them from the stairs. Xiao Liuyi didn't waste his time on words, but bent down to drag Ayong up and set him on his shoulders. As he ran, he turned back and fired 2 shots at his pursuers, killing the one at the front. As a counterattack, a shower of bullets roared to him, crackling the walls along the way, shooting vases to pieces. The corridor chandeliers fell all over the floor in crumbling smoke and dust. Liuyi bowed with a gun to protect his head. He held Yong in the smoke, desperately running forward. Yong said weakly by his ear, "Big boss, leave me go." "Shut up." Liuyi frowned and shouted. Liuyi's powerless right hand barely grasped his collar. While dragging him and running to the end of the corridor, Liuyi fired another shot back. One more person fell to the ground. The window at the end was locked and firmly rusted over. It couldn't be pulled open. Liuyi took off his jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. Pop! He broke the glass with a fist. Sweeping away the window debris, he turned back to pick up Yong and push him out. Suddenly, Yong struggled to knock him aside. At the same time, several shots rang out at the other end of the stairs, ripping even bigger bloody holes on Yong's body. "Yong!" Liuyi cried. With a mouth full of blood and a forehead covered by veins, Yong looked at Liuyi, his eyes burning red. Pulling the gun with only 3 bullets left from Liuyi's hand, he yanked him up and pushed him out the window with his last strength. He turned around and roared at fat cheese men attacking him, shooting and rushing towards them. The rain of bullets came straight across them, shaking the whole villa with the sound of gunfire. The floor was not too high. Liuyi fell from the first floor into the garden with the sound of gunfire and landed on a clump of short trees, tumbling a few times to get up. He gasped and looked up to the window where smoke was coming out. Gritting his teeth, he looked away with grief on his face. At this moment, he heard Little Ma shout from outside the yard. "Big boss." Little Ma had been quite defensive because of his eye gesture before he came in. After the first gunshot inside, the 2 sides outside opened fire decisively. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and several bodies fell on the ground. Liuyi pulled out the second gun in his trouser pocket. Under the cover of his allies' shots, he rushed back to the hole-covered car in the rain of bullets. "Are you okay, Big Boss?" Little Ma asked. Liuyi gasped and said, "Nothing, the police will come soon, go." It was too late. Somehow the information went out, and the red lights down the hill kept flashing with the scream of alarms. Massive police cars swarmed, and even the Special Duties Unit were mobilized, showing their determination. How did they come so fast? Little Ma glared. Xiao Lu thought of the missing Abiao. A conjecture emerged in his mind immediately. To continue fighting is meaningless. Burn the car. Scatter away. They scattered and hurriedly blended into the night. The people under Little Ma were all resourceful and skilled, so Liuyi did not need to bother with their escape. He picked a path alone from the edge of the mountain forest. Sliding and rolling down, he rushed straight until he was a few miles away. Looking back, the villa in the mid-level villa zone was burning, dyed the sky above it red. On the hill, the police had set up a cordon and arrested several of Fat Chee's underlings who were trapped in the yard and had failed to escape. Emergency vehicles arrived in a hurry too. Along with them, there was an ordinary car ending with number 61. Several plain-clothed men opened the door and got out, showing their IDs to the police officers keeping order. The smoke was still pouring from the roof of the villa into the sky. Xie Jiahua approached the front of the courtyard with 2 of his men. "Who's in charge here?" "It's me," said a plain-clothed officer. "Senior Inspector Xie Jiahua from Oki. This is a Triad gang fight that we have been long investigating. It will be taken over by Oki. Thank you for your hard work." Xie Jiahua then turned back to his subordinates. "That Benz at the door belongs to Liuyi. Extinguish the fire as soon as possible and search it from head to tail." "Yes. Where are the people you arrested?" He asked the officer in charge again. "All handcuffed in the car. Take me to see." Xie Jiahua led his men into the back of a police car, and the arrested gangsters all looked at him with ashen faces. He pointed his hand at Abiao, who was squatting in the corner, and said to his subordinates, "Handcuff him away individually." Half an hour later, after dealing with everything, Xie Jiahua walked out of the blockade to get into the car, but was stopped by a knock on the window from the outside. He lowered the window. It was a young man in his 20s, slender eyebrows, mono-lidded eyes, smiling cunningly like a fox. "Yes, sir, hello. I am the Assistant Investigation Officer of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, Lu Guangming." "What is it?" The scene here is so lively. I think something big has happened inside. Right, yes, sir? The case is under investigation. According to the confidentiality regulations, I am not obliged to disclose it to you. I understand. I'm not here to get every detail of it, but to offer my help. Chief Inspector Hua, who lives here, is suspected of accepting bribes and colluding with the Triad. We have been investigating for a long time, and we have some information at hand that is not subject to confidentiality regulations, which may be helpful to the case investigation. Here is my business card. Xie Jiahua took away the business card and raised the car window. Thanks a lot. I will contact you again. Lu Guangming reached out and held down the window. But yes, sir, my information is not given for free. What do you want? Lu Guangming checked there was no one around and lowered his voice. Chief Inspector Hua is not the highest-ranking officer suspected of taking bribes. There are still some people above him. One of them has a somewhat personal relationship with you. Yes, sir. Xie Jiahua's face sank, his gaze cold. Lu Guangming stepped back as if he was scared. He narrowed his eyes and laughed. Yes, sir. I'm just an assistant director who just joined the work. It is not necessary to make up nonsense to provoke you. That's it. Remember to make an appointment with me. By the way, I like to drink milk tea from Honolulu Coffee. Liuyi walked down the hill to blend into the city. His gun was thrown into the sea lane, and he rolled up his blood-stained blazer and hugged it to his body, slowed down his pace, and walked on foot to the Star Ferry Pier, ready to blend into the crowd and take the boat back to Kowloon across the sea. But when he reached the entrance of the pier, he was yanked from behind. Liuyi subconsciously attacked backward with his elbow, but his arm was agilely held by the person behind. Boss Liuyi. Liuyi looked back and saw a surprised Chusan. Chusan was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a briefcase under his shoulder. Obviously, he just came out of overtime. Glancing at Liuyi, he instantly understood the situation and hastily took off his jacket to wrap Liuyi, hiding the smell of blood, and whispered, "You can't cross the sea now. There are inspecting detectives everywhere. Come with me." With Chusan's guidance, they went onto a tram silently. Wobbling, they arrived at Saiwan and sped to an old Tong Lao. The building was dark. Chusan found a flashlight from his briefcase. Holding Liuyi's hand, he went up and got the key out to open the door of a tenement on the first floor. He turned around and closed the door, pulling the curtains and turning on the electric light. They sighed from exertion quietly in the lightened room. "How did you know there were detectives?" Liuyi finally asked. "I saw them up from my company, and there were police cars everywhere. People said there was an incident at mid-levels, and even the special duties unit were up there." He then asked hurriedly, "What happened?" Liuyi's face was bland. "None of your business." With this answer, Chusan knew Liuyi didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask anymore. He looked down and noticed the blood seeping out of Liuyi's shirt. "Are you injured?" Liuyi didn't even realize that he was injured. Doubtfully, he lowered his head. Chusan squatted down quickly, moving his hand away forcefully to lift his shirt. The wound was on the side of the waist. It was cut by a piece of glass from when he fell out of the window. In fact, it wasn't supposed to be a deep wound, but the ensuing intense movement had tore the flesh even more. Chusan gently touched the vicinity of the wound with his fingertip. The touch was cold and sticky, causing a sharp pain to his heart, making it flutter. He fiercely clenched his fist, forcing himself to calm down. He helped Liuyi to sit down on the sofa. "I'll go downstairs to buy some medicine. Just take a rest." "Hey," Liuyi called. "Be careful." Chusan's heart fluttered again. "You are the one who should be careful. Don't go out. I'll be right back." He grabbed his briefcase and hurriedly left again. Liuyi ripped off his clothes, leaning back on the sofa with his bare upper body, wiping his face with both hands, and letting out a long breath. After such an intense fight, he suddenly fell into such a calm and quiet environment, as if he was dreaming. After a moment of daze, Liuyi observed the furnishings. This house was one room, with poor-quality walls under a thin layer of dust. The floor was uneven, and the ceiling had mold. Basically, it was a humble house. A paper cutout fortune character was pasted on the door, surely made by Daddy. In the living room, there was only a sofa and a small coffee table. 2 pairs of leather shoes and a pair of slippers were neatly lined up on the floor by the door. Supporting himself on the wall, he walked into the bedroom. The bed was a single bed. There was a small closet in the corner, a desk set up next to the bed, with a large stack of reference material and books on it. A few stacks of books were neatly placed on the floor and next to the bed as well. What a fucking nerd, spending his life surrounded with paper. He pulled open Chusan's closet and rummaged around, dragging out a pair of pants and hanging them on his arm. He was about to close the cabinet door, but noticed a black leather box in the corner. He lifted it up and checked it over. It was an old-fashioned big camera, labeled XX Mediation Dealer beneath, that seemed to be second-handed. There was a little container of film beside it too. Big Boss Xia had little interest in it, and put it back after taking a look. He walked while kicking off his muddy, bloody shoes, socks, and pants off, throwing them casually on the living room floor. Stepping on Chusan's slippers, he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. The shower facility in this old house was merely a pipe, even without a shower head. Liuyi grabbed the pipe, flushing himself clean carelessly and wiping his hair down with the soap. He thought to himself, this brat is always frugal. Even the house he rents is so crude. How can he spend money on a second-handed camera? While he was busy washing off the stink, Chusan hurried downstairs to buy the bandages and commonly used medicine from the pharmacy and hurried back. Big Boss Xia's rolled-up pants welcomed him at the door. He set the things in his hand on the coffee table and walked quickly to the toilet and knocked on the door. Boss Liuyi. Xia Liuyi answered over the sound of running water. The wound can't have contact with water, so be careful when you take your shower. Xia Liuyi ignored him, closing his eyes and tilting his head back to rinse the foam off. Just a small injury. Chusan sighed and sat patiently on the sofa, waiting for Big Boss Xia to finish bathing. After a while, Xia Liuyi came out of the toilet, wet and bare-chested. Looking down and pulling at the zipper of his pants, he said, "Towel." Chusan carefully pulled the curtain a little bit open and retrieved the towel outside the window from air drying. Xia Liuyi grabbed it and casually wiped his body, then reached out for the antiseptic cleanser. "Let me do it." Chusan couldn't stand the scene and grabbed the cleanser. He led Xia Liuyi to the sofa, using the towel to carefully dry Xia Liuyi's body and clean the wound. Xia Liuyi dried his hair with the towel, staying quiet when the cleanser burned on his wound. He did not cry out in pain, but Chusan ached for him. He put the medicine, then the gauze, carefully covering the open flesh of the wound, imagining the scene when Xia Liuyi got hurt. Although he didn't know what happened, the blazer stained with blood and glass fragments, the muddy high-grade leather shoes, the large number of police cars whistling up the mountain, the detectives checking every sea passenger, all hinted at the intensity and thrill of a battle. Xia Liuyi's body was covered with scars and wounds. Most of them had been there for a long time, but he witnessed the story of the appallingly large centipede-like stitch marks on Xia Liuyi's right shoulder. He recalled when they were in Snapdragon Walled City, Xia Liuyi fainted in front of him, pale face, blood-covered. His chest stung in pain. Xia Liuyi felt Chusan's slowing down the movements. He didn't say a thing but lowered his head, and his hand gently rested beside Xia Liuyi. Xia Liuyi's head was shaded under the towel. He couldn't see Chusan's movements, but saw the shadow projected on the wall in front of them. Chusan quietly raised his hand, going to hug him from behind. Xia Liuyi subconsciously tensed his back, which made his muscles drag at the wounds. He gritted his teeth to hold back the painful grunt, and then saw Chusan swiftly withdraw his hand from the shadow. Xia Liuyi turned his head with his eyebrows twisted. Chusan tended his bandages concentratedly, as if nothing happened. No matter how Big Boss Xia glared at him, he stayed still, his face innocent and obedient. This fucking Oscar Best Actor. Pretend. Keep pretending. PUK guy Brat. I thought your dates with your Motzi were too fake. As soon as the wounds were treated, Xia Liuyi pushed this mischievous brat aside. He commanded coldly, "Give me my cell." Chusan kept his words to himself and found the cell phone nicely. Then, he got a thin pajama and let it drape over Xia Liuyi. Big Boss Xia straightened his body and walked to the window to make the call. Towel on his head, cute bear pajama on his body, simple slippers under his feet. He asked while hitting the numbers. "Do you have cigarettes?" "No. Go buy some. You can't smoke if you're injured." PUK guy Brat. Xia Liuyi anticipated such a reply. He cursed and continued speaking to the phone. "Hey, Dong Dong." PUK guy Brat. Chui Dong Dong teased on the other end. "Yo, Big boss, it's our PUK guy Brat hero saving the beauty again? Fuck off, Liuyi cussed. Is Little Ma back yet? He hid and had a call with me. The police are everywhere. Don't head back anytime soon. Liuyi was silent for a while. Ayoung is dead. When these words came out, even Chusan, who was tidying up the room next to him, paused for a moment. He remembered the name, Liuyi's chief bodyguard, calm and reticent, nodding to greet him every time they met. It was also Ayoung who helped him give the cake to Liuyi on Children's Day. Chui Dongdong was also silent on the other end for a while. I'll find someone to place his family. Give them a double share of the settlement fee, Liuyi. When the tension loosens, I will give him a grand funeral. Got it. Also, Liuyi named a few stalls. Withdraw the goods and people from these places. What's wrong? Biao is missing. I suspect he belongs to the police. He knows all these places. Find a few clever people to search where he lives, bringing back anything suspicious and cleaning up the house. For him himself, find him regardless of what it takes. Okay. Liuyi hung up the phone and looked up, seeing Chusan holding a pile of bloody clothes, looking at him with a complicated expression. Is Biao a police officer? Liuyi got impatient. None of your business. Chusan was silent for a moment. Don't attack the police. Be careful. This sentence made Big Boss Xia laugh in anger. What? Is this the first day you know I ain't careful with what I do? I'm an underground big boss. Shall I swear to heaven and get married with them instead of attacking them? Shut up. Chusan opened his mouth, but eventually said nothing. Still, Big Boss Xia saw the word incorrigible clearly from his face. Liuyi smashed the cell at him. Go buy me beef entrails. Chusan promptly caught the phone with the clothes in his arms. Picking up Liuyi's shoes, he kept everything to himself and walked away. He burned the bloody clothes, flushed the ashes into the toilet, brushed the shoes, and cleaned the room. After that, he cooked a pot of meat congee for Liuyi, sprinkling sesame seeds and sweet yuksung on it. He also steamed a cage of shumai and a cage of egg yolk buns. After a nap with pajamas covering his face, Liuyi opened his eyes on the sofa, confronted with this mild meal. Fuck. Liuyi cursed. Where are the beef entrails? That stall downstairs is not very hygienic, Chusan said. I will buy fresh beef entrails and cook them for you tomorrow. Liuyi glared at him for a long time. He didn't want to flip up the table, but as a big boss of a gang, he thought it wasn't worth it for him to degrade himself and be angry with Chusan. It isn't worth it. It isn't worth. PUK guy Brat. He ate a little in the house of Inspector Hua, and after everything, he couldn't help with the hunger and was unable to be picky about food. He could only bear it. He bore too much and finished all the food. When Chui Dongdong called, he was rubbing his stomach, lying on the sofa, digesting. A bro saw Biao at the front of the police office. He seemed to be a witness of the police. We can't get close to him. His place is blocked by the police as well. We can't get in. Fuck. Liuyi slammed the phone down. Chusan, who was putting away the dishes, jumped to the side, raising the steamer in his hand, and caught the phone promptly. Liuyi stared at him, finding this Brat had physically improved a lot in the half-year he hadn't seen him. He didn't know how Chusan threw folders to each other frequently with his colleagues when they were busy at work, or how he held 5 pins in one hand, a sandwich in his mouth, a phone on his shoulder, the ticker in his sight, and a keyboard being typed ceaselessly under his other hand. What's wrong? Chusan asked nosily because of hearing Biao's name vaguely from the call. Liuyi frowned on the sofa in contemplation, ignoring Chusan, but obviously, he was defeated. Fuck, what are you snickering about? Liuyi felt that he could choke to death every time he stayed with Chusan for more than 10 minutes. This Brat didn't even need to talk. Lifting the corners of his lips was enough to make Liuyi so angry that he wanted to scratch the wall. With a dark expression, he covered his waist and felt his wounds were about to be torn open by anger, but Chusan was calm. He went to make the bed as if nothing had happened. Boss Liuyi, sleep on the bed. What about you? I'll sleep on the sofa. Liuyi looked at his narrow sofa, which couldn't be enough for a man to lie down comfortably. But thinking of all the signs of misconduct by Chusan, he eventually hardened his heart. You Brat must sleep on the sofa. Chapter 22. Chusan dash. Late at night, Wanchai Police Headquarters, Oki Deputy Superintendent Office. The blinds were closed tightly. Xie Jiahua stood in front of the table with a stack of information, his face cold. Behind the table sat his superior, Deputy Superintendent Lao, with the same serious and stern look. Together, they looked at a tattered young man, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, smoking. This was Xia Liuyi's bodyguard, Abiao. You followed Xia Liuyi for a year and a half, but found no crucial evidence. Lauser slammed the table and said angrily. Abiao shrugged with the cigarette in his mouth. Sir, I did want to, but Xia Liuyi is too alert. Let's put his age aside. He was 20 years old when he began to go to the Golden Triangle with Azure Dragon and build a relationship with the drug lord over there. After Azure Dragon's death, he became the only Shao Qi Tong member who knows the drug line by heart. I only know about the few less important lines, which usually contact Chui Dong Dong instead of him directly. As for those important, crucial lines, he would receive the goods himself and would only take his senior followers with him, not a little bodyguard like me. And until moments before the transaction, even his followers wouldn't know where the car should be parked. Then why did you reveal your identity so early when you had yet to find anything? Big boss, I didn't want to, said Abiao. I'm fine with devoting my life to people, but I can't devote it meaninglessly in chaos. All right. If I didn't die inside the villa tonight, Xia Liuyi would have been doubtful of me. To him, I'd belong to either Fat Chi or the police. Ain't I going to die if I went back to him? Moreover, if I didn't find out Fat Chi was playing with some dirty tricks and withdrew early to report you, how could you arrest so many people? Deputy Superintendent Lao grabbed the materials on the table and smashed them towards his head. He scolded while smashing. How dare you keep talking back? In these 2 years, all you've been is a gangster. You did nothing that matters. Yet you got sick. Getting angry about me. Huh. Abiao covered his head, dodging. He was aggrieved and said, was it easy for me in these fucking years, hiding under the risk of death? It's really ungrateful of you to treat such an officer who contributed a lot. Lao, sir. Contributed a lot. Fuck it. Deputy Lao was even more enraged, smashing 3 more books to him. Ouch. Yes, sir, stop watching. Help. Xie Jiahua did not even frown, as if he did not see them fighting. He thought for a while with the cold expression on his own and said to Deputy Lao, the scene was burned, and the Huas are all dead. Nor is there a camera on the nearby highway. The testimony from Fat Chi's men can be deduced easily considering their conflicts with Xia Liuyi. With our current evidence, it'd be hard to convict him. We must arrest Xia Liuyi and his henchmen as soon as possible, and most ideally, have his underlings confess. That is too hard, Abiao interjected. Xia Liuyi is a generous and righteous man, and has a way of buying hearts and minds. Even I would give my life to him if I wasn't an undercover agent. His men would not sell him even if they sold their own fathers. Praise, praise, praise him. In my opinion, he is your real father. Follow him and live your Triad life. Don't fucking come back. Deputy Superintendent Lao made a move to hit him again. He raised his hand as a gesture to defend himself and resentfully shrank up to smoke. Write a detailed report on Xia Liuyi and give it to me in 3 days, Xie Jiahua said to Abiao. His character, preferences, people, places, everything you can think of, I need all of it. At least 10,000 words. What? Abiao screamed. Yes, sir. I have not written more than 10,000 words in my 20-year-old long life. Xie Jiahua didn't give him any reaction. He nodded to Lao sir and left. Abiao looked at Deputy Lao bitterly, almost begging with his eyes. Deputy Superintendent Lao sighed. Write it as quickly as possible. You've worked hard in these years. I will arrange a safe house with 24-hour protection for you. After the tension abides, you'll be sent abroad for further study. Xia Liuyi didn't feel any physical discomfort other than being stuffed despite the past bloody and thrilling night. Stretching on Chusan's bed, he scratched his hair and tidied up everything in his mind, and then turned off the light, going to sleep. Too much kanji brought him an urgent need to urinate at night, so he went to the toilet in the dark with his slippers. When he came back, he passed by the sofa and saw the little Brat squeezed on it. His head rested on his briefcase, and his long legs almost reached the floor. There was originally a jacket on it, but it had slipped down. Xia Liuyi walked over, looking at him. He bent down to pick up the jacket and put it on Chusan again. After the sound of his footsteps disappeared, Chusan opened his eyes in the darkness and rubbed his hand quietly on his jacket. Best actor, he lurked in the darkness, waiting for the best opportunity. After a long while, hearing a small snoring sound from Xiao Liuyi's room, he gently left the sofa and sneaked into the bedroom. Xiao Liuyi did not lock the door, so he used his fingers to take the edge of the door lightly and carefully. Little by little, he opened the door. Xiao Liuyi slept on his side, his breath long and even. The room was dim, and there were only a few drops of light from the sides of the curtain. Chusan could barely see his silhouette. The thin quilt on his waist recessed into a beautifully shaped valley. Following that, it was the upgoing hill of his buttocks. Chusan stood there, holding the door. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to take another step forward. He knew Xiao Liuyi was alert even in sleep, and that the slightest movement would make him kick the intruder into the wall. He stood at the door like a ghost at midnight. His heart was filled by the deep love of a secret admirer and the lewdness of a voyeur. Watching in silence for a long time, he eventually sighed quietly, closing the door gently with temporal satisfaction and climbing back to the sofa to sleep. The second-hand sofa in the living room creaked when being pressed. Xiao Liuyi, who kept closing his eyes tightly, frowned in the darkness. Puk Gai Brat. He cursed in his heart. Spending their nights scheming and doubting, they both woke up with redness in their eyes. Yawning, Chusan made fried egg sandwiches. Xiao Liuyi got up to use the toilet. Seeing the sandwich, he dragged the corner of his mouth down to show his disapproval and went back to sleep. Chusan didn't dare to bother sleepy Big Boss Xia. He left the sandwich on the table and went to a grocery shop with a cloth bag. He looked handsome and wholesome, and with his polite and gentle character, he was very much adored by the women shopkeepers. They kept asking about things, like when he moved here and where he worked. Half an hour later, he went back loaded, with 2 big and long green onions for free. Other than the food, he bought a small pot and some delicate spices, keeping the working noise inside the kitchen. At noon, Big Boss Xia got up to wash his face, drowsy. Chusan poked his head out of the kitchen. Boss Liuyi, you're awake? Don't forget to brush your teeth. The new toothbrush is on the cup. Shut up. Chusan brought up a plate of steaming marinated beef stew, a steamed fish that had been favored by Big Boss Xia during the spring festival, and a small side dish, all lined up on the coffee table. He did not even have an extra stool in the house. They sat side by side on the sofa, bending down together to eat the dishes. Despite the lack of space, Chusan insisted on bending his elbow to pick up food for Xiao Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi blocked him back with the chopsticks. Eat yourself. Does the wound still hurt? Chusan asked. It's fine. Did you sleep well last night? Did you sweat? Let's change your bandages again if you sweat. With his calm face, Xiao Liuyi tore at the fish with his chopsticks. Asking what you should know, bastard. Peep at midnight, and still ask how I slept. He didn't give Chusan any reaction. Biting harshly at the best part of the fish belly, he suddenly asked. It's Sunday. Why didn't you ask little he for a date? Chusan's face didn't change at all. He picked up the root of a bok choy. She's not feeling well recently and can't really go out. What exactly happened? She told me not to worry and didn't mention any details. It seems to be a cold. Huh, aren't you quite in love? Why were you not visiting her when she's sick? Chusan lowered his eyes, turning the fish over, and when he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Liuyi again, he was still honest and obedient. Moreover, there was an earnest concern for his lover in his eyes. I plan to see her this afternoon. Where does she live now? Still in Kowloon City, renting a room with her girlfriends. Why don't you let her come and live here together? Chusan lowered his eyes shyly. We haven't gotten to the point of living together yet. Pretend. Keep pretending. Big Boss Xia hid the barbs in his words. In every sentence, he doubted. In every step, he advanced forward. Best actor, he always found the best shield. He covered himself with calm and perfect reactions. They battled over this meal and couldn't distinguish between a high and low. After cleaning up the dishes, Chusan changed his suit, as if he was serious. Tidying up his appearance, he said goodbye to Xiao Liuyi. Rest well, Boss Liuyi. I'm visiting little he. I'll bring you dinner at night. Xiao Liuyi leaned back on the sofa and flipped through a few gossip magazines he bought back this morning and answered with a hum. Is there something you want me to bring to Boss Dong Dong? Or does she want to give anything to you? Don't go to my company. There are law enforcement people around, said Xiao Liuyi. Buy me a cell phone and a new SIM card for it. Chusan agreed, and went to visit his lover with the look of a gentleman. Liuyi leaned on the window, lifting the corner of the curtain, finding Chusan walking steadily and candidly with no flaws at all. Puk gaai Brat. Liuyi sat on the sofa and spent the entire afternoon reading gossip, stuffing his brain with posh family feuds. Taking a nap on the bed, he heard the door opening sound in his dream. His reaction springing up stretched the wound on his waist. He gritted his teeth in pain and stood up, holding his waist. Chusan said outside. "Boss Liuyi, I'm back. I'll put the new cell phone here," he said, seeing Liuyi walking a bit strangely. "What's wrong? Does your wound hurt?" Liuyi waved his hand coolly and sat onto the sofa with faux calmness in the teddy bear pajamas. With his legs spread, he had the big boss demeanor. Hainan chicken, pan-fried loofah. Chusan lined up the bottles and jars he brought back to the coffee table and continued. "Red rice and Dad's pickled veggies. The shark bone Christian carp soup is what I made for little he to recuperate. There's some extra. You can try to see if you like it. You cooked at little he's place?" "Yes." Liuyi didn't say anything else and drank the carp soup with a gurgle. He adored the Hainan chicken but didn't really like the pan-fried loofah. Did this kid really have dinner with little he? Or did he go to his dad's house to cook and come back? This smoke bomb hid the truth, and Liuyi couldn't see through it clearly. Liuyi decided to change his target. He could just let someone have little he watch the swapping living people with a dead pig scene when he had time. That scene couldn't intimidate Chusan, but should be more than enough for her. At that time, he would have an honest report from her. While he was eating, Chusan went out again. When he came back, he got a small second-hand TV set from who knows where and set up the antenna himself. "Boss Liuyi, you can watch the TV. I have something left to do at my company." This night was the mid-autumn night, time for ordinary family and friends to reunite and enjoy the bright moon together. But he didn't cherish the time of them staying alone at all, but instead left Big Boss Xia with not even a bit of lingering, going with his briefcase. Liuyi was abandoned in the house, thinking and thinking. His conclusion waved between him having hallucinations and deep sleep last night, and the Puk gaai Brat acting too perfectly. The intentions behind the peep must be malicious and would become a disaster in the future. The best way to avoid trouble was to kill this brat immediately. He called Little Ma with the new cell phone. Little Ma flattered and praised as always. Liuyi couldn't stand his chatter. Fat Chi instigated Su Ying to kill Azure Dragon. Inspector Hua instructed him behind the scenes. Little Ma sucked in a breath of cold air. Inspector Hua? There shouldn't be hatred between him and Big Boss Azure Dragon. For what? Liuyi could not come up with a reason, and this made him more certain that Azure Dragon's death was fishy. He frowned and pondered for a while. "Keep going. Search for the information relating to Inspector Hua's people." "Yes." After giving an account of the matter, he called Uncle Yuan. The elders were meeting at Uncle Yuan's home, and they turned on the speaker to listen to the call together. Uncle Yuan did not speak, but Elder Gu, who had always been at odds with Liuyi, expressed disapproval towards him first. "Little Liu, Sheng Gang is claiming that you pretended to negotiate and deliberately killed Fat Chi and Inspector Hua. They are demanding the big bosses to judge for them. Fat Chi's sworn big brother, Master Chiao of Wai Society, is asking us for an explanation. And you got the police after you as well. Do you have any plans about what you should do to deal with the ensuing chaos?" Liuyi's words turned cold. "Elder Gu, are you saying that I'm not reliable? How could I? I am just caring about you. You're the big boss. What should the brothers in the gang? What should us old guys do if anything happens to you?" "Yes, little Liu," Uncle Chio said. "Where are you now? Do you need us to send the brothers to support you?" "I'm in a safe location and I'll take care of this myself. There's no need to worry." His answer made Elder Gu and Uncle Yuan have nothing to say. At this point, Prince Duan said, "We're rest assured with your words. Brother Yuan, do you still have anything to say?" Uncle Yuan's old, low voice came over. "Little Liu, did you kill Inspector Hua or not?" "No, Fat Chi killed him," Liuyi calmly said. "Then it's good. This must have alerted the old boss. You have to handle it properly. Don't worry, Uncle Yuan." Liuyi hung up the phone. Sitting on the sofa and pondering at the attitudes shown through the elder's words just now, he could not help but sneer. Caring and reminding, it was simply because these old guys didn't trust him. Whatever, he didn't pay attention to these bystander elders. Despite his arrogant actions, he did know about the limits and the risks. Surely, he'd prepare a backup plan before making Fat Chi his enemy. Lying on the sofa, watching the TV for a while, he looked up at the light from the dim fluorescent lights and remembered what Fat Chi said before he died and how the elders interfered with everything. His mind became agitated. He felt his mouth dry, in urgent need of a cigarette. "Puk Guy Brat, if you're not even buying a cigarette for your big boss, I should change to your surname if I ever come to your place again." "No, damn it. There's no next time." Late at night, Chusan came home with the stars in the sky. Opening the door in darkness, he found the TV in the living room still on, but Liuyi was asleep on the bed in the bedroom. Chusan turned off the TV gently. After changing and taking a shower, he clutched his jacket, going to shrink himself onto the sofa. Then, he saw Liuyi walk out with an unhappy frown on his face. "Did I wake you up?" Liuyi hummed as an answer. After using the toilet, he saw Chusan huddled on the sofa with dark circles under his eyes. It was from a week of busy work and lack of sleep during the weekend. Eventually, his heart softened. "Go sleep on the bed." Chusan questioned. "What about you? What do you think? How could I degrade myself by sleeping on the sofa?" Chusan almost couldn't believe the fortune coming to him so easily. Holding his jacket into the bedroom, in just a few steps, he knew what Big Boss Xia planned. The best actor, he lowered his eyes to the ground obediently and got to the innermost area, innocently sleeping on the side. Liuyi turned off the lights and laid down beside him, also sleeping on his side, mainly because he didn't want to sleep on the injuries. In fact, this bed of Chusan's was quite spacious, at least better than the terrible iron frame back in the Snapdragon Walled City. It wasn't too hard for these two tall men to not bump into each other as long as they did not stretch their limbs, not to mention they placed a quilt in the middle. Liuyi stared at Chusan's smooth neck in the darkness, fully concentrated, waiting for the moment that this brat couldn't stand the temptation of sleeping on the same bed and goof. Then, when this brat planted on anything inappropriate, he'd be kicked off the bed and stomped into mud. However, this brat stayed nice over the night. Whether he pretended to sleep, snore, or turn over to pull the quilt, Chusan didn't move at all. His sleep was so honest and sincere, as if even the end of the world couldn't disrupt him. In the early morning, Big Boss Xia finally gave up completely, closing his eyes and sleeping. Listening to the despondent snoring from behind, the corner of Chusan's mouth lifted. Liuyi slept unperturbed until noon. He got up with messy hair, stomping out to the living room with his slippers. There was a plate of sandwiches left by Chusan on the coffee table, along with a note. "Boss Liuyi, the lunch is in the pot. Steam and heat it up before eating. I'll be back in the evening." Liuyi threw away the note but picked up the sandwich, casually giving it a taste. He fell onto the sofa, watching the TV. Soon after, familiar footsteps arrived outside the door. Chusan unlocked the door and entered the house. "Did you forget anything?" Liuyi asked. "No, I forgot that you don't know how to use the stove," Chusan said resignedly. Liuyi grunted coldly. Chusan put an iron lunchbox he brought back on the coffee table. "It's the bento little he made me. You can eat it first. I'll heat up the food." Liuyi looked at this love lunchbox with suspicion, picking up the chopsticks and tentatively eating a bite. Indeed, it was not Chusan's cooking. It seems that little he made a lunchbox herself in return for Chusan's carp soup from yesterday. What a sweet relationship. No one would believe they were not deep in love. Liuyi observed Chusan's excited pacing in and out the kitchen. His good mood was apparent. Then, looking at this delicately decorated bento, Liuyi cautiously changed suspecting to half convinced. This made him feel stuffed. Chusan walked out with the eggplant pork rice he made before leaving in the morning. He found Big Boss Xia leaning on the sofa, watching TV, while the bento by little he was completely untouched. "Boss Liuyi, why don't you eat? It's cold." "What about eating mine then?" "Fine." Chusan hurriedly finished the lunchbox and picked up his briefcase, rushing back to work. Liuyi kept watching TV as usual for a while with a tea table of leftovers in front of him. Then, he suddenly lifted his leg, kicking down the bento box with little rice left by Chusan. The bento box fell to the ground with a clatter, bouncing a bit, tumbling aside, and spilling a few drops of sauce. Liuyi narrowed his eyes and stared at the brown spots on the ground, thinking, are they really in love? The brat knew nothing other than studying and studying, dull and boring. How was little he attracted to him? Elite? Huh. How much could he earn by fucking working for others? Wasn't the PUK guy Brat interested in men? Did he change so fast? Was that because having sex let him understand how good women are? Didn't he give me fucking attitude with the chaste man look last year? Fuck. He grabbed the pillow, tossing it away to let out his anger. Laying back down on his arm, he looked irritably at the fluorescent lights covered in insect carcasses hanging from the roof, ready to put the bastard behind him and get down to business with the gang. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation under his arm. He propped himself up on the bed. It was from where the pillow was a stack of photos. He picked one up suspiciously and looked at it. The corner of his eye twitched. His face twisted up and his fingers trembled as he picked up the photos and looked them over. Then, he jumped off the bed despite the wound on his waist, pulling open the cabinet and finding the black box. Throwing the camera aside, he got out the small can of film, stretching it to the fluorescent light. Chusan dash. Chapter 23. That's the debt for everyone in the Triad. In the central office in a high-rise building facing the sea in Central, where people were crowded and phones were constantly ringing, Chusan, who was concentrating on the keyboard of a large computer, suddenly sneezed loudly. The sneeze was followed by an inexplicable shiver. He sniffled and looked up at the central air conditioner on the far ceiling, which was letting out cold air. He shocked lots of colleagues when clocking off on time this evening. Buying some fresh meat and vegetables from the market, he went back home in a hurry. As soon as he pushed the door open, he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. It was dusk, the sky dark, and the curtains were closed, making the room airtight. Liuyi did not turn on the lights nor the TV, but sat crookedly on the sofa, two long legs on the coffee table, one hand propping up on the head, one hand rotating and playing with a roll of film. Chusan felt the cold and gloomy atmosphere come right onto his face. The dishes and the lunchbox on the coffee table were roughly swept away, and the greasy residue and pale dish fragments spread all over the floor. A camera smashed in half rested in the middle of the coffee table with a few photos scattered nearby. It couldn't be more like a wife having a private detective that caught the husband cheating and being ready to interrogate him with photos. He swallowed and hurriedly swept away this untimely scenario in his head. He closed the door as if nothing had happened, turned on the lights, put down his things, took off his glasses, and only then calmly took a few steps forward and approached the murderous big boss. Boss Liuyi, he spoke, his face still as frank and sincere as ever, innocent as ever, honest as ever. Liuyi kicked him in the knee and instantly brought him to his knees. Chusan fell into the greasy debris. At once, he had many crumbs stuck into his lower parts of his legs. Enduring the pain and pushing up with his hands while supporting himself on the floor, he looked up at Liuyi, still with a calm face. Boss Liuyi, he called out again. Liuyi said coldly with a dark expression. Who took them? When? How? The photos on the table and the films that had not yet been developed were all of him just coming out of the company, including him just coming out or bending into the car. And the most damned one was a clear close-up photo. He had the window of his car open, sitting in the car and smoking leisurely. How fucking close was the photo taker to him? How well did they hide? Chusan honestly answered those questions one by one. It was me. When I didn't work extra on weekends, I wore a disguise. Liuyi gritted his teeth and sneered. Cool. Hie-san, you got some skills. Playing about stalking in your spare time. That's why mentioning the police makes you happy with my troubles. Because you're also a fucking policeman, huh? Chusan raised his eyes to look at him and gave a very sincere defense. No, Boss Liuyi. I'll definitely fail the physical fitness test, and I studied finance, so I'm not suitable to be a police officer. At most, I can only get into ICAC. Liuyi jumped up and kicked him again. Are you still fucking talking back to me? Sao-sung. Chusan fell to the ground, before managing to get up into a kneel. This time, he obediently stayed quiet. Liuyi sat back and patted the arm of the sofa. Cool, Hie-san. In the past few months, you pretended to be a chaste man, dated little he, gave gifts to her, invited her to meals, and visited her yesterday, only to show these scenes to me, huh? Chusan nodded honestly. Yes. Liuyi squeezed out a breath of air from his throat. He suddenly jumped up and dragged Chusan by the hair, hitting his head onto the coffee table and grabbing a blood and oil-stained piece of plate, pressing it against Chusan's throat, grinning with a fierce expression. You have the guts to admit it? Are you tired of living? Chusan's cheek was squashed flat, his eyes turning hard to look at Liuyi. His lips twitched. Boss Liuyi, wait a moment. Liuyi suspiciously slightly loosened his hand. Chusan turned around carefully. From under the coffee table, he found a handkerchief. He picked up the sharp porcelain piece away from Liuyi's palm, wiping Big Boss Ya's hand carefully, wiping it clean of the little crumbs on Big Boss Ya's fingers. After all of these, he put the handkerchief onto Liuyi's palm and finally put the fragment back. He then stuck his face onto the coffee table again resignedly. Please continue. Be careful not to cut your hand. Liuyi dropped the fragment and stripped Chusan's suit jacket, rolling it into a strip, giving Chusan a thunderous whip. He cursed while whipping. Fuck. Do you think I can't beat you anymore after such a play? Puk gaai brat. Bastard. Playing with your big boss. I must beat you to death today. In his thin shirt, Chusan covered his head, trying to protect his face. He chuckled while hiding from the whip. His lowered head and quivering shoulders made Liuyi explode from anger, as always. Beating and cursing, whipping and kicking, Liuyi repeated this set of actions for more than 10 minutes. Big Boss Xia vented a lot, and after it was over, he sat on the sofa with his legs spread, gasping in tiredness. Observing Brat San trying to straighten up sneakily, he kicked this brat off back again. Boss Liuyi, please stop. Chusan hurriedly hugged his calf and grinned bitterly. I need to meet with clients tomorrow. Meet the crap. Liuyi was going to kick him more, but when Chusan staggered and stood up, seeing the fragments and blood on his suit pants, Liuyi held his leg back, his expression still dark. Chusan supported himself with the coffee table, standing up and checking his miserable state. Then, he bent to take off a blood-soaked crumb from his knee gently. A small stream of blood followed immediately. Liuyi's heart twitched. He tried to hold back his words, again and again, but still failed. Get up and find another pair of pants, and fuck back here to get some medicine for yourself. Chusan paused his action of extracting the fragments, raising his eyes to Liuyi. This ruthless underworld big boss could hack off dozens of people alone with double knives or smash a tough man's head into the ground with a fist, but when it came to whipping him to death, all this big boss did was to get tired from whipping. Liuyi should have witnessed countless cruel, bloody scenes. Despite this, a little wound on his knee still irritated this person. Stepping on the fragments, he walked forward, swaying. He bent his knees, falling onto Liuyi suddenly. Liuyi was at first stunned, thinking he beat Chusan unconscious, but when he held up the head on his shoulder, Chusan looked totally fine. Chusan bore the pain, his face full of cold sweat. Along Liuyi's worrying gaze, which had not gone away yet, he tightened his arms around Liuyi's waist. What are you doing? Get off. Liuyi felt this brat was beaten silly, slapping his forehead with the powerless right hand. Boss Liuyi, Chusan rested on Liuyi and called, his eyes like a dark lake, filled with Liuyi's reflection. Suddenly, a sly grin appeared on his always obedient and honest face. Boss Liuyi, you should know that for people like me, if you can't ruthlessly refuse them, you'll never be able to keep them away. He lowered his head abruptly, covering Liuyi's lips. No matter how many calculations Big Boss Xia made, he couldn't expect this brat to be so bold. Caught off guard, his brain paused from working, freezing into a piece of wood. Brat and even squeezed his tongue in, tenderly and lovingly licking his lips and teeth, fiddling with the tip of his tongue gently. Liuyi's last kissing experience happened more than 10 years ago, in a random damp, musty, dark red room, with a random woman in heavy makeup with a heavy powder smell, her mouth mixed with the stink of alcohol and the taste of lipstick. He pushed her away, jumping off the bed instantly, and couldn't help vomiting. Now, unexpectedly encountering such a wholesome and gentle kiss from Chusan, even his breath trembled subconsciously. In fact, the virgin, he didn't really have any skills. All he knew was from text, not experience. At the moment he felt Liuyi's soft, warm lips, he had his spine softened, his heart, liver, lung, all his organs, almost melted. He'd long desired Boss Liuyi's mouth, and it was as soft as hot as sweet as. This nerd's brain was all muddled. Closing his eyes, he used all his willpower to act cool. Luckily, Big Boss Xia was not yet ready to resist. Not until he wandered around Xia Liuyi's mouth to the last bit of breath, withdrawing fondly and gently licking Xia Liuyi's lip. Xia Liuyi, who finally got his senses back, punched forward hard with his fist. Chusan had been planning his scheme for a long time. With a quite prepared defense, he tilted his head, hiding from this fist. Facing Xia Liuyi's eyes widened in shock and anger, he went closer, kissing the side of Xia Liuyi's lips again, ignoring the life-threatening risk. Boss Liuyi, remember to brush your teeth after lunch as well. He rubbed Xia Liuyi's nose tip intimately, concluding their first kiss. Right after, his vital abdominal part was hit by Xia Liuyi's knee. Then, he was tipped over to the ground. This time, the fragment stabbed into his back. You're still miserably weak in physique, elite he. Chusan flopped on the ground, holding the table and struggling to get up. Xia Liuyi clutched his fist, gasping on the sofa, from his ears to neck all red, from shyness or anger, who knew? His eyes were crimson as well. This was definitely from anger. Rage almost burnt steam over his head. Glaring at Chusan for a while, his left fist creaked from clenching. However, his brain was in a muddle too, not even able to think of the next step. Just kill him, chop his head, rip his skin, and feed his flesh to dogs. Before he could put this furious plan into practice, a sudden knock came from the door. This alerted both of them. They put the emotions away, glancing at each other. Xia Liuyi jumped up and moved quickly into the bedroom. Chusan grabbed the camera, shoving it under the sofa. Taking off his messy clothes in a hurry, he raised his voice and asked, "Who is it?" "Hello. I'm your neighbor living next floor," said a gentle female voice. "May I borrow some soy sauce?" Chusan had only been here for a month or two. Leaving early and returning late because of work, he had never had any contact with his neighbors. Although he was suspicious, the one he saw from the peephole was indeed an ordinary-looking young woman, in her 20s with a candid face. He glanced at Xia Liuyi standing at the bedroom door. Xia Liuyi frowned and threw out a pair of pants and a shirt to him. Chusan put on the clean clothes and said, "One moment." "Okay, thanks a lot." Before opening the door, the corner of Chusan's eye twitched a little. He took a closer look at the peephole and thought the woman was inexplicably odd, standing very close to the center, as if she was trying to hide something nearby. Besides, this kind of cheap Tong Lao rentals had a complicated tenant group. A young, single woman, casually knocking on the door of a new resident. His heart sank. He stepped back, but before he could warn Xia Liuyi, the bad-quality door was slammed open from outside. Bang! With a heavy sound and a cloud of dust, 3 officers rushed in. The leading plainclothes policewoman caught Chusan's hands on his back within a move. When she was about to handcuff him, Chusan flipped and kicked back towards her shoulder. The policewoman was kicked onto the ground. The other 2 rushed up to help. Chusan swept his leg with a Tai Chi move, looking cool but outnumbered. In a blink, he was pressed onto the floor again by the 3 officers, miserably weak in physique as always. "Don't do anything to him," Xia Liuyi's cold, hard voice suddenly said from close by. Chusan looked up in a panic. Xia Liuyi, changing from his pajamas, unexpectedly walked out of the bedroom himself. Chusan struggled more, but was firmly held to the ground by the 3 people on his back. He tried his best to look at Xia Liuyi, panting heavily. Xia Liuyi looked at him and frowned slightly, gesturing at him to stay calm. The 4th person from outside was well dressed in a suit. It was the expressionless Xie Jiahua. He turned to Xia Liuyi. "You're really here." "None of his business," said Xia Liuyi. "He knows nothing. Release him, and I'll go with you." "Boss Liuyi," Chusan called out instantly. "Shut up," Xia Liuyi shouted at him. Chusan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists silently. Xie Jiahua glanced at Chusan, who was pressed to the ground, silent for a moment, and then said to his subordinates, "Release him." "Sir, he harbored a suspect," said a new subordinate. Xie Jiahua glanced at him. That subordinate had the sense to shut up. "Xia Liuyi, you are now under arrest on suspicion of intentional homicide. You have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used as evidence in court," a police officer said while handcuffing Xia Liuyi. He pushed Xia Liuyi to leave, but Xia Liuyi twisted his shoulder to avoid it. Xia Liuyi stepped out on his own, and Chusan followed fearfully, worriedly calling out again. Boss Liuyi, I'll have a word with him, Xiao Liuyi said to Xie Jiahua. Xie Jiahua stopped slightly. Xiao Liuyi walked back with handcuffs on, and Chusan stood by the door, looking at him nervously. However, Xiao Liuyi kicked him back home. Puk gaai Brat. I'll keep preaching to you when I'm back. Chusan knew that Xiao Liuyi's kick at the end was to reassure him, but even after he received this solid kick, his anxiety was not kicked away. After the police took Xiao Liuyi away, he took a cab and went straight to Kowloon Tong. After getting off, he walked around and around to make sure no one was following him, and then he rushed to Chui Dongdong's home. He was in a hurry to report the news, but Chui Dongdong was more relaxed than him. Was he caught so soon? It's fine. It's fine. I'll send a lawyer there in a second. Don't worry, little San. Go back and sleep. Even the most reliable Chui Dongdong said so. Chusan could only leave in fear. He didn't go back to Hong Kong Island, but went back to his dad's house nearby. It was late in the evening. His dad had already closed the stall and eaten dinner, sitting downstairs with a few neighbors, chatting. Seeing him walking in a trance, Dad hurried to call him. San, why are you back? Did you have dinner? Chusan shook his head dumbly. Dad realized he was not in the right mood and hurriedly took him back home. What happened? Why is there blood all over your pants? Dad, he was so distressed that he hurriedly found a first aid kit and pulled up Chusan's trouser leg to treat his wounds, putting on the medicine while asking worriedly. What's all this about? What happened? Say something. Chusan lowered his head and said softly, Dad, did the police come, and did you tell them where I live? Yes, this afternoon. They said they came to check the relocation status of the residents of Snapdragon Walled City and asked where you live now, so I told them. What's wrong? Did the police do this to you? Did you commit anything? Nothing, Dad. Don't tell anyone about my things anymore. Just tell them I moved out and that you don't know about the details. I'll buy a new phone card. Call the new one if the old one does not work. Don't let anyone else know. Daddy found his voice lowering, feeling something was wrong. San, tell me honestly what happened. Is there anything you can't tell your dad? Chusan took a deep breath, and only after a while, he answered. Boss Liuyi was arrested. He was bare on both knees, his feet covered with bloodstained cuts. He bowed down to hold his head, his shoulders shaking gently, and repeated in a soft voice. Boss Liuyi was arrested. Cavity boy? Dad, he sighed immediately, hissing. What happened? Was he finally caught because of selling white flour? No. Chusan shook his head, refusing to elaborate further. Dad, he sighed. For people, all the sins one commits must be paid back later in their life. That's the debt for everyone in the Triad. Why are you always worried about that Triad member as a college graduate? Let him be. Chusan did not say a word, shaking his head, his fingers tightly pressed into his temples. He couldn't say anything. No, it was impossible. How could he let him be? How could he let him go? He had just kissed those lips and watched the one he kissed taken by the police. At the moment he was pressed on the ground, he went insane enough to block the police for Xiao Liuyi and do anything to let Xiao Liuyi go. Justice, conscience, morality, his decade of education, his dad's teachings since his birth. How could he shove them aside and defend a blood-stained criminal? He was so hopeful, so confident, wishing to bring this Triad man back to the right path from a mistake someday. The path before him, however, was too long. He'd drown before he could step forward. He was too naive, too optimistic. He spent most of the year playing a little loving game with Xiao Liuyi, but did not notice the danger hidden in the calm days at all. He thought they still had a lot of time, enough for him to grow up slowly, become powerful and experienced, arrange his plans, console and change Xiao Liuyi. But till today, he eventually realized that it only took a moment for Xiao Liuyi to fall, and he even didn't have the ability to make a difference. Chui Dongdong told him not to worry, but how could he? Xiao Liuyi was reckless. Opening gambling stalls and brothels, selling white flour, fighting with other gangs, he did everything. Even if he could get away with it this time, how could he get away next time? Perhaps someday he'd be caught again. Perhaps someday he'd die somewhere in the street. That's the debt for everyone in the Triad. The more he thought about Xiao Liuyi dying on the street, the more he trembled with fear. He drew a deep breath and took his damp hands from his face. He thought he cried, but it turned out to be cold sweat all over his hands. Dad, I'm fine. Let me calm myself for a moment. He looked at the sweat stains in his hands and whispered, Dad, he let out a long sigh and patted him on his downcast head. His son grew up looking obedient and well-behaved, but with mindful ideas of his own. He couldn't interfere with those ideas even if he wanted to. The good thing was that Chusan was nice and smart and knew the societal and legal rules. He believed that his son wouldn't make a big scene. That night, Chusan slept in his small bedroom that had been converted into a utility room by his dad, with groceries piled up under and around the bed. He opened his eyes wide in the cramped darkness around him, stretching out his right hand and raised it to the dark ceiling. He spread out his palm, looking at the shape of his long, slender 5 fingers. Slowly and forcefully, he clenched his fist, and then he released it again. Chapter 24. Burden. Oki interrogated Liuyi overnight. Several police officers tried, one after another. The air conditioning was turned to the lowest, accompanied with cold coffee and stale bread. However, Liuyi did not say a word before the lawyer arrived, and when he had a lawyer, he was armed to the teeth. He had an alibi and a record of lost vehicles. Yawning and playing hide-and-seek with the police officers, he was calm and leisurely. The 2-day-long attempt gained the police nothing. Xie Jiahua's subordinate, the young policewoman, was watching the surveillance video in the room next to Liuyi. She said indignantly, "This is lawless. We finally arrested him after such effort. Must we only let him go once he's been here for 48 hours? In Hong Kong nowadays, isn't it true that the Triads control everything?" The male police officer standing and crossing his arms beside her sneered. "He's just having a visit to the police office. It's all for nothing anyway. Why not go home early and wash up?" Xie Jiahua, who was looking at the video, raised his eyes. His gaze was cold, and the male police officer hurriedly shut himself up. "If it's that easy to seek justice, why would you need the police?" Xie Jiahua said with a cold expression. "Understood, sir." After educating his subordinate, Xie Jiahua went into the interrogation room alone. Liuyi leaned back on the seat, clasping his fingers. A little stubble grew on his chin. He looked a bit tired but relaxed. The lawyer beside him stayed awake for 2 nights as well, looking weary with oily sweat and dark circles. Xie Jiahua, who was neat and tidy, sat down opposite them. "Liuyi," he said without any emotion. "Yes, sir." Liuyi languidly responded. "Those who play with fire will burn themselves. Take care of yourself." Liuyi pulled up the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for your concern." "Yes, sir." Outside the room, someone knocked on the door and poked himself in. "Sir, your call." Xie Jiahua glanced at Liuyi and got up to leave. He walked to the outer room and took the cell phone handed over by his subordinates. "Hello." "Yes, sir. I've been waiting for you at Honolulu for an hour and a half. The milk tea has been refilled twice. Your Honor, will you come or not?" Xie Jiahua looked at his watch and said coldly, "Wait another 15 minutes. He hung up the phone. He gave a few instructions to his subordinates, telling them to keep an eye on Liuyi, then left the police station and walked 2 blocks away to the Honolulu coffee shop. Lu Guangming was playing crossword puzzles in the newspaper. 2 empty milk tea cups were purposefully left on the table. "Boss, another cup of milk tea." Seeing Xie Jiahua walk in, he greeted. "What would you like to drink, yes, sir?" "A cup of hot water, please." Xie Jiahua said to the waiter. "Just water?" Lu Guangming smiled. "Do you want something to eat? Start your presentation." Xie Jiahua said. Lu Guangming narrowed his eyes and smiled, omitting the pleasantries. He took out a folder from his briefcase and pushed it towards Xie Jiahua. The list of inspectors who had dealings with Liuyi and Fat Chi, as well as some related material. Xie Jiahua opened it and flipped through it before closing it. "What do you want to know?" "As I said last time, about that, sir." Xie Jiahua's face was expressionless. "What makes you think I will help you investigate my own family?" Lu Guangming smiled. "By the fact that you did not hit me and are willing to drink milk tea with me." "Yes, sir. In fact, you yourself have suspected him, right? During this period of time, have you been instructed by your superiors to mind your own business?" Xie Jiahua was silent for a moment. "Don't suspect that I was involved?" Lu Guangming shrugged. "No. The waiter served milk tea and hot water at this time." Lu Guangming leaned back on the sofa, narrowing his eyes and taking a sip of milk tea. He pursed his lips. "I trust you, because someone mentioned you to me." Tang Jiechi, he said the name. The director of investigation of the ICAC. He died in the line of duty 8 years ago. He was my predecessor and my cousin. The hot water in Xiejiahua's cup imperceptibly rippled slightly. It was 8 at night. The brightly lit office was half filled with employees burying themselves in hard work. Chusan was one of them, looking down at a stack of materials. After correcting 2 pieces of data on the computer, he was in a trance, looking at the cell phone on the desk. He had hardly touched a drop of rice in the past 2 days, yet the place that felt empty was not his stomach, but his chest. He picked up his cell phone, pressed a few numbers, hesitated for a moment, and then sensibly put it down. Sitting blankly in his seat for a while, he forced himself to move his eyes back to the computer screen, fumbling with the keyboard. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated while singing a tune. He grabbed it. "Hello? Little San?" Chui Dong Dong said over the phone. "He's back at home. Come here 2 hours later. There are other people here." Chusan put down the phone, froze for a moment, jumped up and grabbed his briefcase, and ran. "Ricky, help me turn off my computer." "Hey Sam, in such a hurry, are you getting married, huh?" A colleague joked from behind. Chusan rushed back to his rented house at light speed, and even saved the step of getting the key. The door of his house was kicked broken by the police 2 days ago, and it hadn't been repaired until now. It only took a gentle push to open. Fortunately, he lived in an unpopulous area and didn't have thieves going after his place. He cooked a pot of lean meat congee. Putting it into a thermos bottle, he rushed to Kowloon Tong, waiting by Liuyi's house for almost an hour until he saw Little Ma and a few other people who looked like minor leaders come out of it, leaving by a few separated cars. Only then, he picked up the thermos and ran in. The bodyguards at the door all knew him and let him go without asking. Chusan hurried into the living room. Liuyi was sitting with a thin blanket on the sofa, talking to Chui Dong Dong in a low voice. Chusan barged in, panting. Liuyi turned around and unexpectedly saw him. He instantly glared. Big Boss Xia turned his head to glare at Chui Dong Dong. Boss Dong Dong shrugged. "Why are you glaring at me? Wasn't he the first person you asked about after getting out? He's fine, not missing any limbs. I called him over to let you see for yourself." Liuyi choked. He then turned his head to look at Brat San. Hearing what Chui Dong Dong said, this kid got too excited and even blushed. With his face red, Chusan couldn't wait to step forward. "Boss Liuyi, don't fucking come over. Kneel there. Your big boss is still angry and will keep preaching to you later." Chusan froze for a moment. He lowered his eyes, holding the thermos, and obediently bent his knees to kneel. But Liuyi suddenly remembered that his knees were still injured and hurriedly cursed again. "Stop, stop. Get up and stand by the door. Even seeing you is annoying enough." Chusan straightened up and obediently went to the door, standing against the wall nervously. Big Boss Xia and Chui Dong Dong continued making secret plans. After that, Chui Dong Dong dashingly said farewell. When she walked to Chusan, she gave Chusan a meaningful pat on his shoulder. "I'll leave it to you, little San. Why are you talking nonsense with him?" Liuyi cursed inside. "Get out with him." Chui Dong Dong winked at Chusan, putting her index finger on her mouth, shushing, and gesturing to the living room. Chusan followed her directions, sneaking into the room along the wall like a rat. He approached the sofa swiftly, putting the thermos on the coffee table, and said with concern as if nothing had happened, "Boss Liuyi, have you eaten anything?" Liuyi dealt with the police for 2 entire days with no sleep. Although he was quite awake, he was quite depleted physically. He glared at Chusan from the blanket. Since he was too lazy to beat Chusan again, he simply sneered and turned to get the remote control, beginning to watch TV. Chusan entered the kitchen, so familiar as if it was his home. He found the bowls and spoons, preparing the congee for Liuyi. "Why not have some congee?" Liuyi ignored him. Chusan put the bowl of congee back on the coffee table and sat down beside him gently. Liuyi's forehead veins jumped. Still, he stared at the TV without looking away. Chusan quietly looked at the side of his face, looking at the stubble on his chin, the redness filling his eyes. This immature white-collar young man had heard too many stories of torture in his Walled City childhood. Not knowing Big Boss Ya's ability to flip black and white and overturn the rules, he had haphazardly brainstormed lots of suffering for Liuyi's past 2 days. He looked at the Triad man that had bothered and worried him for 2 whole days. The fear, joy, and heartache after loss filled his chest. He sighed softly and leaned down, hugging Liuyi through the thin blanket. He sensed Xia Liuyi's instant stiffness and rising murderous aura. Yet he was unafraid enough to drop his head, burying his face in Xia Liuyi's shoulder and tightening his arms even more. Boss Liuyi, it's great as long as you're okay. I was very worried about you. Xia Liuyi stared at the TV expressionlessly. The colorful screen gradually turned into a mess. His heart seemed to be eroded by insects and began to sting. He didn't know what he was struggling with and didn't know what he was enduring. He didn't know why he was tormenting himself and suffering, blaming himself and feeling sorry for either. No, he knew, he actually knew. A large portion of his heart was still reserved for that person. He always dared not to face the bloody wound on his heart left by an abrupt tearing. He always could not fill the hideous hollow in his soul. He was afraid he had forgotten. He hated himself for the change and betrayal. He was not qualified. He dared not, could not, and should not start a new relationship, especially not with this young man. His past weighed on him heavily, and the future before him was narrow. He couldn't see their end at all. But Chusan's hug was too warm, such focused eyes, warm breath, worried words, such bold and resolute arms around him. Too warm for him to have the strength to push away. He had no way to deny that he spoiled this young man. He cared about this young man, this brat with an honest-looking face and a belly of schemes, this bastard who was firm and stubborn, smart and resourceful. He had no way to deny that in the past months he deliberately alienated Chusan. He had felt worried and lost. Over the 48 hours in the interrogation room, what echoed in his mind was not how to get out, not how to deal with Xie Jiahua, not how to operate after leaving there, but how Chusan looked at him when they separated. That sight was aggrieved and angry, worried and lingering. The way Chusan called him Boss Liuyi even brought him heartache. Xia Liuyi sat rigidly, looking at the bowl of congee on the coffee table until the warm steam dissipated. Finally, he tiredly, and somewhat painfully, closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. Then, he opened his eyes again. "How are your legs?" he said with a hoarse voice. Chusan's arm imperceptibly trembled, rubbing his head on Xia Liuyi's shoulder. "I'm fine. Let me see." Chusan let go of him, lifting the trouser legs. Below his knees, there were a few scarred cuts. The wounds were slender but seemed to be shallow cuts. They did not bring serious problems either. Xia Liuyi checked carefully. He stretched his hand out from under the blanket to press on Chusan's knee. Chusan hissed painfully, frowning while keeping the groan from himself. "Does it hurt?" You deserve it," Xia Liuyi said softly. "I'll break your legs if you dare to go insane again." Chusan shook his head obediently with a good attitude of admitting a mistake. "I dare not anymore, Boss Liuyi. I should tell you before I kiss you next time," he promised earnestly and sincerely. Like this. He went closer, covering Xia Liuyi's lips again. Surprisingly, he was not pushed away. The person being kissed closed his eyes and indulged in such audacity for the umpteenth time. After a long time, a hand reached out from the blanket and wrapped around the back of his shoulder, fingers gently sinking into his hair. In the soft and lingering touch of lips and tongue, Chusan remembered the conversation between him and Xia Liuyi on the roof, dark and deep like a dry well, at midnight 2 years ago. He asked Xia Liuyi why he couldn't admit his feelings, why he didn't dare to face it. He didn't understand why two people who love each other would avoid each other, missing but only getting further and further away from each other. Xia Liuyi rubbed his head, telling him he didn't understand how they were burdened by so many things. He'd already understood what the burdens meant, because love was like a burden on his shoulders, pushing him forwards as well. Xia Liuyi came out of the police station unscathed, and a few days later, he held a meeting with the other big bosses. He caught a henchman of Fat Chi to the meeting and invited Third Sis Lai, Fat Chi's flamboyant girlfriend, there too. Once Third Sis Lai saw the photos of the dancer girls Fat Chi secretly kept, especially the big shiny diamond ring on the girl's hand, she turned against Fat Chi and admitted his ill intentions immediately. She even presented a part of the recording of Fat Chi's deal with the butler of the Huas. It was kept for Fat Chi to blackmail the butler. As a result, Fat Chi's henchman could only confess the whole plan. Sheng Gang's side, which had been clamoring for justice, became speechless and could only cease the conflict. Xia Liuyi took over Fat Chi's dock and annexed the land that originally belonged to Big Boss Sha's Shajia Gang, which was forcefully occupied by Fat Chi, claiming it was compensation for his own losses. Wai society, led by Fat Chi's sworn brother, annexed Hisheng gang when it lacked a leader, taking over the remaining territory of Fat Chi. When the meeting was over, the dragon head of the Wai society, Master Qiao, smiled meaningfully at Xiao Liuyi. Although Xiao Liuyi was alert, he did not worry much. Xiao Qitong was now no longer a small gang in Snapdragon Walled City. It only took Xiao Liuyi 2 years to expand it to half of Kowloon, with hundreds of members and dozens of stalls. Its business involved nightclubs, discos, restaurants, clubs, billiards, roller skating rinks, gambling stalls, brothels, and many other industries. After the collapse of Big Boss Sha and Fat Chi, it also stayed as one of the few white flower controlling powers in the Kowloon region. All kinds of entertainment venues relied on it, and Xiao Qitong monopolized the supplies. Although the Wai society was an old gang with a great foundation, they still needed thorough consideration before standing against Xiao Liuyi. Not to mention that the main sphere of influence of the Wai society was on Hong Kong Island across the strait. They even had to worry about the traffic jam during the peak period of the Cross Harbor Tunnel for a mob fight. Distance made them hard to be a threat. After this incident, Xiao Liuyi, on the pretext of investigating undercover agents and reorganizing the gang, withdrew the white paper fan and straw sandal infiltrated by the elders. He only left Big Scar Head, the red pole nominated by Elder Gu, mainly because he was a nice underling. Big Scar Head was grateful for Xiao Liuyi's recognition and almost cried and swore on his life to show his loyalty. Elder Gu was pleased by Xiao Liuyi unexpectedly, so he could not complain any more recently. Other elders did have other complaints, but they couldn't do anything about Xiao Liuyi either. Externally, Xiao Liuyi cleared the obstacles. Internally, he organized the people, ensuring only smart and loyal members were under him. When it came to fighting, the big boss did not need to worry. He saved his time and energy, concentrating on his hide and seek with Siesir. They had this game several times, and neither gained any advantage. Chusan wanted to go further with him after kissing him the second time on that day, and was slapped away by him. This little brat left disappointedly and came back like a puppy on the next day, taking a day off from the company. On the third day, he was summoned away by an emergency in his company. The overtime work kept him from seeing Xiao Liuyi for a month. He could only constantly sweet talk on the phone with Xiao Liuyi while tapping the keyboard. Boss Liuyi, I miss you. Boss Liuyi, did you brush your teeth today? Crap. Get out. Xiao Liuyi cursed. Chusan laughed in a low voice over the phone. Sounds like you miss me too. Xiao Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi dropped the cell once a day, scratched the bed twice a day, and broke 3 toothbrushes because of brushing too hard. He also angrily sneaked into the dental clinic for teeth whitening. After dozens of nights in the chaotic, old rented house, Chusan finally had the time to clean up and change to a new look. When the house was tidy again, he began looking for the thing he hid under the sofa on the day Xiao Liuyi was arrested. However, he could only find the camera broken by Big Boss Xiao, but not the photos and the roll of film. He had doubts in his mind. Rummaging through, he still found nothing and could only assume rats took them away. He consoled himself. Xiao Liuyi was already his, and he could take as many photos as he wanted. All he needed were some knee pads. This weekend was sunny and warm. Before it turned cold in late autumn, Xiao Liuyi drove himself to Chusan's company and brought Elite He, who was working overtime, away to a beach barbecue. The bodyguards outrageously cleared the whole beach for themselves. Little Ma and Big Scar had set up the stove and charcoal. Chui Dong Dong and her round-faced sing-song girl lay on a sun lounger, watching the scene. Big Boss, turn over the chicken wings in the middle. They are burnt. Do you know how to grill? Chui Dong Dong commented to him while drinking lemonade. You'll do it yourself if you yell at me. Xiao Liuyi, whose face was blackened by the smoke, scolded. He-san, where did you put the oil? Chusan, who was squatting at his feet looking at the material, straightened up and handed him the oil bottle that was on the side of the stove, and squatted back down again in silence. Xiao Liuyi kicked him. Why are you reading when hanging out? I'll burn it if you keep reading. I have a professional exam next month. I'm coming after this page. Chusan tried to cool him down. Xiao Liuyi lifted that book over fire with his tongs. Chusan hurriedly jumped up to get it. All right, I'm coming. I'm coming. Little bastard. You need to be beaten every day? Turn over that chicken wing. Yes, yes. I'm doing it now. Little Ma skewered sausages at a table near them. He muttered to Big Scar Head, who was cutting fish. Why do I think the brat of the He's is getting stranger and stranger? Look at his silly grin to the big boss. Fuck, look at him. What is he doing? Chusan was pressing on Xiao Liuyi's eyelid, gently blowing away the cold dust at the corner of his eye. Little Ma yelled behind him. Brat he, come and skewer sausages. Xiao Liuyi roared before Chusan answered. I'm not done with him, and you want to take him away? Big boss, I didn't. Haha, I just thought he wasn't doing things. Shut up. Hurry up and get the sausages here. Yes. Little Ma's head dropped. He gritted his teeth and muttered. Fuck, I'll secretly chop him into mince someday. Big Scar had kept his sight at the fish, scraping the scales, and dared not reply to Little Ma's words. Big Boss Ya's oil brushing skill was too poor, and he almost burned his clothes. Chusan settled him aside immediately and rolled up sleeves to take his position, talking to him while brushing the oil. Boss Liuyi, have you been busy lately? Not as busy as Elite He. You've been missing for a month, and I have to invite you myself? Chusan chuckled. Sorry, I have too many things to do in the company. Xiao Liuyi snorted. Seems like you've been promoted to general manager, Elite He? Chusan's grin was still honest and obedient. No, but I've been really too busy recently. I even want to quit. What about me coming to your company? 2 months of holiday for me each year? Xiao Liuyi's hand paused from getting the cigarette. 2 years ago, he tried to have this top-tier finance student under him every day and night, wanting to make the best use of such an elite in money laundry. But now, hearing such a half-hearted joke, he hesitated. He no longer wanted innocent Chusan to step into his mess anymore. He put the cigarette into his mouth, tilting his head to light it. You acted like you would become blind from reading the accounting records years ago. Now you know to beg me? I don't need you anymore. Get off. Chusan got a step off to him and whispered softly. Boss Liuyi. Xiao Liuyi pushed him away with his elbow impatiently, avoiding this topic. Do you think you're too busy? I think you're quite into your job. I thought about it, said Chusan. It's not good to be too busy. If this continues, I won't have time to go back to see Dad. Xiao Liuyi snorted again. I won't have time to be with you either. Before the goose-bumped big boss Xia turned angry, Chui Dongdong, who was on the side, plugged her ears and stood up. Geez, we'll be silenced forever if we keep listening. Little Luo, come on. We can have a walk there. Little Luo was her little sing-song girl's name. You'll go nowhere. Come and brush the oil. San, go skewer sausages. Chapter 25. The familiar smell of sacks. The deputy of Shao Chi Tong turned out to be a better cook than the dragon headmaster, a little bit better. Half an hour later, several Triad members sat at the table, facing a few plates of tar-black substance and eating the cakes they brought. They drank beer and chatted, while Chusan stood alone by the stove, sighing and brushing oil onto the few surviving sausages. After the sauce was applied, he squatted down and picked up the book that was kicked aside by Big Boss Xia, flipping through a few pages and starting to read again. Before he could read much, the book was stomped into the sand. I'm not going to burn the book, but you instead. Then no one is able to grill the sausages. Chusan chuckled. Xiao Liuyi kicked him and squatted down next to him, stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth. It's good. Little Luo made it. Do you like it? I'll learn to make it for you. No need. Xiao Liuyi had lost interest in cakes since the tragic teeth replacement on Children's Day this year. I can bake biscuits then. What do you think about biscuits? Fine. Biscuits are better than cakes. You need to eat more hard things to grind your teeth. Don't just eat soft food. Fuck off. Blue sky, white clouds, sea, and sand. 2 big men squatted behind a smoky stove, having a sticky love talk. Suddenly, they smelled something burnt and jumped up instantly. Are the sausages also burnt? Will we have anything to eat today, big boss? Said Chui Dongdong. Shut up. These gangsters grilled after overburning everything and overburnt everything after grilling. The result was an afternoon of half-burnt, half-raw barbecue and a messy beach, with glasses and plates all over the table and sauces and food all over the ground. They then waved the beer bottles, splashed the waves in the sea, laughed, and chased each other. Little Ma held Big Scar Head, trying to get his head into the sea. Big Scar Head arched his back and threw Little Ma into the water instead. Chui Dongdong and the sing-song girl enjoyed the show on the side, cheering them on. Only Chusan carried a big bag, squatting where they were and nicely picking up the rubbish. Liuyi came over with a cigarette in his mouth, sand all over his bare feet. "You can stop. Leave it there. I'm coming soon," said Chusan. Liuyi squatted down next to him and picked up an empty beer bottle, giving him a hard-looking knock on the head. "Fucking pretentious. Only you have public morals. A clean Hong Kong is built by everyone." College student, he educated him with a head shake and put the bottle in his hand into the bag too. Liuyi slapped his head again. "Don't chatter with me. Will you die from cleaning it later? Watch the sunset with me. We can also watch it from here." Chusan showed a teasing smile, grabbing his hand. Big Boss Xiao flushed and subconsciously shook his hand off, but couldn't shake him away. The sunset dyed the sea a vivid blood red. A seagull cried and glided across the sky, soaring over the evening tumble of the sea. Chusan put down the rubbish bag in his hand, walking to Liuyi with the red dusk at his back. Liuyi stepped back, mirroring his movements, glancing at the bodyguards that stood not far away from them. Chusan looked back at the bodyguard. He suddenly changed his face dramatically and screamed while pointing at somewhere. "Police." As soon as the bodyguards turned their heads, the best actor, he pulled away Big Boss Xia's cigarette, giving him a hard kiss on the mouth. Dang. When the bodyguards, who didn't see anything, turned around, they only saw Chusan curled up on the beach, covering his stomach and grimacing as he tried to get up. Big Boss Xia had already walked off in the distance in anger and embarrassment, walking and shaking his painful, bare foot, which just kicked Chusan. "Come take the photo," Chui Dong Dong shouted in the sunset. "Hurry up. The sun is going down." Liuyi took a few steps forward and looked back at Chusan, who was still dawdling on the beach, going back and lifting him up in a rude manner, dragging him and running over to Chui Dong Dong. Chusan took the opportunity to rely on him. They pulled at each other and squeezed into the crowd in front of the camera. Chui Dong Dong already had her arm around Xiao Luo, and Big Scar had picked the least eye-catching position. A bodyguard held a large camera. "Big Boss, Big Sister, Mr. He, Miss Luo, Brother Ma, Brother Scar, please look at the camera together. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and you'll shout the slogan. 1, 2, 3. Rich." Everyone shouted in unison. Little Ma suddenly leaped out and forced his head between his big boss and Chusan, grinning broadly while shouting, "Ka-chow." The photo was framed. In the evening, Liuyi sent Chusan back to his rented Tong Lao house in the Western District. Chusan got out of the car and invited him by climbing on the window. "It's still early. Why don't you go up and take a seat? I have an appointment tonight to talk about something. Then I'll go see you next week." "Fine. What do you want to eat? I'll buy the ingredients and bring it." Little Ma impatiently poked his head out from the car, behind them, looking at Chusan bending over and talking to Liuyi by the car window, and impatiently sat back. "Fuck, when will he finish? Why are you in a hurry when the couple is saying goodbye?" Chui Dong Dong said in his car. "Boss Dong Dong, don't say the couple. That's creepy. I think the brat of the he's really looks like a gaai. I must keep him away from Big Boss." "You finally found out, straight guy?" 10 minutes later, real gaai Chusan stood alone by the road, watching Liuyi's cars disappear at the turning. Rubbing his mouth and thinking of the feeling, he sighed and went upstairs. Taking out the flashlight from the file bag, he felt something was wrong at the moment he reached the first floor. There was a familiar smell in the air, familiar and unsettling, but for a moment he couldn't remember what it was. He hesitantly stopped, quietly took a deep breath, and was just about to turn and run away, when he was pressed onto the wall by 2 tough men. Before he could call for help, his mouth was covered with a cloth, followed by his hands and feet being tied in the middle of the struggle. His eyes were covered with darkness and flew up in a daze. He struggled desperately in the darkness, and only then did he remember what that smell was, the familiar smell of sacks. But this time, the person who invited him over was certainly not asking him to write a script. The cemetery at the bottom of the hill was a plain gray stone forest facing the sea. The dim light reflected the back of a lonely walking man. The angels carved on the stone monuments lining the road watched him with vacant eyes as he climbed to the end of the stairs. There stood an old monument, and in front of the grave stood a man with a cold expression. Hearing footsteps, the man turned his head. Lu Guangming, holding a bouquet of flowers, said while walking, You're here as I guessed. Xie Jiahua watched him approach in silence. Lu Guangming bent and put the flowers down, and then lowered his head and drew a cross. He then turned to Xie Jiahua and said, "Why didn't you answer my call?" Xie Jiahua watched him play innocent with an expressionless face. Lu Guangming grimaced for a while, knowing he couldn't pretend anymore, and took back the painful expression, smiling again. "What's wrong? Did you find out anything? You grew up in an orphanage and had no kinship with Tang Jiechi. He cannot be your cousin." Lu Guangming narrowed his eyes and smiled like a fox. "Sorry, my apologies. You're too hard to approach, and I mentioned Tang Jiechi to let down your defenses and accept me. Didn't we have a good talk after that?" Xie Jiahua suddenly gave him a slap. "You use a deceased person to cheat for information. Don't you think you are despicable and shameless?" Lu Guangming's head tilted from the slap. Moving the corners of his mouth slightly, he turned his head back, still smiling as if nothing had happened. "Don't be angry. I brought you a big gift today. Don't you want Liuyi to collapse?" He took out a roll of film from his pocket and handed it to Xie Jiahua. Xie Jiahua's face was cold, and he didn't take it. The only two encounters they had made him disgusted with Lu Guangming's words and actions. He did not believe Lu Guangming's big gift. Lu Guangming said good-naturedly, "I found it in Liuyi's friend's house, the place where you arrested Liuyi." Xie Jiahua remained silent. This friend's relationship with Liuyi, which I assume you know, is indeed interesting. Although he is a white-collar man with an innocent background, he is very close to Liuyi in his private life. Moreover, look at the photos he took secretly, from up and down, all the angles. They are almost all private portraits. It seems he's deeply in love with Liuyi. Xie Jiahua had already known Chusan saved Liuyi 2 years ago, and they had an unusual friendship from Abiao's report. It was with this information he found Liuyi at Chusan's place. He looked at Lu Guangming indifferently, waiting for his great speech. Lu Guangming narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, sir. In fact, to bring down these triads, you do not have to do it yourself. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for them to defeat each other, and then you can kill them both. Is it not more convenient?" Xie Jiahua frowned. "What did you do?" "I found some way to inform Master Chiao of the Wai Society about the relationship between these two people. I heard that he lost the fight with Liuyi for Fat Cheese territory and was looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Liuyi." Before he finished his sentence, he was slapped again. Tilting his head and remaining silent, looking to a wrinkled portrait on the roadside for a while, he turned his head back stiffly, and Xie Jiahua had walked far away. He raised his hand and wiped the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, frowning and muttering, "Why do you slap on the same side every time?" He was even more aggrieved after thinking about it for a while and shouted at Xie Jiahua's back, "Hey, what was this time for?" Chusan woke up in a room full of light, feeling dizzy for a while before he could observe the house's condition. It looked like an abandoned warehouse, and the air was thick with the floating smell of gasoline. His hands and feet were bound tightly with ropes, and he was pressed to the floor by several gangsters. A man in his 40s with a sickly face sat in front of him with a placid smile. "How long have you been Liuyi's?" Master Chiao opened his mouth. His voice was unusually hoarse and vague, as if his throat had been cut. Ordinarily, someone would be frightened after such an incident if they were not already terribly scared. However, this wholesome-looking young man first looked around cleverly and looked up to glance at him, and then answered with an innocent, obedient face. "I've never been his." Master Chiao lifted his chin, and the 49er behind, Chusan smashed down a pole immediately. Chusan grunted, trembling and gritting his teeth. A strand of blood trickled down his forehead and dripped down his cheek to the ground. "I heard that you have an unusual relationship with him," Master Chiao continued with his placid smile. "I can't imagine Liuyi favors this type." Chusan gasped and strained to explain. "I'm really not his, or I should have moved to his place. Why else would I live alone in such a shabby house and be caught by you?" Master Chiao lifted the corners of his mouth. "Yeah, Liuyi is so petty with you. Even I would think you don't deserve it." He raised his hand, and the man behind him took out a cell phone, pressed the number, and offered it to him. After a few rings, Liuyi's grumpy voice came out, obviously interrupted in the middle of a conversation. "Hello? This is Chiao Xing." Liuyi changed his subdued tone. "Master Chiao. Double knife Xia. Master Chow called him by his title. Long time no see. Master Chow looking for me when it's so late. What's the matter? I caught someone, and I heard that he has a relationship with you. Unfortunately, he didn't admit it, so I can only ask you directly. Master Chow said while angling his chin at Chusan again. The 49er acted instantly and gave Chusan another smash on the shoulder. Chusan gritted his teeth to hold back a cry of pain, but his wound was stepped on. He couldn't help screaming. Master Chow took back the cell he had stretched towards Chusan and continued with a smirk. How is it? You. Beep. The other end simply beeped. Liuyi had hung up the phone. Master Chow froze for a moment and brought the cell phone to his eyes to take a close look. He frowned and handed it to the underling. His underling pressed the number again, telling his big boss in confusion after listening for a while. It seems to be turned off. This group of Triad men who had never encountered such treatment from the families of hostages looked at each other, and after a long time of silence, Master Chow suddenly laughed. He stood up and walked over to Chusan, hooked his chin up with a cane, and looked at his half-bleeding face. Interesting. You either really have nothing to do with him at all, or you are very important to him. Chusan also did not know what happened on Liuyui's side, but after a moment of surprise from these Triad people, he caught on to the situation immediately. He was forced to look up to this Master Chow, whose identity he did not know, and used his expertise as the best actor. Writing the script and acting it at the same time, he actively tried to save himself. Cough. In fact, the relationship between him and me is not what you think. I am his financial advisor. Master Chow looked at him with a smirk and did not say whether he believed or not, but waited for him to continue. Chusan gulped and continued. Yes, I've known him for a long time. We used to live in Snapdragon Walled City, and I was the only college student there. He once hired me to write a script. Later, I entered the investment company, still seeing him in secret to provide him accounting advice. Cough. Basically, do the accounting for him. Oh, search it up if you don't believe me. I am Chusan, the investment advisor of Shinda Company, and I have the top performance this quarter in the company. Liuyi trusts my ability and often asks me to help him with accounting. I am also close to his deputy Chui Dongdong. Chui Dongdong bought a lot of financial products from me privately and just made about 3 million last month. He bragged about it fervently and then started talking to Master Chow about his own importance. Really, look at me. Do I look like someone for sale? I'm a tall man with coarse skin. Even if Liuyi likes men, he should prefer those lovely little bunnies, right? He must have hung up on you to discuss with Chui Dongdong. I know a lot about their accounting matters. He does value my little life. Master Chow looked at him with disbelief. Best actor, he didn't even blink while telling his nonsense, his eyes so bright, full of sincere beguilement. Wait a little longer if you don't believe me. No later than tomorrow, he will call you and talk to you about the conditions. Master Chow smiled, the cane poking heavily at his throat and suffocating him. All right, I'll wait for tomorrow. If Liuyi doesn't call, you'll be a stone in the sea. He waved his hand, and several tough men came forward to pick up Chusan, dragging him to a nearby dark room with his toes off the ground. They closed the door and locked it. Chusan twisted on the cold floor like a caterpillar. Liuyi, in a nightclub in Simsha Sui, sat on a sofa with a gloomy face, not saying a word. The few subordinates who were talking to him watched him crack the brick-like cell phone while listening to the call. Although they didn't know what happened, they were scared and quiet and dared not ask a thing. They have never seen their big boss be like this. His face was pale and dark, his eyes poisonous as if he wanted to skin someone alive. A murderous atmosphere hovered in the room, giving them chills. After a long time, Liuyi scattered the pieces of the cell phone on the floor and expressionlessly ordered, "Call Chui Dongdong here." Chapter 26. Chusan, the bastard. Chusan twisted and twisted in the dark room for a long time, and he didn't know what he knocked over, and there was a sound of bumping. The little bastard guarding outside the house was a little impatient, grabbed a stick and knocked hard on the door. "What are you doing? Be honest." After a while of silence, Chusan's voice came. "I bleed a lot. Stop the bleeding." "What are you yelling about?" "Big fart hurts. It's still useful for your boss to use me. If something happens to me, how can you explain to the boss?" The little gangster cursed, took out a piece of dog skin plaster, opened the door, grabbed Chusan's clothes, and slapped Chusan on the forehead. Chusan gasped in pain, and was thrown back to the ground by him, shaking into a ball. The little gangster closed the door and left. He was drinking wine and playing cards with his companions when he heard the vulnerable office worker inside say again, "It's too cold on the ground. Please give me some clothes. Aren't you fucking annoying?" He kicked open the door and shouted angrily. He found a ball of rags and was about to stuff Chusan's mouth. "Wait," Chusan yelled before the black oil-stained rag fell into his mouth. "Brother, I actually have something to tell you." The little gangster looked at him suspiciously. Cough. Chusan cleared his throat and praised sincerely. "Brother, I think you have a bold personality and agility. You are also loyal to the boss, affectionate and righteous. I want to ask you, do you know what small money makes big money?" Liuyi summoned his men overnight and deployed them urgently. Little Ma and Big Scar Head went out with dozens of brothers, looking everywhere for Chusan's whereabouts. Several straw sandals in the gang also dispatched one after another, using their contacts to track around. Chui Dongdong made a few phone calls in the corridor, opened the door, and entered the office. Liuyi sat on the sofa, lowered his head, and wiped a revolver. "What if we can't find anyone?" Chui Dongdong said. "Master Chiao is a man with a deep city and a heavy defense. He must hide the third son in a remote place so that we won't find it easily. Now we are in the open, and Master Chiao is in the dark. Why don't you call and find out what conditions he wants to offer?" Liuyi looked at the bullets in the clip and said expressionlessly, "I don't know my attitude now, but he is suspicious and won't attack easily. Once he knows that I really care, he will hold on tight. In order to threaten me, maybe cut off the hands and feet and send them over. No matter what conditions I promise him, it will be difficult to save people." He raised his left hand and pointed the pistol at the lucky cat on the desk, squinted his eyes and looked at it. "I killed him as a sworn brother and swept his Sheng gang's face. How could he let it go?" His voice was cold, but Chui Dongdong could hear the uncontrollable trembling. She sat beside him and pressed his shoulders. "Don't worry, Little Ma and the others have already gone out to look for it and report back as soon as they get any news. You look so bad now. Eat something first." Chui Dongdong stood in the corridor with colorful lights, listening to the sound of breathing and swallowing in the office behind him. Liuyi ate 3 bowls of beef entrails in a row and continued to order a 4th bowl, with no intention of stopping at all. With a stuffy head, he chewed hard one after another, not even drinking water. The muddy black sauce overflowed from the edge of the plastic bowl with his ferocious planing movements, dripping and splashing on the expensive and delicate carpet. She took out a cigar, twisted it between her fingers, and sighed. Just kidding. She really didn't expect Liuyi to value this kid so much. "Little San, you can fight a little bit, if you are gone again, oh." In the abandoned warehouse dozens of kilometers away, Chusan lived up to expectations and was working hard to live up to expectations. He is now surrounded by 2 thick villains. He is wearing an old cotton coat given by the villains and sitting on a rotten leather chair. The rope around his wrist has been untied, and he is holding a broken pencil and writing and scratching on the paper shell of a cigarette box. As the saying goes, the most important thing to invest in is to understand the 3 Rs. Do you know what the 3 Rs are? Returns, risks, relative value, which means, while gesticulating, he chirped bird songs in a serious manner and was satisfied to see the expressions of the 2 villains change from doubt to bewilderment. So he continued to spit out lotus flowers and uttered more delicate bird songs, followed by cannonballs. He typed out a series of technical terms that you know every word, but you can't understand what it is when you put it together. Seeing the 4 eyes of the 2 villains fainted into 4 coils of mosquito coils, he continued to talk nonsense, steadily sea-blowing. "Don't worry, I'm not selling stocks to you. Stocks are already antiques. You only know about stocks. Haven't you heard of futures? Haven't you heard of options? We've heard of Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index. Haven't you heard of Hang Seng Index options? This is a financial product that ushers in a new era. It was just listed in March this year, and it was sold out as soon as it was listed. Just double it. It's faster than taking to the streets to rob. Of course, you can't do it yourself without the help of a trader like me who has professional qualifications and internal relationships. You have heard of Chui Dongdong, the big shopkeeper of Shaoqi Tong, right? The famous golden abacus Dongdong in the world. This golden abacus entrusted me to represent her private investment business, Just for this option alone, I earned her 3 million yuan last month. Do you know how much 3 million cash is? It's so high on the table. In the long night, the second hand moves forward step by step on the clock. In the early hours of the morning, Little Ma ran over from the other end of the corridor sweating profusely, nodded to Chui Dongdong, and pushed open the doorway. Boss, we found it. Xiao Liuyi, who was sitting on the sofa smoking silently, suddenly raised his head. Where is it? The people with Big Scar Head found out that he was locked up at the North Point Pier, and Big Scar Head is leading people to rush there. Xiao Liuyi grabbed his gun and rushed out of the office. Take more people to follow me, and tell Big Scar Head not to startle the snake, and stay there waiting for me. Chui Dongdong chased after him. You want to go in person? What if it's a trap? You stay here, Xiao Liuyi said coldly without looking back. If something happens to me, you will take charge of the overall situation. Xiao Liuyi drove to the North Point Wharf under the rising sun with 2 cars. Ordering everyone to wait for an opportunity in the distance, he sneaked close to a warehouse near the pier with Little Ma and a few nimble men. Big Scar Head and a few boys were holding machetes and hiding behind a small shed near the warehouse. Seeing Xiao Liuyi, Little Ma, and others approaching, they hurriedly reported to him. It's inside. This is the Wai Society, a gambling stall under the banner. The night watchman nearby said that they saw a car of one of Master Chiao's confidants arrive here last night, and drove a man in, and never came out again. This is the main entrance, and there is a back entrance over there. Little Ma leads 2 people to guard here. Big Scar Head, take your people to follow me to the back door. A group of people followed Xiao Liuyi and quietly approached the back door of the warehouse. 2 gangsters guarding the door were yawning and looking around. Covering his mouth, he slashed the back of his neck with his hand and fell silently to the ground. Big Scar Head stuck to the door and listened to what was going on inside, then turned his head and winked at his boy, who took out the wire, quickly pried open the door lock, and gently pushed open a crack. He climbed on the crack of the door and was about to look inside, but Xiao Liuyi pushed him away, kicked the door open, and rushed in. Without blinking, he raised his left hand and fired. Bang! A gangster who was patrolling the corridor inside the door fell down clutching his calf and wailed mournfully. The guests in the room who were smoking cigarettes, drinking wine, and playing mahjong all night suddenly became chaotic. Xiao Liuyi was the first to bear the brunt, strode forward, kicked over a mahjong table, stepped on it, and shot down several guards who were about to touch their guns in a panic. Big Scar Head rushed in with his men and chopped down all the Wai Society, people who wanted to resist. Xiao Liuyi, who was walking in front, didn't stop and went straight to the room at the end of the corridor. A gangster held a long knife and yelled at him and slashed at him. He threw away the unloaded gun, dodged the assault, picked up a vase in the corner, slammed the little gangster's chin fiercely, and threw the opponent flying with a knife. A henchman with a gun ran out of the room and was about to shoot him when he smashed his head with a vase. He took a few steps forward and grabbed the opponent's bloody head, slammed it hard against the wall, caught the gun that fell from the opponent's hand, and hit the opponent's palm on the ground, blood spattered everywhere. The henchman clutched his hands and fell to the ground, hissing and howling. Xiao Liuyi quickly stepped into the room and saw a man in ragged clothes curled up on the blood-stained ground. His hands and feet were tied with ropes. He was beaten to a bloody mess, and he was dying. Xiao Liuyi's mind buzzed, and he immediately dropped his gun and rushed towards him. He lifted the opponent's shoulder with pain in his heart. "Hey, San." The bearded man who owed 20 yuan in gambling debts and was beaten into a pig's head looked at him blankly with his blood-red eyes wide open. Xiao Liuyi's face turned from white to black. He froze for a while and smashed the pig's head into a pig's head with a punch. "Boss." Little Ma rushed in from the outside. "Let's go?" The group of Wai Society rushed to the street and started to set fire to the warehouse, and they didn't even care about their own people. At the same time, in Yuanlong, more than 30 kilometers away, in a mountain hut, Chusan spent the whole night chatting with the 2 gangsters, and his voice became hoarse. In the early hours of the morning, after a night of soul cleansing, the 2 gangsters met with Consultant He, and they were full of eager hope for the future. It tastes good and drinks spicy. Each of them took a piece of cigarette paper filled with densely written ways to make money and stuffed it into their pockets like a treasure. One of them still felt that it was not safe, So he grabbed Chusan's shoulder affectionately and asked him, "Consultant you have said so much. If you are killed by our boss later, who will we buy it from?" "Don't worry," Chusan comforted sincerely and reliably. "You guys won't kill me. I can make money for Liuyi, and of course I can make money for him. Who doesn't love money, right? We all have plenty in the future cooperation opportunities. As long as you give me the most precious trust, I will keep you and make a lot of money. You see, it is dawn now, and I am thirsty and hungry. Can you give me something to eat?" The two gangsters looked at each other, and one of them said, all right, I'll go buy you something to eat. I want to eat cart noodles, spicy and scallion." "Thank you, brother." Good. When that person walked away, Chusan looked at another yawning gangster standing in front of him, and suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." "What?" "There's something wrong with the plan I wrote to you just now. Bring it here, and I'll have a look at it for you." The little gangster approached him, and the two of them looked at the cigarette paper with their heads together. Chusan said, "I forgot that our company will release a new plan in December. Look, the compound wealth management package here is still available. One more." He suddenly raised his arm and tried his best to stab the pencil in the back of the little gangster's hand. "What?" The little gangster let out a shrill scream and staggered back a step while covering his bloody hand. Chusan jumped up, bowed his body, and headed him a big somersault, and the two of them fell to the ground together. The little gangster who was crushed below pinched Chusan's neck with bloody hands. Chusan struggled to reach for the nearest brick and smashed the little gangster's head indiscriminately. With one blow, the little gangster let go of his hand. His head was bloody, and he didn't move. Chusan was afraid that he would be crushed to death just like that, so he touched under his nose tentatively, still breathing. He took out a jackknife from the opponent's trouser pocket, cut the rope on his own foot, ran to the window to look, opened the door, and rushed out. There was a large yard outside, and the iron gate at the entrance was locked from the outside. He yanked it twice, but failed to open it. He found a box to put under his feet and climbed over the fence covered with broken glass. His hands and knees were covered in blood from glass shards. He staggered and ran for a dozen meters when the guard number 3, who was patrolling around, found him, shouted "Stop!" and chased him while touching the walkie-talkie up. Chusan randomly pushed away the branches and leaves in front of him with both hands and ran forward desperately in the thorny grove, while a few hooligans roared and chased after him. One of them also fired a shot at him, but was blocked by a tree trunk in the way. While panting, Chusan reflected that he was busy with work recently and didn't even bother to practice Tai Chi. Failure to keep up with physical strength is really fatal. To fall in love with a boss, you have to pass the test of both psychological quality and physical quality. He was chased to no avail, so he turned and ran out on the mountain road, just hoping to be lucky enough to meet a passing vehicle. When rushing out of the dense forest, he didn't notice a half-person high pit under his feet, so he fell a big somersault. He struggled to get up in a panic, and as soon as he jumped on the road, he met a black car with tail number 61 coming from the foot of the mountain. Although the owner of the car stepped on the brakes quickly, he was hit and flew out. Chusan fell with dust all over his face and wanted to get up again, but his right leg was in sharp pain, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. He lay on the ground and heard a gunshot in his ear, and the little gangster who chased after him fired again. He clutched his head and shrank on the spot, feeling that his life was not long. Dad's kindness will be repaid in the next life, and my love on June 1st can only be chased after in the next life. He heard 2 more gunshots in his ears, as well as the screams of the gangster not far away. When he raised his head again, he saw the gangster fell down, clutching his bleeding shoulder, and the other gangsters held machetes and dared not approach. It's all about the color of surprise. His vision blurred, and a person grabbed his arm and pulled him up. "Get in the car," Xie Jiahua hurriedly said. Flames were burning inside and outside the warehouse, and screams could be heard endlessly. Residents who got up early nearby watched and pointed across the street in panic. The long sounds of police cars and fire engines came from afar. Xia Liuyi's convoy passed them and turned onto the main road. Kneeling in the narrow compartment, the big scar head who made a mistake in intelligence slapped himself hard. "Boss, it's all my fault. I'm sorry." Xia Liuyi clenched his bloody fist, looked at his sweaty hair, and took a long and painful breath. He closed his eyes with a bloodless face and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother, Bring it here. After the call was connected, Master Xiao's angry and laughing voice came from the other end. Xia Double Knife, you really have the guts. The people who kill me, burn my stall. Black Children's Day, Double Knife Blood Azura. Well-deserved reputation. I underestimated you. Master Xiao, Xiao Liuyi said calmly. This is a misunderstanding. My subordinates had a small conflict with your gambling stall. The stall was burned by your own people during the conflict. If someone died, unfortunately, it would be burned die. But I was wrong for not restraining my subordinates. You can put forward any conditions you have. Don't open your eyes and talk nonsense. You misunderstood your mother. You gave me a big gift with such a heart, and I should naturally return the gift. You can wait for the gift with peace of mind. Master Qiao hung up the phone and said to his subordinates with a gloomy face, chop that kid into pieces and throw him at Xiao Liuyi's stall. Before he finished speaking, his phone rang again. Fat Cheese Wharf, the entire territory of the Sha clan. Xiao Liuyi said. Master Qiao paused, then laughed playfully. What? Did I hear correctly? As long as you promise to release him, all my people will withdraw within an hour. That's all. I think you should show some sincerity. Xiao Liuyi was silent for a while. I'm in the 2 largest nightclubs in Mongkok. There are only so many. Others, Shao Qi Tong and elders, I am not the only one who has the final say. Since you are not the only one who has the final say, then go back and discuss it with the elders. You'd better hurry up, my patience is limited. Master Qiao said, and hung up the phone. Interesting, really interesting, he said with a sinister smile. Cut off that kid's hand, and send it to Xiao Liuyi first. At this moment, the bell rang again, and he picked up the phone. We have discussed it so soon? Boss, it's not good. That kid ran away. The mountain road was bumpy, and Chusan's right leg was in severe pain with every vibration of the car body. His head was sweating profusely from the pain, and he slumped on the back seat, gritting his teeth and gasping for air. His rescuer drove without saying a word. Chusan struggled to prop up his body and carefully looked at his stern face, only to realize that he was the police officer who arrested Xiao Liuyi at that time. He was a little surprised and puzzled, but he still thanked him. Thank you. Xie Jiahua glanced at him in the rearview mirror and said coldly, No need. How did you know I was there? Xie Jiahua did not speak. Chusan did not continue to ask, but the doubts in his heart deepened. The place is remote, and today is Monday again. This police officer did not go to work early in the morning and ran to the mountains in the wilderness. It is absolutely impossible to say that he was passing by. But no matter what, this person did save him in danger. Chusan swallowed and said sincerely, Thank you very much. Chusan, you are an innocent person, so you can take care of yourself, Xie Jiahua said coldly. Don't associate with people you shouldn't associate with. Chusan immediately understood that this was related to the fight between Xiao Liuyi and other gangs, and this police officer not only knew the inside story, but even knew where he was being held. He was suspicious, but shut his mouth wisely, just gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Xie Jiahua sent him to the door of a nearby hospital and left without saying anything. Chusan limped into the hospital by himself, was put into a wheelchair by the nurse girl, and struggled as hard as he could before entering the operating room. Wait, I'll make a call first. A whole car of people watched helplessly as Big Boss Xia smashed the new cell phone again. Big Scar had knelt on the ground without daring to lift his head when he heard the fragments of the cell phone slapping down on his knee. Boss, Little Ma couldn't bear to say, looking at Xiao Liuyi's expression of pain in the cold. He wanted to say something to comfort the boss, but he was afraid that what he said would be too many mistakes, and at the same time he was afraid that Xiao Liuyi would really take his anger out on Big Scar Head. So he could only kick Big Scar Head severely, blaming him on the surface and trying to excuse him. Damn, it's all your fault. Do bad things with good intentions. With a sad face, Big Scar Head slapped himself. It's all my fault, boss, kill me. At this time, Xiao Liuyi really wanted to chop him twice, but he knew rationally that he couldn't take his anger out on him. Wearily waving his hand to signal him to go away, he slowly leaned back on the seat, covering his face with his limp right hand. A few hours ago, they were chatting on the beach watching the sunset. Chusan's warm touch still remained on his lips, and he bit it tightly, leaving a mouth full of rusty taste. His chest hurts uncomfortably, but he has nowhere to vent it. He felt that he was going crazy, But he couldn't be crazy at this moment. He could hardly imagine what would happen next. Taking a deep breath in pain, he forced himself to stay awake, thinking of any other ways to save the situation, but his mind was in a mess. Chusan, you bastard. Shouldn't have known him in the first place. You should have stabbed him to death with a stool leg. You shouldn't have had fun with him in the first place. You shouldn't have allowed him to get close in the first place. At first, ring ling ling. Everyone was startled and looked down at the broken body of the cell phone. Big Scar had stretched out his hand to pick it up, but there was no reaction at all. In the end, Little Ma hurriedly took out his cell phone from his body, and Chui Dongdong's urgent voice came from inside. Why can't the big boss get through? Little San has news. Chusan's right leg fracture was not serious, and he was pushed out after a plaster cast. He was lying on the hospital bed staring at the ceiling in a daze, when he heard screams and noises outside. There was chaos in the corridor. A bloody man pushed away passers-by and rushed in, kicked open the door, and rushed to Chusan's bed with a ferocious expression. Chusan's forehead was wrapped with a large gauze. His right leg was hung in the air, and the back of his hand was still dripping. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Liuyi, who was full of anger for some reason. Chusan stuttered in fright. Boss Liuyi, don't hit me. I hurt my head. Liuyi waved his hand. Grab Chusan's collar, lift his head and kiss him. Chusan, who was being gnawed so hard to breathe, groaned weaker and weaker, and Chui Dongdong, who rushed in behind, quickly turned around and blocked the door. It's all gone. What are you looking at? The underworld is cleared. Chapter 27. One more kiss. The fire in the dock warehouse has been extinguished. Police cars and fire engines have pulled up the cordon, and firefighters are carrying stretchers in and out. Xie Jiahua was wearing plastic gloves, bent over and lifted a white cloth, revealing the black figure underneath. A smell of burnt barbecue came to his face at the same time. The young policewoman next to him suddenly stuffed the folder in her hand onto the colleague next to her, covered her mouth, and ran away. After a while, there was a sound of vomiting in the distance. Xie Jiahua lifted the white cloth again without changing his expression, picked up a revolver that had been burned out of shape from under the corpse, and put it into the transparent evidence bag handed by the subordinate next to him. It said that Liuyi's right hand is injured and he can't use force. He should use a revolver. I'll take this to the forensic staff later to see if it can extract biological samples. Yes. He took off the gloves and threw them away, rubbed his temples with a frown. His temples throbbed with pain after working overtime for days and staying up all night. Thank you, sir. A colleague greeted from outside the cordon. Xie Jiahua walked over, but it was a clerk from the snack shop across the street. Sir, your milk tea has less sugar and your sandwich has eggs. I haven't ordered it. Someone invited you, and the money has already been paid. At this moment, Xie Jiahua's cell phone rang. He answered the phone with one hand and took the bag containing the sandwiches and milk tea with the other. Hey, the person on the other side of the phone was sitting in the snack bar drinking milk tea with 3 Band-Aids side by side on his cheeks, pretending that the slap marks were injured on duty as if nothing had happened, and said with a smile, Thank you, sir. Xie Jiahua's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he walked away a few steps to a place where no one was there. Why didn't Xie speak? Are you still angry with me? Xie Jiahua laughed back angrily. You deliberately released the news to Master Qiao, putting Chusan in danger just to cause a conflict between Shao Qi Tong and Wei society? Have you seriously investigated Chusan? Do you know I don't know if he is an innocent outsider? Do you have any bottom line in doing things? Thank you, sir. Don't be so harsh. I know you have someone on Xiao Air's side who can rescue Chusan, but I didn't expect Liuyi to come to pick on Xiao Air because of this. It seems that I guessed it right. The personal relationship between Liuyi and Chusan is really unusual. Lu Guangming. Xie Jiahua interrupted him angrily. Do you know that 9 people died in the fire just now? There was a pause over there, and then he said in a rather nonchalant tone. So many? Wei society and Shao Qi Tong have settled a big feud, and there will be a good show in the future. Lu Guangming. This is 9 lives. If the 2 factions fight, there will be more deaths in the future. These gangsters do all kinds of crimes and deserve what they deserve. Why should Xie sympathize with them? Isn't Sir just taking advantage of the opportunity of their two factions to find evidence of Liuyi and Xiaoer's crimes and bring them to justice? This is the big gift you gave me? You provoked disputes and wanted to fish in troubled waters. I'm afraid it's not because of my case, but because of your own case. I can catch fish too, and you can catch fish too. Our police officers are of one mind, and we benefit from each other. Lu Guangming. Xie Jiahua's cold tone was suddenly calm. Yes, sir. What's your order? Look up. Lu Guangming raised his head subconsciously, and the person standing in front of him who walked into the store at some point waved his hand. Crack. This time, he finally got his wish and was slapped on the other side of the face. Xie Jiahua threw down the unpopular milk tea and sandwiches and turned away. There was a buzzing in Lu Guangming's ears, and he froze against the wall for a while with his eyes darkened, before he slowly twisted his neck around. It's rough, he muttered. His cheeks were swollen, and he took another sip of milk tea with his teeth bared. Chusan lay in the hospital for less than 2 hours before he was packed up with plaster and transported back to the old lair of the underworld, Mr. Xia's village house. Wai Society and Shao Qi Tong are in dire straits now, and he can't go to his rented house and company for the time being. He originally planned to change jobs, so he simply called the company to report his illness and resigned, and then called Dad he'd lie about himself having to go on a business trip for a month, and then started to live a happy recuperation life. One leg is wrapped in plaster, which is very inconvenient, and he has to wait for people to eat, bathe, and go to the toilet. Little Ma volunteered to find a gold medal nanny to take care of the crippled he, but Xia Liuyi, who annoyed outsiders walking around the house the most, lifted up the ashtray and threw him and the nanny out together. I said you usually have a sharp mind. Why don't you have any eyesight at this time? Chui Dongdong brought a bottle of cold beer from the house and put it on Little Ma's forehead, laughing at him heartily, slapping the horse's ass on the horse's legs. Damn it, Little Ma said with a mournful face. Is that kid made of gold? Do you want us boss to serve him personally? Chui Dongdong looked at this straight man who hadn't realized it yet and could only sigh. It's all right. All right, there are bodyguards here. Save yourself some time and don't meddle in it. Little Ma clutched the beer bottle to his aching heart and drove away crying. Chusan, who finally managed to log in, was lying on Xia Liuyi's bed, listening to the sound of cars starting outside one after another. Knowing that everyone else had left, he couldn't help but raised his hands and made a V sign towards the ceiling. Well done, A-san. Thank you, Master Chiao. Xia Liuyi happened to open the door and come in at this time. Chusan quickly closed his hands and blocked his eyes, making a dazed look of being defeated by the sunlight outside the window. Boss Liuyi. Since Mr. Xia kissed the man forcibly, every time he met his eyes, he would subconsciously recognize and open his eyes. He walked to the window with a stiff expression, closed half of the curtains, and coughed. I asked Ainin and Asen to clean up the guest room. You live here temporarily, and you can go back after the matter is settled. Ainin and Asen are his current bodyguards. Chusan looked concerned. You haven't lived in the guest room for a long time, right? The two big brothers have worked hard to clean up. In fact, I'll sleep with you. I won't sleep in my bed. Damn Hie-san. I'm warning you not to make any progress. Boss Ya was half excited before realizing that what Chusan said next was, your sofa is fine. The two stared at each other for a while. Chusan turned his face away, trembling with his old appearance. Pain. I was wrong, Boss Liuyi. I stopped laughing. Don't step on me and hurt my leg. It hurts. Xia Liuyi was guarding he disabled in the bedroom and had just eaten 2 bites of takeaway when Chui Dongdong called. The elders asked her to contact the boss, saying that they would discuss a big plan together, but in fact they asked him to give an explanation. Xia Liuyi leaned against the head of the bed and habitually lit a cigarette. Although his tone was calm, his eyes stared at the corner with a chill. Book a private room in Lianxiang building, and I'll treat them to lunch. He hung up the phone and raised his head with a bad expression, only to see Chusan looking at him with chicken feet in his mouth. What are you looking at? Eat yours. Xia Liuyi was feeling irritable and didn't give him a good look. While cursing, he remembered that the doctor had told the patient not to touch alcohol and tobacco, and frowned and pinched the cigarette he just lit. Chusan lowered his head knowingly and silently picked up a chicken leg for him. Liuyi ate 8 bowls of beef entrails in the middle of the night, and just after a bloody battle in the morning, he felt sick when he saw the meat. Unappreciatively, he poured the chicken legs back into Chusan's bowl, got up and changed his clothes, opened the wardrobe drawer in front of Chusan, and took out a new gun and a row of bullets. I'm going out. The bodyguards are outside, call them to shit and pee. Chusan looked at him silently while planing rice, and finally said, Boss Liuyi, the people who saved me were the police. Liuyi paused for a moment with his hand that was loading the bullet, and turned to look at him slightly startled. What? The police knew what happened this time, and where I was being held. Liuyi frowned and looked at him, and pondered for a while. You have a good rest, and don't worry about other things. After taking a step towards the door, he stopped again, turned his head, and said fiercely, After the guest room is cleaned up, I'll get the hell out of here. The 2 bodyguards downstairs were standing side by side by the window basking in the sun. One of them wondered, Brother Sen, are we really not going to clean up the guest room? What if the boss blames me later? Asen, who followed Chui Dong Dong when he rushed into the hospital and wished he could destroy his memory so as not to be wiped out, sighed meaningfully. Do you think the big boss really wants us to clean up? Just put on a show. After a while, when the big boss asks, just tell him that the bed in the guest room is broken. Oh. Liuyi, who hadn't slept all night, arrived at the Lianxiang building with his eyes dark and black, and sure enough, there was another beating in the name of concern. Elders in Shao Chi Tong have been criticized for interfering in the conversation for a long time. More than 10 years ago, Azure Dragon was the crown prince. Because of his young age and unstable foundation, he was able to clear the obstacles and secure the position of leader with the support of several elders. Later, relying on the influence of the elders, they gradually gained a firm foothold in the Snapdragon Walled City. Although his wings gradually grew and he cultivated powerful confidants like Liuyi and Chui Dong Dong, the elders have secretly planted people in various places in the gang for many years, and the power is so entangled that it cannot be eliminated for a while. When Liuyi came to power, his external behavior was completely different from Azure Dragon's conservative and introverted, steady, but very ruthless and unruly, aggressive expansion, often did not listen to greetings, did not play cards according to common sense, and he changed blood in the gang several times. The elders were frustrated by their power, and they were even more dissatisfied with him, and they often cared and pointed out, but they received several times more red envelopes than before, so it was not good to directly say that he was not. Not long ago, Liuyi killed Fat Chi with great fanfare, and today he went against the wind to commit crimes and burn down the premises of Wei society. Before all the forces on the road could speak, the elders in Shao Chi Tong exploded. Xiaolu, you always say that you'll handle it yourself and don't allow old guys like us to interfere. But this time you offended not only the Wei society, but the entire He clan. Xiao Air, the eldest brother of the He clan factions, Master has a reputation on the road, and he has met the old boss in person. His identity and power are different from our small sect. How do you end up hitting his face from the sky to the ground like this? It was still Elder Gu who took the lead. Yeah, I heard that he kidnapped one of yours. Who is that? And it deserves your anger? Elder Chiu didn't know why. The great elder of the He clan still has some personal friendship with me. Otherwise I will ask him to talk to him tomorrow. Prince Duan pondered. Liuyi was smoking a cigarette on the chief seat with a normal face, without raising his eyes, and only listened to their words as farts. In the end, Uncle Yuan opened his mouth. Xiaolu, tell me. Liuyi finally made a move, pressed down the burnt cigarette, reached out, and took a cigar from Elder Ji's seat, and nodded slowly. 3 things, he said, taking the cigar out of his mouth and looking down at the reddish butt. First, the person Xiao Air arrested last night is my investment consultant. The red envelopes you get every month are all due to his contribution. Is he worth it? What do you think? Secondly, I know the current situation of Shao Chi Tong, and I hope you also know my Liuyi's current status in Jianghu. Today is different from the past, and Wei society is not as beautiful as you think. I dare to offend Xiao Air, because I can afford to offend him. But he should think about it, whether he can afford to offend me, Liuyi. He arrested my people first, and he is inhumane first, so it is reasonable for me to mess with him, Even the old boss would not be the master for him. Third, he sucked in his cigarette, exhaled it slowly, and glanced at all the elders present. I'm a big boss now. I think it's time to change some titles. Everyone present was speechless for a while. Liuyi stood up with a cigar in his mouth, and little Ma standing behind him stepped forward and put a black leather coat on him. Elders, take it easy. I still have something to do, so leave. Leaving the momentarily silent private room, Liuyi looked gloomy and strode towards the elevator and casually pressed the cigar that he had only smoked into the trash can next to the elevator. Let Chui Dongdong wait for me in Sandalwood Pavilion. Yes. Manager Chui prepared wonton noodles and iced lemon tea and waited for the boss in the general manager's office of Tanxianggo and expressed her warm greetings. Boss, little separation is better than new marriage. After we leave in the morning, you have made full use of your time to cool with the third son? What's so cool? Liuyi didn't react. TSK, what do you think? Fuck. Shut up. Chui Dongdong looked at him meaningfully with the eyes of, how old are you still shy? And stopped talking. Liuyi still couldn't eat much, so he closed the door and conspired with her one way or another, chattering for a while. Chui Dongdong was quite surprised by his decision. If this incident is really caused by police officers, you are indeed considerate in handling this matter, but you really can swallow this breath from Master Chiao's treatment of the third son? Liuyi sneered. There is no rush. When the time comes, I will naturally settle the score with Chiao Air. How to deal with the elders. You turned against them this time. Don't you worry about their rebellion? The company's shares and account books are in my hands. What kind of tricks can they do? I have given them enough face. The dividends I give them every year are several times the previous ones. I still give them shameless face. Don't blame me for turning my face. Keep the small things for them, and other business related to the gang, you will slowly take them out of their hands. Good. I have nothing else to do. I'm leaving. Liuyi frowned and yawned. Wait, Chui Dongdong motioned to a pack of paper bags on the table. Take that away. What? Liuyi walked over to open the paper bag. Then he stared at a pile of various styles of condoms and lubricating oil with a dark face. Chui Dongdong enthusiastically explained. The oil in the blue bottle is the best. It is refreshing and has less foam. But if you like more foam, then change to the green bottle. As soon as Liuyi picked up the bag and threw it out of the window, Chui Dongdong jumped up and said anxiously, Hey, it's fine to throw away the condom, but you will regret it if you throw away the oil. For sure. Hey, I really threw it away. Why? Bring this kind of thing again. Even if you are a woman, I will beat you. Are you out of your mind? You don't know a good heart. The boss is amazing? Do you dare to touch my mother? The bodyguards guarding outside could only hear the big boss and the deputy hall master suddenly turning against each other and scolding each other. In the end, Liuyi slammed the door and walked out. Chui Dongdong was still chasing after him, trying to play tricks. Why are you pretending to be a Puritan? You don't have the heart to let others suffocate with you? A dead chicken is enough to cover the rice. Liuyi paused, took off his coat, and began to roll up his sleeves, but was stopped by several bodyguards desperately. Boss, big boss. You have worked hard all day. Go back and rest early. Boss, big man. Good men are different from women. Liuyi was dragged out by the bodyguards. When Chui Dongdong cursed again, he looked back. Chui Dongdong stood at the door of the office and gave him the middle finger, then compared the other hand to scissors, and cut the middle finger with a click up. With a twitch of veins on Liuyi's forehead, he shook off the bodyguard and walked back. Mommy, the boss is fighting with Sister Dongdong. Go and find Brother Ma. Go. When Liuyi came home in the evening, there was a band-aid on his forehead, his hair was pulled to a mess, and his face was full of anger. Chusan thought that Boss Liuyi had gone to find revenge on Master Chiao in the afternoon, so he hurriedly dragged his plastered feet and jumped off the bed, only to grin his teeth in pain. Liuyi walked up with a dark face and carried him back to the bed. What's wrong with you? Chusan gasped in pain and touched his forehead with shaking hands. Who hit you? Liuyi blocked his hand and said impatiently. It's okay, just a small injury. He looked at the extra tomes on the bed. You didn't sleep? Have you had dinner yet? I'm worried about you. I can't sleep. Chusan persistently wanted to touch his face. We'll eat together when you come back. Liuyi slapped his dog paws off one by one and shouted outside. Asen, order takeaway. The two ate another meal in the bedroom. Liuyi was full of thoughts and ate carelessly. Chusan was affectionate, looked at him while eating, and took the big guy's face. Liuyi couldn't resist clapping his chopsticks. What are you looking at? Chusan dug his head into the rice, the corners of his mouth still upturned. Liuyi almost suspected that he was tortured by Master Qiao and was beaten stupidly. He looked at him carefully and frowned. How did Xiao Air treat you? Besides the head and feet, what else was injured? Chusan shook his head. I just hurt my head, and I hurt my foot when I was running away. Liuyi snorted coldly. Boss will avenge you. After Chusan heard this sentence, he knew that he hadn't sought revenge on Master Qiao yet, so he felt relieved. He honestly ate his food, but this time he didn't say anything like, I won't be your 49er, to upset the boss. Swallowing the meal with Liuyi's face, he was still a little worried. How are you going to fight him? It's none of your business. You just stay at home and recuperate honestly. It's forbidden to go out this month. Chusan didn't have any opinion about being adopted, but patiently persuaded. The police are already watching you, so don't act rashly, because it's not worth it for me to fight with him. Who said it was because of you? Boss Ya gave him a cold look. Chusan lowered his head and planed the rice. After a while, he said again, Boss Liuyi, I'm resigning this time. I'll go to your company to help you manage the accounts, okay? It's a white business. I don't care about black ones. Liuyi paused with his chopsticks. This is the second time that Chusan mentioned this matter to him. The last time he was at the beach, he just said it as a joke, but this time it sounded quite serious. Didn't this kid die before and didn't want to get involved with the underworld? He was suspicious, but he didn't raise his eyes to look at Chusan and casually took a bite of food. Why do you suddenly have this idea? Chusan had a calm expression and a natural tone. I want to help you. Besides, I have just worked for more than a year and have no experience. It is very difficult to find a new job. Liuyi scoffed. Even if he didn't know that Chusan was among the top performers in the company every month, he could guess that it would not be difficult for a person like him to find a new job. Can't you? Chusan heard his sneer, a little frustrated. You can't trust me? Liuyi finally looked up and saw that his face was full of hurt and disappointment, so he couldn't help but sneered again and knocked on his forehead with his chopsticks. Your boss Liuyi can't trust you? Who the hell are you living in now? Whose bed are you sitting on? Then can I help you? Liuyi took another bite of food, still looking casual. Let's talk about it. My company is a bit messy right now. Wait until I get rid of those old people. Chusan made a slightly aggrieved look, lowered his head, and continued to plan rice. However, he was thinking quickly in his heart, and felt that Liuyi's attitude was ambiguous, as if he was a little loose, and seemed to be perfunctory. Who are those old men? When can it be cleared out? Liuyi was chewing his mouth full of vegetables, glanced at him secretly, and was thinking quickly, I don't know what kind of plan this PUK guy Brat is planning again. Does he really want to be a sister-in-law? Want to enter the company to open a husband and wife file? Fucking insatiable, no way. I'm here in a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair. What's the matter with your fucking innocent stepping in? Get out as soon as possible. The two of them had their own ghosts in the room, full of affection, and they finished their meal in a hurry. After the meal, Chusan wanted to take a bath. He was locked up all night, and he had been groping in the forest for a while. His body was really uncomfortable. Liuyi helped him into the bathroom, put the hot water on, stripped him naked and threw him into the bathtub, lifted his plaster legs and hung them outside the bathtub, and left him to leave. As soon as he took 2 steps, he heard a heavy crash from behind, and then there was the sound of struggling and splashing into the water. Damn it! He rushed back to fish out Chusan, who was like a soaked chicken. Can the bathtub drown you? Cough, cough. I can't use my legs, and I can't sit still, Chusan said while coughing. Boss Ya could only move a stool and squat beside the bathtub to serve him. Chusan leaned on the edge of the bathtub to support his body, while Mr. Xia poured water on his body, made soap, and rubbed him with a bath cloth. Because he had never served anyone like this before, Mr. Xia's skills were terrible, and his strength could not be controlled much. Chusan was abused with a bath cloth, and he was full of purples and reds. Chusan sat in the steaming bathtub, enduring the pain without saying a word, staring at Liuyi without turning his eyes. The latter looked impatient, and his movements were rough and unfamiliar. but he was very focused. He stood up slightly, taking advantage of Xia Liuyi's focus on the bath cloth, and quietly put his palm on Xia Liuyi's side face, lightly pressed his fingertips on the corner of his mouth that was stained with moisture, and then moved his lips together. "Puk gaai Brat, I haven't brushed my teeth all day," Xia Liuyi said expressionlessly before he pressed his mouth. Chusan paused, stepped back a little distance, and looked at him eagerly. "Then what should I do? What should I do? Sit back for me," Xia Liuyi cursed in a rough voice. Chusan opened his watery eyes, tried his best to shake his injured leg, and said in that nasal, wounded voice, "But I want to kiss you." Xia Liuyi. He frowned and stared at Best Actor he who was about to start the show. His fierce eyes seemed to push his head into the water. Best Actor he remained calm in the face of danger, but blinked pitifully. Xia Liuyi. Xia Liuyi flushed and dropped the bath cloth, got up to brush his teeth, and threw the same cup and toothbrush to Chusan. 5 minutes later, he sat back down again, not only brushed his teeth, but also scrubbed his hot face vigorously, glaring at Chusan with tears all over his face. Chusan smiled brightly, and couldn't wait to come up and wrap his arms around his neck. The two kissed for a long time on the edge of the bathtub. Xia Liuyi dragged Chusan's sticky hair and cursed. "Damn. Don't get too tired with me. Tonight, go to the guest room and sleep. Hush, don't talk, your mouth is so sweet. Kiss again, Chapter 28. After taking a long time to wash Chusan, Xia Liuyi wrapped him in a bathrobe, carried him back like a load, threw it on his bed first, and then asked someone to ask. "The guest room has not been cleaned all afternoon, good. Report to the boss. The bed is broken," Anan said. "Is your brain broken? Do you want to cut it open? Won't you buy a new one?" Anan kept in mind his brother Sen's teachings, carefully trying to figure out what the boss wanted. "Report to the boss. The furniture store. It's closed at this time? Shut up your mother." Xia Liuyi threw him out with a pillow. "You're talking nonsense. Go clean up the sofa. Move this kid over there." "Yes." Anan fled in embarrassment with a pillow in his arms, slipped downstairs, and asked brother's son, "What should I do? Are you really moving?" Asen, who had already heard the movement above, said calmly, "Tell the boss that someone accidentally poured beer on the sofa just now." Who is so careless?" Asen stuffed the empty beer can into his hand. After taking the empty beer cans up, Xia Liuyi followed the house rules overnight, picked up a stick and beat up the two smart fools. Chusan put his plaster feet on a pillow and lay on Xia Liuyi's bed. Hearing the crackling sound of the spanking downstairs and the howling of the two heroes, he silently raised his hand to help the two who had never lived before. The eldest brother crossed himself, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. Xia Liuyi pushed the door open and entered the room with still anger remaining, and Chusan immediately let out a long breathing sound. "Don't pretend to be dead. Get up and drink milk." Xia Liuyi kicked the bed. Chusan obediently sat up and took the cup in his hand. After drinking, he moved Chusan inside a little bit, hugged another quilt, took off his coat and shoes and socks, didn't take a bath, wrapped himself in the quilt, and fell asleep. He was worried and anxious all night yesterday, and today he fought several times with wits and courage, so he was really tired. He fell asleep on his side with his back to Chusan. Chusan moved his body with difficulty, trying to get closer to him. As a result, Xia Liuyi moved his buttocks one by one to avoid going far away. "Go away," he cursed with his eyes closed. Chusan was as thick-skinned as a city wall, relying on the fact that he was injured. The chances of being beaten were not high, so he continued to rub against him. Xia Liuyi impatiently returned his hand and elbowed him, half asleep and half awake, muttering, "Fuck off. If I turn over in the middle of the night, I will crush your wounds." Before he finished speaking, he started snoring. Chusan behind him was stunned. It turned out that Xia Liuyi didn't want to share a bed with him because of this. He stared at Xia Liuyi's back in a daze for a while, and suddenly felt his eyes a little sore and stuffy. He didn't know what Xia Liuyi had experienced that night and day, but from the fierce and rough kiss in the hospital, he could feel the uncontrollable trembling, the fear and ecstasy of the other party. The emotional turmoil was far beyond his expectations. He really didn't know that he had reached such a point in Xia Liuyi's heart. He is like a rabbit squatting at the door of the big bad wolf's house, singing, "Little rabbit, be good, chained to his heart. He has been looking forward to this moment, never expecting it to come so fast and frenziedly. But when he really got to this point, he felt far more fear and apprehension than Liuyi. He used to take risks. It turned out that it was not just his own safety. If he hadn't found a chance to escape, if he hadn't been helped by the policeman on the way, if he had been seriously injured or even died, if something happened to him, it would be great for Xia. How cruel is June first to him? This person may wrap himself tightly into a shell and never open his heart to a third person for the rest of his life. Now he is not at all grateful for the rest of his life after the catastrophe. He only feels that he is stupid and impulsive, weak and unable to protect himself. He should pull Liuyi away from this bottomless mud, instead of being his burden and dragging him deeper. Chusan on this side is full of melancholy, tossing and turning, and Mr. Xia on the other side is not like him, who is full and has nothing to do. Turning over, he slapped Chusan on the chest, almost knocking out his lungs. Chusan saw his turning over in the middle of the night, with pain and joy, and in order to standardize his sleeping position and sleep soundly, he simply hugged him into his arms and wrapped his arms around him. As a result, Liuyi, who felt uncomfortable, put his elbow on his stomach and instantly bent into a shrimp. He almost choked and couldn't fall asleep at all. Liuyi slept heavily until the sun was up, feeling very comfortable, but he felt his chest was tight. He opened his eyes and looked down. Chusan's plaster leg was still resting on the pillow at the foot of the bed, but his entire upper body was nestled into his arms. His arms were wrapped around his waist, and his face was pressed against his chest. That was perfect. The little bird depends on the person. Boss Xia shuddered and pushed Chusan away with a slap. Chusan fell asleep almost at dawn, and his eyes were black and blue. He didn't wake up after being thrown away so roughly. He closed his eyes and came back sticky. He kept his lower body still and tried his best to bury his head into his shoulder, rubbed his hand against his chest, and pinched the little bump precisely. Liuyi shivered for the second time. At noon, Chusan's sleepy eyes were slack, and he brushed his teeth in front of the sink in the shape of a golden rooster. While brushing, he felt pain in his cheekbone, and half of his cheeks were slightly red, as if he had been slapped in his sleep. He always felt that when he was arrested, he was not beaten as much as last night. While sighing and feeling, he heard the roar of the motor downstairs, and Liuyi's car sped away. Liuyi smashed the place and burned the horses, and openly invited Master Chiao to the bathhouse the next day. Master Chiao is also a character. With the lessons learned from Fat Chi, he even dared to be alone with Liuyi. The two bosses sat down in the bathing pool with towels around them, waved their hands away from the left and right, and talked about business in the steam. Master Chiao is superior to Fat Chi in terms of qualifications, status, and status. Azure Dragon will honor him as the second master when he is alive. This time stealing the chicken was a waste of rice, and his face was soaked into paste. He really wanted to use some insidious means to make Liuyi disappear without leaving a trace. However, Liuyi came prepared, and a word on the phone aroused his interest. After the meeting, Liuyi slowly explained his interests, and while his face was gloomy, he had to admit that Liuyi was right. Although this incident was caused by the old enmity between the two sides, the fuse of the outbreak was very strange. Someone wanted to use hostages to lead the two sides to fight each other, and finally the fishermen benefited. They really can't be impulsive, fight endlessly, and foolishly fall into other people's traps. In his eyes, Fat Chi is a complete idiot. He has no ability at all. He can only make noise and cause trouble, seeing Big Boss Sha in jail. Without warning, he has an affair with Liuyi, and intends to do it by crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Inspector Hua. Which new inspector will associate with the He clan in the future? Fortunately, Fat Chi was killed by Liuyi, which not only saved Master Chiao from the trouble of being covered in mud, but also took advantage of the trend to push all the fault and hatred on Liuyi. He didn't feel any sadness about Fat Chi's death, but the reason for his real grudge was that Liuyi, who was unknown in the past, blatantly challenged He Sheng Gang and saved his face. He originally wanted to use the name of revenge to dismantle Shao Qitong's forces, but after yesterday's farce and Liuyi's immediate statement, He realized that this seemingly immature young man was indeed a character that should not be underestimated. It was not as easy as he expected to wipe out Xiao Qi Tong. This person is young but thoughtful, decisive and ruthless in his actions, but he can still be flexible, forbear, and calm. Under such a fierce conflict, he can calmly analyze the pros and cons to him, trying to turn hostility into friendship. No wonder he was able to lead Xiao Qi Tong out of the Snapdragon Walled City in just 2 or 3 years, and its momentum has grown to the point it is today. He looked playfully at Xia Liuyi's upper body, which was soaked in smog and was soaked red, and at the scars on the firm and smooth texture, trying to see how ambitious this newborn calf was and whether it had the ability to bite. The ability of a dead tiger. Xia Liuyi met his gaze calmly, seemingly patiently waiting for his reply, but actually absent-mindedly deserted, planning to take Chusan to the pool to soak him when he recovered from his injury. Soak it soft and then steam it again. Find a massage therapist who ravages him until he cries for his mother. The skin and cartilage are crispy. Then chop it up and feed it to the dog. Street boy? Fucking annoying his boss all day long. 30%. Master Chow finally said. Xia Liuyi slightly raised his eyebrows. You? Xia Liuyi chuckled. Master Chow, the Snapdragon Walled City has been demolished in the past few years. The government has stepped up anti-drug efforts, and the way to buy goods has been cut off. I heard that after Big Boss Shah was arrested, you should find a monk instead. You must know how poor the quality of the goods is. My goods are of high purity, few in Hong Kong can match them. Now I sincerely cooperate with you. Please hold your hand high and leave it to my brothers. Some benefits. Master Chow squinted at him. How much do you want? Xia Liuyi smiled again, but his tone was respectful. 45%. The other half is for the younger generation to respect you. I hope you will have a happy cooperation in the future. Deal. Master Chow is really refreshing. Young people are awesome, and you are not bad. After the discussion was completed, the two big men got out of the water together, and the bodyguards from both sides immediately came in and put on bathrobes for them. Master Chow squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Liuyi, who respectfully bowed down. Master Chow, please go first. He watched Master Chow get out of the bathhouse, surrounded by several subordinates. The corners of his mouth drooped, his face darkened. Little Ma came in from the outside and spat in the direction Master Chow left. You son of a bitch. You only deserve to be licked by our boss. Okay, Xia Liuyi said in disgust, took off his bathrobe, and went into the water again. Call a scrub master. Hey, boss, can I rub it for you? Go back and show me the scene. Also, assign 2 nightclubs to Big Scar Head. You can concentrate on the head office and go to Thailand with me at the end of the year. Yes. The Xiao Qi Tong and Liuyi Society, which seemed to be in dire straits, just laughed away their grievances the next day, which really surprised many heroes in the rivers and lakes who were waiting to watch the excitement. However, when the news reached Xie Jiahua's ears, he just stopped for a while, and then drank the boiled water in the cup expressionlessly. You're not surprised that Master Chow made peace with Xia Double Knife? Said his informant, a gangster with silver nails all over his ears, nose and eyebrows. At this time, they were in a disco owned by Liuyi Society. The music made the ground tremble. The dance floor was crowded with people, and no one could hear what they were talking about. Xie Jiahua was wearing a black leather jacket and jeans with holes, and had a pungent hair oil on his hair. He was also dressed like a gangster. He shook his head calmly. Xiao Er and Xia Liuyi are both very scheming people. A conflict at this time is not good for both parties. They won't be so impulsive. That's right. I think Master Chow was also confused for a while before. He actually believed that kid was Xia Double Knife's concubine, and tied him up to threaten Xia Double Knife. Ha ha ha. How could Xia Double Knife like men? Such stupid news. I don't know who made it up to fool Master Chow. Xie Jiahua put a roll of money under the cup and stood up. Thank you for helping me find out where the Tibetans are. You not only saved an innocent citizen, but also prevented a melee that would involve countless people. Let's go. Make an appointment next time, and you should be careful in everything. Hi. What can happen to a small character like me? This night, the demons danced wildly and carnivalied until late at night. Under the dim moonlight, the drunken bastard swayed and walked against the wall while humming. In the dim light, only the muffled sounds of fists and kicks and the faint screams of being gagged were heard. After a while, There was only the sound of sacks containing heavy objects being dragged on the ground. Shaking hands with Master Xiao and making peace, after the security threat was resolved, Liuyi sent someone to Chusan's rented house to bring him some daily necessities. Hidden camera. The bodyguard turned around and reported the matter to Liuyi in detail. Big Boss Xia got angry when he heard the camera, and that night he found a bruise's master to ravage Chusan. He was willing to cry for his father and mother, but looking at the cold sweat, it should be miserable. After the tragedy, Chusan was indeed opened up a little bit of Ren and Du's second channel, and felt that his ears and eyes were clear, and his mind was not as dizzy as the previous few days. As soon as he was in good spirits, he began to think about work matters. Liuyi played Tai Chi with him leisurely, but he still refused to let him enter the company to manage the accounts. He began to start with the people around Liuyi, trying to learn more about it. Sitting in a wheelchair, he cooked 2 simple meals for Anan, the bodyguard who took care of him, and set up a lot of working and living habits of big bosses, but Anan didn't know much about it. Liuyi is usually careless and lazy, seems to be in harmony with his subordinates, but he has never leaked water in confidential matters and has strict discipline. As a last resort, he could only sidestep to a higher level. Cui Dongdong chatted with the boss in the office this day and mentioned, "What's the matter with the young man recently? He keeps asking me about the company. Do you want to use him?" Liuyi snorted coldly with a cigarette in his mouth. "Don't pay attention to him. I really lack people," Cui Dongdong said. "There are not many educated brothers in the gang, and I need a deputy to manage the accounts. Look for someone who is missing." Liuyi flicked the cigarette ash. "That PUK guy Brat, let him go as far as he wants. I know you want to protect him," Cui Dongdong said. "But he is so close to you, and one day your relationship will be seen. Master Qiao arrested him today, and there will be others in the future. After all, he doesn't have to worry about working outside, so it's better to be safe in front of his eyes. Besides, he is really smart and capable, so you let him take care of our serious business." "Okay." Liuyi interrupted her impatiently. "What can you tell? I have nothing to do with him. I won't mention this matter in the future." Cui Dongdong despised him for his nonsense, and it was not easy to talk back to the boss, so he left with disdain. Turning around and telling Chusan candidly, Chusan didn't show any surprises. "Well, I know, Sister Dongdong," he said with a low eyebrow. "It's nothing. I'll just find another job. He's just a dead chicken." Cui Dongdong said disdainfully. "He's always been shy when it comes to emotional matters. What's wrong with liking a man? I've been in love with girls for more than 10 years. Who would dare to say something nasty to me?" Chusan comforted her and said, "After all, there are not many people who live as open and unrestrained as Sister Dongdong." Even though he himself had the guts to pursue Liuyi fiercely, he didn't have the guts to go home and come out with his father immediately. Cui Dongdong raised the corners of his lips proudly and snorted. After being praised so sincerely, he feels more and more that the third son looks pleasing to the eye. "You are a brave and careful boy, my sister told you. Don't procrastinate on some things, don't hesitate. You and the boss are that, no? Which one?" Chusan looked blank. "Oh, that." Cui Dongdong poked a finger into the circle made by the other hand with a gossiping expression of, "What are you pretending to be?" Chusan lowered her head shyly. "Well, no. My injury is not healed yet." Cui Dongdong showed a smile of, "as expected," and the fox eyes narrowed. "Sister Dongdong has some good things for you. You should save them and study them until you get better." Hee. Best actor, he laughed with her. His smile was shy. "Thank you, Sister Dongdong, hee." Chapter 29. Are you going to sell durians? It took 2 months for Chusan's plaster leg to be removed. Liuyi is busy with affairs these days, so he doesn't have much time to accompany him. He reads books and grows grass at home all day long, enjoying himself. The bodyguard saw that he loved to plant in the yard and wanted to help him buy some precious flowers and plants, but he refused with his plaster leg. He tied Liuyi's martial arts stick to the shovel, made a special shovel for people in wheelchairs, and found a long tongs. Wild flowers and weeds are planted in front of the small building. This summer, when Liuyi came back in the evening on June 1st, when he got out of the car, he saw another row of dogtail grass growing crookedly in the yard. "What the hell?" Little Ma, leading the way, scolded. "Why do you keep planting such shabby things in the boss's yard? Shovel them all away. Shovel them away." Fuck you. Xia Liuyi kicked him away from behind, motioning to the bodyguards. Make a fence around it. Little Ma saw the big brother protecting the calf so well, his heart was bitter and cold, and he followed the big brother inside with a mournful face. Chusan was resting on the sofa in the living room with a book and his eyes closed. When he heard Xia Liuyi coming in, he opened his eyes and smiled. Boss Liuyi is back. Have you eaten? There is hot porridge. Brother Ma, he greeted after seeing the people behind. Little Ma stared at him full of hatred, while Chusan looked innocent and dazed. Carry him upstairs, Xia Liuyi instructed Asen and Anan. Then go and guard outside the door. He cleaned up the idlers and others, and sat on the sofa to explain important matters to Little Ma. Chusan poked his head upstairs, tried his best, but could only faintly hear words such as Chiang Mai and Jade Guanyin. Xia Liuyi chatted with Little Ma for half an hour, and finally drove him away. He went into the kitchen to scoop up a bowl of fish porridge, looked at a can of meat floss on the cabinet, casually sprinkled some in it, and sucked it while holding the bowl. While eating breathlessly, he went upstairs. Chusan hugged his book and sat on the bed in a well-behaved manner, looking like he was reading it seriously. Seeing Xia Liuyi come in while eating, he said, Boss Liuyi, there are still vegetables left in the pot. Xia Liuyi shook his head with a spoon in his mouth, casually put the half-eaten bowl on the bedside, threw the spoon into it, and took a bottle of beer from the small freezer below. Chusan simply didn't know how he got this habit of eating dinner abnormally, taking a few mouthfuls of porridge and then drinking beer. Living here for more than a month, he has a deeper understanding of how Xia Liuyi lives the private life of the gang boss like shit. Sleep time is upside down, eating habits are messy, and he smokes, drinks, and chews snacks when he is happy or unhappy. In the middle of the night, it was already December and he was still wearing a vest to sleep. He turned over at night and kicked the quilt to pieces. The first time Chusan visited him, he patted him on the shoulder with a look of hard work. Little San, come on, don't leave after you move in. It's up to you to save the boss. With the ultimate mission of saving the boss, Chusan struggled to move himself over with his plastered legs, snatched the beer bottle from Big Boss Xia's hand, took it back to the refrigerator, and comforted him before he exploded. Boss Liuyi, I hurt my leg and can't drink. You can't take my fart. Xia Liuyi felt baffled, and Chusan turned his head and kissed loudly before he finished scolding. Boo. Alcohol is contagious when kissing. The educated man explained righteously after eating the tofu. Fart. Chusan earnestly persuaded the boss to give up the beer and eat the cookies he baked himself in the afternoon. Although the shape and color of the thing were weird, it was fragrant and crunchy after eating. Xia Liuyi was chewing biscuits while gulping down the milk that Chusan took out from the freezer and asked vaguely, Are you removing the plaster tomorrow? Oh. Xia Liuyi's puffy cheeks paused. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, and I'll be back before Christmas. Let Dong Dong accompany you to the hospital then. Where to? Xia Liuyi looked up at him, with a calm expression. Don't worry about it so much. Also, don't keep talking to Anan. He is stupid, worried about leaking, and can't sleep because of worrying every day. Chusan blinked. No wonder Anan hid when he saw him recently. Boss Liuyi. He didn't want to hide Xia Liuyi, so he simply confessed honestly. I want to join your company, and I also want to persuade you not to go to Thailand. Is it because of the white flower business that Master Chiao is willing to cooperate with you? You went to Thailand to meet over there. Xia Liuyi couldn't eat anymore, and forced to swallow the food in his mouth. He finally said in a deep voice, You are too strict. Chusan lowered his eyes and looked at the remaining half of the cookie in Xia Liuyi's hand. Have you considered laundering? With the current assets of Shao Chi Tong, it can be run properly, and there is no need for you to do such a thing again. Shut up. Xia Liuyi interrupted him with a frown, suppressing his anger. I let you live in, not to tell me what to do with me. Chusan paused for a while, but still tried to finish the sentence. Actually, there can be other things. Xia Liuyi slammed the biscuit in his hand onto the bedside table, and the crumbs splashed all over the floor. Chusan closed his mouth knowingly, lowered his eyes, and silently looked at the ground. Xia Liuyi rubbed the cookie crumbs on his hands vigorously, stretched out his hand to the milk on the bedside table irritably, turned around halfway, opened the freezer, and took another bottle of beer. Boss Liuyi, Chusan said again at this time. I'm not your kitten or puppy, and I don't want to be your secret lover, and I don't want to stay out of it and worry about your safety all the time. I know Xiao Qitong's background and current situation are complicated, and it is difficult to stop those businesses, but I said shut up. Xiao Liuyi slapped the beer on the bedside table. The wine bottle stood firmly on the cabinet, and there was only a muffled sound, but a crack snaked on the glass, and the wine gurgled out, with the cabinet and the carpet. Chusan closed his mouth again. I've known for a long time what you've been sneaking up on. Xiao Liuyi growled. Don't play Jesus in front of me. Don't try to educate me. I'm a rotten asshole. If you don't like me, get out. The room was silent for a while, only the sound of wine splashing on the carpet. After a long time, Chusan opened his lips slightly. Xiao Liuyi thought he was going to say something without fear of death, so he clenched his fists, but he just whispered, I want to take a bath, can I? With a sullen face, Xiao Liuyi opened the door and called the bodyguards to come up, tidy up, and carry Chusan to take a bath. Asen, who was in charge of scrubbing the sister-in-law, was trembling. He rubbed soap on Chusan's back without looking away and asked him in a low voice, Mr. He, did you quarrel with the boss? It's nothing. Chusan was very calm. He had expected that Xiao Liuyi would be unhappy, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly lose his temper, and he didn't even want to listen to him. He didn't feel particularly depressed after getting off to a bad start. Xiao Liuyi is the one who is shrewd and calm on the outside, arrogant and violent to those close to him, who doesn't understand if he doesn't understand. Xiao Liuyi didn't receive any education when he was a child. He was adopted by gangsters when he was young. He rolled in the sewage pool since he was a child, and he was fascinated by the mess. He understands that Xiao Liuyi's temper tantrum drives him away and asks him to mind his own business. Apart from the fact that he doesn't like to be judged, there is also the reason why he doesn't want him to know more and drag him into trouble. It's just that he didn't understand why Xiao Liuyi insisted on going down the wrong path, and couldn't even mention the matter of whitewashing. He was concentrating on this matter. Asen saw that his head was sullen and said nothing, and he thought he was saddened by the quarrel. After struggling for a long time, he tried to comfort his sister-in-law awkwardly. You cough, don't worry. Boss, it's very emotional. Last time you were arrested, he was really worried about you, and he won't turn against you just because of such a trivial matter, cough. Thank you, brother son, Mrs. He said sincerely. By the way, I would like to trouble you with something. You will send me downstairs to the sofa in a while, and make more noise. Huh, the boss didn't tell you to sleep on the sofa. Do me a favor, please. Asen did as he said, and asked Anan to come up, tidy up the sofa, and carry people with great fanfare, and wanted to move Chusan downstairs, who provoked the boss's anger and felt shameless on the boss's bed. As a result, Xiao Liuyi, who heard the movement, came out with a dark face, raised his hand to stop Asen and Anan, slapped the pillow on Chusan's head hard, and carried him back unconscious. Chusan timidly pretended to be dead on the boss's bed and was woke up by Xiao Liuyi's pillow and said irritably, Actor He, cut. Best actor. He opened his eyes in response, looked at Xiao Liuyi's jet-black complexion, and apologized first. Boss Liuyi, I'm sorry. Xiao Liuyi snorted coldly. I'm sorry for what? I shouldn't have reasoned with you. Smack. This time, he was completely dizzy from being photographed, and Chusan tore off the quilt in a half-dream and half-awake state, and simply pretended to be dead and fell asleep. Xiao Liuyi turned off the light, pulled another quilt, turned his back to him, and whispered in the dark, I'll pretend you didn't tell me about the past, and don't use any means to inquire about my company's affairs in the future. You can honestly recuperate here. Don't listen to what you shouldn't listen to. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Chusan hummed in a daze, but he remembered his dad's teaching in his head. The underworld is uneducated. Are you uneducated? Should save the country with curves, find another way, and close his eyes while comforting himself like this. He quietly stretched out his hand from his quilt, slowly groped into Xiao Liuyi's quilt, rested his fingertips on Xiao Liuyi's warm back, and fell asleep peacefully. When Chusan woke up the next morning, the blanket around him was already cold. Xiao Liuyi flew to Thailand early in the morning and didn't even leave him a word. It's just that when he was looking at the mirror with sleepy eyes and was about to brush his teeth, he noticed a suspicious white mark on the corner of his lips. Sticking out his tongue and licking it, he sighed. Boss Liuyi didn't eat breakfast again, just drank a glass of iced milk before going out. At noon, Chui Dongdong drove to pick He Chusan to the hospital. What He Chusan meant was that he could go by himself, without delaying her time, Sister Dongdong. Chui Dongdong said no delay, no delay. The boss gave special instructions when he was leaving, and the year-end red envelope will be deducted if something happens. You pity Sister Dongdong. The plaster plate was removed at the hospital. The doctor said that He Chusan was recovering well, but at least he would have to use crutches for another month or two. So the wheelchair was removed. He Chusan transformed into a crutch user and followed Chui Dongdong out of the hospital with a limp. Go back now, Chui Dongdong said. Do you want to go out and get some fresh air? He Chusan was bored at home for 2 months and happily went with him. Then let me delay you for a while, Sister Dongdong. Chui Dongdong drove him to Repulse Bay and had afternoon tea at the terrace restaurant. The old English-style decoration and the nostalgic ceiling fan that rotates slowly above the head. Even the waiters walk gracefully, courteously, and elegantly. And He Chusan saw Chui Dongdong tearing off his tie and rolling up his sleeves. A gust of wind swept away the 3-story dessert tower in the blink of an eye, only holding an iced coffee and watching her in a daze. Chui Dongdong ate the last salmon roll, and while calling the waiter to review the menu, he said, "What are you looking at? Just say what you want. Sister Dongdong, what's your secret to keeping fit? What do you know?" Chui Dongdong sighed. "Recently, Xiao Luo insisted that I have a small belly, so what kind of nutritious meal do I make at home? I drink porridge and vegetables every day. My mother is starving to death." He Chusan glanced at her belly after stuffing 3 plates of desserts and thought again and again. Actually, will you get too close to the pretty girls outside one day, or come home too late? Chui Dongdong thought for a long time. His eyes widened like thunder, and he suddenly realized. Fuck, no wonder I still have diarrhea for 3 days. He Chusan silently worshipped this good girl who dared to ravage Vice Hall Master Chui from the bottom of his heart, and while guarding Chui Dongdong, he ate 2 expensive cakes that he could not name. Chui Dongdong finally ate and drank enough, picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth, raised the spoon to cut his hair, trimmed his neckline, and looked like a jade tree facing the wind again. Throwing away the napkin, she lit a cigar, leaned back on the seat comfortably with a cigarette in her mouth, and said seriously, "Okay, let's talk. HM, I know you have something to ask." He Chusan lowered his head and carefully cut off a corner of his own piece of cake. "Sister Dongdong, is it possible for Xiao Qi Tong to be whitewashed?" Chui Dongdong frowned slightly. "Did you ask the boss this morning?" "Last night." "TSK, no wonder his face was so dark when he left today." Chui Dongdong knocked lightly on the rim of his leftover red wine glass, knocking off some soot. "Little San, you are innocent, unlike us, but don't expect us to be like you. People can't help themselves in the rivers and lakes. We fought through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and finally came to the present. How can we look back?" She puffed out the smoke slowly. "I know you don't like us selling that the most, but there is a market if there is demand. Hong Kong is a mess, and we can't blame the underworld. Some people just want to degenerate, and we are just kind enough to help forget it. Xiao Qi Tong was born in Snapdragon Walled City. If you leave this old line of work, you will be a fart in the Jianghu. Don't talk about the distance, just talk about the near. Without this stuff, Master Qiao is willing to cooperate with us? Below are a few hundred brothers waiting to be fed. His mouth is all open. You don't want the boss to sell this. Why sell durians? He's riding a tiger right now." When He Chusan heard her nonsense, he was quite emotional, thinking that Vice Hall Master Chui was worthy of being a dog-headed military advisor for the big boss. And he was very eloquent when he talked about fallacies and magic, which was much higher than the big guy who could only throw the table and blow his hair. He looked at the sea covered by palm trees outside the window, and a thought popped into his mind like a surfboard breaking through the calm sea. Riding a tiger? If the tiger's legs were chopped off and its teeth pulled out, what else could Liuyi ride? He Chusan and Vice Hall Master Chui enjoyed this pleasant and beautiful afternoon tea time by the seaside. In the end, Chui Dongdong said he would send him back to the village house, but he wanted to go back to his father's house. "I haven't been back for 2 months. Dad should miss me," he said. Dad, he didn't just miss his son. He opened the door and found that his son, who sent him safety messages on the pager every day, was leaning on crutches. It was obviously broken when he touched it, and he dared to lie to him that he fell it yesterday. picking up a feather duster like whipping around. Chusan, who has been a good student since childhood, was slapped by his father for the first time in his life. He was beaten to a disgraced face. He dared not hide or run away. Dad, he couldn't bear his son's pretentiousness, so he slapped his ass with a duster. And Chusan finally screamed out, "Dad, I was wrong." Chusan was so painful that his eyes were filled with tears. As expected of his own father, he smoked much harder than Boss Liuyi. "Where's it wrong?" Dad, he, who had been honest and cautious all his life and loved his son so much, roared for the first time in his life. "Dad, why do you talk like Liu?" "Then who?" Chusan muttered. "What? I was wrong, Dad. I was hit by someone's car. I broke my leg and stayed in the hospital. I was afraid that you would worry, so I didn't tell you clearly. I'm afraid I worry. I'm afraid I worry." Dad, he scolded and continued to beat him. "You just try to be brave by yourself. Live in the hospital alone. No one to take care of you. Dad, I don't have time. Dad, I don't have energy. It's just a broken leg. Even if you're a paraplegic, your dad can carry you back. Dad, Dad." Chusan called out aggrievedly. He couldn't stand the beating. His legs hurt from standing for so long. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Someone took care of me. I think since there are people, don't let you work hard anymore. Let me say that I am not doing well." Dad, he rolled his eyes and twitched his forehead lightly for the last time. "Say, who will take care of you? Cough. Girlfriend. Fart." Daddy spit on his face. "Xiao, he broke up with you a long time ago. In the past 2 months, I have had a hot fight with Wei in Uncle Ahua's shop. Aunt Ahua has nagged me 3 times already. You're going to get sores on the top of your head wearing this green hat. Ahem. New girlfriend. A bastard who loves the new and dislikes the old." Dad, he threw away the feather duster and slapped him with a big slap. "Dad taught you to be so frivolous. Dad taught you to be so frivolous. Disgraceful. Ruin the family tradition." Chusan was so dizzy from the beating that he didn't regain his strength until it was time for dinner, and he took a bite of his rice bowl and planed the rice with a dull expression. "San," Daddy told him. "Eat more." "I ate some in the afternoon," Chusan said blankly. "Your girlfriend," said Dad, he, drinking a small wine. "When will you take her home and show it to your dad? Won't we break up in the future?" "There is no sign of horoscope, Dad." Chusan still used the same old saying. "With a wife, forget about Dad. You bastard." Dad, he muttered and criticized and educated him again. Under heavy pressure, Chusan was forced to change his mind. He promised to live at home honestly until he recovered from his injury and never go out to fool around with his girlfriend again. It's just that he answered the phone after dinner, and when he saw the number, he limped into the toilet like a rabbit. No matter how Dad he looked at it, he felt that his son's sneaky expression was a shame. Chusan clutched his phone and closed the toilet door and asked in a low voice, "Boss Liuyi?" Xia Liuyi was quite noisy, as if it's some kind of carnival, but the vocals and singing in the background were in foreign languages, so he couldn't hear what Xia Liuyi was saying. Chusan could only shout loudly, "Have you arrived in Thailand? Have you had dinner yet?" "San, the walls of the house are thin, and your dad is making noise. Dad, go out for a walk, go." Chusan poked his head out and pleaded sincerely. Dad, he glared at him angrily and reluctantly slammed the door and left under his son's pleading eyes. "Boss Liuyi?" Chusan called again with confidence. Xia Liuyi had been waiting there silently and finally said at this moment, "San." Chusan heard something wrong with his tone. "Are you drunk? Have you removed your plaster cast? What did the doctor say?" Xia Liuyi interrupted him. Chusan reported the truth, but he didn't hear Xia Liuyi's response for a long time. "Boss Liuyi." The person over there snorted in a daze in his sleep and then woke up. "What's the matter?" "Who?" "It's me, Boss Liuyi. Puk gaai Brat. Have you removed your plaster cast? What did the doctor say?" Chusan, who had been talking for nothing, couldn't laugh or cry. "You're drunk, don't stay there. Go back to the hotel and sleep. Don't worry about me, Puk gaai Brat." Xia Liuyi scolded angrily and then fell into a drowsiness again. "Wait for your boss, Liuyi. Come back to deal with you. Stay away from me. Do not come." Chusan was baffled and wanted to say something. Xia Liuyi suddenly switched to Thai. There was a rustling sound, and then a heavy sound, accompanied by creaking noises. Xia Liuyi was half sobered up by a pair of breasts rubbing against him. He stared dumbfounded at the phone on the ground that was crushed by the high heels. He was stunned for a while before cursing in Thai. Xiaoyu, you bastard. Who are you calling? What are you talking about? The lady boy riding on him said lazily, rubbing against him with her half-boobed lower body. You will be allowed to make a call after drinking 3 more glasses. Screw. Liuyi scolded. I was trampled by you. I'll pay you one. The lady boy with flirtatious makeup pressed his lips with bright red nails. Your mouth is really annoying. Everyone loves me, but you like to scold others. Everyone is afraid of you. Liuyi pushed him off. Don't rub me with fake breasts. Her boobs are real. Yu Guanyin fell on the sofa because the proud E-cup was questioned, and the sofa rolled over and splashed. You hate it. If you treat others like this again, they will not take you to see Godfather. If you don't take me with you, I'll go back. I delayed my Godfather's good deeds, and you see how he treats you. Liuyi worshipped the same Godfather as him, afraid of him. Yu Guanyin failed to threaten and was dissatisfied with his desires. He tossed and turned on the sofa and flirted like a cat. His subordinates, big and small, and more than a dozen bodyguards, none of them dared to come up to persuade him. In the end, it was Liuyi who was impatient and personally picked him up by the waist, beat and scolded each other all the way, and just sent him into the car outside the door. The Bentley car came out of the red light district, turned left and right, and drove for almost an hour. It changed into another unremarkable pickup truck in a factory in the suburbs, and then drove around for another half an hour before entering an underground club. Why did you change places? Liuyi asked Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin pinched a cigarette with her slender red nails and gracefully spit out a white circle. Interpol is eyeing Godfather. Is everything okay? No. Yu Guanyin leaned on him and stretched and spat out a white circle on his face. I planted 2 undercover agents in half a year, and I skinned them all. One of them is so exciting. He seduced me as soon as he came. She smiled lowly. When he was on the bed, his waist moved like a motor, but he was so excited. Then I peeled his skin, and I took his thing and did this. She raised her orchid finger and pulled out a keychain from the small purse, on which was hung a soft thing, a piece of penis skin that had been cut off and sewn into strips. Liuyi was used to such perverts like him, and turned away indifferently, not bothering to look at him. But Yu Guanyin didn't waste this opportunity to tease him, put a thigh on him, and said in a hot breath, Hey, when will you come with him? I think your place is better than him. He tore off the belt, put his icy hands into Liuyi's pants, and squinted his eyes to savor Liuyi's expression. But Liuyi was unmoved, and looked at him indifferently. Yu Guanyin teased and played around, but he didn't react at all as before, and climbed down from him in frustration. What? You are so boring. Men are not interested, and women are not interested. Both men and women, you're not interested either. You're not impotent, are you? Liuyi snorted. What do you think? Yu Guanyin also snorted. Who can make you hard? I will give him a Nobel Prize in medicine. Chusan, who was leaning against the toilet, suddenly sneezed. He didn't know that he was about to end up with a world-class award, and he was still persevering in making trouble with the phone he couldn't get through. Chapter 30. Whereas arresting someone, it is clearly stealing someone. Liuyi's godfather, according to Azure Dragon's introduction to Liuyi back then, was originally a subordinate of Kowloon, a big drug lord in the Golden Triangle area. He was paralyzed in the lower limbs during a war with the Burmese government more than 10 years ago. He lived in seclusion in Thailand under the pseudonym Jean Methria and acted as an agent of Kowloon's drug business in Southeast Asia. When Azure Dragon's father was in exile in the Golden Triangle when he was young, he had rescued him during a turmoil. The two swore brothers, and Azure Dragon was his nephew. Liuyi was brought to Thailand by Azure Dragon when he was 20 years old. Seeing that he was smart and clever and was strongly recommended by Azure Dragon, Jean Methria recognized him as his godson. In addition to Liuyi, Jean Methria has 4 godsons by his side, known as the 4 Great Bodhisattvas. Thailand traditionally believes in Theravada Buddhism and only worships Sakyamuni. There is no other bodhisattva, but Jean Methria has half of Chinese blood, believes in Mahayana Buddhism, not only pretending to donate money to build a few Chinese Buddhist temples, but also adopted 4 orphans with wigs and kindness, raised them into 4 beasts that serve as minions, and gave them the title of Bodhisattva alias Ksitigarbha, Puxian, Manjusri, and Yuguanyin respectively. Among them, the youngest son Jade Guanyin is the most favored one. Jean Mithria's identity is secretive, and the dragon never sees the end. Usually, it is Yuguanyin who comes out on his behalf and conveys the will. Only with Xia Liuyi's status can he get the guidance of Yuguanyin and meet him as an old man with many twists and turns. Jean Mithria is cautious and cautious. Although he said that he trusted Xia Liuyi as much as he trusted Azure Dragon, even though he recognized Xia Liuyi as his godson, but Azure Dragon died suddenly more than 2 years ago. They sent people to Hong Kong to investigate and found out that Su Ying was the cause of the trouble, so they reassociated with Xia Liuyi. Xia Liuyi understood that he was on guard against him, and he was cautious when interacting with him, with a low-browed and humble appearance. Xia Liuyi's demand for goods has increased significantly this time, and the transaction method has also changed. Jean Mithria is alert, so he will not be able to interrogate him a few more times. In addition, the two have not seen each other for a year, so as elders, they should show more kindness and care. Xia Liuyi stayed in his reception room for more than half an hour after discussing and caring. Yuguanyin's cheeks were slightly red. Her skirt had been torn off by someone, and she was lying on the sofa outside with her thighs bare, holding up the mirror to put on lipstick for herself. Seeing Xia Liuyi open the door calmly, she rushed forward with a groan. Ordinary people are sweating profusely when they come out. She brushed Xia Liuyi's hair and whispered coquettishly, "Why did you have nothing to do when you met your godfather? Godfather let you in," Xia Liuyi said with a dull face. "Kiss the family before leaving." Xia Liuyi had no choice but to hold her powdered face and smack her forehead. "Go in. You are so kind to him." Yuguanyin smiled innocently and slapped Xia Liuyi on the mouth, but Xia Liuyi raised his head to avoid it and only kissed his chin. She didn't want to finish and entered the room humming. Her drawn-out voice could be heard outside. "Dad!" Xia Liuyi frowned and continued to walk out while wiping his chin with his hand, not knowing how much lipstick he had on. Walking to the entrance of the hall, he saw Little Ma waiting outside with all the bodyguards. Little Ma was also desperately wiping the lipstick on his mouth. His clothes were disheveled, the shirt under the suit jacket was torn, the belt went somewhere, and the other hand was still holding up the trousers in a mess. Xia Liuyi came to his senses in an instant. His veins exploded. "Little Ma? Boss, it's none of my business." Little Ma cried out. She just ran out and looked at us one by one, then held me down and kissed me, and even tore my clothes and my pants. "If you don't believe me, ask the brothers, they have all seen it." "Then you tore his skirt," Xia Liuyi said angrily in a low voice. Little Ma cried even harder. She tore it herself. She was still riding on me, trying to rape me in public. But when I saw that she had a handle underneath, I was frightened and softened. She scolded me, "Just kick me and leave." "Scared? Are you fucking tough?" Xia Liuyi slapped him on the forehead. Little Ma covered the big bag on his head and whimpered and muttered, "I've never seen such a punctual tit. It feels so good. Wow. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Stop messing with her." Xia Liuyi was so angry that his temples ached. He ordered the bodyguards to throw this shameful thing back into the car, and he sat alone on the sofa in the hall, breathing slowly and calmly. When he came out of that room just now, although he wasn't sweating profusely, he had to admit that even he, who was always bold and reckless, was somewhat nervous and scruples about Jean Mithria. When he first arrived here 7 years ago, he had already seen the other party's methods. Jean Mithria's Dharma face was kind, and his heart was far more vicious than Yuguanyin's. One of the rituals of worshipping Godfather back then was to kill the 2 recovered traitors. He knew that even if he didn't do it, these 2 people would not survive, so he shot one of them without blinking an eye. But the other one didn't know how to break free from the rope, and rushed to Yuguanyin, who was beside him. Seeing that she was the only female in the room, he wanted to take her to escape. Xia Liuyi didn't know the details of Yuguanyin at that time, so he rescued her. Later, he was lucky enough to see how Jean Mithria and Yuguanyin concocted the escapees, which made Xia Liuyi, who was young at the time, sweat coldly. After leaving Thailand, he secretly asked Azure Dragon why he associated with such an evil person. Azure Dragon said, "He can keep you safe and rich, so why not?" Remember, you and him are on your own. Don't disobey him unless it is absolutely necessary. In the reception room, just now, Jean Methraya's words were tricky, and there was something in his words. Fortunately, his words and deeds were frank, so he did not arouse suspicion. After dispelling his doubts, Jean Methraya really regarded Liuyi as his own, and the price of the goods he gave him was not harsh. After a while, Guanyin got the order to come out of the room, and asked Liuyi to stay in Thailand for a few more days, because the godfather wanted to take him to visit the factory. Liuyi understands that Jean Methraya sees that he is gaining momentum in Hong Kong and has a bright future, so he wants to win over him more and expand his influence in Hong Kong so that it will be more convenient for him to do things in the future. He was more respectful than obedient, and agreed with Guanyin to see you tomorrow, then got into the car and was escorted to the hotel by Guanyin's people. After Guanyin's troops withdrew, Liuyi called Little Ma into the bathroom and cursed at him. Guanyin is unpredictable and moody. No one can restrain him except Jean Methraya. He is a character that must not be provoked. After he got angry, he lay on the bed and smoked a cigarette while closing his eyes and thinking. He felt that Little Ma could only play tricks and couldn't bear these big scenes. When he came to Thailand in the future, he could only consider bringing Chui Dongdong. But as soon as Chui Dongdong left, there was no one in Hong Kong who could control the overall situation and stayed behind, so he was always worried. After thinking about it, he still lacked a capable general. Chusan is a smart and calm person, but it's a pity that his skills are not good enough. This idea suddenly came to his mind. He shivered immediately and slapped himself. The bodyguard at the door reacted quickly. "Boss, it's okay," Liuyi said. "Bring a new phone." The bodyguard sent one in a while, and Liuyi asked, "From Jade Guanyin?" "Yes." Liuyi was worried that he had done something wrong, so he threw it away and told the bodyguards to take it with him and destroy it immediately when he returned to Hong Kong. Then another person took Little Ma's phone. However, after pressing the number, he suddenly became more attentive. While listening to the communication sound inside, he fumbled on the battery cover. When Chusan's hello sounded, he just frowned and opened the battery, tearing off a small extra square. When Chusan was in a daze on the bed at the phone that couldn't get back, Liuyi was here to slash the little brother again. Useless thing. Waste. Damn stuff. My phone didn't even know he had been tampered with. Just care about touching tits. Just care about touching tits. I made you into a she-male. Touch yourself as much as you can every day. Liuyi didn't know what Guanyin's intention was to eavesdrop on him. Maybe it was Jean Methraya's instigation, or maybe he had some ghosts in his mind. In short, he was cautious and didn't take Chusan to take this risk, so he simply stayed in Thailand and never contacted Chusan again. There was no news from his side, while Chusan's heart was scratching his lungs with worry. "Go ask Chui Dongdong." Vice Hall Master Chui said it's all right. "Don't worry, third son, the boss is fine." Ask for a new phone number, Deputy Hall Master Chui said if he would give it or not. The messengers have been watched closely these days. Maybe they have bugged your phone too, so don't make trouble. In short, it is worrying, tossing and turning day and night. Seeing that he is about to fall in love, Dad he says that he will allow his daughter-in-law to visit him. Immediately, Chusan's mind came up with the chaotic situation at home after the daughter-in-law stepped in the door. It was unimaginable. He weakly covered his head with a quilt and continued to pretend to be dead. Liuyi promised to come back before Christmas, but there was still no news until Christmas Eve. The He family's father and son didn't celebrate foreign festivals very much. They just cooked a table of delicious dishes for the excitement and invited the widow from the downstairs family to eat and drink with her teenage daughter. The widow's surname is Wu, and she is also an old neighbor who moved out of the Snapdragon Walled City. Her husband passed away a few years ago, and she has no job. She makes ends meet by sewing. After Dad he opened the grocery store, he asked Mama Wu to help look after the store on the surface, but in fact it was to subsidize the mother and daughter. The two families became familiar with each other. Chusan hasn't been home for a long time. Seeing the tacit understanding between Mama Wu and his father during the banquet, he feels that something good is about to happen. He knew that Mama Wu was kind and caring, and he was very happy for his father, so he made every effort to match up this twilight love. It's just that Mama Wu's daughter is in puberty, very rebellious, and she doesn't cooperate with her words. Mama Wu was cowardly and not good at discipline. No matter how much she tried to persuade her daughter, she would not listen to her, and she kept saying a few more words, but the little girl slammed the door and ran away. Sighing, Mama Wu apologized to the He family and his son, and explained that the little girl had recently met a young and dangerous boyfriend who was dissuaded by her and was full of anger and resentment and was in a cold war with her. Chusan listened to them talking about these parents' short stories, and the more he listened, the more his eyelids became heavier. He guessed it was because of the bowl of Chinese medicine he drank after dinner, so he went back to his room full of groceries to rest on crutches. Dazedly, listening to the two old men chattering outside through the thin door panel, just fell asleep. He dreamed that he followed Liuyi to that foreign land that was mysterious and unfamiliar to him, the land of thousands of Buddhas with many temples. Liuyi's figure was hidden behind the ancient and half-decayed stone wall. He wanted to catch up, but was dazzled by the lingering sandalwood. In the smog, there are voices of good men and good women chanting. The Zen master who bowed his head and bowed to the Buddha asked him, "Are you obsessed with obsession, stuck in the mud, and still not looking back?" But he said, "Don't give alms with your body. Cut your flesh and feed it to an eagle. Isn't it the Buddhist motto?" The Zen master said, "Good and evil are not distinguished, and you work as a minion for a tiger. This is your way of giving?" But he said, "If there is no mud, no white lotus, I will not go to hell. How can I get him out of prison?" Boom. Two soft thuds awakened Chusan's childish and frivolous ambition. He was frightened suddenly by this, and his heartbeat was so intense that he could hardly hold it back. While gasping for breath, he looked out the window. A huge ghost appeared outside the window, almost frightened him to death again. Chusan managed to stabilize his mind with superhuman perseverance and took a closer look. Liuyi was climbing on the windowsill of his house and was knocking on his window with a sullen face. Chusan's heart was beating like thunder. He hurriedly got out of bed, hopped on one foot to the window, and let Liuyi in. "Boss Liuyi." Chusan was dizzy from the pie falling from the window and stuttered again. "Why did your dad answer the call?" Liuyi frowned and whispered, looking around his small room surrounded by groceries in disgust, while patting the plaster on his hands. Chusan was taken aback for a moment, thinking that it was over. The phone was put on the table when he was eating just now, and he was so dizzy that he forgot to bring it in. Liuyi flew back to Hong Kong in the afternoon and immediately began to host the year-end summary meeting on Christmas Eve and distributed red envelopes to elders and brothers. A group of ghosts and snakes reveled until late at night, and he was able to find an opportunity to sneak out of his nightclub. The first thing he did was to call Chusan, but he was caught by Dad, he who answered the phone. Dad, he greeted him on the phone, but in fact it was a lot of cross-examination. He hadn't started to suspect that he was the daughter-in-law, but thought that Chusan was working for Big Boss Xia, and insisted that Chusan's fracture had something to do with it. Liuyi has something to do with it. Liuyi didn't know how Chusan made up a lie with Dad. He was afraid that he would tell too much, so he faltered to deal with him, and hung up the phone on the excuse of bad signal. Now he knew that this bastard Chusan had sneaked back to his father's house while he was not around, so he was so angry that he came to arrest him. Chusan laughed out loud when he heard this, lowered his head, and shook his shoulders. "If you want to arrest someone, you can come in openly through the gate tomorrow when your father is out looking at the store. If you are so anxious and eager to climb the window in the middle of the night, it's not arresting people, it's clearly stealing people." Liuyi got angry when he saw him like this, and cursed in a low voice. "What are you laughing at? Puk gaai Brat." "Uft. No, I'm not laughing at anything," Chusan said with a smile. Then he limped forward and kissed him eagerly. Liuyi was pressed against the window frame by his whole body weight, and half of his body leaned out of the window. As soon as his mouth was held by him, his feet began to go weak subconsciously. In order to prevent the two of them from falling out of the window together, he braced himself, put his arms around Chusan's waist, turned over with all his strength, and turned Chusan on the grocery box, lowering his head, without any hesitation biting it up. In terms of biting, Chusan was no match for him, and he laughed until he gnawed at him, hiding while laughing. "Easy, lightly, Boss Liuyi. TSK. Liuyi hummed impatiently while kissing. The two were chattering around the box, bumping back and forth, and suddenly there was a click, on the top of their heads. The two were so distracted that they knocked down a large box of groceries. Crack. Boom. Asan. Dad, he was woken up. Chusan's voice sounded in the room. Dad, it's okay, the top box has fallen. Are you alright? You lie down, and I'll clean up. Dad, he has already walked to the door of the room. No need. Dad, the box fell down and blocked the door, so I can't open it. I'll put it away myself, and you go to sleep. The voice behind the door was visibly flustered. Are you alright? Dad, he asked suspiciously. It's okay. Dad, he felt suspicious, stuck to the door and listened for a while, then tried to push the door, but it couldn't be pushed open. Liuyi was pushing the door hard with his butt in the back, and went back to sleep suspiciously. Liuyi stuck behind the door and listened carefully for a while, then walked softly back to the bed and sat with Chusan. Both of them were still in shock, and sat there for a long time before they all let out a muffled laugh. Damn it, Hie-san, aren't you the film king? Liuyi cursed in a low voice while laughing. That scene just now sucked. How do you act against your dad? Chusan was confident. His dad had raised him for decades, and as soon as he raised his ass, his dad knew he was going to shit, and he saw through his little tricks at a glance. Besides, he was so frightened that he was sweating profusely just now. Why would he want to act? Liuyi didn't have the position to laugh at him, because his palms were wet just now. He felt so useless. The dignified leading boss, seeing a little lover, had to climb the wall in the middle of the night, and he was bluffed enough by the other party's father. Jean Methria is not half as scary as Dad. Damn, what a disgrace. It's okay, no one saw it. Chusan comforted him and put his lips on it again. Aren't you human? Liuyi whispered while kissing him. I am yours. Brat, get out. On Chusan's old and narrow bed, the two made out stickily for a while longer. Chusan felt that Liuyi's hair was covered with plaster on his neck, chest, and asked him suspiciously. How did you get here just now? Climb up. Liuyi said impatiently. Isn't your right hand? Can't use your strength? Liuyi snorted. That's rare for your boss, Liuyi. Your boss, Liuyi, is a master of martial arts. Can you fly over the roof and walk over walls? He didn't say that he hung his tie on the iron water pipe along the way and climbed up with his teeth. In fact, if Chusan's leg was not injured, he would have knocked on the window with a stone to make him roll down the water pipe. The unlucky one was wounded and the other disabled, lying on the bed hugging each other. Chusan wiped Mr. Xia's head and face meticulously with a pillow towel and said in a low voice, Aren't you leaving tonight? Sleep here. He felt sorry for Liuyi, and his heart couldn't bear to see him groping and climbing down again. But to let Liuyi go out through the gate and wake up his dad, and the truth will come to light, it would have to change his dad's heart. Crowded to death, Liuyi was quite disgusted. Squeezing to sleep warmly, the temperature has dropped these days, and my injured bones are so cold. Liuyi let out a more disgusted tisk, but hugged him even tighter, clamping him between his legs to warm his feet. Okay, sleep. The room was silent for a long time. Boss Liuyi, did you lock the door just now? No. Go. Dad may come to open the door secretly tomorrow morning. Chapter 31. You don't mind if I do. Knowing his son like he did, Dad, he woke up early in the morning, recalling his son's sneaky appearance last night, and came to touch the door of Chusan's room. He pushed it twice and couldn't open it. He was about to give up, but he heard snoring inside one after another. It was obviously from two people. See the hell. Daddy knocked on the door and yelled. He didn't say he wanted to come in to find someone, but said he wanted to come in to get the goods. There were quite a few rustling sounds inside, and after a long time, Chusan came to open the door with sleepy eyes and complained to him. Dad, what's the matter? Didn't you take out the goods in advance yesterday? I forgot to take the soda, okay? Dad, he said casually, passed Chusan and went into the house, looked around suspiciously, and even opened the door to look. Dad, what are you looking for? Chusan asked with a yawn. Soda. It's right at your feet. Oh. Dad, he agreed disapprovingly. After finding nothing, he scanned the room again. There were many grocery boxes, and there was just a path leading to the bed and the window. It really didn't look like it could hide someone. It's just that the strange double snoring sound and Chusan's furtive reaction just now were really strange. He suddenly realized. He pushed away Chusan, who looked too innocent and always felt tricky, and bent down to dig under the bed. Oh. Chusan opened his mouth wide. Dad, he pulled back the bed sheet. It was full of boxes underneath. Ah, sorry. Chusan continued the previous yawn. If you have nothing else to do, I'll continue to sleep. Dad, he doubted his own judgment, left angrily, and started a day's work with mixed feelings. Chusan carefully locked the door, limped, and jumped to the window. Boss Liuyi, you can come out now. After a while, Liuyi crawled in from the window, spat out the tie in his mouth, sat on the bed with a green face, and said nothing. His heart was so sour that he almost shed tears. He was a dignified leader, early in the morning, wearing only a pair of underwear, sticking to the window of the tenement building like an adulterer, blowing cold wind. Just now he couldn't hold back outside. He almost jumped out in a moment of excitement, and blew his hair at Dad. I just accepted your son as a sister-in-law. How about it? Cut me. Bite me. Just thinking of the crazily rotating drill that dentist he held high in his hand, and the hysterical humming sound coming from his mouth, he immediately went limp from the gums to the entire spine. Dentists, the public enemy of all mankind, Mr. Xia thought sadly. One day I will catch all the dentists in Hong Kong and fill the sea. Boss Liuyi, it's still early, let's sleep a little longer. Shivering from the cold, Chusan said while curling up in the quilt beside him. Go away. Boss Xia felt aggrieved. Chusan stretched out his claws and pulled the elastic band of his underwear. Liuyi turned around and rushed to him. You bastard. Did you hear me telling you to go away? Chusan was firmly pressed down on his head, covered in his shadow, laughing in a muffled voice, wrapping his arms around his neck. Liuyi lifted the quilt and got in, and the two rolled around in the crowded quilt. You bite me, I bite you. Claws scratched each other, laughing and playing like a child with no teeth. After a while, Liuyi finally pressed Chusan under him again, and kissed his nose with a smile when he suddenly froze. Something semi-hard pressed against his thigh. The smile on Chusan's face also faltered. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a few seconds. Liuyi was about to get out of the quilt as soon as he turned over. Chusan quickly hugged his waist and dragged him back. Liuyi struggled vigorously, being entangled tightly by Chusan. He opened one arm and hugged the other, sticky like an octopus. Chusan's erection was on his head, chasing his mouth and kissing eagerly. His hands slid down his back and down, touching his groin. In Liuyi's desperation, he hit his forehead with a hammer. Chusan gave a muffled snort, and finally let go. Liuyi jumped out of bed, took a big step back, and stared at him panting. Chusan rubbed his forehead in pain, very puzzled. Boss Liuyi. Liuyi raised his hand and wiped his mouth, but couldn't say anything. His face was ashen. Seeing Chusan struggling to get up and get out of bed, he immediately took another step back. Chusan sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? You don't like this? Boss Liuyi. I'm going back. Dad, he took time to go home at noon to take care of his sick son, only to find that his son was leaning on crutches by the window of the living room, staring at the alley downstairs in a trance, looking very melancholy. Dad, he even called him several times, but he didn't seem to hear him. Ba, Jesus Christ. Dad, he felt that his son was bewitched. Another day he would have to go to the Wang Tai Sin temple to worship, ask for a lottery to ask good and bad luck, and then ask for a soul-calling talisman. Chusan held the rice bowl and didn't know the taste. He chewed the old ginger like chicken for a while and said blankly, Dad, can I ask you something? What's the matter? Just ask. Dad, he felt sorry for his son. He wished he could wake him up with a chopstick. Grandma has been away for so many years. How did you live alone? How do I live? I live with you. The dead are dead, and the living can't survive? Dad, he took a sip of the wine with disdain. I mean, how do you spend your evening? Dad, he poof, sprayed all over the table. Chusan so straightforwardly explored the long and mysterious decades of single life of the elders in the family, and was hit by the embarrassing Dad, he with chopsticks. With this Shakyamuni head on his head, he became even more melancholy. He went out alone on crutches, wanting to stroll around and relax. He walked aimlessly, and before he knew it, he found himself wandering to the boundary of Snapdragon Walled City. After moving out with Dad last year, he never came back. At present, the demolition work here has come to an end. The end of last month was the deadline for the first phase of residents to move out. Now less than 1/3 of the residents are still inside. Slowly and heavily hitting the greasy and dirty ground with the cane, he entered the dense forest of the city in the dark. The rotten and stench of dead rats on the side of the road still smells so familiar. He saw the slanted and illegible shop signboards hanging on both sides of the road, the dilapidated light bulbs that were crumbling under the beams. The doors of many residences were open, and there was no one inside, leaving only rotten garbage and broken tables and stools. Every alleyway was deadly silent, only the sound of his footsteps echoing lonely. This black land that once engulfed his childhood also gave birth to the flower of hope in his heart. And it won't be long before those filthy, nasty, and decaying things, which represent a filthy era, will all collapse with the roar of bulldozers and sink into the dust of time. He walked from the small alley that Liuyi sent people to take him in a sack, walked through the long-abandoned Shaoqi Film Company, then walked through the Lungtsun Yishui where he used to practice in the morning, walked through the Ahua Bing Sud, and finally walked to in front of his clinic. Raising his hand and pushing lightly, he pushed open the half-closed door, faced the dust all over his head, walked in step by step, and went upstairs in the dark. In his hut of less than 5 square meters, there was only a small stool that was split in two, and an iron frame bed that he slept on for 20 years. Dust fell down. He couldn't help but smile when he thought of Liuyi when he and his father pulled out his teeth. But in just 2 years, who would have thought that he and this rough and arrogant underworld would come to where they are today? With a smile on his lips, he took a last look around, closed the door, and left his clinic. But he didn't go back the same way, but went a little further and walked into Ni Alley. This is the place Liuyi said he lived in when he was a child, and he also wanted to come and see it. Ni Alley is not long, and you can see the end at a glance. Because most of the people who lived there were fans and gamblers, the order was chaotic, so he almost never came here. As he walked, he looked around, trying to guess which room Liuyi lived in intuitively. The one under his feet didn't pay attention, and the crutch hit an empty glass bottle, almost throwing him staggeringly. He leaned on the wall to stand still, and was stained with wall dust. The glass bottle gurgled and rolled away, hitting the half-closed door of a house opposite. "Ahem, who?" a hoarse voice said inside. Chusan was taken aback and took a step back. He saw a skinny old man with a hunchback coming out, with an old smoking gun in his mouth. "I used to live nearby, and I passed by to take a look," Chusan said. The old man looked him suspiciously and wanted to enter the house, but he stopped him again. "Sir, did a family named Xia live here more than 10 years ago? There are 2 children, one named Xia Xiaoman, the other is Xia Lu." "Xia Hao? Who remembers what happened more than 10 years ago?" the old man said impatiently, took a puff of cigarette, and remembered again. "You mean she's Isha? He lived upstairs opposite, and there were 2 children. They're all missing. That perverted bastard. It's not as good as a beast, and his own children are ruined." Chusan's heart tightened. How to ruin it? Crying and begging for mercy in the middle of the night. How do you ruin it? The old man frowned and recalled. "I remember one time, that boy ran out covered in blood. His pants were torn to pieces, and the blood flowed all the way. The head of Snake Xia was broken, and he chased out with a broken beer bottle, screaming, and dragged the boy back with 2 legs. I went up to stop him, but was stabbed by Snake Xia with a beer bottle a bit. He lifted up his clothes to reveal some old wounds on his waist, coughed a few times, and sighed. I don't know whether those 2 children were sold by him, or killed and buried by him. It doesn't matter whether they died or not. Well, to live is to fucking suffer." Cough. He coughed for a while, took another puff of cigarette, looked up and saw the young man's face was pale, and the crutch in his hand was trembling. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you from his family?" "Snake Xia has been dead for many years now. What are you looking for him for?" "How did he die?" Chusan's voice was low and hoarse, his teeth chattering. "It is said that he offended the underworld, and he was hacked to death while walking on the street. Just a few days after his child disappeared. Cough, cough. Retribution, cough, cough, cough. A good death, cough, cough, cough. Who among us should be damned?" Cough. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, the more he couldn't restrain his cough. He held his chest and panted for a while before he recovered, and when he looked up, the young man had already disappeared. When Chusan returned home in the evening, he no longer looked restless and distraught at noon. After eating in silence, He retreated into his room and made several phone calls. Dad, he posted on the door to eavesdrop, and the content turned out to be about looking for a job again. Asan, your injury hasn't healed yet. You should rest at home for a few more days. Dad, he advised him before going to sleep. It's okay, Dad, Chusan replied. I'm almost fine. I'm so bored at home. Why don't I go to work in the company? He contacted an old boss who had switched jobs, followed him to another company in the industry, and started a new job on crutches. Liuyi hadn't contacted him since that morning. Chusan was not in a hurry, and waited patiently for more than a week before he came to the door with a bag of ingredients and a cane. It was the weekend. Liuyi was out of the house because of something. The security guard opened the door for Chusan, and he went into the kitchen familiarly, making a fuss like this. In the evening, Liuyi entered the room with a whole body of air conditioning, and was stunned when he faced the freshly baked biscuits and pastries on the coffee table. Are you back? Chusan poked his head out from the kitchen. The soup will be ready soon. Liuyi sat on the sofa restlessly, quietly finished smoking a cigarette, and then stretched out his hand to a plate of chestnut cake. The flowers and plants I planted outside are all withered. Chusan came out of the kitchen with a bowl of chicken soup in one hand, and smiled as usual. Did you help me water it? Liuyi, who was eating the third piece of cake, paused, swallowed the crumbs in his mouth, and said with a normal expression, It's poured. It's dead. The corners of Chusan's mouth curled up even more. He put the chicken soup on the tea table and sat down next to him. Did you pour too much? Liuyi did not avoid such intimacy. After being silent for a while, he handed the chestnut cake he had eaten to Chusan. This is good, try it. Chusan lowered his head and took a bite of the cake, accepting Mr. Xia's awkward and veiled overture. It's so sweet. Well, like this taste? Will you make it so sweet next time? Well, have you had dinner? There is food left in the pot for you. I ate, Liuyi said, and added after a while. But I'm not full. Chusan accompanied Liuyi to have the second dinner. During the dinner, they chatted about trivial topics as usual, and tacitly avoided talking about the separation during this period. When Liuyi heard that Chusan had found a new job, his reaction was the same as that of Dad. He stay at home and rest for a while before the injury heals. Are you still short of money? It's okay. More activities will get better soon, Chusan said. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we go to the streets to watch a movie? Liuyi thought for a while. At night, I'll send someone to the company to pick you up. Okay. The two of them finished their meal in a daze. Seeing that the night was getting dark, Chusan had no choice but to say goodbye and go home. Liuyi was delivered to the door, frowning again, and finally couldn't help asking, When will you come back here? Chusan was quite melancholy when he said this. Dad won't let me go. He said he dared to come out and live before I recovered from my injury and broke my leg. Isn't it already broken? Liuyi sneered. There's another one. Liuyi watched him slowly and limping down the steps. Under the moonlight, Chusan's leaving back was thin and depressed, and he was walking staggeringly, dragging Mr. Xia's little heart beating staggeringly. It's been 10 days since he saw him, and it's been almost a month since he went to Thailand. Hey, Asan. Liuyi raised his voice and called him again. Chusan, who had already walked up the stone steps in the small courtyard, stopped and turned around in doubt. That matter? Liuyi whispered, his expression blurred in the shadow of the eaves, and he continued after a long time. It's not impossible, give me some time. Chusan froze in place, suddenly understood what he was talking about, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. He could hear the tension, hesitation, and maximum concession in the other party's words. Such a concession made his heart ache like it was about to burst. No, Boss Liuyi, it's okay. He shook his head in panic. You don't have to do this, I don't mind. Okay, shut up. Liuyi became furious as soon as he finished speaking, blushing and cursing thickly. You don't mind if I mind. Get the hell out of here. What are you still doing in a daze? Why don't you get out? You remember to brush your teeth before going to bed. Go, go, go. Chapter 32. A Good Citizen. Chusan often slipped out to fool around with Liuyi. Dad, he saw it, and was puzzled. He always felt that his son's relationship with him was different from that of other sons. He would not buy this and give that away, nor would he go shopping with him. Drinking coffee, sneaking around all day long, not telling his father where he went, and talking softly in the toilet on the phone. There was no girl that knit a scarf to give, let alone come to visit future father-in-law. And no matter how he insinuated, Chusan always put on a shy and hypocritical look. Dad, I haven't written my horoscope yet. There is no horoscope. Dad, he thought that his son was secretly dating some rich man's daughter. When the horoscope has one more horizontal line and becomes a big character, the daughter of the family has a big belly, then it's time to jump around. Chusan didn't know about his father's big worries and continued to have a sour and sweet little love affair with the mafia boss. Seeing that the spring festival was in early February, he once again invited Liuyi to visit his house to celebrate. To his surprise, Liuyi rejected him. I have something to do on New Year's Eve. He pretended to be careless. Is there anything else to do on New Year's Eve? Chusan said. Not even at night? How about I have dinner with Dad and come to see you? Not even at night, Liuyi said. Don't come to me that day, and don't call me. Chusan had an intuition that he was going to make something big that day, worried in his heart, started to speak but stopped, and finally lowered his head, thinking silently. Liuyi couldn't see his honest and aggrieved appearance. He endured and finally softened. Okay, I will find you when I finish my work, and don't turn off your phone when you sleep at night. Chusan raised his head and smiled again, but his heart was still faintly uneasy. During working hours, Chusan asked Chui Dongdong to have refreshments at Ingshi restaurant. As soon as Vice Hall Master Chui took her seat, she folded her arms to form an X and lowered her face. No, don't ask. The boss knows that I asked questions recently, so he specially ordered that anyone who talks to you will be killed. No pardon. And you still come out with me? Someone invites you to drink tea for nothing. Why don't I come? Chui Dongdong said leisurely, and casually forked a shrimp dumpling to eat. Her movements were gentle, and she didn't have the virtue of wolfing down last time. It seemed that the food at home had been pretty good recently. I didn't want to inquire about anything, Chusan said helplessly, and pushed a cage of chicken feet and black bean sauce in front of her. I'm looking for you on business. Oh, that's it, Sister Dongdong. Are you interested in real estate investment? I just joined a new company, and I don't have any clients. This quarter's indicators are a bit worse. I would like to ask you to open a platinum account with me in the name of your company. This is the project plan. Chui Dongdong took the plan, scanned it carefully, and said, It looks okay. Did you put a lot of thought into it? Chusan smiled. If I recommend it to you, I have to put my mind to it. I guarantee at least 30% of the annual profit. If it goes well, the later profit will be even more impressive. Chui Dongdong flipped through the plan again and thought, Okay, I'll take it back and think about it, and I'll answer you this week. By the way, Sister Dongdong, this fund must be clean. I know, Chui Dongdong said impatiently. If you know that I cheated on you with black money, you won't hang me up and burn me to death? I'll start a new company, okay? That's the best. It's your hard work. Chusan poured tea for her attentively. I have one more thing to ask you, Sister Dongdong. Say, this investment matter, can you not tell Boss Liuyi that I recommended it? Anyway, he doesn't know which company I work for, so you just have to say that you made an ordinary investment. You know, he doesn't like me. The company has contacts, and I don't want him to have to fight with me again. I understand. He is born with an awkward look. Whoever takes a fancy to him will be unlucky. I have pity on you, young man. On New Year's Eve, Chusan got up early to help his dad clean up, sweep the altar, and plant new incense, and worship the kitchen god. In the afternoon, Mama Wu and her daughter also came, and the two elderly people were busy in the kitchen, driving out the disabled and underage girls. Chusan took his little sister to cut window grills in her own room. After a few cuts, the little girl expressed deep disdain for this traditional handicraft. Brother Sam, I heard from the neighbors outside that you wear a suit and go to work in Central every day. You are doing big business, and you still have time to do this kind of thing. Also, they say you make a lot of money. Why do you still live like us? With broken house? Don't listen to their nonsense. Chusan smiled. I've only worked for a year, and I'm not in good health. How much can I earn? Hey, you just broke your leg, and you'll be fine in a few days. The little girl said nonchalantly. Chusan was still smiling, looking at the row of earrings inlaid on her ears and the traces of heavy makeup on the corners of her eyes. What about you? Your mother said that you don't go to high school anymore and you want to go out to work. How much are you going to earn? How can I compare with you? I'll just find a place to hang out, be a waiter, be a wine girl, That's how much I can have. Why don't you teach? Not interested. I heard from your mother that you found a young and dangerous boy. Why does she tell outsiders everything? The little girl changed her face in anger, stood up, and was about to go out, but Chusan stopped her. I'm not saying it's bad, Chusan said gently. You treat Brother San as an outsider? You are an outsider, the little girl said angrily, but she sat back, looked in the direction of the kitchen indignantly, and said in a low voice, I don't think of your father as my father. Chusan smiled, didn't care, and continued with the previous topic. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking for young and dangerous. What's wrong with liking someone? Really, Brother San, you are more open-minded, not like my mother's old antique. Is he nice to you? Great. Does he take you to a dangerous place? Is it worth taking me to the car park for drag racing? I sit behind him when he races. It's so exciting. Ha ha. Everyone is looking at us. It's cool. Chusan frowned slightly. If the car overturns and something happens to you, doesn't he care? What are you afraid of? We have to die together. Chusan touched her hair, knowing that a child of this age cannot be persuaded against her will, so she said, You said you don't like teaching. Are you interested in learning to make up? Makeup? There is that kind of professional makeup class. After you come out, you will be a makeup artist, a stylist, and you will have the opportunity to do styling for star actors. Are you interested? Yes. But the one that charges tuition, right? Brother Sim will take you there. Wow. You are so kind. And you say you have no money? Some money must be spent, and after spending it, earn it slowly. TSK, what you said is so profound, I don't understand. Anyway, I'm going to meet a big star. Haha. When you marry your sister-in-law in the future, I'll put on wedding makeup for her. Chusan coughed, lowered his head to cut the window grills, imagining this sister-in-law being put on wedding makeup, and cut a big hole in the red paper with a flick of his hand. Dad, he yelled outside to start dinner. A large table of delicious food was put on the table, bright red new window grills were pasted on the windows, and the faces of the whole family were full of joy. Thousands of lights lit up the night of this isolated city on the sea, and it was joyful and peaceful. For the group of people who guarded this happy and peaceful place, this night was very difficult. Sir, there is no one on the pier. A police officer lurking in the cold wind at the pier by the sea said into the microphone. We agreed on a deal at 9 o'clock, and it's already 9:05. Is it a guy from the intelligence department? Mistaken? Wait patiently, replied by the senior inspector of the anti-drug team, who was squatting behind the container not far away with another team of people. Their group followed Liuyi and the gang behind him for more than half a year, and knew that Liuyi was going to Thailand this time to bring Little Ma, and the trading time was roughly around the Spring Festival. 2 hours ago, the intelligence department intercepted the code Liuyi sent to Little Ma's pager, agreeing on the delivery time and place. After deciphering the secret code, he led his people to rush here, preparing to sit on the sidelines. However, they waited and waited, and there was no movement until 9:30. The guy who was following Liuyi and Little Ma called and said that Liuyi and Little Ma had not left their office in Simsha Sui, while Little Ma's car was detouring on the street near the pier and did not approach the pier for a long time. Did the news leak out? A subordinate asked. The senior inspector pondered for a while. No, if the news leaked, Little Ma's car should have left long ago instead of taking a detour nearby. Liuyi is highly alert, and there may be some accidents on the way, which delays time, so continue to wait patiently. Sir, the lights are signaled at sea, and a fishing boat is coming. A voice in the earphones called out hurriedly. Sir, Little Ma's car is driving past you. The Bing stays here. Sea Boy goes to the southwest of the pier to support Xia Boy. Dum and Han go follow me. There was a sound of moving and moving in the communicator, but the pier under the night was dead. Only the sea breeze was harsh, which was in sharp contrast to the noisy and lively Victoria Harbor in the distance. A fishing boat was slowly approaching the pier under the beating of sea water, and a black figure descended from above, using a flashlight to signal long and short in the distance. Little Ma's car was parked beside a row of containers at the pier, and the headlights of the car responded with 2 short and 1 long signals. There was a whistle over there, and 3 other people came down from the fishing boat. The leader was a man wearing a black windbreaker and carrying a large leather suitcase, walking with his chest up and his stomach upright, imposing. A bodyguard got off the passenger seat of Little Ma's car and opened the rear door. Little Ma got out of the car with a cigar in his mouth, also wearing a black trench coat that was blowing against the wind. He was wearing a long scarf on his chest, carrying another big leather suitcase in his hand, humming Yi Li's Shanghai Beach, walking all the way to the pier. The police officers ambushing nearby saw him first hug the man who got off the fishing boat, then took a step back and shook hands. One person from each side squatted on the ground to open the box and examine each other. The two big brothers nodded and exchanged. Action. The senior inspector gave the order, and the police officers swarmed out from the ambush site and immediately surrounded the two sides without leaving any of them. Don't move. Police. Hands up. Little Ma was holding a box in one hand and a cigar in the other. He raised both hands high in the air with a dazed face and opened his mouth wide to look at the group of people's servants. "Ah, sir, I'm a good citizen. What did I do to arrest me? It's Chinese New Year. My heart can't stand it," he shouted aggrievedly. And the big brother, who was dealing with him, because he was too nervous, turned his head and wanted to run away, but was pressed back to the ground by several police officers. And at this moment he opened his mouth and yelled a lot of injustice. He spoke Teochew dialect. "Check his box." The senior inspector pointed his gun at Little Ma and moved his chin to signal his subordinates. Two police officers came up and opened the two boxes separately, and they were dumbfounded. Inside were a box of salted fish and a box of red envelopes, and each red envelope contained 100 yuan. "Ah, sir," Little Ma complained innocently. "For Chinese New Year, an old Chaozhou cousin I haven't seen in 3 years came to visit me in Hong Kong and brought me salted fish from my hometown, and I asked him to bring some for the juniors. It's not too much to go back with a red envelope, right? We didn't evade taxes when we crossed the sea. Which law are we breaking?" Liuyi tuned the tiger away from the mountain and went down the freight elevator to the basement as early as 8 o'clock in the evening. He left the company alone through the back door, took a black leather suitcase, got into the car, made several turns on the road, and arrived at the east of Hong Kong Island at 9 o'clock. Master Chiao's territory, an underground parking lot. Mr. Chiao and several bodyguards were waiting for him. The two parties didn't say much when they met. They got into a van together. After a series of turns, they arrived at an abandoned fisherman pier in Shao Kwan on time at 9:55. When the senior inspector was so angry that his face was black, the phone around his waist vibrated again. He picked it up and heard a panting sound from there. "Boss, it's not good. Liuyi in the office is a fake. He himself has left the company long ago." A group of people got out of the car, and a yacht that had been docked for a long time on the pier lit up. Liuyi raised a flashlight and matched the code with the other party. A person alighted from the yacht, with large breasts and waist, red lips, and heavy makeup. It was Yu Guanyin. Yu Guanyin looked left and right, very dissatisfied, and opened her mouth in fluent Cantonese. "Where was the big scar on the back last time? Why didn't he come to greet me? I heard that you were coming. I peed my pants in fright, and now I'm changing at home," Liuyi said casually. "You hate it, don't tease me," Yu Guanyin said coquettishly. "This is Master Chiao from the Wei Society," Liuyi reintroduced. "The biggest leader on Hong Kong Island. He wants to make friends with his godfather." Yu Guanyin lay softly and bonelessly on Liuyi's shoulder. Hearing this, he raised his eyes to look at Master Chiao and stretched out a hand towards him. "Master Chiao, I have long admired you." Master Chiao's sallow face wore his signature, vague, sinister smile. He took Yu Guanyin's hand, kissed it, and said, "I've heard the name Jade Guanyin for a long time. Sure enough, it is a beautiful country. She's a she-male," Liuyi said coldly. "You hate it." Yu Guanyin pinched him hard on the waist, then turned her head and continued to smile coquettishly at Master Chiao. "Don't be afraid, Master Chiao. The little mouth on the bottom is better than a woman." Master Chiao's sallow face was a bit dark, and he squeezed out another smile. I dare not. This time the hospitality is not good. I will go to Thailand another day to visit you and Buddha." "Oh, that's another day," Yu Guanyin said casually, while continuing to smile at Liuyi, while sticking his hand to his pants. "Big boss Xia, we want to trade. Let me see, what did you bring?" Liuyi smiled and didn't speak, and suddenly raised his knees violently. He almost kicked Yu Guanyin something, but he dodged away because he had been prepared for a long time. After Xia Liuyi pushed him away, he handed over the black leather box in his hand. Where's your goods? Yu Guanyin opened the box and saw that it was indeed a box full of banknotes. He smiled with satisfaction, turned his head, and said to the yacht in Thai, "Take it down." A bald man covered in tattoos came out of the yacht, holding a square box, placed it in front of Xia Liuyi, bent down to open it. The inside was full of white powder packed in plastic bags, and handed it to Xia Liuyi. Xia Liuyi cut open a bag, twirled it and smelled it, nodded, and closed the box again. Just as he picked it up, a loud shout came from nearby. "Oh my! Hands up!" A team of police officers jumped out of a nearby obstacle, surrounding them all in the middle, and pointing a gun at Xia Liuyi's head, who was staring with cold face at Xie Jiahua. "Xia Liuyi, what's going on?" Master Qiao, who was forced to raise his hands, said angrily. His first reaction was that Xia Liuyi sold himself and Yu Guanyin. "Be safe and don't be impatient, Master Qiao." Xia Liuyi's face was as usual. He looked at Xie Jiahua, who was walking quickly in front of him, and greeted with a sneer. "Thank you, sir, long time no see. I hope I never have to see you again," Xie Jiahua said coldly, motioning his subordinates to squat Xia Liuyi and the others on the ground, and glanced at the box under their feet. "The weight is enough to sentence you to life imprisonment." "Oh." Xia Liuyi raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I didn't know that 30 caddies of pearl powder could be sentenced to so many years." Xie Jiahua's expression changed, and the subordinate beside him, who was in charge of inspecting the cash box, said anxiously, "Sir, the money is fake." The subordinate opened the box, except for the 2 big bills on the top. The bottom was all white paper. At the same time, in a secluded factory warehouse in Hungham, 2 private cars drove out in tandem and left in different directions. In the black Porsche at the back, Chui Dongdong sat with a relaxed expression, a cigar in her mouth, and 2 large suitcases at her feet, containing the 2 boxes of goods that had just been traded. The car drove onto the main road, heading towards the grand scene of singing and dancing in the downtown area. In the distance, colorful and brilliant fireworks burst into the sky over the Victoria Harbor, and the dazzling bright colors instantly covered up the darkness of the night. Chapter 33. This is not a best-of-3 game. Chusan tossed and turned on the narrow iron bed. The creaking sound from the springs under the bed made him keep having auditory hallucinations, and he always felt that the phone was buzzing. Suddenly, there was the siren of Ula Ula from downstairs. He jumped up to the window and saw a fire truck followed by an ambulance heading for the city. He probably set off fireworks to burn down the house. After he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed the severe pain in his leg, grinned and sat back on the bed, straightened his leg with hisses, and massaged himself gently. The phone next to the pillow finally rang, and he hastily made a motion of bending over and pressing his legs to answer it, and took another breath in pain. "Hiss, Boss Liuyi, what happened to you?" "It's okay," Chusan said, jumping off the bed, and looked out the window. "Where are you?" "It's almost here, come down." "What?" "Take you to watch the fireworks, come down." Chusan hung up the phone, put on his coat, leaned on crutches, opened the door furtively, poked his head out for a look, and then sneaked out step by step in the dark. Just as he stretched out his hand to the door lock, "Dad," he yelled all over the room. Chusan. Chusan's legs were weak all of a sudden, and his crutch leaned against the door. He turned around tremblingly and stammered, "Ah, Dad, I'm going to take out the trash." "Hulu, huh?" said Dad. It turned out to be talking in sleep. Chusan, who had a guilty conscience, hurriedly opened the door and escaped lightly. He jumped down the stairs with 1 foot against the wall, limped, jumped and ran, and slipped into the alley behind the building after a while. Xia Liuyi's car hadn't arrived yet. Chusan leaned against the wall panting for breath, covered in cold sweat, bent over and rubbed his sore injured leg while thinking sadly, "How could I be so afraid of Dad? When can I bring Boss Liuyi home? I just can't hide it all the time and keep it from Dad all my life, right?" Xia Liuyi's car was parked at the entrance of the alley, and when he saw Chusan hunched over, he couldn't help cursing. "How can you look like an old man at such a young age? Come up." He pinched the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and asked doubtfully, "Where's your crutch?" Chusan, who was pulling the door of the car, was taken aback for a moment and looked down. He really forgot his crutch by the door. Come on. His legs were scared by his dad. Chusan coughed. I forgot to bring it, so I can leave like this. Liuyi looked him up and down suspiciously, thinking about taking him to the hospital for re-examination tomorrow, seeing that he was going to rub his head against the passenger seat. Sit in the back. Oh, Liuyi didn't wear a suit or bodyguard, and drove an old second-hand Santana. In the middle of the night, he wore sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, smeared pomade on his hair, wore a cheap black leather jacket, and ripped jeans. Like a young and dangerous boy on the street. Chusan felt the novelty, so he couldn't help poking his head out and looking him up and down. What are you looking at? Liuyi glanced at the rearview mirror and frowned. You look so young in this way. Like early 20s. Liuyi snorted. Chusan understood that he did this to deceive others, so he didn't ask any more questions, but secretly wondered what things he was busy with today. Liuyi drove the car as usual, not leaking anything, but the more this happened, the more weird Chusan felt. Liuyi went round and round in the middle of the night, and drove for almost 40 minutes before he parked the car in a small square near the top of Victoria Peak. Chusan was drowsy from the air conditioner in the car, and was snoring a little when Liuyi shook him awake. Liuyi took off his leather jacket and threw it on his head. It's cold outside, wear it before going out. Take it off to me, and you'll catch a cold. Shut up. You. Get dressed quickly and come out and help me move things. Chusan, dressed like a bear, limped out of the car to help, and moved out 2 cardboard boxes from the trunk together. At that time, it was past 1 o'clock in the night, and the tourists who came here to celebrate the New Year's Eve had long since dispersed. Only the weak moonlight remained on the square, reflecting paper scraps, plastic bags, waste newspapers, lunch boxes, and plastic knives and forks. Liuyi, wearing a shirt and sweater, kicked the garbage on the ground into a pile with his feet, and then lifted Chusan, who was limping and getting in the way, and took out a few large tubes of fireworks from the cardboard box, and placed them a few meters apart, spreading them all over the place. After working so hard, he smiled excitedly and proudly. His face flushed from the cold, looked around, pointed to a viewing platform on the back steps of the square, and said, "What a lame man. Go there and wait. Come on. Go. What about you? I'll come right away. Hurry up. Run faster." Chusan limped on the stone steps step by step with his limping legs. Just as he put his hands on the railing in front of the viewing platform, there was a chirp. Standing on the stage, looking back, Liuyi ran towards him with his hands covering his ears and laughing. A dazzling beam of light behind him shoots straight into the sky, blooming the most magnificent splendor in the sky full of stars. Chirp! Boom! Liuyi ran up to him with a smile on his face and slapped his cold palms on his face, squeezed his face into a sandwich, and looked up. Hey, are you stupid? Watch the fireworks. Don't look at me. You look better than fireworks. Stop being nasty. She'll look. Chirp. Boom. Another beam of golden beams shot into the night, blasting out a ball of light like a flower. Then there were red ones, green ones. Scattered multicolored lights and shadows were falling down one after another, like a rain irrigating the night, washing the sky into a crystal clear water color. Chusan, who had never seen such brilliance so closely, felt his heart beating like thunder. As if he couldn't bear any more colors, he closed his eyes heavily, and then turned his gaze to Liuyi, who was beside him. This leader, who was like a cloud and called the wind and rain, seemed to be someone who had never seen a novelty. Like a child, they looked up at the fireworks that only belonged to them without blinking. Their mouths were wide open, and they smiled excitedly. Chusan raised his head and looked at the dazzling sky again, but stretched out his hand to the person beside him, groping for the palm of the other person, interlocking their fingers. Chirp! Boom! When the last firework was burnt out, Chusan gathered up his heart full of tenderness, gently took Liuyi's hand, and prepared to take him over for a romantic kiss. As a result, Liuyi threw him away with a flick of his hand, his face full of excitement. Wait, another one. He turned his head and ran away. Chusan. Not long after, Liuyi ran back with big strides, with the background sound of chirp, chirp, and explained to him. This is called shuangfian, and it's 2 shots at a time. Wait a minute. There is also a higher one, and after it explodes, another one will go up. Chusan found out that the boss actually has a lot of research on these things. Liuyi raised his head and didn't even look at him. He was happy to himself. Damn it, I want to play a long time ago. But Xiaoman used to be timid, so she insisted on not let me go. Chusan seized the opportunity and said tenderly, "Then I will play with you every year from now on, okay?" Liuyi slapped his mouth and pulled him into his arms. "Shut up, you. Your fucking mouth is the most annoying. Look at the sky." Chusan stretched out his tongue to lick his palm and was knocked on his injured leg by Liuyi's knee. He grunted and dared not move. These two children in their 20s watched the fireworks hand in hand on the top of the mountain for an hour. Liuyi really bought 10 years worth of it in one go, and Chusan's neck was sore from watching it. Of course, on the way, he finally got his wish and had a romantic kiss with Liuyi under the grand fireworks. In the middle of the kiss, he was pushed away by Liuyi because he was in a hurry to watch the fireworks. "Are you dating me or fireworks?" Chusan was a little bit sad. The last shot was a squib, and there was no response for a long time after it was lit. Liuyi ran back to prepare to reignite the fire, but as soon as he approached, he was slapped in the face with a chirp. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Only a blackened face and a few hairs on his forehead were scorched. Chusan limped and hurried down to see him, and couldn't stop smiling at his big black face. Liuyi, who became angry from embarrassment, pressed him to the ground as if to spank his ass, but Chusan pulled him down by the neck, and the two rolled into a ball laughing. In the chaos, someone kicked the squib that was lying on the ground, and there was another chirp, and then machine guns went around like chirp, 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 forcing the two of them to jump. They got up, clutched their buttocks, and ran around the square. "I'm stupid. Watch out for the back. Damn it. Pants. My pants." At 4 o'clock in the morning, they drove down the mountain in a smoky way. Not to mention their faces were ashamed, and they were all sneezing from the cold. The car stopped in front of a traffic light on the slope of Lan Kwai Fong, and they took the time to look at each other through the street lights outside and couldn't stop laughing. "When I go back, Dad will scold me to death, ha ha ha," said Chusan, who was sitting in the passenger seat this time, wiping away tears. A big hole was burned on his trouser leg. "Are you as miserable as I am?" Liuyi's face was pitch black, and the top of his head and the hair on his forehead were burnt. "Ha ha ha, Miss Xiaoman is right. I can't let you play this." Liuyi didn't speak. Chusan suddenly realized what he said, and thought that Liuyi was hurt by the scene, so he immediately shut up and looked at Liuyi nervously. Liuyi didn't look at him, but focused on a few people on the street corner. Under the dim yellow light, 3 street gangsters were forming a circle, punching and kicking a person curled up on the ground. The man was beaten without saying a word, covering his head and stomach without any resistance. Suddenly a necklace with a small wooden board fell out of his clothes, and one of the gangsters stepped on the chain and kicked it aside. The man reached out to grab it, but was stepped back by a few gangsters. Before he could see the man's face clearly, Liuyi parked the car on the side of the road, opened the door, and strode out. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, he walked over and casually said to those bastards, "Go away. Fucking blackhead. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Crazy." Beat him to death. Chusan, who knew he was weak in battle, hid in the car. Seeing that Liuyi didn't even take out his hands from his trouser pockets, kicked the other 3 and fled with just his 2 long legs. Talking harshly without any new ideas. "I will find Brother XX to come back and kill you all." Liuyi folded his hands and looked down at the man curled up on the ground. The man's hair was dirty and messy. His open suit jacket was wet and wrinkled, and it smelled heavily of alcohol. He lay on the ground, slowly reached out to touch the small wooden board nearby, picked it up and stuffed it into his trousers pocket, without looking up at Liuyi. Apparently, he didn't bother to care about who the black-faced boy who rescued him was. Liuyi sneered. "This is Master Chiao's territory. If he finds out that you are drunk here, what do you think he will do to you?" The man heard Liuyi's voice clearly, turned his head to look at him suddenly. His face was stained with anger. "Liuyi." "Thank you, sir," Liuyi said together. "I thought you were a character. How come you can't continue playing after only 3 or 2 rounds? It would be too cheap to come here to get drunk and seek death." Chusan had already come to the front at this time, and was surprised to find that this was the policeman who drove to the mountain to rescue him that day, and the one who arrested Liuyi at the beginning. Liuyi didn't seem to be completely drunk. He took away the anger and impulsiveness on his face almost instantly, and returned to his usual indifferent look, stood up shaking while leaning on the wall. This is not a game of 2 wins out of 3. Liuyi, if you continue to do evil like this, one day you will die without a place to die? Liuyi grinned grimly. Yes, sir, if you can stand firm and play hard again. You said that if I killed you here and threw you in a trash can, who would know? Boss Liuyi, Chusan pressed his hand that was about to be pulled out of his trouser pocket, and said anxiously, "This man saved me." Liuyi frowned and looked at Chusan. Chusan continued to explain. "He was the one who saved me from Master Chiao." Liuyi glanced at him with contempt in his eyes. "You still follow this underworld? You are a clean college student. What kind of benefits did you receive from him? Do you know how many people were ruined by him selling white powder? Do you know that he opened gambling halls, loan sharks, forcing people to be chickens?" "Speak clearly." Liuyi interrupted him. "It's voluntary to come to my place to be a chicken, and you can charge tens of thousands a month casually, which is better than being a policeman under your command." Liuyi sneered, and then said to Chusan, "The day you took him last year, he burned and killed more than a dozen people in the mid-level villa, and none of the survivors dared to identify him. When I rescued you, he burned to death at the North Point Pier 9 people." Before he finished speaking, Liuyi had already pushed Chusan away and punched the policeman in the face. "You fucking spitting. Didn't your superior teach you? You need evidence for what you say?" Liuyi fell to the ground, took a deep breath, and suddenly jumped up and punched Liuyi in return. Liuyi was caught off guard and staggered several steps back after being hit by this punch. Chusan hurried to help him, and heard Liuyi panting behind him, and continued. "The police found a gun suspected to be related to him at the crime scene. This gun disappeared that night. The informant who told me where you were locked up that day was killed a week later. Today he also made a big deal with Thai drug lords, and played around with the anti-drug team. You really don't know how vicious and evil the person next to you is?" Liuyi wiped his mouth in embarrassment, looked at the blood on the back of his hand, and spat. "Caesar is worthy of being a scholar, and even a lawyer is ashamed to make up a story. Why don't you say that you told Master Chiao made up his relationship with me, causing him to be arrested by Master Chiao, and in the end you pretended to be the savior of the world? What a damn good show. Shut me all up." The senior inspector and the leader who were yelling at each other were taken aback for a moment, and they all turned their heads to look at the man who dared to teach them a lesson. Chusan bent over and leaned on the knee of the uninjured leg, looked up and frowned. "It's already 4:30 in the morning. You guys are going to be arguing here until dawn? Sir, don't you have work tomorrow? Boss Liuyi, don't you have to go to the company? Anyway, if I don't go back, I will be discovered by my dad. My dad lost his temper and will go to Lion Mountain and shake it 3 times. He took a step and limped forward, pulling the dark-faced Liuyi. "I don't have a car, so I have to trouble Boss Liuyi to take me back. Sir Xia, you can take a taxi back by yourself. If you can't get a car, you can walk back. It's also good to sober up on the road." He pushed Liuyi into the cab, closed the door for him, and limped around to the passenger seat to get into the car. The car was silent for a while, and finally the gas pedal was revved up, and the horn beeped and drove away. On the street in the early morning, when the street lights were dim, only Liuyi was left leaning on the wall to vomit. He bent over and coughed several times, and even vomited out the last bit of gastric juice. He staggered back a few steps and sat down against the wall. He wiped the filth on his face, and gently hooked the small wooden board in his trouser pocket with his fingertips, stared at the words on it for a long time, and smiled wryly. "It's really time to sober up." The small 2-finger-wide board was a miniature spiritual tablet with a person's name engraved on the front, and 1958.8.13-1983.2.4 on the back. The man was only 25 years old when he died, such a young and vivid age. It has been 9 years since the tragedy happened, and there are so many dead, but he still couldn't find the slightest clue about the murder that year, and knew nothing about the truth. His belief in rectifying the righteous way and his persistence in not wanting to join forces with other people were just a naive joke in the eyes of others. During the wasted years, he collided with reality time and time again to create bitter sparks. Today, the New Year's Eve of this year, was the 4th of the second lunar month in the Gregorian calendar, the memorial day for his friend Tang Jiechi, but he still failed miserably. Chapter 34. You Never Lived Yourself. The Santana walked through the neon high-rise buildings and finally slipped into the cross-sea tunnel. In the dim view, the yellow lights on both sides of the tunnel kept moving back like two long and treacherous golden snakes. Neither of them said a word in the car. The car window was slightly opened, and the fine wind gushed in, reverberating and hissing in the car. They said at the same time, "It's not him. What he said is fucking bullshit." They both shut up at the same time. Liuyi rolled down the car window, took out a cigarette and held it to his mouth, and wanted to light it, but frowned and put the lighter back. At this time, Chusan slowly opened his mouth again. "It's not that he used me to provoke the relationship between you and Master Chiao. In that case, he wouldn't risk his life to save me. Instead, he should shoot me in the back. If I'm dead, only you and Master Chiao can completely turn against each other." Liuyi didn't say a word, but rubbed the cigarette between his fingertips, then pressed it into his palm irritably and kneaded it into a ball. Chusan said something for Xie and then said something for Liuyi. "You didn't silence his informant. It should be Master Chiao. That person tipped him off and saved me. It's too late for you to thank him." Liuyi sneered. "So what? Except for this, do you believe all his nonsense?" Chusan was silent for a while. "I don't know." He didn't know whether to believe in other things. He had no evidence, no way to infer, and it was impossible to wishfully portray Liuyi in his heart as a victim who was forced to go to Liangshan, with a holy and pure nature, who would not kill anyone or do any evil. He knew that it was not the real Liuyi. "Oh." Liuyi laughed again. The tunnel was so dark that it seemed to have no end, and there was no way out. The night was dark, and there was not even a car accompanying them. He opened the car window slightly, threw away the crumpled cigarette, and said, "Yes, he is right. I have killed many people, sold flour, lent usury, opened casinos, and everything else. I just did a lot of evil, and one day I will be punished, and I will die on the street without a place to die? You don't have to describe yourself like this. That's how I am. I told you a long time ago, get out if you don't like it. I never begged you to stay. Boss Liuyi, I don't think I can't see it. I'm not used to it, but the past is the past, and the future. I will do the same in the future." Liuyi shouted, "You don't have to do this." Chusan finally raised his voice unbearably. Liuyi, who was called out by him for the second time tonight, gritted his teeth. A semicircular opening appeared in front of the tunnel, and the neon lights flashed, which looked a bit illusory, and he didn't know where he would be after going out. He suddenly didn't want to talk to Chusan anymore, and he didn't want to hear what Chusan would say next. But Chusan has already said excitedly, "You don't want to be whitewashed because you can't earn so much money after being whitewashed. You can't raise so many brothers, you can't expand your power, and Shao Qitong can't become the #1 gang in Hong Kong. You swore in front of Azure Dragon's spirit that you will be the big boss for him. You will open up new worlds. You will lead those brothers who have worked for you for so many years to rise to the top, and let them enjoy the glory and wealth. The bigger you become, the way you are getting closer and closer to the goal. You can't stop, and you don't want to stop. But Azure Dragon is dead. He's been dead for 2 years. You do so many wishful thinking things for him. You think he can really see it. You think he'd really like to see. You fucking shut up." Liuyi roared. "Shut up. Shut up." The car stopped with screeching brakes. The sudden collapse of the seat belt sank deep into the flesh of the two of them, and then bounced them back to the back of the seat. Liuyi was holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging ferociously, and his chest heaved violently, causing his whole body to tremble. "Get out." Chusan was silent for a while, reached out and gently buckled the tight seat belt, and opened the car door. He stepped out with one leg, but stopped. He tried his best to suppress the violent and bloodthirsty impulse of every cell in his body. "Get out." "Boss Liuyi, I don't care," he said softly. "I don't care about your past. I don't care if we are people from 2 worlds. I don't care if I'm not in your heart. I can't even compare to Azure Dragon's hair. I just care about how well you live and how you will live in the future. You only live in other people's world, and you don't know who you are. Xiao Man is afraid of fireworks, so you stay away from them. She likes Azure Dragon, so you let her. Azure Dragon dies. Now, you will be the boss. You will live for them. He heard the click sound of the safety catch being buckled. He turned his head slowly and faced the gun barrel facing his forehead. His lips trembled, not because of fear, but because of sadness. He continued with trembling lips. Since the day you changed your name to Liuyi, this name has given you a new life, and it is also your shackles. You have never lived yourself. Xiao Liuyi's eyes were red. His facial muscles were twitching stiffly, and he forced out a ferocious sneer. Then what's the matter with you? Since it's none of my business, why didn't you shoot? Bang. At 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, the sky was about to dawn, and the rising sun tremblingly dyed the color of the first ray of blood on the sea of clouds. At the exit of the undersea tunnel, the glass of the car was shattered. Chusan sat on the side of the street clutching his chest, lowered his head, and looked at the pool of broken glass in front of him. A sound of gentle footsteps appeared in the tunnel, approaching step by step. A man in a messy and tattered suit walked up to Chusan, bent down, and picked up a bullet casing from the broken glass. Did you get shot? He asked Chusan. It took Chusan a long time to look up, and found that it was Xie Jiahua with bruises on his face. In order to sober up, he really climbed into the tunnel fence and walked across the sea. Chusan shook his head and removed his hand covering his chest. Apparently, nothing happened there. You fell out? Xie Jiahua said. Isn't this exactly what you expected? Chusan said. 1 minute before they met the drunk Xie Jiahua, they were still talking and laughing happily. Xie Jiahua smiled in the clear and beautiful color of the morning sun, without the usual cold and serious look on his face. He wasn't originally a difficult guy. It's just that he'd been so tight for 9 years. He bent down with difficulty, sat down next to Chusan, and thumped his legs that had been kicked and walked for 3 hours in a row. If I don't say that, you will turn your back one day, he said calmly. I knew from the first time I saw you that you and him are not the same. Chusan turned his head to look at him and said with a wry smile. But Sir Xie, you and I are not the same way either. I'm just a selfish little person. I only want to save one person, he said. You are saving a city. Xie Jiahua also laughed and shook his head. Sometimes I feel that I can't save anything. I'm just a manipulator. He looked at the rising sun struggling to rise in the distant sky, and the bright red light that was exaggerated and expanded one by one, and continued. But those are all depressing words. If the evil does not suppress the righteous, Hong Kong will become clear and clean one day. But it can't be on me alone. He turned to look at Chusan. Chusan suddenly noticed that his figure was shining brightly in the morning sun. His image was like those gods with benevolent faces on the church wall and a large light circle behind them, or the upright star policeman in the police recruiting advertisement, probably calling on criminals to surrender and the general public to actively participate. But he shook his head and said, Sir Xie, I admire you very much, but I can't help you. Xie Jiahua didn't take it seriously. You will help me one day. Besides, Xiao Liuyi and his party are arrogant, unjust, and helpless, and sooner or later they will be accepted by the sky. His weakness is not limited to you. He stood up on his knees, stretched his arms and legs, and said, Get up and go. This is the entrance of the tunnel, so you can't get a ride. Boss. Big boss. Something big happened. Little Ma dragged the scarred head, roared all the way into Xiao Liuyi's office, and smashed open the door. Xiao Liuyi was plotting important matters with Cui Dongdong, the dog-headed military strategist, when someone interrupted him. His face darkened immediately. He moved his lips slightly, but before he could make a sound, Little Ma let out a scream and knelt down on the sofa beside him with his hands pinching his ears. Boss, I was wrong. But the little one really has something important to report. Close the door first. Cui Dongdong said. It's a shame. Hey, Sister Dongdong. Hey, boss, Little Ma said with a smile, jumped off the sofa and hopped to close the door, then pushed Big Scar's head in front of them. Big Scar. Say it quickly. The embarrassing scarred head was pushed to the cusp by him, stood there for a while, and said honestly, Boss, I met Xiao He on the street last night. It's that Xiao He. Xiao He from the Sandalwood Pavilion. Little Ma interjected. The one who is in love with that kid named Chusan. Bullshit. I know. Get to the point, Chui Dongdong said impatiently. Big Scar Head continued to hesitate. I saw her quarreling with a man on the street. No, she didn't quarrel. It was the man who scolded her. The man seemed to have been dating her for a long time, and just now he found out that she used to have sex with others. Damn, call her mean, not a good woman. The point is, Little Ma clenched his fist and said, that man has been dating her for a long time. Shut up. Chui Dongdong threw a ball of paper at Little Ma. Big Scar Head continues talking. Later the man beat her and pushed her to the ground. I couldn't see it, so I went up and beat the man up and saved her. Here comes the important point. Ouch. Little Ma, who was smashed with a piece of paper again. I saw that the man was not Xiao He, so I asked her what was going on. She couldn't hide it anymore, so she confessed. It turned out that she had never dated Xiao He, and it was all fake before, Big Scar Head said, and then quickly defended Xiao He. But boss, you can't blame Xiao He for this matter. Xiao He begged her for help, and she was soft-hearted. I think Xiao He threatened her. In short, this matter has to do with Xiao He. It was all planned by He, coaxing her to accompany him to pretend to be dating. The purpose is to deceive our boss and play tricks on our boss. It's all that kid unruly intentions. Boss, what do you say? Steam or braise that kid? As soon as you give an order, I will act. Little Ma danced and finished talking, gloatingly waiting for the boss to give an order, only to find that the boss looked at him expressionlessly, and Chui Dongdong beside him also had a face of "you only found out this happened last year. You idiot" expression. Boss. Little Ma didn't know why, and hesitantly reminded him. An ashtray approached. Bang. Ouch. In March of Yangchuan, the spring was bright and beautiful. General Manager Ma was standing outside the clinic with the blood-stained Indian Asan head smashed out of the ashtray, holding the big scar and crying loudly. Big Scar. Big Scar. Boss, you have been fascinated by the vixen. What can I do? Do you want to invite the master to take a look? It must be that our company's feng shui is not good. Whether the company's feng shui was good or not was unknown, but Chui Dongdong, who witnessed this incident, felt that it was true that the boss was in a bad mood. On this day, Chusan met her and opened an account for her investment, and she asked bluntly, "What's the matter with you and the boss?" Chusan was lowering his head to discuss the terms with her. At this moment, he flicked his fingertips, but his face remained calm. What's wrong? It's been more than a month since the spring festival. The boss's face is dark every day, and he has lost a lot of weight. I can't stand it anymore. Did your dad find out about you cheating on New Year's Eve, and your dad beat you up? Give him a meal? Chusan smiled slightly. Dad. He would dare do anything to him. If there was only one person in this world who dared to do something to Mr. Liuyi, it must be Chusan's father who pulled out his teeth. Chui Dongdong looked him up and down. You've lost weight too. TSK, 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 two dark circles, bloodshot eyes. She looked closer. How long have you not slept well? I've been working overtime recently, Chusan said calmly. I always sleep in the company. Are your legs okay? It's almost there. I still practice boxing when I have time. Sister Dongdong, I heard that you are a master of Tai Chi. Can you guide me? Of course, since you sincerely asked for advice. People like Liuyi typically didn't hit the south wall and didn't look back, and they went their own way and didn't listen to teachings. It was very difficult for him to stop his stride forward and obediently stop and reflect on himself. Chusan understood this truth, so he forced himself not to be impatient, not to bow his head to him, not to take the initiative to ask for peace, but to deliberately let him hang out, and to spend time aggrieved himself and Liuyi. He understood how important he was in Boss Xia's heart, judging from the shot that missed into outer space. It was roughly to the extent of, although it was extremely hateful, but he still didn't want to hurt a cold hair. Leave him alone for a while, and let both parties calm down, so that they could give themselves some time to think about countermeasures. On the one hand, he recruited clients abroad and worked hard for his career. On the other hand, he paid homage to his second master, Chui Dongdong, and devoted himself to learning art. Let's not mention it for the time being. Let's talk about Liuyi's side. It was indeed difficult for him to sleep alone every night. That day, in a rage, he shot and shattered the window of the car, dragged the stunned Chusan out of the car, and threw him on the ground, stepped on the accelerator, and drove home. Because of the cold wind blowing all night and the rush of fire, he caught a cold that night when he got home, and he slept at home for 3 days, and it was called a big holiday for the Spring Festival. It was said to be continuous sleep, but in fact, he had never slept soundly for a day and often woke up in nightmares, staring at the ceiling with his sore and swollen eyes in a daze for hours. Back and forth in his mind, Chusan looked at him with pity and said, "You have never lived yourself. Fart. Eat shit. Hit the street, boy. Which fucking onion and garlic are you? I don't need you to be pitiful." At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Liuyi squatted in a daze on the grass outside the door of his village house with a beer bottle in his arms. "Stab you to death. Drown you. Shabby and phony bastard. Brother Little Ma is right. The boss is bewitched." Ainen trembled while peeking at the window. "Hush," said Asen, who was hiding beside him. "You know what a fart. A man dating a man is definitely different from a man dating a woman. It's normal to be abnormal once in a while." Chapter 35. The Little Fox in Lamb's Clothing. Liuyi asked Chui Dongdong to come out for a meeting at 6 o'clock in the morning. The two sat at a street stall, yawned, ate egg noodles, and drank cups of coffee that tasted as weak as water. Chui Dongdong lacked sleep and was irritable. "Boss, look up, it's not even dawn. I can't fall asleep because of a broken relationship, so don't bother me." Liuyi slammed the plastic coffee cup on the table. A cavity of black water was squeezed out of the straw. Chui Dongdong wanted to throw a bowl to fight back, but when he looked up and saw that his face was black and his appearance was very bad, she finally couldn't bear it and sighed. "You and Chusan haven't reconciled yet?" Liuyi remained silent with a dark face. "Just take it when you see him, and go down if you give it a step. What are you doing with him?" Liuyi's face turned even darker, but he still didn't speak. He was suffering unspeakably, irritable, too irritable. It wasn't that he didn't go down the slope, it was that Chusan didn't build steps for him at all this time, and he just didn't come to him for 2 months. The quarrel between them had always been Chusan's compromise. He knew that his shot would not scare Chusan away, and that street thumper with a thick skin like a city wall couldn't give up just like that. That kid must be plotting something secretly, or just ignore him indifferently, trying to force him to give in. But it was absolutely impossible for Liuyi to bow to him, even if he suffocate to death. He was silent for a long time with a gloomy face, and then said, "Master Chiao." "Huh." Chui Dongdong was puzzled. The topic changed too quickly. Master Chiao went to Thailand last week and wanted to meet his godfather, but his godfather didn't see him. Yu Guanyin was also very rude to him. He was swept over there, so he definitely won't just let it go. Yu Guanyin and I are on good terms. He suspected that I was a hindrance. If I can't get into the eyes of Lord Mithriya, how can I blame others? Besides, Lord Mithriya doesn't do business with him, so he can only get goods from us. It won't do him any good if he breaks face with us. Having said that, I still have to guard against it. You tell the brothers to be more careful when you cooperate with him. Good. As soon as Chui Dongdong finished speaking, Liuyi's phone started ringing. He lowered his head and saw that it was Little Ma. He was slightly puzzled and picked up the phone to connect. "Boss, something's wrong." Little Ma yelled on the other end, looking anxious. "Bullshit. What can happen so early in the morning? Don't mention his surname to me. It's not about his name, it's Big Scar. He's been arrested." At 5 o'clock in the morning, the police raided Xiao Chi Tong's gambling stalls. Big Scar Head, who was still asleep, brought several all-night gambling customers and hundreds of thousands of gambling money, and was seized on the spot. Illegal gambling was still a small matter, but the big thing was that he was about to deliver goods to his offline on this day, and there was still half a caddy of white flour hidden under his pillow. When the white powder was scattered all over the ground, not only was Big Scar Head, who was pressed to the ground, wearing only a pair of underwear, and was still half asleep and half awake. His eyes were wide open. Even the few police officers who came to search were stunned. No, they just answered a call to the police to stop the crowd fight. Big Scar Head knew the rules very well, and he took all the charges off his head and only let the lawyer bring out the words, asking the boss to take care of his wife. Liuyi was arrested and interrogated early in the morning and was released in the afternoon. Although the boss escaped safely, the loss of Xiao Chi Tong this time was not insignificant. Red Pole was arrested, several casinos under its banner were seized, and including goods, it also lost several million at least. This vigorous anti-gambling and drug campaign was even reported in the newspaper, and Big Scar Head was listed as the bandit leader, and he was punished with multiple crimes. Whether White Flower was planted and framed, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He will not mention it later. Let's say that after Liuyi was released on bail pending trial, he came out of the police station with a sullen face. Little Ma led someone to drive and waited for him at the door. After getting into the car, Little Ma was about to speak, but Liuyi waved his hand, signaling to drive first. The car drove to a secluded hiding place of his own home, where Chui Dongdong and several other confidants sat in the house, smoking cigars without saying a word. Seeing people coming in from Liuyi, she got up and said, "Boss, I have something to tell you." She looked complicated. Liuyi and her entered the small room alone. Chui Dongdong hesitated to speak, and finally just took out a damaged signal receiver the size of a fingernail and placed it in front of Liuyi. Liuyi choked, gritted his teeth, and said, "I thought about Little Ma and even Uncle Yuan, but I didn't expect that the problem was with you. You are not a careless person. How could you be so unprepared for this thing?" The news that Big Scar Head had the goods that night, except for Big Scar Head's offline. Only Little Ma and Chui Dongdong knew about it. He had always suspected that Little Ma acted carelessly and leaked the news, and never considered that it would be Chui Dongdong. "You're right. I'm not a careless person. How could I be unprepared for this?" Chui Dongdong said, "This thing is installed in my phone, and it can monitor my calls at any time, but my phone has never been away from me. When can someone put this kind of thing on? I was not careful about this, but I recalled it for a long time. Only that one time." "Which time?" Chui Dongdong hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Last month, I met with Chusan, and he accidentally knocked over the teacup halfway and wet my clothes. I went to the bathroom." "It can't be him." Liuyi interrupted her. "If he wants to do something wrong, he can monitor me directly. Didn't you have a falling out with him and haven't seen each other for a long time? Besides, if he does that, you will be the first to suspect him. After all, we get along day and night, and only he can install a bug at any time. Then what about the people you get along with day and night? Could it be that Xiao Luo has made a move? Xiao Luo has been with me for 7 years. If you doubt her, you doubt me." Chui Dongdong became angry. Liuyi had a gloomy face and did not speak. After a while, he took out the cigarette case and lit a cigarette, took a puff silently, and handed the cigarette to Chui Dongdong. Chui Dongdong was sullen and refused to accept it. Liuyi handed the cigarette again irritably. "Okay, you know I didn't mean that." Chui Dongdong took the cigarette angrily, accepting this very awkward apology, and explained slowly. "Xiao Luo has participated in many things in the gang. Where is the gambling stall, and whether Big Scar Head has goods on hand? She can easily know such trivial matters through various channels, so why monitor my phone call?" This incident happened too suddenly. Chui Dongdong continued to analyze. "The inspectors who have made friends with us didn't even have a report, and the police officers who came to search were not under Xie Jiahua's subordinates, so they also confiscated them. I just received a call from the police early in the morning and found out about our gambling stalls and goods. This seems like an accident, but I found this monitor in my mobile phone. But if it is which of our rivals, why didn't they implicate you and me and didn't expose the warehouse? Only Big Scar Head, who didn't know much and didn't have a lot of goods, had an accident? It can be seen that this person knows about us, but he doesn't want to kill Shao Chi Tong, but wants to knock the mountains and shake the tigers, attract the attention of the police, weaken us, and force us to stop. Isn't this what Chusan have always wanted to do?" Liuyi lit a second cigarette with a sullen face. "Why did you and Chusan meet in private? He has several projects in his hands and wants me to start a new company to invest in. Why did you not tell me?" "It's my fault. He didn't let me tell you. I saw that he was very cautious in these projects. I thought he wanted to leave you a way out. I also saw that the two of you were in a cold war, so I didn't say it for the time being." Liuyi was silent again. He couldn't blame Chui Dongdong for dealing with Chusan in private. First, this was his acquiescence. Chui Dongdong and Chusan had no malice towards each other, and there was nothing wrong with making friends with each other. Considering the gang's economic interests, he had always completely trusted and fully entrusted Chui Dongdong's business judgments. Since Chui Dongdong thought that the project proposed by Chusan was feasible, he would not interfere indiscriminately. He quietly finished smoking the cigarette with his eyes downcast, leaned his head back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I don't believe he will harm me. He knows about Su Ying's harm to Ada. He knows that I hate being betrayed by people around me the most. He is a smart person and won't make me hate him. You can continue to investigate. Cui Dongdong sighed softly. Besides you, I am the last person who wants to doubt him. It would be best if it wasn't for him. But you should be careful and be on guard. Okay, I know. In addition, hire some good lawyers for Big Scar Head and settle down his old mother. The business under the table can be stopped for a while, and we can talk about it after the limelight passes. Good. In the evening, Chusan got off the taxi and walked quickly into the village house with a slight limp. Asen and Anan, who were guarding the door, nodded politely to him and shouted into the room. Boss, Mr. He is here. Liuyi was lying on the sofa smoking a cigarette, but now he turned over and sat up, his face darkened. What are you doing here? Chusan didn't expect that he was still so angry with him after more than 2 months. Although he was puzzled, he still entered the house with evil spirits and said sincerely and honestly, I heard from Xiaohe that Big Scar Head was arrested this morning. You were also called to question, so I come and have a look. Liuyi still had the look of keeping strangers away. There are policemen watching outside the house. Go back. Chusan smiled, showing a row of neat and white teeth. It's okay. Sir Xia already knew that I was close to you. Let them investigate, as there's nothing to investigate. He turned around and went straight into the kitchen, put the shrimp dumplings he brought on a plate, served them with dipping sauces, and brought them to Liuyi. Eat something. You didn't eat lunch today, did you? Liuyi glanced at him irritably. Chusan had a pure smile and a calm expression as always. He beckoned. Chusan took a step forward and was suddenly dragged off by his waist and pressed on the sofa. Chusan was puzzled, but very obediently lying under him, looking up at him. And Liuyi stared at the pair of eyes that were close at hand, frowning and inspecting. Chusan's eyes were full of pure love, full of longing and worry for him. After a long time, Liuyi sighed and lowered his head to kiss him. Chusan suddenly let out a breath of excitement. His lips were soft and hot, burning Liuyi instantly. Liuyi clasped his hands on top of Chusan's head and began to move violently and forcefully, biting the hateful lips fiercely, trying to chew this hateful person into pieces. This little fox in lamb's clothing. A street boy who knows people's faces but doesn't know his heart. Are you playing tricks behind my back? I really want to tear off this honest face, pry open this brain, and see what is going on inside. Chusan opened his eyes and looked at him tenderly, fully accepting Liuyi's irritability and rudeness. The rough sharpening and tearing of his teeth made his lips feel hot and painful. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and let out a soft hiss. It was Liuyi who bit the corner of his lips for blood. He retreated subconsciously, then came back as if making a sacrifice, and shared the taste of rust on the tip of his tongue with Liuyi. Miss you. They had this long-lost and long kiss fiercely and quietly. The voice was so small that even Asen and Anan, who were standing at the door, didn't notice it. After entanglement and intimacy for almost 10 minutes, Chusan moved his face away, buried it on Liuyi's shoulder, panted, and whispered softly, I'm sorry. Liuyi felt alert for a moment. What? Chusan said sullenly on his shoulder. I thought you would figure it out after letting you go for a while. Liuyi snorted. In the end, I found out that I was wrong. You won't turn back no matter how long you wait, and if I don't catch up, I'm afraid you will go far away. He looked up into Liuyi's eyes, and his fingers brushed across the cold-shaped eyebrow. I heard from Sister Cui that something happened to your company, and I was going crazy. Fortunately, she said you were fine, and then I realized that I was thinking about you like crazy. Liuyi snorted again. Cheesy. He patted Chusan's haggard cheek, squeezed it again, then closed his eyes and kissed him on the forehead. His heart was so itchy that he was going crazy thinking about this bastard. Chusan smiled and rubbed the corner of his lips like a big dog. Eat the shrimp dumplings first, and I'll make dinner. They kept their mouths shut about the events of that day's violent quarrel, as they always did anyway, quarreling, letting it air, and then turning the old page and starting a new one as if nothing had happened. There were only undercurrents in the calm of the sea. One was sticking to the position, and the other was making every step. Chusan brought all the ingredients and made his signature Hainanese chicken and steamed fish at home and baked small cookies. Liuyi hasn't smelled the smell of home-cooked food for a long time, and when he put a chopstick of delicious fish into his mouth, his eyes felt sour. Puk gaai Brat was so damn willing. I was hungry for 2 months and 11 days. Who was the first to shoot at someone, bossya? Chusan, who risked his life to fall in love with a big boss, didn't have much appetite. He rested his chin on one hand and stared at Liuyi. His eyes were black and blue, his eyes were warm and tired, and he hardly moved his chopsticks. What? Liuyi asked. I ate at the company. Did you sleep well last night? Well, working overtime all night. Liuyi's eating slowed down, and he looked up at him. The person who called the police called at 5 o'clock in the morning. Chusan was calm and looked at him, yawning affectionately. Go to sleep for a while, Liuyi said, wiping the moist corners of Chusan's eyes. Chusan honestly took off his coat and shrunk down on the sofa and was patted by Liuyi with a cushion. What are you pretending to do? Go to bed and sleep. Chusan went upstairs again obediently, took a hasty shower, got into the big bed that he hadn't seen for a long time, smelled the human smell in the quilt, and hugged the pillow very contentedly to catch up on sleep. After eating, Liuyi went upstairs, and after taking a bath, he sat on the bedside and watched TV. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't feel sleepy. The sound of the TV turning on woke up Chusan. He turned over and put his arms around Liuyi's waist, rubbed his face against his thigh, and continued breathing evenly. Liuyi rubbed his face and turned the TV to silent. The phone on the bedside suddenly rang. Liuyi picked it up and answered it, but there was no sound from the other end for a long time. Hey! Liuyi took a look at the number. It was an unfamiliar call, and found out that it was for Chusan. He hung up the phone. Chusan made a voice beside him in a daze. Who is calling? Go to sleep. Chusan had a good night's sleep on Liuyi's bed. The next morning, he was woken up by the sound of the phone. He touched the mobile phone next to the bed and answered it. Someone on the other end said something loudly, and he looked back at Liuyi, who was also woken up, frowning and irritated, and got out of bed lightly and walked to the corridor outside the house. Okay, see you downstairs at the company, he said calmly. He went back to the house, picked up the clothes hanging at the foot of the bed, and put them on. Liuyi, who was lying on the bed, yawned, raised his long legs, and kicked his buttocks. Still working on Saturday? Well, the company has something to do, so I have to go back, he said, and went back to kiss Liuyi. I'll come back at noon to cook for you. Get out and don't come back, Liuyi said arrogantly, getting under the quilt and covering his head. Chusan's footsteps were light. He washed and dressed quietly, then went downstairs and went out. Liuyi heard the bodyguard at the door asking him if he wanted a car to pick him up, but he declined. Liuyi stayed under the quilt for a while longer, sniffing the human scent left by Chusan, then got out of bed with bare feet and took out a receiver the size of a radio from the cabinet. He put on the earphones and pressed the switch. Chusan's voice came from inside with a murmur. Master, go to Petter Street in Central. Chapter 36. I don't want him to hate me. Liuyi did not believe Chusan. He knew that Chusan was sincere to him and would not harm him. But in the head of Chusan, a law-abiding good citizen, right and wrong, justice and morality, harming people or saving people, it seems that they don't follow the thinking of the underworld. The more he understands Chusan, the more he understands what Chusan will do for him. He just hoped that Chusan would understand that betraying and persecuting his brother was his biggest taboo and also his final bottom line. No matter how much he loved Chusan, he couldn't tolerate this step. He hoped that Chusan would be smart and not force him to really turn his back on him, and not let the relationship between the two of them go nowhere. Installing this bug was not so much to suspect that Chusan was a ghost, but to convince himself and reassure himself. He hated himself who had doubts about the person next to his pillow, and he could only wash away the suspicion of Chusan with uneasiness. Chusan went straight to the company by car, exchanged a piece of work material with colleagues downstairs in the company, then crackled in the office for a while to do paperwork, and then went out to meet with customers, and the expert explained a quite promising project. Near noon, he got off the car at the vegetable market, yelled, and made a lot of noise, and bought some crabs and some vegetables. Xiao Liuyi's phone rang, and after answering, Chusan rang with a smile. Are you up? I bought crabs and choy some. What else do you want to eat? Pork chops, okay? Well, pork chops. Xiao Liuyi said absently. Chusan hung up the phone and began to tangle with a pork vendor. Xiao Liuyi put down his phone and picked up the bugging earphone again, but he froze while playing with it. Throughout the morning, Chusan didn't do anything suspicious, but he still felt uneasy in his heart. He was still suspicious of the call last night that he didn't say a word after he got through, and the phone number ended in 991. Familiar. He called Chui Dongdong and asked her to check Xie Jiahua's information again. When Chui Dongdong's reply came, the phone rang at the same time in the bugging earphones placed on the table. Boss, Xie Jiahua's phone's last number is 991. Hello? Sir Xie. Xiao Liuyi slammed the earphones to the ground. After closing his eyes and being stiff for a long time, he felt the icy chill in his blood. Chusan came back with a cloth bag of ingredients in the kitchen, and Xiao Liuyi hadn't been seen for a long time when he returned home. He put on an apron and called upstairs. Boss Liuyi. He pressed the hands-free button, and Chui Dongdong's voice sounded together with Chusan's answering voice in the headset. After a long time, Xiao Liuyi came out of the bedroom with a cigarette in his mouth, stood on the steps on the second floor, and looked down at him expressionlessly. Come down for a walk. You haven't eaten breakfast? Xiao Liuyi went downstairs slowly, leaned against the kitchen door, crossed his arms, and looked at the back of Chusan cutting vegetables, silently smoking. What's the matter? Chusan turned around and saw Xiao Liuyi's absent-minded expression. He wiped his hands on the apron and leaned over to kiss him. Xiao Liuyi turned his head to the side, only letting him kiss his cheek, pushed him away with one hand on his chest, and said coldly, Cook first. Hungry? Chusan smiled, and then keenly sensed Xiao Liuyi's emotions. Is something not going well? Are you worried about Big Scar Head? Xiao Liuyi let out a huh, pushed him away, and walked to the sofa, sat down, and started watching TV. This meal was salty and tasteless. Chusan chattered and laughed, but Xiao Liuyi just lowered his head and looked coldly as he picked up the food. What happened? Chusan asked him for the third time, resting his hand on his cheek, still calm and concerned. Xiao Liuyi suddenly felt nauseous. The expression on Chusan's face was more real than pearls, as if nothing had happened. But just an hour ago, he had just talked on the phone with Xiao Liuyi's nemesis and agreed to meet in the afternoon. Ever since Chusan called Xie Jiahua's name, he was in a state of confusion, but he still didn't believe it in his heart. He always felt that there might be other reasons for Chusan to meet Xie Jiahua. Maybe it was just because of Xie Jiahua's coercion. He waited for Chusan to come back at noon to confess to him, but seeing Chusan's appearance, it was obvious that he didn't intend to mention a word. Xiao Liuyi felt that it was not a little fox, but a weasel that he kept on his pillow, tearing his heart and lungs, drinking his blood, and laughing out a row of bloody white teeth. It's nothing. I'm in a bad mood. Xiao Liuyi stopped his chopsticks and lit a cigarette. You can accompany me to the beach for a walk in the afternoon to relax. Chusan paused with his chopsticks, then smiled nonchalantly. I have something to do in the company this afternoon. How about I accompany you tonight? Xiao Liuyi looked at him sullenly. Chusan was calm and natural, still smiling, went up to take the cigarette, and kissed Xiao Liuyi on the cheek. I'll be back as soon as possible. Treat you to Western food tonight? Xiao Liuyi held the corner of his mouth. Okay. After eating, Chusan simply cleaned up and left in a hurry. Xiao Liuyi leaned against the gate and looked at his back, with cold eyes and a bleak figure, like the first wife who watched her husband go out to have sex with someone else. Frowning, he quickly turned and went upstairs, hanging the earphones on his head. Chusan and Xie Jiahua made an appointment at Sandalo Coffee not far from the police station. A public place where people come and go, and they didn't shy away from it at all. Xie Jiahua was dressed in a neat suit, and still had the same poker face for thousands of years, drinking a glass of water in silence. Chusan opened the chair and sat down, ordered a cup of ordinary coffee, and said politely, Sir Xie, you and Xiao Liuyi are together again. Xie Jiahua said, Sir Xie, the public servant of the people. It is really caring of you to care about the private affairs of others. Chusan laughed. Xie Jiahua was not polite to him, and said straight to the point. The police arrested Su Jinhe yesterday morning, Nicknamed Big Scar Head, one of Xiao Liuyi's red poles, you must know him. Big Scar Head confessed to Xiao Liuyi a lot for the crime. His confession alone is not enough. I need other insiders to provide information to assist the police to testify. Sir Xia, I'm sorry, Chusan looked calm. I don't know anything, so I can't help you. Xie Jiahua opened the folder and pushed a stack of blurred photos towards him. Yesterday at 5:15 in the morning, the East Kowloon Divisional Police Station received an anonymous call to the police. After I arrived, I found that Big Scar Head gathered a crowd to gamble illegally and carry a large amount of drugs. I investigated the call to the police, and it was from a public phone, which is only 5 minutes away from your company. The surveillance video downstairs of your company shows you left the company at 5 o'clock in the morning and didn't come back until 7 o'clock. You have a close relationship with Xiao Liuyi. You have the condition to know, and you have the time to report the crime. You made the call to the police. Chusan nodded his thanks to the waiter who put down the coffee, then picked it up and took a sip and said calmly, "What's your motive? What's your motive for making this call? You were born in Snapdragon Walled City. Both your biological father and mother died because of gang struggles. You were adopted by the dentist He Bingxian. He Bingxian was an honest man who taught you etiquette, righteousness, and shame. You have excellent grades since childhood and no bad records. Received a first-class scholarship and is an excellent and upright person. You first dated Xiao Liuyi because he forced you to write scripts for his film company. In my opinion, you made this call because you couldn't bear Xiao Liuyi's behavior, or you keep approaching Xiao Liuyi just to destroy his drug gang." Chusan smiled bitterly, rubbed his temples with a headache, and still smiled bitterly. "Sir Xia, I am not as noble as you think. Besides, I just found out that my father is not my dear father. Your news is really amazing." He picked up the photos on the table and looked at them one by one, and said, "These photos can only show that I left the company at 5 o'clock. I worked all night at that time, and the next day I had to treat customers to morning tea, and I went back to my father's house in Kowloon Tong. I went to take a shower and change clothes. You can look for the surveillance video near the Star Ferry Pier at around 6:15. I crossed the sea from there and returned to Tsimsha Sui. It is impossible to appear in Causeway Bay at the same time. The alarm call you mentioned was not made by me." Also, he sighed. Boss Liuyi's subordinates are very talkative of their so-called Jianghu morality, and Big Scar Head will not speak easily. You just said that he confessed, just trying to trick me. Xie Jiahua's complexion sank. He looked at him for a while and said, "Can you really tolerate Xiao Liuyi's dirty deeds? Big Scar Head has been arrested and a door has been opened. As long as you cooperate a little bit, you can completely destroy this criminal gang. Are you really unwilling to help me?" Chusan sighed. "Sir Xia, you don't get much from Big Scar Head, otherwise you don't need to ask me for help. As for me, I do have some differences with him on the concept of right and wrong, otherwise I wouldn't have done it last time. We'll be thrown by the side of the road. But I told you, I'm a selfish man. I know what he's jealous of, and I don't want him to hate me." He put down his coffee cup and said to Sir Xia with a wry smile, "Sir Xia, I have always admired you, and I also hope that Hong Kong will become a clean and peaceful civilized society. It doesn't matter if you say I'm hypocritical, selfish, or cowardly. I can only shrink back like this. I'm sorry. Please don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid Boss Liuyi will misunderstand." There was a buzzing noise in the earphones, and it sounded like he stepped back from the chair, stood up, and left the coffee shop. Xiao Liuyi took off the earphones with a complex expression, stared at the corner for a while, then lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He took a few puffs of cigarette in silence, and suddenly gave himself a big slap. Near 6 o'clock, Chusan drove a white business car to the village house to pick up Xiao Liuyi for dinner. Anan, who was guarding the door, greeted. "Mr. He, are you driving a new car?" "The manager's car. He's going on a business trip in Europe these days, so lend it to me." Chusan laughed. He passed by the hair salon and specially made a handsome little split that is popular nowadays, and a large scarf was sneakily covered on the back seat of the car. Xiao Liuyi came late, and hurriedly put on his tie while walking, looked up and saw Chusan's new car. He was taken aback for a moment. "Chusan, did you buy a car?" he asked in confusion. "Lend it by my manager," Chusan said with a smile. "Hurry up and get in the car. I have a reservation at the terrace restaurant, and I have to go in a hurry." Xiao Liuyi got into the car muttering, pulling his tie uncomfortably. It's not like you've never eaten Western food. What are you doing so formally? Chusan looked at him and smiled, then frowned suddenly, and touched his left cheek. What's the red mark here? Who hit you? Liuyi coughed in embarrassment and shook off his hand. Sleep, just drive. Chusan still held his face and looked at it carefully. Seeing this blatant show of affection, Anin and Asen, who were guarding the door, were afraid of being seen by the guards watching in the room across the street, coughing to remind him. Boss Ya became furious and slapped Chusan's forehead with a slap. Let's go? If you don't, I will. Chusan looked left and right while driving, and saw that the car being pursued by the police was thrown away for a certain distance. At least he couldn't see what was going on inside the car. So he asked Liuyi to help hold the steering wheel, and he turned around and lifted the seat on the back seat. The large gauze scarf, the rich scent of flowers immediately filled the entire carriage. Fuck. Liuyi shook his hands and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Chusan, what are you doing? Chusan backed away without hesitation and stuffed a large bouquet of bright red roses into his arms. For you. For the first time in his life, Liuyi was given flowers by someone. Holding this thing was like holding a bag of dynamite. His old face instantly became hot. What are you doing? You're disgusting. What's so disgusting? Chusan felt aggrieved. The rose represents my heart. Brat, shut up. Liuyi said grumpily, and Chusan glanced at the corner of his eye. Big boss Xia blushed like an apple. Puff. It hurts. I was wrong. I stopped laughing. Don't kick me. I'm about to crash. The two were sitting facing the sea in the terrace restaurant. Liuyi left the embarrassing rose in the car together with his big red face, with eyes full of smiles, staring at him motionless. Finally, Liuyi couldn't hold back the knife and fork, leaned back on the chair, crossed his hands and said, Tell me, what are you going to do today? Sneaky. Boss Liuyi, have you forgotten? Today is April 1st. Chusan smiled. Liuyi thought for a whole circle, but couldn't remember what kind of festival it was. So what? Chusan held up 3 fingers. 3 years ago, just today, you had someone arrest me to write a script. Liuyi was silent for a while, then said speechlessly, That's all. The anniversary of our first meeting, it's a big event. Chusan was serious. Are you a little girl in middle school? What is there to commemorate? Hey, Chusan said happily. It's quite memorable, Boss Liuyi. You said that when you saw me coming out of the sack. What was your first impression? Liuyi chuckled disdainfully. Young boy. Chusan rested his chin on his own and watched him commit a nympho. I thought, is this the underworld? How can you be so beautiful? Humph. Later, you asked me to write scripts, and you always sat at my desk and ate intros. I often watched and thought, this but is so small and round. I really want to lift it. San. Liuyi squeezed the fork vigorously. Don't think that I dare not beat you in public. Chusan changed his words with a smile, and changed the subject with a smile. I may be naturally interested in men, and I fell in love with you at first sight. That's why I fell in love with you when we first met. Although I soon found out that you are a bully, cough. But later, a lot has happened. You save me, protect me, take care of me, trust me, tolerate me, love me, spoil me, tell me your secret, cry in front of me, allow me to accompany you when you are sad, and sleep in my arms when you are drunk. You still take me to the movies, take me to eat Western food, take me to play billiards, take me to the beach for barbecue, and kiss me in the hospital. Liuyi coughed unnaturally and stuffed a large piece of steak into his mouth in a disguised manner, as if he was fucking messing with him all the time. Stay with me, Boss Liuyi, Chusan said, and slowly pushed a small box with exquisite packaging in front of Liuyi. I love you. Liuyi was holding the fork, with a smear of steak crumbs on the corner of his mouth. Caught off guard by this unexpected confession, he was stunned for a while, and then wriggled his throat, trying to make a sound, but was choked by a mouthful of beef. Cough, cough, cough. Damn. What's so nasty? He swallowed the beef in embarrassment, feeling that his cheeks were about to melt away, and began to stutter a little. You fucking, don't you fucking. Are you staying at my house? Still talking about being together, living together, and being together again. Fuck. What kind of ring are you giving? Is this a marriage proposal? He put down the fork, and with a reddened face, he opened the box, and then turned green. There was only a low-quality jade Buddha in it. Liuyi turned the box around quite speechlessly, faced Chusan, and asked him, "What is this?" "Lantau Island prayed for the consecration Buddha for you," Chusan said with an innocent face. "I wanted to buy a ring, but I heard from my father that the grocery store would expand, so I gave him the money first." "Is there anyone fucking courting with a cheap jade Buddha?" He said a bunch of nasty words. And when he opened the box, he showed him a bunch of worthless green fat people. Hit the street. The poor Chusan, who had given a slice of paper cake as a birthday gift, said rather shyly, "It's about the heart and not the form. You keep this for now, and I'll give it to you next year. Make up for your mother." Boss Xia stuffed the jade Buddha into his pocket with a dark face and wanted to hit him with a table knife, but seeing his affectionate and innocent face, he couldn't do it after all. Chusan, who escaped death, was very excited. "Then we are officially together? Then how do you want to be together? Go to Europe for honeymoon?" "Hey, that depends on whether I can ask for leave at the end of the year, and we'll go if you please. I rented a house in Simsha Sui, which is close to your company and the Star Ferry Terminal. You go to the company, and I go to work across the sea. It's very convenient. You move here, okay?" Liuyi stared at him with a dark face. Chusan looked expectant and smiled at him with pure and honest white teeth. "Take me to take a look later," Liuyi said. Chusan rented a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in a semi-old apartment in Simsha Sui. He said it had a living room, a study room, and a bedroom. There was a private rooftop on the roof where you could enjoy the night view and barbecue. During Liuyi's on-the-spot investigation, it was only a small room larger than the leaky house he rented in Saiwan, but it was still very narrow and shabby, with rusty spots of water pipes on the roof. "I've been working overtime for the past few days, and I haven't come to clean the roof," Chusan said. "Let's sit in the house first." The interior of the room was neat and clean. The walls and ceiling had been repainted. The windows were pasted with red window grills produced by Dadhe. The fabric sofa, tablecloths, and curtains were warm camel yellow, and the floor light was vague and quiet. Pajamas and slippers, sofa cushions, kitchen tableware, bathroom toothbrushes, everything was for 2 people. "Stinky boy," Liuyi scolded as he looked around. "You planned it long ago? When did you rent it?" "Last month. This place is convenient to both of our companies." Liuyi snorted through his nose. "It's too young, don't think I'll live there. Let's take a look at the bedroom first." Chusan coaxed. Liuyi cursed and hated it very much, and finally went to the bedroom wearing the same couple slippers as Chusan. Pushing open the half-closed door, turning on the floor lamp, the bright yellow light illuminated the whole room, and he froze. There was a half-person high poster hanging on the wall. A young girl was smiling happily towards the camera, holding a large bunch of baby's breath in her arms, wearing a white gauze dress. Her long black hair was tied into an elegant bun. The background was a sea of green flowers. The poster from about 10 years ago had turned yellow. It was the only poster for Xia Xiaoman's album after she learned to sing. The sales volume was not high, and there was no second one. It was a limited edition, because the villa was burned when Azure Dragon and Xiao Man died. Even Liuyi couldn't keep a copy as a souvenir. Liuyi stood there blankly, staring blankly at Xiao Man's innocent smile that hadn't been affected by the subsequent torment, and the hand that was pressing the light switch trembled slightly. A colleague of mine is a record collector, and he happened to buy this one back then. He also gave me the record. Do you want to listen to it now? Chusan whispered behind his ear. Liuyi snapped the switch and pushed Chusan onto the bed in the darkness. If this audiobook brought you any value, I'd be deeply grateful for a coffee. It keeps these books coming, completely free, for everyone. Link in the description and pinned comment. Thank you for listening.